Chapter 38. Bell did not know how long it took him, just that his trip had seemed to take all day. Still, he had found his way to the graveyard. He ducked through the bushes and found the 3 unmarked graves. The next hour was him talking to the headstones. It started quietly as he tried to keep his composure. But then his volume picked up, and he just got angrier and angrier. His conversation carried on, and after a while, he could see the logic to it. Hestia, as always, was trying to protect him. He got that part, but the sting didn't go away. And as far as he saw it, the second Freya started threatening his life, the secret should have been up anyway. Honestly, though, that was not the part that had him the most concerned. It was about where the skill came from. His desire to be as strong as Ais had led him to this path of incredible growth. But that begged the question, what did he really want from that? Did he want to be like Ais? Was that all that really mattered to him? Did he love Ais, or was that just a little crush? But if it was just a little crush, how did it lead to something so extreme as Lyris Freeze? The very thought of it all made Bell's head hurt and his heart ache. So, he continued to rant and rave. As he did so, he failed to hear the sound of footsteps approaching. Bell. With a sense of horror, Bell Cranel turned to find Ais standing, watching curiously. Her head was ever so slightly tilted to the side, and she seemed to be a little nervous for whatever reason. Slowly, she walked into the clearing. Her eyes darted from the graves up to Bell and then back down to the graves. "Is this where Althea is?" she asked. She seemed so unsure of herself. Her hands were wringing, and she looked ready to bolt at any moment. It was as if she recognized that she was intruding on something important, but she cared enough about Bell to risk his irritation anyway. The action made Bell's heart stutter. Looking at her like this, vulnerable and confused, Bell realized that he loved her once upon a time and had possibly fell for her again. That was the truth. Now, he had to figure out if it happened because of the skill. At some point, Bell realized that he had been staring at her silence. He knew this because Ais was slowly turning a charming shade of pink. She had looked away, crossing her arms in front of her chest. "I can leave, if you want." There was no accusation in her tone. All she had was uncertainty and sadness. From the way she was pouting, though, Bell knew that she didn't actually want to leave. She was just being polite. He could see the way her eyes would dart over to the gravestones. The sight almost made Bell smile. Despite whatever his problems were, the world went on. Ais wanted to know who he was. Sure, she wasn't doing an excellent job of understanding his mental state at the moment, but that was just how she was. "No, Ais, I want you to stay. I mean, if you want," Bell added at the end, waving his hands frantically. The girl smiled at his acceptance and strolled up to the 3 headstones. She let her gaze fall to the one in the middle and turned her head to Bell. "Is that one Althea's?" she asked. Bell nodded. He watched her crouch down and wave to the tombstone. "Hello, Althea." She fell silent then. Bell thought she was contemplative, but then he saw how her lips were puckered. The girl started rubbing her chin. After a minute of frantic movements, she looked towards Bell. "What else do I say?" She seemed sincerely concerned with this question. Her eyes, while still cautious, were also determined. Bell had to smile at her efforts, which made her pout even more. "I'm being serious," she said. Maybe it was a tight feeling in Bell's chest, but the laughter came easily to him. He started chuckling. He had to stop, though, when he felt a flick against his forehead. He opened his eyes to find Ais standing in front of him, and by that, he meant right in front of him. She was maybe an inch away. Bell tried to stumble away, but with every foot he took backwards, she took one forwards. "Don't laugh at me," said Ais, her cheek puffed out. "I'm not," exclaimed Bell, his face gradually getting warmer. "Then why are you running away?" "Ais, you're standing too close." That statement made Ais blink. She looked at the space between them and took a step back. Curiously, her face also turned a light shade of red. They stood there in silence, and Bell could feel the awkwardness press down on his shoulders. He let it, though. It was better to feel like this than trying to work through whatever he had felt about his familia and their lies. Just the thought of it made Bell's face scrunch up in pain. As he did, Ais stepped forward. Without thinking, she stepped up and cupped Bell's face in her hands. They felt surprisingly warm. "What's wrong, Bell?" Bell held it in for all of a second before he deflated like a balloon. "Can we go and talk somewhere private?" he asked. "With the goddess." Back at the Hearth Manor, Hestia had gathered Lily and the rest of her familia and told them the news. there was a range of reactions. Some nodded in approval, like Ryuu and Welf. Others almost seemed hurt, like Mikoto, Haruheim, and Elwyn. They were bracing for the eventual talk with their captain and the consequences they knew they deserved. "Good, it's about time he knew," said Ottoheim. She had been against the secret-keeping the second she knew it was happening. "Still, though, I wish he hadn't run off. I was hoping to talk to him about it." Hestia nodded, her eyes trained on the ground. After telling her story, she had seemed content to sit and listen to what the others had to say. However, the most frustrated was Lily. Her anger wasn't at her goddess, Belle, or anyone else in her familia. The Dauntless was simply raging against fate and its incessant path. Things never went easily. Instead, it was a constant stream of challenges. Every time she thought she had beaten one down, two more popped up. "Oh, and what is whining like a little child going to do?" asked the voice of her mentor Athena. "Absolutely nothing," replied Lily. The Prum looked to her goddess and quickly realized that Hestia was in no shape to help with anything. As much as Lily wanted her goddess present and acting, she understood that the tiny being would need a minute. After all, Hestia was more empathetic than most deities, and she loved Belle more than anyone else in the world. "Well, there is nothing else for us to do until Master Bell gets back," declared Lily. Welf smirked from his spot on the couch. "Oh, and what do you want us to do about it, Commander?" Lily narrowed her eyes at the smith. She pointed in the direction of the forge. "You get back outside. Who said you could leave your forge?" Instead of responding, Welf just laughed. He stood up and started walking away. Lily watched him leave before turning to Yura and Odo. "And you too, Mr. Yura, we still need you making new items from your garden. And Lady Ottoheim, you need to start looking over Lily's proposed strategies. If Lily is to bring them before Mr. Finn, then they need to be at their absolute peak." Still, in a bit of a daze, Yura allowed himself to get led out of the room. Odo, who was pulling him, waved as she left. The former princess was more than happy to leave the decision-making in someone else's hands. After that, all it took was a glare from the Dauntless at Mikoto, Haru, and Elwyn. The three took off with various excuses. "Ah, I must be tending to my weapons," shouted the Black Crow. "Oh dear, when did this house get so dusty?" asked the Renard to no one. "Huh, what was that, Philvis? Some ghost business? Well, all right then," said Elwyn. Lily shook her head. She turned to the remaining occupants. Her vice-captain was quietly rubbing Hestia's shoulders. The elf offered small words of encouragement. "He'll be all right. I'm sure Belle will come back soon, and you two can sit down and have a nice long talk," said the elf. "In the meantime, I'm sure there's something else you can do to keep busy, right?" Hestia nodded. Her blue shawl hung limply around her shoulders. She pulled it closer as she lifted her head to look Lily in the eye. "Well, let's hear it. You think I was stupid or something, right?" asked Hestia. The goddess's eyes nearly popped out of her eyeballs when the Prum shook her head. "Goddess Hestia did what she thought was right. In the end, it was your decision," Lily pouted. That said, Lily wanted to be there to damn it. Ryuu chuckled. "Yes, I as well." She looked at Hestia. "Why did you choose now?" Hestia sighed. "With all the secrets Belle was telling us, it only seemed fair that we come clean to him about what we were hiding. I mean, otherwise, we would just be a bunch of hypocrites, right?" Lily nodded along. "Lily supposes the goddess is correct, and now we must live with the consequences of Hestia's actions." The Prum shrugged. "In any case, there are more pressing matters to attend to. Lily has already scheduled a meeting with the Braver to go over our next steps regarding this supposed war with the Xenos." "Supposed?" Ryu's eyes narrowed inquisitively. Lily sighed. "Is it really right to call this a war? I know these Xenos want to kill us all, but wouldn't the majority of adventurers do the same to them?" Ryu frowned. "Maybe so, but that doesn't stop this from being a war. We are trying to put them down, and they are trying to put us down. I sympathize with them, but I will not let them hurt my family. Anyone who tries is my enemy." Hestia sat there in silence, still looking all forlorn, so Lily gave her a nudge with her little foot. The goddess raised her head. "What are you going to do now?" asked Lily. Hestia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This was followed by 3 more deep breaths. She stopped, and Lily and Ryu braced themselves for the divine proclamation. Instead, Hestia stood back up. She planted her feet and placed her hands on her hips. "I'm going to do whatever I can to support Belle right now. She turned to her supporter. "So, that means that I'm coming with you to Loki Familia," she faced her vice captain. "And you are staying here for when Bel comes home to us." She gave Ryuu a small smile. "He'll probably be the least angry with you anyway." She looked over at Lily. "And for all we know, he's at the Twilight Manor with Ais Wallenstein." With the boy and the girl. Bel Cranel was not at the Twilight Manor. Instead, he was sitting on top of the wall surrounding Horario. After finding him, Ais insisted that they head somewhere else to clear his head and talk. She thought that her spot for quiet might be the right place for Bel to clear his head. And it had helped. Without worrying about anyone else listening, Bel was able to unload everything that had happened to him in the short span of the day. Ais listened intently and sat in absolute silence. For Bel, it was honestly a little unnerving. Eventually, when he was done, Ais Wallenstein leaned forward in close. "So, you're saying that you loved me?" Of all the things she would have asked, Bel was not expecting that. He blinked a couple times and was acutely aware of just how close Ais had brought her face to his. She was close enough that Bel could see the individual flecks and shades of gold of her irises. He saw the dimples on her cheeks and the lightest dusting of freckles on her supposedly flawless skin. "Well, I suppose so," replied Bel. Ais pouted, "But you don't anymore." Bel looked away, and Ais felt some kind of new pain blossom in her chest. It was sharp, but there was also something unsettling deep in her stomach. Honestly, she almost felt something that hadn't happened to her in years. She felt the beginning of tears. "I don't know, Ais, but it wouldn't matter, right? I mean, you would never feel the same way." Ais heard those words, and it all hurt even more. She felt like she should say something. In fact, the Sword Princess knew that saying something was what was supposed to happen. Instead, she sat there in silence. The little Ais in her head was already bawling its eyes out. Across from her, Bel was kicking himself. Why in the world had he said those things? Was he so desperate for some form of love and connection? He tucked his knees under his chin and pulled at his hair. There was nothing for him to say. He didn't trust himself to speak, lest he just makes things even worse. When his vision started getting blurry, he let the tears sit there. He deserved them. All of his strength was fake, after all. He didn't put in the same work everyone else did. And he most certainly hadn't lived through the same hardships as other first-class adventurers. As his thoughts spiraled downwards, something cleared the tears from his face. He looked up to find Ais rubbing at his face. Ais was staring at him, all of him. Before, whenever Ais would look at him, there was always a disconnect. Some part of the girl called the Sword Princess was hidden behind a thick wall. Now, though, Bel felt her full attention. The entirety of Ais was looking at him now. "I don't know," she said, "but I want to work hard and find out." It took Bel a minute to realize what she was talking about. He had to replay their conversation in his head to remember that they were talking about his former love for her. "You loved me once, right?" asked Ais. Bel nodded slowly, totally out of sync about what was supposed to happen next. "Then maybe you can love me again." Ais tilted her head, her face clouded with worry. "Is that all right?" Bel sat there in silence. He had no idea what to say right now. He struggled to find an answer. Everyone kept telling him that he didn't have to forgive anyone. Bel could be angry and move on with his life. He could bury his pain and let it all go, or he could sit here in confusion. These were all only a small selection of things the boy named Bel Cranel could do. At some point, Ais had stood back up. She had stood up to burn her nervous energy, trying to find something to do with all these newfound emotions. Now, though, she looked down at Bel. From his position on the floor, he looked up at her face. A memory jolted itself from the back of his brain. A young, fresh adventurer had gone to the 5th floor when he wasn't supposed to. At the same moment, an irregular minotaur had found its way past one of the strongest familia in Horario. Their fastest members had been sent to chase the horned beasts down before they killed anyone unprepared. The young one had been caught unawares and sent running. Still a level one, though, he had been easily caught. His back to the wall, he had almost died. Then, a gust of wind blew by and saved his life. "Are you all right?" Looking up at Ais now, Bel remembered the scene in perfect detail. From that moment came his burning ambition. To be as strong as the fabled Sword Princess. He had strived towards that goal with unrelenting passion. The boy had worked his way up through the ranks and found a family he would die for in the process. and he did it all for her, the sword princess. Then, she betrayed his trust, and he had to run from one of the only homes he had ever known. In the time in between, he had learned only the most minor bits of who she was. Then, he came home. He reconnected with her and learned more about her. But that wasn't all. He did it because he was a weakling, and he had been called it for it. Because Belle wanted to be stronger, so that no one could call him weak, and that no one would have to risk themselves to save him. Belle had wanted to save himself. Staring at her now, Belle remembered all these things, and his back began to burn. It was almost searing with how intense it was. Strangely enough, though, there was no pain. There was just the heat. An intense pressure built throughout his body. "Are you all right?" asked Ais, looking down at him. The heat kept coursing, though. It lit a long, dormant fire in his core. In a span of a second, Belle came to a startling realization. He wasn't all right. No matter how much he tried to think that his situation could be worse and that others had a more challenging life, he realized that his life could be better as well. Not just for his family, but for himself too. And he wanted to change that. He wanted to be better, not because of Ais or Hestia. For the first time in his life, Belle truly wanted something for himself. Not because of what his grandfather said. He wanted to be stronger because he didn't want to be pushed around anymore. He wanted to be an adventurer, well, because it sounded cool. His mother and father had told him to be whatever he wanted to, that he shouldn't let anyone push him down a path into something he didn't want. Well, they had explicitly mentioned Hermes and Zeus, but that was a question for later. Right now, what mattered to Belle was Belle. It was time to be just a little bit selfish, if that would be okay with everyone else. The heat began to calm, but it had burned away the last of his doubt. It sat, like a forge fire, waiting for its chance to shine. War was coming, and there was still much to do, including about what he felt with his goddess, but he felt like the first step had been taken. In the Tower of Babel, a goddess felt a spasm of ecstasy rack her body. Her otter was on his way. Meanwhile, Ais was just left standing there. She watched the gamut of emotions that ran across Belle's face. Anger, sadness, joy, fear, and finally a bit of hope flitted through his eyes. She was then taken by surprise as Belle leapt into the air. For the first time all day, he looked Ais properly in the face. "Ais, I don't love you," he said. Unlike before, though, when Ais felt pain in her chest, there was a calming feeling rushing through her body. "But I think I might be ready too soon. I think, when I do end up loving again, I want it to be you. Right now, though, I have to be stronger." "For who?" asked Ais. If this was for her again, she'd feel bad. Ais refused to put on another layer of pressure to her precious bunny. "For me, because I want to choose what I do with my life." Ais pouted. That sounded vague and like there was still a lot of time before he'd be ready. She'd wait, but she didn't know if she'd enjoy it. Patience was not the sword princess's strong suit. "Before any of that, though, I need to stop Freya." Ais nodded. That made sense. Freya would always be in their way otherwise. She looked Belle up and down. He seemed different now, but also much the same. He was growing, and Ais didn't want to get left behind. "So, where do you want to go now?" asked Ais. That brought Belle up short. Apparently, he hadn't thought that far ahead. He looked left and right until his eyes settled on the girl standing in front of him. Ais suddenly felt self-conscious about how she looked and how Belle saw her. For some reason, she was suddenly worried about how her hair looked. It was so strange. Tyone's voice rang through her head. "The more you get involved with this boy, the more you'll care about his opinion of you," said the Amazon. "It's the curse of putting yourself out there." In reality, Belle turned to look out over the city. "Let's go to the Twilight Manor. I want to talk to Finn." "With the scoundrel." In Riviera, Bors stood watch outside of Wiley's inn. The people were all clamoring to get a peek inside, but he wasn't going to let them in. The ruffian leader was a man who understood debts and value. People who owed him something always paid it back in full and vice versa, which is why he remembered an incident from a year ago when a stranger in a cloak saved his life. He hadn't seen much, but he knew that whoever it was had most certainly not been human. Bors wasn't stupid, so he did some digging and asked some questions. The person who saved his life was a talking monster creature called a Xenos. Her name was Ween, and she saved Bors's life. So, the moment he saw her hurt and unconscious, he made it his personal mission to take care of her. The grizzled veteran had placed her in a special bunk secluded from everyone else. Bors had also used his volleys to buy her medicine and had sent a runner to the guild to tell them what was happening. And finally, he had forbidden everyone else from coming anywhere near her location. Just in case, he had taken up a position as a guard outside her door. That was why he knew that something big was happening when a runner came to get him. One of his fellow ruffians came running. They were out of breath and needed a minute. Bors sat the man down. "What is it? Did you hear something from the guild or not?" He nodded. "The half-elf lady, she took me into a side room. Then she came in with a message from up top." He looked up, and the fear in his eyes shook Bors to his core. "We need to get the little miss out of here. Someone will be sent down soon to pick her up, and apparently they want us ready for an attack." Bors growled. "What in the world does that mean? They do realize that this place is made of wood." The runner shrugged. Bors sighed. "Well, hopefully they send someone soon." He peered inside, where the little dragon girl was snoring. "I don't know how much longer the little lass can stay secret." His companion peered over his shoulder. "This don't seem right, Bors. Something's just wrong about harboring a monster like this." Bors looked over with his good eye. "Stuff it. Saying anything else will just cause problems, got it? And the last thing we need is more problems." The other adventurer sighed. "Yeah, all right then. How about you take a break and I'll keep watch?" Bors looked the man up and down before grunting. He had things to do, and apparently he had to ready the defenses. With the goddesses. In the Twilight Manor, at its top office, Loki sat in silence. Her eyes were fully open, and she considered the itty-bitty goddess in front of her. She held a glass of red wine loosely in one hand. "You'd really do that?" asked Loki, all mocking tone gone from her voice. "Damn, I don't think I've ever heard you so beaten up." She looked away. "Kind of makes me feel bad." "Whatever, Loki, would you do it?" Hestia pressed the question as far as she could. The crimson-haired goddess nodded. "Sure, I would. I still plan on confronting Freya anyway." She placed her glass on the table. "But I don't think I'll have to. I know that boy of yours. He's loyal to a fault. I doubt he'll be giving up on you anytime soon." Hestia sighed. "I hope so too, but just in case, I need to secure his happiness for the future." Loki nodded, the two enjoying a comfortable silence. A little bit away, Lily was talking with Finn and the top brass of Loki Familia. Thyone also sat in attendance, not for one second wishing to leave her captain alone with her self-proclaimed love rival. "You'll think we'll need a full-scale expedition?" asked Riveria. Lily nodded. Lyd said that these Sunseekers were running their operation deep within the dungeon, at least as far as floor 50. If they decide to set up every safe point like floor 34, turning it into a large battleground, then we'll have quite the horde to deal with. Finn rubbed his chin deep in thought. In many ways, this is like an extermination quest from the guild. Riveria and Gareth nodded along, but Lily slammed her fist into the desk. With her level 3 strength, even holding back left a significant indent. "If Mr. Finn thinks like that, we're all going to die," said the Dauntless. "Oh, and what do you mean by that, little lass?" asked Gareth, stroking his beard. Lily looked over at the dwarf. "Have you forgotten that Lily has fought the Sunseekers before? These are not mindless creatures. They will outsmart you if you underestimate them." She grit her teeth. "Do not forget, we are in their home." Finn smiled. "You're right. Honestly, many of my original plans for this war were drawn up in arrogance." He laid his palms out on the table. "What do you suggest then?" The two Palams began to work out the details and kinks of their long campaign. All the while, Riveria and Gareth chimed in with their knowledge of logistics and numbers. There was a lot to organize, especially considering that they'd be working with Ganesha Familia, Hephaestus Familia, and several other small familias that had volunteered their people. Diansec's children would be there for medical support, and so on and so forth with the various trades and tools needed. "It'll be best if we send everyone down in teams," said Lily, "and we'll need to make some specialized units. A scouting one, for example." Finn nodded along. "Riveria's fairy force will also be expanded to a full mage brigade. We will also bring together some other specialty units. Perhaps a smithing one. Any ideas for who should go where?" Lily did have ideas, a lot of them in fact. Some Finn shot down, but others he quickly added to his repertoire. "Now, I take it you'll be needing to be my second in command?" asked Finn. Lily shook her head. If Lily was to suddenly rise through the ranks like this, many other familias and adventurers would be displeased, to say the least. Riveria nodded. True enough, we are a proud and stubborn lot after all. Lily shrugged. It's not a major issue. Lily can simply be Mr. Finn's adjutant or aide. The heck is an adjutant? Asked Gareth. It's a strategic term, explained Lily. I will be Mr. Finn's aide, administrative officer, and etc. This way, Lily can still help with the team's strategy without being in charge. The braver grinned. I like it. I take it you learned this while under the mentorship of Lady Athena. The Dauntless smiled in agreement while also laying out some other ideas she had prepped and ready. The four adventurers went back and forth for a while, with Thyone left to scratch her head at the various implications they were tossing out. You want to mix the teams? Asked Riveria, eyebrow raised. Lily, who had taken to standing, placed her hands on the desk. Yes, she began. At least until we get to the deep floors. We need to build a level of trust between the different familias so that they aren't left out in the dust. She pulled out some paper from a back pocket. Lily has already taken the liberty to write out some ideas for how to split the groups. The first to read was Gareth, who agreed with the formations. The special squads would be mixed, of course, and broken down based on familia talents. The main forces each had a captain, a seasoned first-class adventurer, and a lieutenant, a second-class adventurer. There would be waves of entry and so on and so forth. Things were proceeding smoothly until there was a knock at the door. Thyone went to open it and found Belle Cranel standing there, Ais Wallenstein standing close behind him. Lily balled her fist upon her thighs. Lily, said Belle, slightly surprised but distant, is Goddess Hestia here? The Prum, still facing forward, nodded. Her scruffy hair bobbed up and down. Can you get her for me, please? Lily darted out of the room, barely leaving a trace behind. As she left, Finn and the others looked at the boy standing in front of them. Simply by the way he held himself, they knew that something was different. This was not the same adventurer from even this morning. Hello, Belle Cranel, I'm guessing you're here about the coming battle. Would you like some dinner? Belle looked out the window and was surprised to find the sun starting to set. He looked back to Finn. No, I think I'm okay, and I think I need to get home. Belle walked inside, and Ais followed in behind. I have a lot of conversations coming with my familia. Care to explain? Asked Riveria. No, I'm sorry, but this is a familia matter, replied Belle. Gareth let out a chuckle. But Mr. Finn, I want it made clear, my familia will help, but our help is based on the Xenos being kept safe. That is one of my highest priorities. Belle's voice was steady, and even though his knees were shaking, he stood his ground. I am sorry if this inconveniences you. Finn shook his head. Every familia has demands that they need to make. I'd be surprised if you had nothing to say. Belle smiled and looked like he was going to say more when Hestia showed up. The small goddess was standing, but she refused to say anything first. This was Belle's chance to talk. Is there a private room somewhere? Asked Belle. Riveria nodded and led the two off somewhere. Ais made to follow, but the high elf gave her a look that told her to sit back down. Ais didn't like it, but she listened. She sat in a chair near the door, ready to run off the second Belle needed her. With the boy and his goddess. With Belle and Hestia, the two had been led to a small private office. They sat across from each other and took the time to get comfortable. The first to speak was Belle. You really hurt me, Goddess Hestia, began Belle. You hid a big secret for over a year from me, but then asked that I tell you all of mine. It all seems so unfair. Hestia nodded in silence. If you hate me, I get that. If you don't trust me, I understand. She looked up. I don't know if this is something you want, but if you want to convert familias, the option is open. Belle's mouth fell open, but Hestia kept talking. We'll still be there to help you, and Loki will still fight Freya, but if you don't want to trust me with your Falna, I understand. I would never, Goddess Hestia. Belle stopped. He took a deep breath. I don't trust you anymore, but I would never abandon you. The boy looked his goddess in the eye. You've never turned your back on me, and I won't do that to you. Hestia gave him a sad smile. But you won't be trusting me near your status for a while, huh? Belle frowned. I'll need to get my status updated to get stronger, but I want to see every sheet. If I think there's even the slightest thing wrong, I'll be sorely angry. Hestia nodded. I promise, Belle. In his eyes, Hestia still saw distrust. It would be a while before they could be child and goddess like they had once been. You know what? Asked Hestia. It's been a while since we've actually done an update. How about we do one now? Belle sat in silence. There was a minute of contemplation, but he eventually nodded. He moved to the ground, kneeling, while he took off his shirt and presented his backside. Hestia took a pin from the desk in the Loki Familia office and pricked her finger. She got down behind Belle and let the blood drop onto his back. Slowly, she updated his numbers and took a look at his skills and magic. When she got to the bottom, there was something new there. The cocoon had been broken. Belle, so I just made the promise to tell you about what's on your status. Do you want to see what else is going on? Belle seemed to consider it for a second before slowly nodding. So, Hestia wrote down what was there and handed over the piece of paper. Belle Cranel. Level fact. Status. Strength, F359 Endurance, G278 Dexterity, F388 Agility, E431 Magic, F333. Luck, F. Abnormal Resistance, F. Escape, H. Knife Fighter, H. Magic. Firebolt, Swift Strike Magic. Skills. Argonaut allows a charge for a counterattack. It requires 4 minutes, formerly 3, for a full charge, and can either sound like a small chime or a grand bell depending on the power needed. It can be used for any type of attack, but the effects will dissipate when the user is attacked or they lose focus. Ox Slayer heavily increases all abilities when fighting Raging Bull-type monsters, potentially making the user stronger than their actual level when fighting them. Neoliris Freeze, fast growth as long as ideals last. The strength of the effects corresponds with how tested the user is in their beliefs. Pleroma Euheroa. For those who share the user's beliefs, fast growth is extended to a lesser degree. Belle read the paper. This last one, what in the world did it mean? Apparently, his face must have looked funny because Hestia chuckled. That last one is in the language of my old place of worship. It means crew of the hero and must mean the people in our familia. If you can find a way to trust them, and if they fight for the same things you do, then they'll grow along with you. Hestia looked back at the paper. If my intuition is right, it's because no matter what, you still want to fight with your family. She looked back at her beloved child with a loving smile. You care about people. That will always be your greatest strength. She was going to say more, but there was a knock at the window. They turned and had to rub their eyes in surprise. Staring at them, flying in the sky, was Mikoto. Her black wings let her hover in place, and she was holding a piece of gilled paper. Hestia opened the window, and the black crow swept in. I'm sorry for the intrusion, but Sir Fell stopped by with an important mission. We are needed in Riviera. The others are already on their way. She looked to her captain. Sir Bell, will you be joining us? Bell nodded quickly. He put back on his shirt and checked to ensure that his knife was still strapped to his back. Mikoto told him that Welf would be at Babel with his armor and side weapons. The two took off, and Ais quickly followed, with a quick stop to pick up Lily. When asked why the Sword Princess was going, she just said she needed to keep an eye on her man. Tyone gave her the thumbs up. The new hero Bell Cranel took off. His friends needed help, and he wasn't going to let anyone else stand in his way. Hestia watched him run, a smile on her face. She had been blessed with the most wonderful children. Chapter 39. At the doors of Babel, Hestia Familia was waiting for their captain. They didn't totally get what was happening, but they knew that the guild had sent an emergency request. There was no turning this down, and while the letter was intentionally vague, in case Freya was spying on them, they could tell that the Xenos were in danger. Do you think he's coming? Asked Elwyn. Mikoto had flown off right away to grab the others, but there was a guarantee that Bell would be coming with them. Everyone there knew that Bell was hurting and that they were the cause of it, so they sat in trepidation. Thankfully, Mikoto came flying in, and her news was good. Sir Bell is coming with Lady Lily and Lady Ais, said the samurai as she landed. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, and Welf began getting out the pieces of Bell's armor. Haruheim helped Mikoto put on the rest of her gear while the others got in the right mental place. Odo carried Lily's supporter pack with her, the warrior's Bicento and new katana hanging at her side. The blade did not have a name, but it had also not been properly drawn. The sword was a fine piece of equipment at the very top of second-class weapons. Welf had taken the proper time, and for Ottoheim, that meant giving a proper name. "How did Bell look?" asked Ryuu. "Was he angry? How upset was he?" Mikoto flinched at the rapid-fire questions. Her hands drifted up to play with the ends of her hair. Haruheim's ears drooped, and she gave a comforting squeeze to Mikoto's shoulder. "He seemed okay," said Mikoto. "I only came at the end of his and Lady Hestia's conversation, but they seemed to be clear, as if they had started some sort of important conversation." She frowned. "But Sir Bell definitely still seems upset." Her eyes narrowed. But also more, sure of himself, it was as if his footing had become firm. The rest of the familia gave her blank stares, to which she only shrugged in response. It was hard to say without seeing the man in person. So, Mikoto ignored their stares and ensured that Haruheim's Goliath cloak was firmly clasped around her shoulders. Only a couple of moments later, they saw Bell and Ais finally come running through the streets, with Lily following behind them. Thankfully, the first-class adventurers had kept their pace slow enough so that Lily could keep up, but were just far enough that she wasn't running with them. The detail did not go unnoticed by the rest of Hestia familia. Even when the three gathered with the rest of them, Bell and Ais stood separated from the rest. "Miss Wallenstein, you will be joining us?" asked Ryuu. The sword princess nodded, checking her gear and armor. Ryuu walked over to brief Ais on what they knew and what they could put together for the mission. The elf had not blinked at Ais's sudden appearance, instead hoping that it would help keep Bell's mind grounded. Ryuu found herself shivering from the look in her captain's eyes. Even if she was on a different path with a particular waitress, Bell's change in aura was definitely sending her heart aflutter. Meanwhile, Welf took Bell aside to present him his armor and weapons. Bell stood still as Welf strapped in the chest plate, vambraces, knee guards. As Welf worked, he spoke. "Listen, if you want to be angry at us, that's fine. We hid something big from you, but I want you to remember, we did have our reasons. And don't think for a second that none of us feel good about what we did." He looked up from his spot on the ground as he adjusted the final parts of Bell's leg armor. "If you don't want to talk right now, okay, but are you going to be ready to lead?" Welf stood up, and Bell laid a hand on the big smith's shoulder as he did so. "I promise, Welf, I will not let any of you fall." Bell looked to the dungeon. "I am upset, and we will talk about it, but I swear that right now, my only focus is about helping the Xenos." Welf took a minute to study his brother. He rubbed his chin in thought before smiling and nodding. "Well, all right then," said the smith. He patted Bell on the shoulder. "Let's get this done, and then we'll all have a nice long chat." Bell gave him a smile and nodded. The two brothers walked back to their friends, assured that while things were rocky now, they would be okay sometime soon. "What are your orders, Captain?" asked Ryuu, already business-oriented. "Everyone stay close. We don't know what's down there," said Bell. "Me and Ais will take point, and then Welf in the vanguard. Mikoto and Urashima behind, then Haruheim, Lily, and Elwyn protecting them." He looked to Ottoheim and Ryuu. "And you two will bring up the rear guard." Everyone nodded. Lily looked like she had something to say but chose to keep quiet. If something came up, she would speak. But for now, she sat in silence. On the run over, Lily had seen the hurt in Bell's face. It hadn't been as pronounced with everyone else, but Lily had borne the full brunt of Bell's disappointment. She had tried to talk to him, but had been stonewalled with the silent treatment. From what Lily understood, Bell was still internalizing something, but she had seen the hurt on his face whenever he looked at her. Lily had a couple guesses why it was so pointed at her, but she'd wait to bring that up when they were private. For now, her friends were in trouble. So Hestia Familia, with Ais, made their way into the dungeon. They did not stop to fight any significant group of monsters, and they did not stop to collect any magic stones and drop items. Bell and Ais worked in tandem to cut down anything in their path. Bell's nerves had him in front, but the sword princess did not seem to mind. She happily ceded him the lead and worked to watch his back and the weak holes in Hestia's formation. Usually, Lily would call out any incoming dangers, but she was distracted by Bell. At the back of their formation, Ottoheim saw all of this and was not a happy camper. "We need to focus up," she commented to Ryuu. "Our leaders are distracted and not making smart decisions. That's how people die." Ryuu nodded. "I know, and I promise that I'll do everything I can to keep you all safe until Bell gets his head straight." She looked forward. Besides, we have the sword princess watching our back. The elf's eyes burned with competition. Between the two of us, we will not let you fall. Ottoheim snorted. Hey, it's not like I'm going to sit around waiting, she giggled. I'll work just as hard as you two and protect everyone. She looked back to her captain, who she saw as a little brother. But I do worry about him. Ryuu nodded silently. She had the exact same worries. After only a couple of hours of travel, they came to the passage leading to floor 18. Just as Bell was about to charge down, Lily shouted for him. Master Bell, wait, screamed the prum. Bell whirled around, the intensity still in his gaze. Lily held her ground, but just barely. She drew a deep breath and stood her ground. We need a moment to gather ourselves, she said. The dauntless looked to her familia. Are everyone's weapons ready? Her familia nodded. Lily narrowed her eyes. Lady Ottoheim. The dragon princess nodded sheepishly. Good, stay tight. We don't know the situation, so keep calm. She nodded to Bell. By your lead, Captain. The March Hare nodded to her and then swept his gaze over his familia. He saw that they were ready and led them down the tunnel. Hopefully, they would find Rivera still standing and peaceful. Hopefully, the guild just needed something sneaky over a full-blown battle. As they ran, though, they heard screaming. The smell of smoke began to fill their nostrils, and an intense orange crept into their vision. The familia came into the light of the 18th floor and had to stop at the entrance. In front of them, a giant plume of smoke spilled over the treetops. The town of Rivera was on fire. Going back to the dragon girl. Rewinding the clock a couple of hours, remember the small dragon girl asleep in the inn. She had run for so long and had ended up alone. Her guilt at abandoning her friends had burned away at her, as had the numerous injuries she had sustained. The little Vouivre was furious at her weakness. She knew that if Bell had been there, he wouldn't have abandoned anybody, and he would have won. Ween was also tired of waiting. The large man who had brought her here and warned her not to show her face, but she couldn't hear anyone else around. Her enhanced senses only detected silence. Not to mention that if the Sunseekers were coming, maybe if Ween wasn't around, they wouldn't hurt these innocent people. So, she picked her cloak up from the ground and wrapped it tight. She walked out into the underground inn and peered left and right. No guards were waiting for her, and she kept walking. Finally, she made it into the lobby, where the owner Wiley was sitting bored. He saw her moving and frowned. Hey now, he said. You shouldn't be up so quickly, you were pretty injured. The innkeeper hadn't been briefed on the situation, but he did know that whoever was inside had been gravely injured. He stood up, but then he saw what was under the hood. Wiley backed up in fear, unbelievably terrified of this human-like monster. Ween tried to ignore him and dashed outside. As soon as she entered the blinding light, the dragon girl ducked into the shadows. She skulked around between buildings and took the time to observe just what was going on. Thankfully, everyone was too busy for Ween. She noticed that everyone seemed to be preparing for battle. Adventurers were sharpening swords and pounding dents out of armor, while others added planks of wood and stones to the walls around the town. For once, not a single person was asking about the price of the supplies. The citizens had united together to try and protect this home. Maybe they could have retreated to the surface, but for many, this had become a home. I want all our mages to get together and work out an attack pattern, shouted the man who had saved Ween. This isn't like with that black variant monster. We have the time to put our heads together and make a viable strategy. Ween heard him and realized that this town was doomed. She wanted to run out and warn him about just how dangerous the Sunseekers were, but then she saw the people. Ween still remembered how the crowds of adventurers had jeered her and tried to attack her. So, her fear overtook her, and she backed away. She chose to wait until the big man with the eye patch stopped talking. The problem was, as soon as he finished one conversation, he started another. The man moved to all the different points and then walked up a hill to get a better vantage point. Finally, Ween saw her opportunity. "Excuse me, mister, we need to talk," said Ween, shouting after him. He turned around and his one good eye blinked. The surprise was quickly masked with irritation. He stomped over and Ween grew scared again. "What in the world are you doing out of bed?" he shouted. "You're still too injured to be going out." Ween blinked, and then a massive grin opened on her face. She threw her hands into the air. "You care about me," screamed the Xenos girl. "You're angry because you care, like Lily." Bors blinked before sighing. He shook his head while he started talking. Whatever, listen, I don't know what you are or where you came from, but you need to get out of here. It's about to get very dangerous. He surveyed the townspeople hard at work. We're preparing for battle. Ween jumped up and down. That's the problem, you're going to lose. The monsters that are coming are going to be really strong, so you have to run. Bros nodded along before he gave a dark laugh. I know, lass, trust me, I understand the situation. I figured that something bad was coming and that we don't stand a chance on our own, said the large man. Ween's head went to the side, her brow furrowed, and her nose crinkled. Then why are you staying here? She asked. The large went back to look at his fellow outcasts. He smiled fondly. This is my home, and this is the last first line of defense in the dungeon. He looked back at Ween. If we don't hold the line here, then whatever happens next will be at the city. He brought his hands together. So, we fight till our reinforcements arrive. He nodded at her. No need for you worry, though. The March Hare is already on his way down to pick you up. Ween blinked, not totally understanding what was going on. Bors sighed. Bel Cranel is coming. He'll pick you up and take you to the surface. He looked over at the entrance to the 19th floor. Meanwhile, one of my guys has gone to request help and reinforcements. I'm hoping the guild sends Loki or Ganesha Familia down here, but honestly, I'll take anything. Ween did not hear the rest of the conversation. Bel is coming. The dragon girl bounced on the balls of her feet. She was going to see Bel again, and so soon. And if the rest of Hestia Familia was coming, that meant she was going to see Haruheim too. Maybe the circumstances weren't great, but she chose to stay positive. Yeah, the boy is coming. But before he gets here, I was hoping to ask you some questions, replied Bors. Mostly, I need to know what these Sunseekers are really like. What kind of monsters are they working with, and how many actual Xenos are coming for us? Ween rubbed her chin, mimicking how Lily acted when she wanted to be deep in thought. Truthfully, Ween had very little knowledge about the Sunseekers. She remembered them, vaguely, when they were still all working together, but they had left so early and quickly. It also didn't help that she didn't talk to the Sunseekers. Ween was the most pro-human Xenos in existence. She would be the first to admit that her opinion might be a little colored. But that didn't matter to her. Ween liked people and preferred peace over violence. Well, I only saw a couple of them, so there'll be one of their higher-up ones and then a couple weaker ones, and then there'll be all the monsters they bring with us. Ween narrowed her eyes in thought. Probably from the Great Tree Labyrinth and the Water Capital. So a pass parade, responded Bors, but won't they also get attacked? Ween shook her head. They have special collars, from somewhere, that allow them to control monsters. That made Bors stop. Yes, this could be a significant problem. I'm going to head back to the town and make sure everything is set. I want you to find somewhere to hide nearby. Only come out for me or those kids from Hestia Familia. Bors jogged back down the hill. Ween waved goodbye but did not find a hiding spot too far away. She was going to stay and help. From what she had learned from Fels and the others, nobody in Riviera would be strong enough to fight any elite members from the Sunseekers. Strictly speaking, Ween wasn't strong enough either, but she could last longer and give the others a better chance at retreating. So she watched and she waited. The defenses were well made. Even to her untrained eye, she saw that the group's organization seemed to be coming together. Even then, Ween knew that overwhelming might and numbers would win out. It would just be a question of how long. And hopefully, Riviera would get some reinforcements from the surface. Eventually, the time came. The sound of roaring and screeching came up from down in the dungeon. Bors stood on top of the wall surrounding his town. He looked back at the adventurers. Now listen up, he shouted. I know you lot, and I know just how tough you are, but I also know that you understand the cold, hard truths of the world. We cannot win this battle. Our enemies are stronger and tougher than we are. The faces looking up at him didn't flinch. Bors smiled. But we can outlast and survive. We must weather the storm in front of us. He raised his blade into the air. We will rebuild. There was no answering cheer. Bors' declaration was met by silence, and the man smiled. He almost laughed at his foolishness. These men and women didn't need a rousing speech. They had a job to do, and they would see it done or die in the attempt. This was the way of outlaw down here. Bors turned his back to them and focused on the emerging horde of creatures. For a brief second, he thought that they might try to parley. but that wouldn't be the case. These monsters wanted to wage war. A war so terrible that it would shake the city, and the dungeon to its very core. Boars braced for impact. The first battle. In the beginning, the siege went well for the adventurers. The Sunseekers sent forth scouting units and monsters that weren't suited for destroying the environment. So, precise arrow work and minor spells were enough to send those monsters packing. Of course, they were careful and methodical about how they spent their limited resources. This was a test of endurance, and unlike monsters, the adventurers couldn't just magically sprout new weapons. So, Boars and the other leaders decided who used what spells and what potions went where. That order would only last through the first wave, though. Apparently, the Sunseekers had a strategist. Watch over them, Ween grit her teeth. That kind of strategy and analysis only meant one thing: Scipio had survived the fiery blast from the battle on the 34th floor. So, the adventurers really were going to lose. Ween kept an eye on the area up to the surface, waiting for Belle. She was already getting ready to run away, even if she hated the idea. At the wall of Riviera, Boars used his spear to send another monster crashing down. The problem was that his weapon with it. "Another spear," shouted Boars, "and where's the boiling oil?" The outlaw leader had been doing his reading. Or rather, Belle had told him stories, and he had reluctantly listened. Now, though, Boars was thanking Belle for his stories. Some of them had included historical battles and strategies for how to repel siege attacks. Now, many of them were being implemented today. Along with the cauldron boiling oil, they had rocks and long polearms to stay out of reach, along with one other strategy. "Open the gate," shouted Boars. Giving the monsters a point of entry sounded stupid, but they were being controlled. Controlled by a being that, while smart, had never studied the art of warfare. So, they allowed their monsters to be drawn in. When enough had come through the gate, Boars smiled. "Close the gate," shouted the one-eyed man. Now, a manageable number of monsters were trapped inside the town's central area. And while they were still dangerous, the adventurers knew what to do. The small crowd of monsters was taken down with top-notch teamwork and coordination born from years of living together. "Haha," laughed Boars. Soon they would be overwhelmed, but they were holding out just fine. Thankfully, the Sunseekers had been sending tiny humanoid monsters to their gates. There were ogres, goblins, lizard men, and sword stags at the forefront, but hanging behind them, Boars glanced bugbears, battle boars, and mammoth fools. Thankfully, there were no monsters with fire magic, which was strange, but Boars wasn't going to look a gift in the mouth. He would take out the monsters he could, before his walls and buildings were trampled down. Around the other side, Scipio and whoever else was there had sent another group of monsters, these ones with fire attributes. They would get as close as possible before they released their magic explosion. The humans wouldn't see it coming. But a little dragon girl did. Ween had tracked the hellhounds, firebirds, and infant dragons, hearing them make their way through the forest. Just as the crowd of monsters were about to let loose, she hit them like an arrow. Ween quite literally used her wings to gain the momentum and aerodynamics to pierce through the side of one of the infant dragons. She landed and twisted with her claws out. She ducked low, slashed through a pair of hellhounds. Ween knew that she was supposed to try and hold in her more monster-like urges, but for the sake of the people, she was going to let loose. There was an old trick that Lyd and the others had told her. Their base urges were buried deep inside of them and could be released with a breathing trick. Inhale deeply through the nose, let it flow through your body, and imagine all those nightmares that plagued you. Let the fear out and grab hold of the anger. Ween dreamt of the attack and the hate that she had felt in her previous lives. She latched onto it and let out the beast within. Her eyes clouded with red as she began tearing her way through the monsters in front of her. Her claws practically tore a hellhound in half. Her teeth bit right into a dragon's neck, shaking it around like a rag doll. The only problem was the firebirds flying over her head, but Ween could not focus on them. While great for combat, her monster instincts were not so good about keeping an eye on multiple opponents. It was tunnel vision, to say the least. Which is why she didn't see the birds perform their dive bomb. Even in her monster state, Ween felt the explosion rock her senses. She got lifted off the ground and slammed into something tough, and then everything went black. With the new hero. In the present, Belle saw the town in flames. Monsters were running along its streets, and pockets of adventurers tried to resist. The boy from the small farm stood there, dumbfounded. This much carnage was not something he was prepared for. Belle had always been part of small-scale battles and skirmishes. Even the war game had rules in place. There was nothing here, though, except carnage. Everyone, open a path for the adventurers. The town and the floor are lost. Find who you can and get them to the surface, shouted Lily, shocking Belle to his senses. The people are what matters. The others ran right away, but Lily stayed with Belle, and so did the Sword Princess. She wasn't sure where would be the best place for her. Master Belle, you are in charge of finding Ween. She's down here and she might be in trouble. Lily looked to Ais. You're in charge of keeping him safe. Ais nodded, her face determined. That had been the plan from the beginning, after all. But still, Belle just watched the scene unfold in front of him. There was so much fire, and he heard the screams of adventurers echoing in the cavern. Dimly, he felt someone grab him and start shaking. He looked to the side and found Lily. Even in his shock, he wanted to shy away from her. Lily, who had betrayed him before, had betrayed him again. She had argued with him before about keeping secrets, all the while hiding something behind his back. It was Lily's lies that hurt most regarding the mystery of Lyris Fries. He would listen to her orders because he knew that she was more intelligent than him about that, but he didn't trust her. Ween needs you, Master Belle. That was right, there was Ween, who was innocent in all this. Belle finally focused on the flames of Riviera, and the people needed his help. The little boy still wanted to do good. He still wanted to be a hero. All right, he looked to Lily. I'll go find Ween and help anyone else I can. He looked to Ais. You and Lily should go find Bors and see if he knows what happened. Ais frowned, ready to object, but in the end, she nodded. This was Belle's familia and his plan. She was only here to help. She stepped in front of Lily and drew desperate from its sheath. Stay close, she said to the prom. Lily sighed, hoping to take the time to try and be near Master Belle. But she knew now wasn't the time, so she set off with the Sword Princess to search for the leader of Riviera. Belle watched them go before doing his best to find Ween. He figured that he should search in the forest first. He hoped that the Vouivre had run off somewhere and hidden in the shrubbery. With the dragon girl. Wake up, little one, came the rough voice of sandpaper on wood. Ween blinked open her eyes. For a moment, she wasn't sure what was happening. Then, her vision started to focus. Even though her head was throbbing, her body kept its senses up. They were about as strong as a low-level human's senses at the moment. After all that, when it finally came into focus, Ween found herself staring at the maw of a giant ape. This was the Sunseeker called Hora, a massive silverback with fur the shade of ink. He was larger than the average silverback, probably double their usual size. His brute strength also belied a quiet intellect and sophistication. He was no master strategist, but he was skilled and tinkerer. Ween remembered him from before the Sunseekers had broken away. Hora had been kind after a fashion and done the most to properly articulate an argument about why they should stand against the humans. Ween remembered Lyd saying he didn't like Hora, but he respected the giant ape for his thoughtfulness. Of course, that kindness only ever extended to Xenos. Just like the other Sunseekers, Hora abhorred humans. Now listen, little one, I don't want to hurt you. All you need to do is come with me, and we can get this sorted. I promise nothing bad will happen to you, said Hora. Ween sat up, placing her back against the rock. What happened to Lyd and the others? She asked. Hora nodded. They're safe too, we just couldn't let them run off with those disgusting humans. He backed away to give her space. They are safe with Typhon now. Ween's blood chilled. Oh, she remembered Typhon, the crazed so-called king of the Xenos, and she wanted nothing to do with him. He was a madman incarnate. His behavior was as crazy as Freya's, from what Ween could recall. Now please, little one, come quietly. I do not wish to hurt you, said Hora, his voice soothing and placating. Ween was terrified, though. The very idea of working with Typhon at all shook her to her very core. He was horrific. She had to find Belle. Slowly, her eyes looked for a way to escape Hora's clutches. The ape noticed this, unfortunately. Hora sighed. If you try and run, I'll be forced to restrain you myself. For emphasis, he flexed his massive paws. Ween did not doubt the silverback's strength. Sophisticated and elegant, he might sound, he was still one of the deadliest Xenos alive. but Ween refused to be taken captive. She darted to the side, just making it out of his reach. As Ween tried to fly away, Hora shook his head. "If this is what you desire, I must respond." The giant monkey then leapt after her. With his powerful legs, he was more than able to keep up with the vouivre. This meant that Ween couldn't go for the way out immediately. She had to try and lose him first. Otherwise, she would just be followed all the way to the surface. As she flew, the dragon girl took the time to survey the land around her and check for any problems or people in danger. Thankfully, she found none. What small pockets of people that had not been overwhelmed after the wall coming down were resisting and regrouping. They were all making their way towards the passage to the surface. After swooping past one small knot of adventurers, she got distracted. She saw the big man with the eye patch fending for his life and just barely surviving. For whatever reason, Bors was alone. Maybe he had gone back to save someone else. Perhaps he was just trying to serve as a distraction. As she watched, though, Bors killed a hobgoblin. As it died, the green monster screeched out in agony. "Hora, help me," shouted the Xenos. A cry one of his brethren took Hora off the trail for a moment. His eyes alighted on Bors, and fury sparked in them. At the exact moment, as if time was standing still, Bors saw Ween in mid-flight. The big man looked between the two of them and then the dying hobgoblin. Bors decided then and there that he still had a debt to pay. He looked at Ween and mouthed a single word: "Run." Then, he forced a manic grin on his face. The leader of Rivera drew his arm back and stabbed into the Xenos' chest. Another curdling scream rent the air. "You like that, you disgusting creature? Die, scum!" shouted Bors in an overdramatic fashion. This caught Hora's attention. The great ape saw one of its brethren beaten to the ground and dying at the hands of a dirty human. Its judgment clouded, and hatred took root. He looked to the one-eyed man, who stared right back. Bors pointed a bloody dagger Hora's way. "You're next, you damn dirty ape." "The arrogance of your kind," shouted Hora. His next jump created a veritable crater that Bors just barely managed to avoid. With his free hand, he waved Ween on. It was time to get out. Ween flew off to get help, to find Belle. "With the ruffian." Bors looked up at the great creature. When the wall had fallen to the flames, and the adventurers had been distracted by the breach it created, this monstrosity showed up. Easily having high level 5 or low 6 potential, this mutated silverback was a monster. It was going to kill Bors. "You scum, you barbaric creature," it shouted. One hand darted out and grabbed Bors by the leg. Instantly, he could feel the bones snap. As much as the rugged outlaw wanted to sound tough and hold in the pain, he couldn't help the screaming that came next. "Now see how it feels, you pathetic little man." With each word, Hora swung Bors into the ground. Barely conscious, Bors barely felt the monster grab his head with both hands. "You all think you are so wonderful and powerful, but you are nothing but weak." The silverback started squeezing. Something liquid clouded Bors' vision. His mouth tasted of iron. Weak little beings that need to destroy everything around you to feel better. It was suddenly impossible to breathe. He could feel his legs and arms spasming, trying to break free. But enough is never enough, no? Which means all that's left is to wipe you from this place. Everything was starting to go black. "The dungeon is ours, you mongrel." There was a sickening popping noise. In a magical place. Isfi pinched the bridge of her nose. Her god was currently finishing preparations with their other ally, and the surprise they had found, but she had to spend all her time flying as fast as humanly possible to meet with another group. She sat at an elegant table, cursing under her breath. The rest of her familia was already escorting their 2 royal pains in the ass. Hermes was practically throwing himself into the maelstrom, and now Isfi was dealing with a demon. "We'll need as much help as we can get," was all Hermes kept saying. The sound of sloshing wine brought the blue-haired inventor back to the present. The goddess in front of her took a sip from a stone goblet. Her golden bangles jingled as she raised her arm. "So, what's this I hear about Freya stealing someone from my city?" Chapter 40. Ryuu ran by a small knot of survivors slowly being worn down. It wasn't that the monsters were terribly strong, it was that they were attacking in unison. Thankfully, Ryu's raw strength and skill turned them into monster dust in a matter of minutes. Her wooden blade broke bones and shattered skulls as she danced through the crowd of hobgoblins mobbing over the level 2 and 3 adventurers of Rivera. When there were none left, she turned her head towards the survivors. She pointed a slender finger to the dungeon's entrance. "Go, the floor is lost. Find who you can and get out of here," she declared. There were minor voices of protest, but Ryu's glare got them all to shut up quickly enough. The remaining adventurers bunched up before taking off towards the way out. Ryu looked around for more survivors trying to get out. The elf had found herself deep on the far side of town. She took this position as one of the strongest members of the Familia. If there were any of the major threats of the Sunseekers, she'd be able to handle it. She heard the screams of monsters and looked to left. Thankfully, she found a familiar Bicento jutting out from a lizardman's eye. Ottoheim flew in, kicking the reptile monster in the face. When it crashed to the ground, she didn't bother trying to get her polearm out of the ground. Instead, she drew her katana and crouched down. One hand on the sheath, one hand on the hilt, Ottoheim did something she rarely did. The dragon princess stood still and took a deep, calming breath. Ryu watched the moment of calm and saw a monster creep up on her Familia member. Just as it dived for Odo, the sound of steel rang through the clearing. The leaping hellhound had been cut clean through the waist. As the two halves fell to either side of the girl, her eyes darted around looking for more threats. Ryu was reminded of a caged animal on the prowl. A lizard man followed, but soon lost its head. Ottoheim used quick movements, one step at a time taking her around the burning village. She would slice the closest monster before moving on to the next. After 10 of their corpses lay scattered at her feet, she wiped the blood away on her battle dress. Then she slid the katana back into its sheath. After that, Ottoheim finally withdrew her Bicento from the first dead monster. "Ottoheim, stay close to me," shouted Ryu. The far eastern girl blinked and looked around. She spotted Ryu and dashed over. "Switch to the Bicento for the reach." The elf narrowed her eyes. "But do not lose it." She looked left and right. "Where's Urashima?" It was true. For whatever reason, the bodyguard was nowhere near the most important thing in his world. Ryu refused to believe it, and for a second, she assumed the worst. Thankfully, Ottoheim saw the dark look in her eyes and quickly raised a placating hand. "He's fine," Odo looked to the floor entrance. "We split so he could escort some villagers back to Lily." She frowned. "They were pretty badly hurt, though." "And you ran in alone?" asked Ryu. Ottoheim rolled her eyes and waved off the concern. "Oh please, I knew I'd be fine," she said with a radiant smile. "I have you to look after me, right?" Ryu blushed but tried to sound angry to reprimand her Familia. "I can't be everywhere at once, you know," said Ryu, failing at sounding stern. "Besides, it is a lapse in judgment." Ottoheim looked back over the burning town, a far-off look creeping into her eyes. Slowly, the grip on her Bicento tightened. Her pale skin turned red from the effort of squeezing so tightly. "I do apologize for that," replied the princess, her steely gaze sweeping over the clearing. "Such imagery has ignited memories better left buried." Then, as if someone entirely different appeared, her facial muscles relaxed and Ottoheim scratched the back of her head. "Guess I got a little too carried away, huh?" Ryu, who saw the sudden shift in Ottoheim's behavior, had no option but to continue forward and do her best to save as many citizens as possible. Whatever trauma was being worked through at the moment would have to wait. The two powerful adventurers made slow circuits through the burning remnants. They did not bother with salvaging supplies, only trying to find any living people. Ottoheim looked around the clearing, and Ryu would duck inside buildings. Anything to find people. Unfortunately, they only found blood and signs of a struggle. Finally, when they reached the gate leading back into the dungeon, the two women shared a nod. They had found everyone inside the city. Now, it was time to start moving outwards. They walked out into the dungeon floor proper to find even more monsters. The only difference was that these ones weren't under the control of the magic collars. They were regular monsters that had been lured here by the sounds of carnage and destruction. So, they were run through like a hot knife through butter. Ottoheim and Ryu worked in terrible tandem, the two of them like angels of death. As they worked methodically through the monsters before them, Ryu kept an eye out for Bell. He would most likely be looking for Ween, but she was worried about his mental state. She remembered how he acted with her and the revelations of her secret. Bell looked like he was different, but Ryu chose to leave nothing to chance. So, she kept one eye open for where Bell was fighting. Strangely enough, though, they found no one else. Not even the other members of their Familia. Ryu reasoned that they must have seen the rest of the survivors and waited at the floor entrance. The elf turned to leave, but Ottoheim was frowning, her eyes studying the surroundings. "Something on your mind?" asked Ryuu. Ottoheim jabbed her spear into the ground and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "It's just, this attack doesn't make sense to me. This is a big play to make, attacking Rivera and a safe floor. All for what? Capturing Ween? I mean, they probably have the other Xenos, but why bother with them?" Ottoheim looked over to Ryuu, but the elf just shook her head. Grand strategy ideas were not her forte after all. They know that we can't not retaliate, so they either think they're strong enough to take on all of Horario, or they have some other kind of plan. Ryuu narrowed her eyes. "Don't you think that you're giving these monsters a little too much credit?" Ottoheim snorted. "That's how we ended up in the position we did on the 34th floor." Ottoheim took a couple steps forward to study a pile of monster dust. She picked up the magic stone sitting at the center. "We have to remember, with every battle, if we aren't careful and leave magic stones left behind, they win in the long run." The princess put the stone away in her pocket. "No matter how long we want to stay here, we have to retreat eventually. The smart play would just be to hang down in the depths and bide their time. They can get stronger than us at a much faster rate. So, why the sudden attack?" "We can always get stronger too, though," responded Ryuu. "With every fight, we return with a better status." The elf looked to the heavens. "Besides, they could also be under orders from Freya, attack now or lose their benefits." Ottoheim nodded, conceding the point. "So, they were forced into this position and now have to make the best of a bad situation. And every fight, unless they kill us and we kill their higher-ups, we come away stronger than before." Ryuu nodded along. "When I was the Gale Wind, I knew that I wouldn't be getting any more status updates. So, I had to strike quickly and remove as many Evelys members as I could in a short period. It was total blitz warfare. Otherwise, my enemies would just get stronger." Ottoheim rubbed her chin, her eyes scrunched up tightly. Ryuu surveyed the clearing but didn't force the retreat yet. She knew that when Ottoheim got like this, there was no convincing the girl to do anything she didn't want. Endearing for sure, but also very headache-inducing. "So, if they leave us alone, we'll get strong enough to go to the bottom eventually. Familias just keep getting stronger after all. Add on to that, Freya wants them to start their war now. Whatever she's trying to do or plan, they are still going to fight to win, so they have to stop us from growing, and then they have to get strong enough to blitz us." Ottoheim surveyed the land around her. "But that would require cutting us off from the dungeon." Ryuu blinked in shock. She had never considered the possibility, but it did make a lot of sense. But how would they cut them off from the dungeon? Just blowing up or destroying an entrance wouldn't work. The dungeon repaired itself and healed. And they couldn't try to just hold a floor. That wouldn't last for long, and adventurers could just farm the monsters that were there. The Sun Seekers needed a reason and a way to keep adventurers out of the dungeon for an indefinite time. Ryuu sighed. "Listen, right now our focus is saving others, unless you've suddenly figured out what their plan is." Ottoheim shook her head. "Then we have a duty to keep working to keep everyone else safe. Understood." Ottoheim pouted. "Fine, let's go save people." Ryuu rolled her eyes, but the two of them left. They would try to find someone from their familia and find Lily. They could only stay down here for so long. Besides, a pit of worry had settled in Ryuu's stomach. Where were the strong Xenos? Where was Scipio or their top lieutenants? Where they were would be the most dangerous place on the dungeon floor. She wanted to make sure that no one she cared about was near those spots. With the half-elves, Elwyn stepped forward, a hand out behind him to signal the others. The half-elf had ventured out with Welf to find who they could in the wreckage. What they discovered were a couple of adventurers trying to lay low. One was terribly injured and in no shape to be moving forward. He was currently being carried by Welf piggyback style. The other had no weapons, but stood as the rearguard to protect his friend. Elwyn was only half paying attention to that, though. The other part was making sure that his special trick was keeping them safe. "Well, Filvis, you found anything out yet?" asked Elwyn to the ghost that floated back to him. She shook her translucent black hair. "No monsters moving forward." A ghostly finger pointed out to the trees, but signs of a struggle out that way, so I'd be careful. Her eyes swept the area. "Something doesn't seem right about this. I knew Scipio and Hora. If this was their plan, then they've gotten smarter." Elwyn frowned. "I know you don't like remembering this, but are you sure you don't know what their grand plans are? Or the plan of Typhon?" Filvis shook her head again. I was never focused on the plans, to be honest. The ghost blushed. I had someone else I was busy thinking about. Her eyes almost became solid with resolve, that and getting stronger to find her. Fair enough. Before Elwyn could ask another question, he heard a grunt from behind. He turned to find Welf staring with a raised eyebrow. Listen, I appreciate that Philvis is there and doing what she can to help us, but can we just keep moving or what? Elwyn nodded. He turned back to Phillips. Are you good to keep helping us, or do you need to get back to the ghost world? Or wherever it is you go, where do you go? Philvis looked insulted. How should I know? Do I look like someone who understands how the supernatural works? I don't know. Elwyn waved the rest of the party forward, ignoring the stares he got. Okay, but can't you use your position to try and find or listen in to what the Sunseeker's plans are? Philvis rolled her ghostly eyes. Of course not. I have a set range to this. I can only go so far from you before I get stuck. Philvis started to float away. I'll keep a perimeter and get back to you if I find anything. Thank you, said Elwyn, smiling. He had quiet moments and was honestly concerned about what was going to happen to him. Even with Leffia and Reveria and his familia watching his back, the fact that he was never alone anymore was undoubtedly a great comfort. The group of 4, which was kind of 5, walked back towards the entrance to the 17th floor. Along the way, they met up with a tired bodyguard. Oh shit, said Elwyn. You're not with the princess, is she okay? If looks could kill, Elwyn would be dead again. I do not know, we chose to split up to protect some innocents. Yura glared back at the people he was protecting. He turned back to Elwyn. I leave them in your care. Now hold just a second, said the half-elf. Unfortunately, the bodyguard had already run off again. He was searching for his other half, and he wouldn't be stopped anytime soon. So, Elwyn sighed and let him run. He turned to Welf. Okay, so what are we doing next? Welf sighed and handed off the injured man to another adventurer from the town. They all got together and started making their way back to the surface. Elwyn and Welf watched them go. Did Lily set a rendezvous time or tell us to meet somewhere? Asked Elwyn. Welf nodded. Everyone should be back here by the end of the hour. If not, we'll go looking for them, said the smith. He took his large magic sword from his back. In the meantime, we have to make sure no Sunseekers or controlled monsters sneak their way back up to the surface. Elwyn nodded, bring his staff up into the ready position. Just to let you know, I've got the crab, lion, and maiden spells active, so. Welf's shoulders drooped. Elwyn was fully in supporter mode, which meant that it was the smith's job to kill their enemies. It was going to be a long day. With the lovers, Haruheim had tried to keep up, but the Renard had learned very quickly that Mikoto sometimes got a little crazy when in combat. Haruheim referred to this Mikoto as the gladiator. It was her least favorite one. Personally, Haruheim's favorite was the lover part of her girlfriend. Then it was the guardian. Or maybe the cook was better. All that to say that Mikoto was in her own little world of mass destruction. The Black Crow was a one-woman army as dismembered goblins and eviscerated hellhounds. Does she need help? Asked one of the adventurers they were bringing back. Haruheim offered a comforting smile. No, she'll be okay. She looked back to Mikoto in combat. Besides, if you interrupted her, I don't know if you'd survive. The last creature fell, and Mikoto looked to her companions. We can now proceed. Mikoto wiped her bloody katana on her waist sash before returning it to its sheath. Please stay close. Haruheim walked forward while frowning. Don't wipe your blade on my scarf. It's going to get all bloody and nasty now. Mikoto blinked. She looked around the clearing. She looked towards Haruheim and tilted her head. Where am I supposed to wipe the blood? She showed her leather sleeves embedded with metal plates. My armor makes it hard to do it anywhere else. Haruheim put her hands on her hips. Wipe it on a tree or some leaves. Now it was Mikoto's turn to look offended. That would dishonor the blade. It must be treated properly. The Renard's ears twitched and an eyebrow quirked. So, the blade matters more than my scarf? Mikoto, that is the token of my favor. It is a physical representation of our love and relationship. These things are important. The two continued their little discussion as they walked. The people that they had saved watched on in total confusion. Thankfully, that was Haruheim's intent. She knew that she could start an argument with Mikoto by calling her samurai honor into question. Her girlfriend was stubborn like that. Honestly, Haruheim did not care about the state of her sash. The very fact that Mikoto chose to love someone as pitiful as she made the Renard's heart flutter every time she thought of it. But these people were in shock. They had just seen their home get absolutely trampled. Anything Haruheim could do to distract them from the tragedy occurring around them would be something she counted as a win. The two led their party to the entrance of the 18th floor and found a couple of their familia members hard at work. More specifically, Welf was hard at work burning and killing monsters with his magic sword. Elwyn stood a little bit behind. Sign of the crab, Canty Pink. The half-elf finished his magic, and a golden crab took shape. It used its large, meaty magic claws to hold a couple larger monsters in place. "Take them out, Welf," he cried. The smith responded with a running jump and stab. The two bugbears Elwyn had been holding were reduced to ash and dust. Unfortunately, the spells left the half-elf vulnerable. A Ligerfang standing on its hind legs had been creeping up on the mage, a dagger in its grip. "Elwyn," screamed Philvis. He turned too late and came face to face with the beast just about plunging a dagger at his heart. Then, a shadow flashed by, and the walking tiger monster jumped back. The grip on the dagger got reversed, and it drew an adventurer's scimitar from a belt on its waist. The beast flashed its fangs with a roar. "Pitiful human," it screamed. "Come face your maker, I am Shuriken, now know the name of your destroyer." Mikoto tossed her hair back from her face. She gripped her beloved katana in both hands and crouched in a ready position, blade facing forward. "My name is Yamato Mikoto, the Black Crow of Hestia Familia. You honor me with this chance to fight." The Ligerfang's blood boiled. This human was insulting him, trying to treat him like an equal. He knew that it was insulting him. All humans were the same after all, it was just like how Typhon had said. Now, Shuriken might not be an executive member, but he was still what the humans would call a level 4 in potential. He would should this arrogant being his true power. With a might roar, he launched himself at girl in front of him. Mikoto met him calmly, ducking below his jump and slashing at his thighs. In return, Shuriken was able to use his clawed feet to land a gash along her arms. Mikoto grimaced from the pain while Shuriken landed in a perfect crouch. His body shifted till he was facing her, and then he took off with a mighty leap. Along with his fangs and claws were two blades. Surprisingly, Haruheim was totally calm as she watched the two continue their duel. She had absolute faith that Mikoto would make it out here okay. Her girlfriend was a hero, after all. When the adventurers from Riviera got ready to intervene, the Renard raised her tail to block them. "Either help Sir Welf and Sir Elwyn or start heading to the surface. Mikoto would be very cross if anyone tried to intervene," said Haruheim in her calmest voice. The adventurers saw the battle before them, watching Mikoto's blade dig into the Liger's abdomen. Instead of trying to retch it out, she pulled back into a boxing position. The pain had made Shuriken drop his own weapons, but his claws were still out. The remaining fighters saw this, and then turned to look at Welf and Elwyn fighting off progressive waves of monsters. The smith let loose a massive wave of flames, and Elwyn twirled his staff like a baton. The people of Riviera chose to leave then, tired from all the fighting. Haruheim wished them well, but then returned the entirety of her focus to her girlfriend in combat. She watched Mikoto, and Shuriken's fist and claws lash out, trading blows. Watching them, even Haruheim's untrained eye understood that the Black Crow was winning. Shuriken was fighting well, but his arms and blows were sloppy. He was going for slashes, used to fighting giant monsters. Mikoto kept a cool head and ducked and weaved around every arm. In return, her gauntlets repeatedly slammed into the tough hide of the beast. With her level 4 strength, Mikoto was a relentless machine. Eventually, after ducking after a sloppy paw, her metal fist nailed Shuriken in the knee, sending him to the ground. With a brief moment of peace and fluid movement, Mikoto drew katana from Shuriken's flesh. She let it rest lightly against his neck. "You have lost." Haruheim watched Shuriken close his eyes, accepting his death with a warrior's grace. "But you will not die today." Mikoto stepped back but kept her blade at the ready. Slowly, Shuriken opened his eyes and snarled. His great paws curled into fists. "Don't insult me, human. You won't kill me like a true warrior." Oh boy, here we go, thought Haruheim. Mikoto's eyes blazed. Do not come and speak to me about true warriors. I have seen them in battle and I saw them die crying for lives. The empty fist at her side curled up. The true warrior does not exist. All there exists are killers, survivors, and the merciful. Haruheim saw Shuriken start pushing backwards, his movements jerky and full of fear. I am not a killer, now leave. The Ligerfang variant took off running. Mikoto watched him run, and then she sighed. She walked over to Haruheim and slumped over into the Renard's shoulder. Haruheim stroked Mikoto's hair. I'm so tired of fighting, mumbled Mikoto. I know, replied Haruheim. Unfortunately, I don't know if we have a choice anymore. Mikoto nodded. Then she stood back up and rolled her shoulders. Haruheim watched her walk over to help Welf and Helun. Exhaustion could wait. With the hero. Bell ran through the forest shouting as he went. Ween's ween. The boy's movements were frantic. His pace was rushed and ragged. He couldn't remember how long he had been searching. Bell knew that shouting out his location might be a bad idea, but he didn't really care. Right now, the priority was to make sure Ween was safe. Everything else could wait. Bell, came the shout from far away. Suddenly, Bell saw a blur of blue come flying his way. That was when the little voyeur came into vision. For whatever reason, she was crying. Ween came at Bell, crashing into him for a hug. Bell could feel her moist tears on his chest. The big man, Hora killed the big man. Bell was confused. The only thing he understood was that someone had died. The fact that Bell had failed to keep someone safe, again, struck deep into his heart. So, the March Hare took a deep breath. Where did you come from? What did this person look like? Bell was going to try and find out what he could to save this person's life. But he also had to make sure Ween would get home safe. Bell, over here. The boy turned, still holding Ween close, to find Ryuu and Otoheim running towards him. And then, from another side, he saw Urashima making his way forward. The three converged on his spot. Bell's heart thumped erratically till he saw that everyone was okay and unharmed. The four adventurers and one Xenos took stock of each other. What in the world is happening here? Asked Ryuu. Bell frowned. Ween said that someone died to some Xenos named Hora. I want to go and check to make sure, and I want to ask that Xenos some questions. He looked to Oto and Yura. I want you two to take Ween to the entrance and to find the others. And me? Asked Ryuu. Bell looked the elf in the eye. I want you to come with me and watch my back. Who knows how strong these Sunseekers are? Said Bell. Ryuu smiled as she nodded. Where are you going, Bell? Asked Ween. To find the killer, said Bell, and find some answers. He nodded to Oto and Yura. You can go with them. I promise that they'll keep you safe. Ween didn't like it, but she allowed herself to be led away. First, she pointed Bell and Ryuu in the right direction to get to where the dead body would be. After that, Ryuu and Bell took together side by side. Of all the people Bell didn't trust, Ryuu was very light on the list. She joined Hestia Familia later and probably wasn't part of the decision-making, not to mention that this was Ryuu. Bell had gone through too much in the deep floors to be suspicious of her now, so he continued to trust Ryuu, at least more than the others. The same could be said for Oto, Yura, and Elwyn. They had joined even later than everyone else. They were probably only told how things were meant to be. The two heroes made their way slowly in the direction that Ween had pointed to. What they eventually came across made Bell stop. He then turned to the side and puked out his breakfast. The body was boar's, he could recognize that much. But everything above the shoulders was a pulpy mess. There was no monster waiting for them. Ryuu stood by Bell and rubbed circles into his back. Seeing a dead body was never simple the first time around. More so for somebody as kind-hearted as Bell. Ryuu was unfortunately used to this and these disturbing images. She had caused her own share of mayhem after all. Eventually, though, Bell recovered and looked at the area around the remains of boars. He could not focus on it in its entirety. He saw bloody tracks lead off into the woods. Ryuu was already studying them. Just what was he trying to accomplish? Killing someone as well known as boars was a one-way ticket to major repercussions. What are the Sunseekers playing at? Said Ryuu. She looked over at Bell and the storm of emotions playing over his face. Master yourself, Bell. Whatever comes next, remain calm or else you'll be no better than a dead man. Bell tried to listen but failed miserably. Finally, he looked Ryuu in the eye. Then you're in charge. I'll listen to you and do what you say, said Belle. He looked away as his cheeks turned a light pink. I trust you. Ryu's heart skipped a beat. She tried to hold her smile down and just nodded. She led the way for the two of them. As they walked, the sound of rustling leaves came by. Put Lily down. Belle and Ryu whirled, expecting the worst, but only found Ais carrying Lily like a sack of potatoes. The straight-faced sword princess but put the little prum girl down in front of the executives of Hestia Familia. A flash of relief came over her face. You're okay, she said, her smile wider than usual. Belle turned a peculiar shade of red, and Ryu smirked. She nudged him forward towards her before crouching down to talk to the Dauntless. Are you okay? Asked Ais. She moved her head to look at the dead body. Oh. Then, with a sudden movement, she pulled Belle in close for a hug. You shouldn't have had to see that. I'm here if you need someone to talk to. Ais didn't know if what she was saying was worthwhile, but she knew she had to say it. Inwardly, she knew that she was the worst person to comfort someone. Her words were terribly awkward. After that little interaction, the four adventurers tracked the bloody footprints. Eventually, they came across a massive silverback sitting on a rock. His leg was crossed over his knee, and he was leaning forward. It was as if he knew his fate was sealed. So, he sat there bored out of his mind, waiting for the end. The silverback looked up at the approaching noise and nodded along. Good, I was wondering when you would show up. He used his foot paw to rub at his chin while one of his hands pointed at each adventurer in turn. The sword princess, the fairy princess, and the dauntless. Finally, his gaze settled on Belle. The March Hare, the rabbit foot. The monkey sneered. The little rookie, the last hero who will save the world, but decided that it didn't mean the Xenos. His words cut deep, and the girls saw it on Belle's face. Ryu and Ais stepped forward, blades at the ready. Lily prepared a magic bolt on her arm-mounted crossbow, but Belle stepped forward first. You're right, I did fail, but it wasn't on purpose. He was quiet for a second. I never wanted them to die. I hated that I couldn't save them, but I won't let you kill anyone else I care about. Belle drew his knife. I don't want to kill you, so please surrender quietly. The giant monkey nodded. A fair assumption based on the circumstances, except that it won't work, replied the silverback. My name is Hora, and once upon a time I was used by a goddess of beauty to chase down a little human with black pigtails. And then, you killed me. Hora shrugged while the others watched on in confusion. Now, I understand why it had to happen. You were protecting what you care about, just like me. The silverback stood. I'm also not so heartless to think that you don't really care. He nodded. In fact, it's all part of the plan. I don't like this, Master Belle, said Lily. And well, you shouldn't, replied Hora. If I die or don't return to my compatriots, then those horrible human-loving Xenos you care about will die, like the one-eyed man in the clearing. Hora took a step forward. You will leave the dungeon and never come back. For every adventurer, we see someone return to the dungeon. One of the Xenos that you love dies. Hora shrugged. Now, if you don't care about the other Xenos, kill me. Barrel through the dungeon and rampage to your heart's content. Hora pointed at Belle, but their deaths will be on your head. Belle, whatever you want, we'll do it, said Ryu. We can afford to retreat. Miss Ryu is right. Tactical withdrawal is okay. We can regroup, said Lily. Protect everyone for now. I stood there quietly, studying the monster in front of her. Whatever Belle did, she would do it too. Okay, said Belle. No one in the dungeon, but no one else dies. Horace smiled. Well, we don't have to wait around too much. Ryu's eyes narrowed. We'll be watching the dungeon entrance. Hora shrugged again, before turning and walking back towards the way out. If you say so, we'll still be watching and waiting. The silverback looked back. And then, we'll be stronger than you and you'll all die. He raised a paw to the sky, and we will see the sun for once. The adventurers watched the large Xenos walk off, feeling powerless to do anything. With the rival. In the depths of the dungeon, a sizable black minotaur was on his back, panting. He had been doing everything he could to train and become stronger. When he was tired from training, that mad skeleton beast had tracked him down. Asterius had heard all reasons and arguments before. None of that mattered to him. All that really mattered was getting stronger to face his rival. So, he had refused to join in on the crusade. Apparently, the so-called king of the Xenos didn't like that. At the time, Asterius was stronger. Now that wasn't entirely true. Typhon had found Asterius at his weakest and most tired and laid into him. As hard as the Minotaur had fought, he was in no position to continue. The Black Minotaur didn't like it, but he had been bested. "I will not kill you, brother," said Typhon, "but you will only receive mercy once. Do not come looking for us." The giant skeleton gave the Minotaur a final stomp to the head. Chapter 41. After Hora walked off, the Hestia Familia members and Ais reconvened before making their slow way back to the surface. The mood was low. They had saved most of the citizens of Riviera, but the death of Boars and the fact that all their Xenos friends were held hostage was like a dark cloud hanging over the party. Welf and Ottoheim took the lead, making sure that everyone kept walking forward. The worst was Ween, who blamed herself, and Ryuu, who cursed at her weakness. There were going to be lots of decisions made when they got home, but they also had to report to Finn and the Guild on their mission. The Palom had overall control of this war, and he would most likely not enjoy this loss. Lily fell into step beside Belle. She saw that the boy was too deep in thought to notice her approach, so she stood by silently, ready to support him if he needed it. Belle finally saw her when they passed the 10th floor, but only looked at her from the side. The Palom was just about ready to tear her hair out in frustration, but held back for the moment. What was more important was making sure that Belle felt safe and had someone to talk to. Maybe Ais, Ryuu, Welf, or Ottoheim would be better now, but they were busy thinking about other problems. "No matter how you cut it, we lost in a big way today," said Lily. She would start talking, and if Belle wanted to listen, then he would. "Just like in our expedition, we're on the back foot, Master Belle, but there's still a chance that we can make this right by the end." Lily kept her eyes forward. "I can make the report to Mr. Finn while you make sure Ween is comfortable." Belle looked over, a frown on his face. "Whoever Finn sees, he's going to be pretty upset too. He doesn't like failure, and I am the captain of this familia," replied Belle. Lily nodded. "Maybe so, but I'm the one that this familia trusts with their command. I am the one that made the mistake today and brought us failure." Lily felt the sadness creep up on her, and the reason that Mr. Boris died so horribly. Once upon a time, if Lily had said that, she would have seen Belle scramble to find an answer. He would have stuttered out a response about how it wasn't her fault. Now, though, he was quiet and contemplative. Belle didn't say anything for a minute, and the two walked in silence. Finally, he opened his mouth. "I think that this is all of our faults. We didn't even stop to consider that the Xenos could be in danger. We just jumped in head first without a thought for the rest of the world." Lily saw Belle's frown deepen. "Except we didn't even jump in. We threw a party. We knew that things weren't going well, and we still wasted time to throw a party." Belle shook his head. "This isn't just my fault or your fault, Lily. The blame lies with all of us, including Finn." Lily snorted. "Well, Lily will still be the one to speak to Mr. Finn, and Lily doubts she'll say it like that." She adjusted her supporter pack. "But Hestia Familia will not be sharing the blame alone, and Lily will make it clear that if Mr. Finn attacks while the Xenos are in danger, Hestia Familia will be staying out of this conflict." Belle blinked, and Lily rolled her eyes. "Would Master Belle want to say anything else anyway?" Belle shook his head. "Mr. Lid and the other Xenos have to be protected. They cannot be thrust aside so that we may fend for ourselves. Someone else has to be there to stand up for them." Lily shrugged. "As Goddess Athena would have said, we must give a voice to the voiceless, so that we may stand together and in doing so be stronger than any army. So, Lily will present the terms to Mr. Finn." She looked back over her shoulder. "And Lady Ottoheim will be coming with me. She will have some useful insight." Belle blinked. "What makes you think that?" He also looked back at the kind warrior. "I know that she had a rough upbringing and that she helps you with your strategy. I didn't realize she could help with. I guess this is a hostage situation." Lily sighed. "It's fair that you don't know, seeing as how she doesn't tell people, but you should ask, Master Belle. It might give you some insight." Lily looked at the ground. "There are a lot of people that want to talk to you right now." Belle blinked, and slowly, he put together what his supporter was trying to say. He felt the heat rise up his neck and nodded. "What would those people like to say?" Lily kept walking, but her hands tightened around the straps of her pack. Gaze focused on the ground, she put one foot in front of the other. "They would say that they were sorry, and that their goal had never been to hurt you. They kept secrets because they thought it would keep you safe, that you were the last person they ever wanted to hurt, and that they understand if you don't trust them right now." Bell nodded. He put his thoughts in order and considered everything that Lily had done for the past year and a half. How she was his first real friend and ally in the dungeon. "I would tell them," began Bell, "that while I didn't trust them for now, I would still want them by my side for all of my adventures in the dungeon." Bell blushed. "I'd want them around for the rest of my life." Lily hated herself for the way her heartbeat sped up. She hated that even if she knew Bell would never love her back that way, she would always be drawn back to him. It drove her nuts. Sometimes, she considered if the love thing was worth it and where her love came from. She had spent a lot of time talking with Goddess Athena about this very topic. Some people fell in love because they were saved, and Lily had to ask honest questions about that. She loved Bell, she understood that much, but how long would she wait around? When would she choose to finally start living for herself? All of these were questions that Athena had posed to her relentlessly throughout her year of study. All so that Lily could find some kind of understanding for herself. Know yourself better than your enemy, for then you'll know your limitations and avoid being tricked and exploited, said Goddess Athena, dispensing another pearl of wisdom. Personally, Lily found them a little too generic, and that Athena was working too hard to sound wise instead of just being wise. Still, such is the way of the deities in the end. So, the supporter and the adventurer walked back to the surface in silence. There was still a rift between the two of them, but it was slowly healing. It would only be a matter of time. When they got to the surface, Ais, Lily, and Ottoheim left to report their findings to Finn, and to have a long discussion about what was going to happen next. Ryuu and Urashima went to go check on the citizens of Riviera and to make sure that they made it to the surface safely. The rest started to walk home and to put Ween to bed. The little Vuiver had fallen asleep on the way up, and Mikoto was now carrying her piggyback style. Bell had offered to do it, but Mikoto had insisted, just in case Bell was called off somewhere by the guild. As they were walking to the hearth manor, the jostling of the steps woke Ween up. The dragon girl slowly blinked the sleep away from her eyes. While she took in her surroundings, her nostrils flared, and she sniffed a couple times into Mikoto's shoulders. "Mikoto, why do you smell like Haruheim?" asked Ween. The samurai stuttered in her steps, and her cheeks turned a rosy shade of pink. She resumed walking and hitched Ween up further on her back. Slowly, she explained her new relationship while Ween listened attentively. Next to them, Welf and Elwyn were snickering. Haruheim watched on fondly, patting next to Bell. Eventually, she looked at her one-time crush and smiled. "I'm happy that Lady Ween is safe. You did well to rescue her," said the Renard. "How are you doing?" Bell didn't look the Renard in the eyes. Haruheim nodded. "Ah, true enough, you are still reeling from the truths we kept from you. Maybe I can be of some assistance." "What do you mean?" asked Bell. Haruheim gave him a small, tired smile. "I do, in fact, have some experience about the topic of keeping secrets." Her ears twitched. "Or rather, how secrets can be kept from you." And at that moment, almost all of Bell's anger towards Haruheim vanished. It was only when they finally returned to Haruheim's original home in the Far East that they told her the truth of her circumstances. Bell had watched Haruheim fall to her knees and weep. The Renard had needed a whole day to grapple with the knowledge. She had locked herself away and had not spoken to anyone. Finally, she emerged as if she was a different person. With controlled and forceful anger, the way she had confronted her father had stunned Hestia and Bell into total silence. Haruheim had been like a hurricane and took their lies in stride. She had been open and honest about how it had made her feel and then declared that she was done in the East. Her next goal was to find Mikoto. Looking back on it, the crush was undeniable. Unfortunately, Bell was very oblivious. Still, if anyone would understand what it would mean to have the people you trust lie to you, it was the Enshin Tenko. "So, what would you say?" asked Bell. Haruheim looked to the sky. "You have to ask yourself, what does the secret really change?" Bell tilted his head. "What it really changes." Haruheim nodded. "In the end, having my virginity intact didn't erase the fact that my father got rid of me. It didn't change the fact that I had become a prostitute and was sold into slavery. And whether or not I was a virgin had no impact on who I would one day fall in love with." Haruheim's eyes focused on Mikoto, and her lips gave way to the softest of smiles. Bell heard her tail swish with a content motion. "She cried when she heard that I knew the truth." She had just defeated 50 opponents in single combat to secure her freedom, was covered in blood, and all she could do was apologize and bawl her eyes out. She had wanted to be there herself, to tell me. She looked back to Belle. It was then that I understood how could such people have ever meant to do me wrong, and how I could be so angry. She placed a gentle hand on Belle's shoulder. Your emotions are valid, and if you choose to be angry, that's okay. But for me, to know that you all loved me enough to lie straight to my face, I have never felt so warm in all my life. The Renard shrugged. But again, my secret changes nothing about who I am. That night after, the Renard finally stumbled on her words, her tail curling upwards. After me and Mikoto made love, when I awoke, I felt no different. I had committed this fabled act of sex, and nothing had really changed. She shrugged. So, I want you to think, now that you know is what has changed, who are you now that the secret is out? Belle nodded along. The advice was sound, as far as he understood it. The problem was, he knew so little of who he was. The more he peeled back and thought about what had come before, the more he realized that he was just a product of what other people wanted him to be. He thought back to the message from his parents, who mentioned Hermes and Zeus. How the two deities apparently had some part in his upbringing, and what path his life would take. What in the world was he supposed to do with that knowledge? And then there was everything that Freya could have done. When Belle learned the truth of Sir, he quickly put the bits of information together. Freya had given him the grimoire that gave him his magic, and the silverback that attacked him and Hestia was probably from her. So many instances of action where these supposedly kind and benevolent deities were deciding his life for him. And what did Hestia do in response? She only ever asked for one thing, that he come back home to her. And when Belle thought about why she hid the secret of Lyris Fries from him, he could see her kindness. Hestia hadn't told him because she never wanted to choose his path for him. Now that Belle knew about this dangerous skill, he was almost sure that his adventure up to now would have changed with earlier awareness. Belle was acutely aware of his numerous faults, and he could only dimly guess how he would have acted. In his quest to be stronger, what would he have thrown away to get to that goal? To be like the sword princess, Ais Wallenstein. The thought scared him a little. So, Belle wasn't really angry at anyone, but he was a long way from trusting them again. All this time, Haruheim watched on. Belle Cranel was still her hero in many ways. He had saved her from certain death. So, she was happy that he was starting to put the pieces together once again. The Renard then looked forward to find Mikoto and Ween glancing back. "What are you talking about?" she asked. Mikoto's blush deepened while Ween smiled. "Mikoto told me about how you two are together now. You're in love, right?" Haruheim nodded. "Yes, I love Mikoto very much. She is my most treasured person." The Renard walked up to press a kiss to both their foreheads. "And you are a close second, Ween." "Yay, I'm still number 2, cheered the voivoer, waving her hands from Mikoto's back. "And Haruheim is happy." Ween stopped before looking down at Mikoto. "Wait, you have to say it back." Mikoto startled, almost dropping Ween. "What do you mean I have to say it back?" Ween pointed at Haruheim. "You have to say that you love her." Mikoto looked over, and her blushing and confusion morphed into a deep pool of affection. "I love you." And now Haruheim was blushing. Off to the side, Elwyn was shaking his head. "I swear, these people and their declarations of love. It's all quite sappy, don't you think?" he asked Filvis. The ghost elf shrugged. "I don't know, I believe it to be rather sweet." She narrowed her now pale red eyes. "You could do with telling Lefia how you feel more. She deserves to be loved, openly and fully." "I tell her all the time," responded Elwyn loudly. At his sudden declaration, he got quite the number of stares from his familia. He grumbled. Meanwhile, Ghost Filvis giggled at his misfortune. Elwyn knew that she hadn't been happy in the beginning at this sudden change in living, but he was glad to see that she was finding some way to live with it. Well, as much living as she could do. Suddenly, she had stopped laughing. The thought of Elwyn's mortality had apparently sparked something in her. She took the time to try and poke his chest with a ghostly finger. Unfortunately, it passed right through him. "By the way, you need to get better at keeping an eye out. You almost got yourself killed when that monster attacked," said Filvis. Elwyn looked away, some kind of far-off look in his eyes. "It's hard now, since I can't feel fear, my instincts are dulled, that fight or flight thing that other adventurers have." He looked down at his fists. I don't have that anymore. It's not a part of who I am. Filvis frowned. What do you mean? Those instincts are born of fear, and I don't have that anymore, replied Elwyn. I can't be afraid, so I can't feel anything, and instead I'm stuck like this. Some freak of nature. Filvis snorted. Take it from someone who is actually a freak. You're fine, and even if you were, you have a lot of people out there who love you and will watch your back. She paused to consider a thought. That said, we're going to need to find some sort of new way for you to be aware of your surroundings. Me and everyone else in the Familia can only be around you so much, and I shiver at the thought of what Reveria would do if something happened to you. She stopped when Elwyn grinning at her. What? Elwyn shrugged. Nothing, just glad that you're considering yourself a member of this Familia. If a ghost could blush, then Filvis. At the moment, though, she was still flustered. And you're cute, too. I can see why Lefia was so in love with you, continued Elwyn. I'm going back inside your head. With that final scream, Filvis disappeared with a little poof sound. Elwyn chuckled and kept on walking back home. When Hestia Familia finally got there, Hestia was sitting on the front steps. In her dainty, little hands were an opened envelope and a piece of paper. With their enhanced eyesight, everyone saw that it bore the stamp of the guild. Is everything okay, Goddess Hestia? Asked Mikode. At first, the goddess did not answer. Instead, she continued to study the letter, a frown slowly developing on her face. Her bare feet tapped an irregular rhythm on the ground. Eventually, she sighed and folded the letter back up. It was only then that she looked up. Apparently, she had not noticed the rest of her Familia. She startled and hopped up onto the top step. When did you all get here? Asked Hestia. About a minute ago, replied Welf, who started making his way inside. Mikoto followed, intent on putting Ween in a proper bed. Haruheim walked beside her to also make sure that the Vuiver got some rest. When Elwyn made to step inside, Hestia stopped him. Belle also stood outside, obviously intrigued about what was in the letter. Come on, you two, said Hestia, standing up. Special request from Aranos. Apparently, he wants a meeting with the two of you in Fells. Elwyn frowned. What in the world could they want with me? He nodded at Belle. Him, I get, he's the hero guy. Probably some Sunseeker stuff, but where do I fit into it? Hestia shrugged. No clue, all I know for sure is that they want the three of ASAP. What else did the letter say, Goddess? Asked Belle. Hestia sighed. Some stuff about Freya. Fells has some ideas apparently to combat her charm. She handed the letter over. You can try reading it yourself, but it's the language of the gods. Belle did, in fact, want to read it over. His mistrust meant that he wanted to make sure that he wasn't in trouble, or that Hestia was hiding something else. Unfortunately, she had been telling the truth when she said it was written in the language of the deities. The boy could not read a single word. Let's hurry up, boys, called back Hestia. The sun is starting to set. Belle blinked in evident confusion. It was then that he looked up at the sky. It had really only been one day so far since he had the initial meeting and then learned the secret of his status, and then sprinting to the 18th floor and coming back. The whole thing was kind of crazy when he thought back on it. The three made their way down the main boulevard on their way to the guild headquarters. When they got there, Ina was thankfully waiting for them outside. She smiled at Belle, and he returned it readily. Ina had never wanted anything else from him and didn't know about Lyris Fries, thankfully. So, his smile was earnest. She began escorting them into the guild hall interior. They turned down side passages until they came to the area of Ouranis's throne room. Inside was Ouranis, and Fells was there too. The ghost man was holding what looked like one of the purple collars of the Sunseekers. At the sight of it, Belle and Elwyn had to stop and stare. Hestia and Ina kept walking in, unbothered. The six gathered close, and the adventurers in the room felt the overwhelming presence of the god. Horanos, indeed, held the feeling of the old myths of deities. Something was overwhelming about him. Good, you have arrived, said the god with his booming voice. I require your help, Hestia. Matters with Freya have suddenly become clearer. Belle tilted his head. They have, how it's not like we accomplished anything. Fells held up the collar. On the contrary, due to the attack on Rivera, one of the fleeing residents got their hands on this particular magic item. He held it towards Elwyn. While inspecting it, we found the logo of Hecate branded onto its inner lining as well as the name of its creator. Elwyn reached forward to take it but held the item lightly as if it would burst into flames. Slowly, he turned it over in his hands to check for other telltale markings and signs. Finally, he read the inside inscription. When he saw the name, he scowled. His eyes narrowed behind the frames of his glasses, and his lips were bitten into by his teeth. What the hell is Archai doing making magic control collars? He asked to no one. Belle took a step back, flinching from the malice in the half-elf's voice. He had never seen Elwyn so angry and incensed. The partial royal's hands trembled from how hard they were squeezing on the cold metal of the ring in front of him. Hestia reached out to lay a hand on Elwyn's wrist. He relaxed at her touch and looked over at her. Her face was gentle and carefully relaxed. Is it okay if we ask who Archai is? Elwyn nodded, still holding onto the magical metal ring in front of him. He kept his eyes focused on Belle and Hestia. Having to stare at the skeleton or the overwhelming god would be too much for his little brain to handle. Still, though, his brain was clouded with rage. That is until a gentle breeze washed over it. He felt Phylvis trying to comfort him. He relaxed a bit. She didn't say anything, but she didn't need to. Everything was all right with Elwyn now. He took a deep breath of air. Archai was my best friend growing up, but he was a lot smarter and more talented than me, said Elwyn, slowly turning the collar over in his hands. When he got to level 2, he got the Enigma development ability, just like he always wanted. He stopped adventuring after that and turned his mind to tinkering. He looked over his glasses at Belle, had a one-track mind, like a certain someone that I know. Belle blushed and Elwyn smirked. His eyes returned to the collar. My man Archai was brilliant, and he was one of the few who never judged me for my heritage, Elwyn snorted. All he said was, okay, now hand me that wrench sitting over there. He was a good friend. Elwyn handed the collar back to Fels. That's his all right, and if that means what I think it means, Archai was kidnapped, possibly charmed into leaving and coming here. Elwyn rubbed his chin. Honestly, Freya's absolute charm would have been the only thing to work. Archai couldn't be bought, and he would have no desire for her beauty. Hestia blinked. He wouldn't. Elwyn nodded along. Archai wasn't into that stuff. Never was interested in guys or girls, just doing his tinkering and making magic tools to help society. The half-elf glared at the collar. That's why I know he's being forced. My best friend would never make something this hurtful and disgusting. Are you sure it's him, though? Asked Ina. I mean, it could be another ploy by Freya to try and direct our attention elsewhere. Elwyn snorted. Nah, using Archai would be the smart play. Elwyn gave the rest of the occupants the side-eye. She would be banking on the fact that none of you would suspect someone from outside Horario being able to make something like this. Fels made a thoughtful humming sound. Elwyn continued. No offense, but you lot don't really have the highest opinion of people outside your city. It would be hard for you to even conceive of someone like Archai, an Enigma user, existing that was not part of Horario. This is what Freya wants. She wants you all focused inwards. That way, you don't get outside help. There was silence after Elwyn spoke. Everyone ruminated on the thoughts, and then Uranus chuckled. Well, it seems Freya has underestimated some of the people of the city, said the sitting god. Hermes is out in the world right now, gathering allies as we speak. His hands rested on the chair. Many of you know that my focus is on the dungeon. His lips seemed to twitch downward, but even I am tired of Freya's games. His eyes looked out and gained an unfocused quality. There is a catastrophe looming ever closer, and we cannot afford something as childish as Freya's whims distracting us. Uranus's hands curled into a fist. To be so irresponsible and still call herself a queen, nothing short of shameful. Fels floated forward. Thank you for confirming this, Elwyn Eljoss Ruffrot. You are free to go. The skeleton turned his eyeless gaze to Hestia. Working with the orders of Lord Uranus, though, I would ask that you remain. I have some ideas and questions that I want to run past you. He turned to Belle. You may leave as well. Miss Ina, if you please. Ina bowed to her superiors and then led Belle and Elwyn out from the building. They gave a little wave to Hestia as they went. So, Belle, began Ina, have you had a chance to read the documents I left with you? Belle shook his head. I've only skimmed through them, if I'm being honest. As much as I want to say that I read them right away, he paused, I'm a little scared. Elwyn nodded. Makes sense. I was the same way when I first heard about Reveria. I swung back and forth from wanting to know everything about her to knowing absolutely nothing at all. In the end, though, I discovered that knowing about my family was better than not. He frowned. Speaking of which, I think I see my darling sister now. Ina and Belle gave him a quizzical look. So, Elwyn pointed his finger, and their gazes tracked it up the street to where a tall jade green-haired high elf was marching down the road. Riveria nodded at Ina and Belle before focusing on her little brother. She patted him down to make sure he wasn't injured. "Did you run into that creature?" she asked. "Which creature?" responded Elwyn. "Don't play dumb. Your commander and the dragon princess already showed up and reported that the moss monster was likely on the floor somewhere. Did you run into it or not?" asked Riveria. Elwyn rolled his eyes, so Riveria cuffed him over the head. Elwyn rubbed the tender area. "No, I did not run into him, didn't run into anyone, and I stayed out of combat." He shrugged. "I'm in supporter mode right now anyway." Riveria nodded, and it should stay that way. Her eyes moved over to Belle Cranel. "I heard that you have come to some major revelation, Belle Cranel." She put a hand on his shoulder. "Just remember to take it easy." Belle nodded. As that happened, Elwyn looked between Riveria and Ina. He pursed his lips before focusing all his attention on the half-elf guild advisor. "With your ancestry, we're like relatives or something, right?" He smirked. "We're cousins, I think." He put a hand out. "Put it there." Ina seemed a little flustered at the motion. She turned a shade of pink at Elwyn's forwardness and then flinched away when another voice echoed down the street. "What in the world are you doing?" said Leffia, marching close. "What do you mean?" asked Elwyn, looking between Leffia and Ina. "I'm talking to my cousin. What are you doing?" "I'm here to check on you," replied Leffia. Elwyn nodded. "Fair enough, I guess." Suddenly his eyes popped open. "Oh yeah, I meant to tell you I love you, Leffia." His loud proclamation was met with wide eyes from everyone there. Riveria slapped her palm to her face, cursing herself for her dumb, idiotic brother. Who said that out loud like that anyway? Leffia, red in the face, then dragged her boyfriend away. The whole time, while she was berating him, the only thing Elwyn heard was Filvis laughing at his misfortune. Meanwhile, in the Twilight Manor, Lily and Ottoheim finished explaining the situation to a shocked Finn, Gareth, and Loki. The massive dwarf hid his large frown by stroking his beard. "I don't like this. If these lasses speak true, we've just lost access to the dungeon. That's bad for any number of reasons, least of which is our own training being reduced to nothing," he said. Loki was scowling and looked like she was about to pull her hair out. "What does that haughty, bitchy, goddess of beauty think she's doing, helping these monsters?" Finn just studied his thumb. "A smart move if I've ever seen one," the Palom sighed. "One thing at a time, though." He looked Lily in the eye. "First, how do we save the hostage Xenos?" Lily blinked, caught unawares by Finn's statement. The braver gave the Dauntless a sardonic grin. "I know that I'm a worthless wannabe hero, but even I would think it wrong not to secure their safety first." Loki nodded, her trademark grin gone from her face. "Not to mention, we'd be dishonoring Rere if we let her family die like that," said the scarlet-haired goddess. "The rule problem will be selling the public on our inaction," added Gareth. "We're going to need to work with Ganesha on that one." Loki dismissed him with a wave. "Leave all that busybody stuff to Ganesha and Royman, we'd be no good at it anyway." She looked Lily dead in the eye. "The real question is, where are the hostages? If they're being kept at the bottom of the dungeon, this just got a lot harder." Before Lily could answer, Ottoheim shook her head. She had been mostly silent the entire conversation, only chiming in occasionally. "It would be stupid to keep them that deep." She stepped up to the desk. "If you're holding prisoners, then the most important thing you need to do is ensure that you are in total control of the prison." Her gaze fell to the maps and documents lying on Finn's desk. "The dungeon is too messy to be a proper place to hold anyone." She then studied a map of Horario. Not to mention that if they want to make good on their threat, it would have to be somewhere close by. "The communication necessary to know that we'd be on the first, send that down to the deep floors, and everything in between is too much." Finn steepled his hands, sinking deep into thought. "Oh, and do you have any ideas, lass?" asked Gareth. Ottoheim shrugged. "I'm still new here. My best guess would be somewhere like the safe floors, but if they mean to turn those into choke points, that also wouldn't be a good idea." Lily nodded along. "So, Somewhere the Sunseekers could be in control while being both close enough to make good on their threat, but secure enough that we can't break in or they can't break out. The Dauntless stamped her foot and squeezed her head. Gah, Lily hates riddles. Does a place like that even exist? The room was quiet, and eventually all eyes settled on the braver. If anyone could figure this out, it would be him. Unaware of the attention, Finn breathed out a single word. Gnosis. Chapter 42. Elwyn sat with the rest of Hestia Familia in their lounge. Ween was asleep, thankfully, so the others decided to reconvene and pool all their collected knowledge. They all said their apologies and condolences when Elwyn mentioned that Archai had been abducted by Freya. The half-elf just shrugged in response. Yeah, it's bad, but there's some good news to go with it, he said. He leaned back with a content smile. The others waited, and he did not respond. Welf narrowed his eyes. Don't be a smartass. When Elwyn remained quiet, Urashima knocked him over the head. All right, said Elwyn, rubbing the back of his head. He looked at the rest of his familia. Freya kidnapped a member of my old familia, and my old captain isn't going to stand for that. His eyes glinted. Hecate Familia is on the warpath for Horario. He looked at the others' shocked faces. Even Ryu's eyes were a bit wider than usual. A battalion of battle mages is on its way. Before everyone could get too hopeful, though, Lily sighed. While all help would be welcome, it does not solve the main problem about Freya Familia. She looked over at Elwyn. If we don't have a way to stop their executives, then we're done for. Even with Loki Familia, beating them is not a guarantee. Especially when they have the warlord, not to mention the power of Freya's charm. The room went silent at the reminder, but Belle looked resolute. That's why Goddess Hestia is with Fels and Uranus. They will figure something out together for Freya. Our job is to deal with Otter. There was a pause, and Belle suddenly remembered himself. He looked around nervously to see if the others would disagree. That was when Ottoheim laughed. She patted Belle on the back. Well said. Besides, with the braver and some possible Haruheim magic, I think we should be doing okay, said the Dragon Princess. Not to mention, the more folks we have to help out with the riffraff, the more that our best fighters can focus on Freya's best fighters. Every hand, no matter how small, makes the heavy lifting easier. Lily shrugged. Suppose so, but Lily is still going to make plans for the king. She looked over at a frowning Makoto. And yes, those plans will not involve putting Lady Haruheim's life in danger, Miss Makoto. Now please stop with the glaring. The Black Crow looked away, turning a light shade of red. The sight made Elwyn chuckle. His familia could still find the bright side of any situation, even in the most serious of time. As he watched, Lily stood up. The rest should be saved for when Goddess Hestia finishes up. The Palom cracked her back. Then Lily will share what Mr. Finn had to say and our coming role. For now, everyone should do what they can to prepare for battle. 6 months in the past. When Lily first arrived in Altina, Goddess Athena took the time to take her on a tour of the facilities. The goddess wore nothing ostentatious, no jewelry or accessories. Instead, Athena wore a simple white gown and a bronze helmet over her chestnut hair. Her brown leather sandals were worn with age, and she wore similar wrappings around her wrists. Lily was used to more from her goddesses. They often wore strange outfits and played up their more outrageous personalities. So, when Lily first met Goddess Athena, she thought it would be more of the same. Instead, she was met with a dignified ruler who took their time and spoke with purpose. Athena took the weight of her kingdom seriously and spent every day in meetings making sure that Altina was running the way it was supposed to. In the first week of visiting that Lily saw, the board. A sizable wooden slab standing tall in the foyer of Altina's Capitol building with dozens of names on it. Next to each name were 2 sets of numbers. One was easy enough to figure out since it was a ranking system with the top name number 1. The other number made no sense to Lily, though. The only thing she understood was that the higher the number in the ranking, the higher the number next to it. Athena noticed her staring. The goddess smiled. So, I see you have found the board, she said, standing next to Lily. A marker and testament to the work of my familia. Lily pointed up. What do those big numbers mean? Those are their points, replied Athena. She looked down at Lily's questioning face. You will find no great warriors here. There is no dungeon or nest of dragons. Her gaze turned towards the city. And even with Nike's Colosseum, we cannot match the ferocity of Telskura. Her eyes clouded. Even our once famous magic has faded ever since the departure of Hecate and some other magical gods and goddesses. She looked back at Lily, and the prum withered under Athena's intensity. But I will not let my people fall to the wayside. She took a deep breath, her shoulders dropping. Instead, I chose to train the one thing they could not remove. She tapped her temple. Our minds are the most dangerous weapons in our arsenal, and those minds will be sharpened in the academy of my familia. Athena turned back to the board. Thus, I created this. She tossed her arms into the air. You will not find anyone above level 2 in my familia, but together nothing can destroy us. Her last words were cold. We will endure. Lily let the words hang in silence. That speech was all well and good, but Athena still hadn't answered Lily's question. But what is it for? Athena turned back, and her smile held a surprising amount of warmth. It's for games, of course. In the present, Bel sat in the foyer of the Hestia Familia home, waiting for his goddess. As he did so, Lily worked industriously beside him. Everyone else had left to prepare in their own ways. The prum's nose was buried in a collection of documents. On them, Bel recognized the names of many famous adventurers. What's that for? Asked Bel. Lily looked up. Master Finn has begun separating all the familias that will be needed for the coming battle. She held up sheets of paper. These are the first drafts of how squads will be divided as we delve into the dungeon. Bel blinked. We won't be separated based on familia. The Dauntless shook her head, eyes back on her work while she talked. That line of thinking has some merit but is woefully short-term. This is not an expedition. It is a full-out war. And in war, there is chaos. Compound that with whatever the dungeon will throw our way, and we cannot run the risk of relying on familial bonds. She held one piece of paper. So, in the beginning, the familias will be mixed up. This way, adventurers will learn to listen and work with people they might not know. Bel grabbed the sheet of paper he was handed and began scanning the names. There will still be a squad commander, or captain if you will, for each one. They will be the first-class adventurers from the top familias, and then they will each have at least one level 4 to serve as their lieutenant. Bel looked to the top of the papers, and his eyes almost popped out. The squad that Master Bel is holding is the 3rd General Infantry Squad, to be run by Anakitty Autumn, with her second-in-command to be Ottoheim Nakamura, said Lily. Lily, Yura's not on this paper. Lily sighed. Yes, Lily knows. She is ready to receive the verbal assault on that one, but they are both level 4s with high combat experience, and Yura is needed elsewhere. Bel went quiet then and continued to watch Lily work. He must have been doing something because he watched the little Palom girl sigh again. Ask your question, Master Bel. Lily scratched out one name and added another. You want to know what your position is, correct? Bel blushed a little but nodded. For now, you are going to be in the vanguard skirmishers, right in front of Mr. Gareth's heavy infantry, added Lily. She ruffled through some papers before handing him one from the bottom. Your leader will be the sword princess herself, and you are the lieutenant. Bel scanned the paper and took in just how many level 3s and 4s were on the form. All of them were names that he was at least a little familiar with. These were all the up-and-comers from Horario. Many of them had competed in the level-up tournament. After a moment of reflection, it made sense, though. If Ais was going to lead them, they would need to keep up and hold the line. So Gareth is leading the heavy infantry. What's that? Asked Bel. Lily nodded, anticipating the question. Suddenly, Bel was reminded of his many lessons with Ina. He was also eternally grateful that Lily was still around. She wasn't the most physically capable, but this familia was even close to her intellect level. And Altina had made her even brighter. The heavy infantry is one of the special units, where adventurers with similar skill sets will be matched together. The heavies are one such group and are the first line of defense and require strong warriors, like Mr. Gareth and Mr. Auka. Bel nodded along. That made sense after all. And where's the rest of our familia? He asked, suddenly worried for his family. Mr. Welf will be with the other smiths, under the supervision of Miss Tsubaki. Mr. Urashima and Miss Mikoto will be in the scouting unit, led by Tgthegood with Miss Ryuu as their second-in-command. You know where Lady Ottoheim is, and Lady Haruheim will be with the supporters and baggage train. Lily squinted, a frown forming on her face. The only question is Mr. Elwyn, and whether or not he's with the Dia Saint and the other healers, or if he's with the mages like Lady Reveria and Miss Leffia. And what about you, Lily? Lily smiled then, the excitement bleeding onto her face. Lily will be with the command unit, headed up by Mr. Finn. Lily is to be his personal assistant and adjutant of the whole adventurer army. Bell nodded, still frowning. He knew that his familia was strong, there was no doubt about it, but having to run off on his own and leave them left him unhappy. If something happened to them while he wasn't looking, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. You don't have to trust Lily, said the Dauntless. For once, Belle had captured her complete focus. If that's too much to ask for, that's fine, but trust Lily's strategy and that she doesn't want to lose anyone too. Belle nodded. He couldn't trust Lily again, not yet, but he would trust her mind and her drive to keep her loved ones safe. 5 months is the past. When Goddess Athena had first said games, Lily had thought she was joking. But then the system had been explained, and Lily had been slightly blown away. Altina had massive game halls, scrimmage centers, and full-blown theaters, all designed for the purpose of allowing members of Athena's familia to test their tactical knowledge against each other. And at the same time, they learned strategy at her academy. When they graduated, after gaining the approval of Athena herself, they would go into the world and sell their services as generals and advisors. Part of the money they made would then return to the academy to continue the process. At the academy stage, though, some of the higher-ranking members judged their performance in these games, who often served as tutors and teachers. The higher-ups would give them points that were then added to the total. The more points someone had, the more resources they gained access to. Over 300 people in the city were part of Athena's familia at any given time. The large wooden board only had the top 100, along with some other notable names. "Wait, Mr. Finn is on the board," asked Lily, pointing up near the top. Athena nodded. "Indeed, it's actually part of the testing. My lower-ranking familia members will pit themselves against famous commanders and reenact some of their most famous battles. Try and see how these great commanders could have done better." Athena smiled, lost in a memory. One of my older members then made it a personal project to see how the commanders still living would stack up against our own. Horario's Braver and the elf known as Hedin are both in the top 20. Lily double-checked to make sure. Indeed, Finn and Hedin were both only at rank 14 and 17, respectively, and the gap between the famous Braver of Horario and the leaders of the top 10 spots was vast. Lily tracked the points all the way to the first-place spot and had to blink. The number 1 general had twice the amount of points of the second-place person. In Horario terms, that would make him the highest of first-class adventurers, the otter of the strategic world. Athena must have seen Lily's face, because she started laughing. "Yes, that's my Alexander for you. He's quite great, isn't he?" She stopped to consider the board, still smiling. Still, though, Sun Tzu has been slowly closing the gap between them, and stubborn old Odysseus isn't going to let himself get left behind. She sighed fondly. All those stubborn boys. If they're not careful, Joan and Boadicea are going to pull the rug out from under them. Lily turned her wide eyes back to Athena. The goddess talked about these supposed geniuses of war like they were still nothing but children. Just how brilliant was this goddess? Lily never dared ask the question. Instead, she followed Athena to a loud dormitory-style building. Inside was chaos, with people all sitting in front of chessboards, shogi, and the game they played out in the Chios Desert, Helvin. There was much laughing, even more drinking, and a couple of fistfights. That all stopped when Athena clapped her hands together. Order was quickly restored as her students scrambled to their feet. They all gathered around, their inquisitive gazes boring into Lily like she was something to dissect. "This is Lilaruka Ard. She will be starting at the bottom and training with the rest of you for the next 6 months," said Athena. "Treat her just like you would anyone else." She nodded. "That is all. Continue with your games." She pointed into the crowd. "Except for you, Marcus, you come over here." As everyone else went back to their games, a young man with brown hair and tanned skin stepped forward. "Show her the ropes, okay?" said Athena before leaving. Lily turned to Marcus, who looked her up and down. Again, Lily had a distinct feeling that she was being studied. This was going to be some long training. In the present, Hestia had finally finished her meeting with Fels, and it was a doozy. She was tired, and her brain felt like it was going to explode from all the information that the skeleton had pumped into it. There were plans upon plans upon plans. When she got home, the first people to greet her were Belle and Lily. They explained that the others were keeping themselves busy while they prepared for war. The two adventurers were led to their office, where Goddess Hestia sat at the desk, almost letting her head fall forward. The things she would need to do just to keep Freya off the board were already starting to take their toll on the diminutive goddess. But then she looked up at her children, and she knew that it would all be worth it. She let herself enjoy the silence of the office, not wanting to talk about what she had just worked on. Thankfully, Belle was willing to sit there quietly for a moment. Unfortunately, Lily wasn't so generous. "So, what did Mr. Fels want?" asked the Palom, arms crossed across her chest. Hestia sighed. "It was mostly a lot of stuff about how I can counter Freya directly." She rested her head in her palm, and how to stop Freya from just charming everyone into oblivion. Belle frowned. "Is her charm really that bad?" Hestia nodded. "Think about it like this." She brought up her hand, flat on the desk. "This is the level of a monster's charm, from things like mermaids and the like." She raised her hand a little. "Then you have the charm effectiveness of items made by Enigma users and healers. Effective, but there are some problems." She raised it a bit higher. "Then, there's the charm strength of adventurer magic. Some of you children have found some perilous magic, but not without some faults." She smiled ruefully. "Just look at what happened when that pedo girl tried to charm Aurora." Finally, she lifted her hand all the way up, stretching herself as far as she could. "And then there's the charm of the goddesses, and in this case it's Freya." She tried to give her most serious look. "The charm of a goddess is nothing to mess with. I'm not even sure that people who are supposedly immune could withstand it." Belle frowned. "So, Urashima and Ottoheim might be charmed anyway." Hestia shrugged, letting her hand drop back to the desk. "It's hard to say with their immunity since it's based on their feelings. If their feelings are strong enough, then they'd probably be okay. Same with you and your new Lyris." Hestia frowned. "Elwyn might be okay, though, since his skill is based on his death." She looked over at Lily. "How's he doing, by the way?" Hestia watched Lily give it some deep thought. Eventually, she blinked and came back from whatever faraway place she had been sitting in. Lily then took a second to take a deep breath. "He's still adjusting to whatever happened to him. His senses and awareness have been pretty off, and there are a lot of times where he's almost let himself die." Her face was grim to Hestia. "His loss of fear might cost him his life." Hestia nodded, adding that to the list of things in her head to figure out and try to fix. "You guys need to focus on preparing for the war. I'll talk to Elwyn and make sure he's paying attention," said the goddess of the hearth. Belle nodded. "But what about with Fels and Freya? How are we going to fight her charm?" Hestia grimaced. "Fels said that the best thing we can do for now is to not talk about it." She pointed at herself. "I'm immune because of my status as a virgin goddess, and Fels has already made some protection for himself." She pointed at Belle and Lily. "But the rest of you are at risk, so, as much as I hate to say it, I have to keep my plans with Fels secret." At the sigh of Belle's frown, Hestia gave a rueful grin. "I know it's not what you want to hear, but I can tell you this." Belle and Lily leaned forward. "I went to visit Dixon before coming back home." Belle's face distorted in confusion, but Lily sat back and gave a knowing nod. Belle looked between the two, not really understanding what was going on, but Hestia just smiled. "Sorry, Belle, that's all I'm allowed to say." The goddess motioned towards the door. "Can you get Ryuu for me, though?" Belle nodded and went to the door. From her seat, Hestia saw Lily roll her eyes at the goddess's antics. 5 months in the past. Lily spent the first month in Altina taking strategy classes, playing games, and learning from Marcus Agrippa, who was ranked 51 on the board. While Athena Familia was polite, many of them held their distance. These people were smart enough to use caution, so none of them underestimated Lily. Usually, people's lack of confidence in her was one of her greatest strengths. However, that had been robbed from her. One day, when she had said this to Marcus, he nodded. "That was most likely Lady Athena's strategy. She wanted to test you in the truest sense." He looked up from the book he was reading. "It's a good sign that you noticed, though. It bodes well for your growth. That said, many are wary and still expecting you to fail eventually. They're just cautious about it." He gave her a smug, all-knowing grin. "So, what are you going to do about it?" Lily scratched her chin, putting down the book she was reading. Finally, she smirked. I'll have to flip their expectations. Lily ruthlessly pursued every lead for the rest of the first month for those willing to play against her. Marcus had hinted at a strategy to her. Lily could have intentionally lost games and then used the power of expectations to instill in everyone's mind that she was nothing but a loser, that she did not deserve to be here. And then, she could flip the tables on the naysayers and rack up easy points to move higher up on the leaderboard. Now, the reason Lily wanted to move up was partially because of her pride, but she also wanted the chance to challenge new opponents. Those who were in the top 100 very rarely played against those not on the board. Marcus had laughed at the very suggestion that Lily could play against him. If Lily was going to push herself, she needed the clout to play at the big boys' table. The other reason was that the more advanced lessons and knowledge were locked away by one's rank. Lily had already made some steady progress and had climbed her way to number 239, but her reading materials were still woefully limited. When she had made an offhand comment about it, Marcus had rolled his eyes. That's the point. How you overcome adversity is up to you. You either shape up or ship out. Lily considered many options. A quick glance at the rules of the Athena Familia crossed out any use of her transformation magic. It would most likely get her expelled from the city. That also felt wrong to Lily. She wanted to earn her way to the top by actually being a good strategist. So instead, Lily decided to use a strategy that she had learned growing up in the slums of Horario. It was not the strategy Marcus was suggesting, but it was similar. Lily was not being underestimated or overestimated. She was sitting in the middle ground of uncertainty. Marcus's plan would work but would take time. Lily needed to grow and rise up quickly. She only had 5 months left after all. So, it was 1 week later that she strode with purpose to a game hall. "Wait, please don't tell that you're actually going to do this," asked Marcus, following Lily. As she looked over at him, the prum decided that she liked the human. Not only was he incredibly clever, but his motivation was to make a better home. He was trying to learn how to improve the state of affairs of Altina. Many were simply here to prove that they were brilliant, which was part of the plan. Lily gave him a wicked grin. "Lily needs to speed up the process. Is this not the best way to do it?" she asked. Marcus sighed. "Yes, it is, but it's also not going to work." Lily just patted him on the shoulder. Poor naive Marcus, thought Lily, expecting the best in people. Lily had no such delusions. She had been kicked and beaten more times than she could count. She had very little status, and all of that was recent. Lily's research had shown her that the opposite was true for these members of Athena Familia. They all almost singularly came from wealthy backgrounds with private tutors. They also did not know Lily. Instead, they did not know who she truly was. The outside world held a certain distance from Horario, after all. So, when they heard that Lily was from there, they assumed that she was an adventurer. The Palom had decided not to correct anyone on that minor technicality. The game that Lily had chosen to play today was called Supply Run. The game was obviously meant to teach players how to manage the more mundane parts of their army. Both players had their all-important supply train and a series of skirmishing pieces. The goal was simple: outlast your opponent till they ran out of resources and had to forfeit. That was the basics. However, within that was a deep set of rules that required rich knowledge of food and waste management. The details would be boring to any regular person. It was a necessary lesson for these keen-minded people who sought to be at the tactical top of the world. It was also a game usually played by the more advanced. The information was not so readily disseminated. These students from noble backgrounds only studied waste management when they had to. When Lily took a seat at the table, a large gentleman sat across from her. His name was Augustus, and he was the 132nd rank strategist. Typically, someone 100 levels above Lily would never lower themselves down to her station to play. But Lily had played into the nobility's hands. Lily knew people from her time in the streets. She knew that in the end, people would be greedy. Not because they were evil or mean, but because they wanted things. Everyone wanted to have more, so Lily brought something for them to have. "Let me see the prize," said Augustus, haughty and assured of his victory. Lily could feel Marcus's eyes trying to burn a hole in her skull. Lily ignored him, though, and pulled out a long, jagged blade shaped like a lightning bolt. "A Krazo magic sword," declared Lily. Those words caught everyone's attention, and soon the hall was full of onlookers. Lily placed the blade on the table as she spoke. As promised, Lily will put up this one-of-a-kind magic blade. If Mr. Augustus wins, it is his. Lily also knew how to pick a mark. She had enough experience in that department, swindling people out of their prized possessions as an adventurer. Augustus was the perfect target. The tanned, dark-haired boy, who was an Altenon native, nodded. He brought out the game board and its pieces. And 30 minutes later, he put the pieces away. His face was red, and he looked ready to explode. Marcus and the other onlookers were in similar states of shock. Meanwhile, Lily was laughing. She had picked Supply Run because she was a supporter, not an adventurer. She had all the prerequisite knowledge because it had been necessary to her survival. But she didn't have to tell anyone else that. As Augustus marched off, trying to hold his head high, Lily left in the opposite direction. Marcus followed behind her. Now wait for just a second. Wasn't the plan to win a big game to attract more challengers? He asked. Lily nodded her head. Yes, but if Lily tried to play any of the other games there, Lily would lose, she shrugged. Lily knew she could win that game, but not the others, which means that it's study time. It was true. Lily did not know how to play the other games, but no one else knew that. All they saw was her walk in, play an advanced game, and then handily beat someone high above her station. Initially, no one would approach her because they were cautious, so Lily had to go to them. Now, though, their pride, curiosity, and greed would bring them to Lily. She didn't have to chase down opponents anymore. Instead, she could study so that when opponents came, she would be ready. She explained all of this to Marcus later, and the young man got a curious look on his face. He then left Lily for her studies. She watched him go but said nothing. She had work to do after all. Behind closed doors. So how'd it go? Asked Alexander, playing chess against Odysseus. How'd that little prum girl do? Marcus sighed. She did exactly what you said she would, and Augustus walked right into her trap. Alexander nodded. Lilaruka Ard, the level 2 supporter, not information many would know. He moved a pawn forward. Well, except for all of us, that is. The room of the leading strategists nodded along. Some were reading, some were recreating mock battles, and some were playing games. No points were on the line at the moment, though. This was all in good fun. Has she made the big discovery yet? Asked Joan, still reading her book. Marcus frowned. She's on her way, I think. Honestly, she's probably the least conventional strategist we've had in a while. Alexander smiled as he moved his pawn forward to the last spot. He exchanged it for a queen. Good, otherwise, this would all be dreadfully boring. In the present, Lily read the books in her room. Among them was a copy of The Art of War, which had been a gift from a friend. In her collection were some other choice titles, recently written and published in Altina. In front of her was a game board. To the uninitiated, it would look like that she was in the middle of a match with no one. In Lily's mind, though, she played against a vast array of vicious opponents. Despite her jump to level 3, the Dauntless was still nothing more than a weak little prum. Her magic was an illusion, and so was everything else about her. But deep inside of her burned something else. At her core, Lily was still a survivor. She'd keep going, she'd keep improving, all the way till she could return to Altina and wipe that smug grin off Alexander's face. Off to the side were a collection of extra pieces. Lulun had made a special delivery the night of the winter festivities from Lord Hermes. With Elwyn's knowledge, some were making sense. Many bore the resemblance of mages, with tiny wooden staves and hats carved into their visage. Lily set those aside as Hecate Familia. A different set of pieces had a 3-pronged spear carved into the bottom. More allies from Hermes, hopefully. 2 pieces, more weathered with age, were cut into the shapes of rabbits, which was obviously meant to represent Belle somehow. The last piece left Lily confused, though. It was a spider. With the god of messengers. In his tent, Hermes was lounging on the sofa. The god had just met back up with the rest of his lovely familia and was now basking in the success of a mission almost complete. Hecate had quite quickly signed on to help his familia, and so had the others. There had been some surprises, the girl being the biggest obviously, but those had been nothing but good. All was looking up for the god. That was when Isfi walked in and drank a whole pitcher of wine. Hermes just laughed. So, I take it that those 2 guests went off on their own. Isfi grunted. Hermes gave her a knowing look. Now, we both knew that trying to keep that woman here would be impossible, he shrugged. Better just to let these things play out. The god stretched, content with how his game was unfurling. Chapter 43. Elwyn was sitting on the floor of his room, trying to meditate like Riveria had taught him. His newest experience in the dungeon had made one thing readily apparent to the elf, that things were not going right in his brain. Even though his eyes were closed, he could feel the presence of Phylvis. He knew that if he opened his eyes, her ghostly figure would be staring back at him. "Just try to ignore me," she said, guiding him through meditation. "Focus on the inner turmoil. Listen to what your heart is trying to tell your brain." So that's what Elwyn did. He turned his gaze inward, searching for something. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. All he knew was that he needed to find his fear. Elwyn needed to find his emotions, or else he felt like he would lose himself, and that was supposed to be scary, right? Unfortunately, he did not find any of them. He ran through his memories and tried to remember what he had felt at the time. Elwyn knew what that had felt like at the time, but now he had trouble picturing and remembering those same emotions. But he refused. He didn't know how long he was meditating for, but eventually he was stirred from his thoughts by a knock at the door. "Come in," he called. Hestia popped her head inside, a tiny and tentative smile on her face. She stepped all the way through, nodding her head to Elwyn and then turning to nod at Phylvis. The two discovered that due to Hestia's falna on Elwyn's back, she could use that to feel and sense where Phylvis was whenever she was outside of Elwyn's body. It was a little disconcerting at first, but the half-elf could always feel Phylvis's joy at being recognized by someone else. If only he could feel the same. "What is it, Goddess Hestia?" The goddess sat down on the floor across from Elwyn, legs crossed. Her twin tails bounced as she sat, and toes wiggled and curled. Elwyn noted that she was in a new azure sundress with white trim. Her smile was as bright and benevolent as ever. "I just wanted to talk to you and touch base about what's been going on with you." Her smile turned rueful. "I have been hearing some worrisome things, after all." Elwyn looked away until he felt a spectral poke to his cheek. He looked over to find Phylvis glaring at him. The ghost elf gestured with her head to the side, towards the goddess. "Now come on, tell us what's wrong," said Hestia. She reached out to take his hand. I thought it was only my fear that I lost," began Elwyn. "But the more that I try to focus and meditate like Riveria told me, but I'm having so much trouble finding any of my emotions. I can't remember how I felt about anything. It's like there's this great big pit." "That's because you haven't been looking for your emotions," replied Hestia. "You've been looking for fear. You've been trying to think about when you were afraid." Phylvis's eyes narrowed. Elwyn hung his head. "Yeah, okay, I was looking for my fear, but what's your advice then?" Hestia chuckled. "I don't know much about meditation, so take what I say with a grain of salt." She held up a finger. "But I found that trying to remember a direct emotion isn't easy." She looked him in the eye. "You children are so unbelievably complex that just trying to think of a simple emotion will never work." She took his hand, spread his fingers against her own. "It's never just one emotion with you lot, there's always something else going." She wiggled her little pinky. "When you're happy, you're also excited, or maybe you're sad. Maybe something happened with Lefia and you're feeling the joy of love." With each word, Hestia wiggled a finger. "If you want my advice, never look for your emotions head-on, look at the fringes. Look for where the memories overlap." Elwyn nodded along as Hestia continued. "If it's fear you're looking for, think about what emotions you'd be feeling at the same time." Hestia's smile changed, and Elwyn felt incredible warmth seep into his very soul. "Think about Riveria and how anxious but excited you were, how angry you were at her, but how sad you felt that she didn't know you." She shrugged, and the silly little aura that he was used to returned. "At least, that's just my opinion." She made to get up, but Elwyn reached out. "How do you know all of this?" he asked. Hestia rolled her eyes. "Okay, one more quick story." She pointed out the window towards the sky. "When I was in heaven, it was my job to receive the offerings of all the children of the world. I had to use them to keep all the godly flames going." Her eyes gained a far-off look, and Elwyn was suddenly reminded of just how old Hestia really was. With each offering came your feelings at the time. There was reverence and anger that you had to give up food to beings you did not know. Some were sad, offering up food to try and guarantee safe passage for someone that they loved who had passed away. Hestia shrugged. I didn't have much to do, so I always had a lot of time to think about what those emotions meant. Suddenly, she turned shy. Her cheeks turned pink. Her hands went aplay with the ends of her raven-black hair. Honestly, said Hestia, part of the reason I came down here was that I wanted to understand these emotions even more. Hestia smiled, and Elwyn's heart melted. I wanted to feel the same way that you all did. She left him alone after that, telling him that he had an hour before Lily would bring everyone together for the next step. Philvis nodded along. She's a lot smarter than she seems, and I have a feeling that she's right. She narrowed her eyes again. So, shut your eyes and do this properly. You seem awfully invested in this, said Elwyn. He expected a snide remark. Of course I am, even if we've only been around each other for a bit. Philvis's words failed her for that moment. You're important to me too. We're part of the same familia, aren't we? Elwyn smiled. Yeah, I suppose we are in the same familia. Then Elwyn turned inward. The half-elf went searching for fear at the edges of love and sadness. The next hour was going to be long and probably very difficult. Thankfully, he would never be alone anymore. With the Dauntless, Lily sat in front of the gathered members of her familia the next day. She had decided against going over the whole plan. Instead, she used the familia meeting to explain how they would be split up for the expedition army. Before she could speak, though, Hestia had an announcement for them. The goddess of the hearth had a grin going from ear to ear. Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to the newest level 6 of Horario. Hestia gestured with a hand towards Ryuu. The fairy princess is now at the same level as the sword princess. We really do have a top-tier adventurer here to protect us. Ryuu turned an absolutely adorable shade of red as she did her best to avoid looking anyone in the eye. That plan failed horribly when she felt Mikoto grab her in a crushing hug. Her apprentice was shouting some kind of congratulations, which was echoed around the room. Honestly, though, Ryuu only cared about the opinion of 2 other people. One was a waitress and not currently here. The other was her captain, who was sitting in front of her. Belle was smiling, but he was also studying her, and Ryuu saw confusion in his eyes. I thought you were waiting, Ryuu, asked Belle. The elf nodded. I was, but then Bors died. Her gloved hands clenched, and the happy mood of the room died. A friend died because I wasn't strong enough or fast enough to be there. She took a deep, shuddering breath. And then, I had the awful thought of what it would have been like if it one of you. She looked at her familia. The steeliness in her blue eyes was gone, replaced with a deep sky-blue melancholy. I got so scared that I just couldn't wait anymore. I needed to be stronger. The mood was somber, until Welf finally nodded along. Yeah, that sounds about right. He crossed his arms. We all have to get stronger for each other. He gave Belle the side-eye. And our love lives, right, Captain? Belle gave a rueful grin. He also turned a light shade of pink. Yeah, you're right, we have to get stronger. He looked over at Ryuu. So, I guess we all have to catch up to our vice-captain, right? There was a resounding yell throughout the house. Hestia Familia reaffirmed their commitment, but their jubilation was stopped by a loud fist slamming on the coffee table. They looked over to find Lily, looking over them with a steely gaze. They all got sheepish as she stared them back into their seats. While Lily is glad that everyone is so enthusiastic, she would like to return to the meeting, said the prom. She brought out an extensive collection of papers. This is the rescue operation for the Xenos being held by the Sunseekers. Belle sat up. Wait, we know where they're holding the Xenos. Lily shook her head. We have a strong idea. Mr. Finn believes that they are being held in Knossos. She explained how the guess was made, with Ottoheim chiming in occasionally. Lily is inclined to agree. Holding the Xenos anywhere else runs the risk of them all escaping. Lil shrugged. That said, Mr. Finn wanted to make it clear that it's Master Belle's choice to move forward. She raised an eyebrow. He knows that saving the Xenos is your agreement to move forward. If you trust his judgment and the judgment of Lily and Ottoheim, then we can begin. If not, then we can take the time to continue gathering intel. However, it'll all be dangerous. She shrugged. Your choice. Belle did not respond immediately. Internally, he struggled around his choice, which Lily saw and understood. She was Belle's supporter and would continue to support him. For now, the plan will remain the same. For this operation, most of Hestia Familia will be operating separately from the main force. We will be joined by Miss Aisha and Miss Lulun, who have much more knowledge than us about the layout of Gnosis," added Lily. Elwyn raised a hand. "Pardon my ignorance, but what in the world is Gnosis? Everyone keeps talking about it, but I'm still unsure about what it actually is." "It's a man-made dungeon," said Welf. "Some whack job took the real dungeon as a challenge and decided to make his own. It goes down around 24 floors if I remember correctly." Welf turned to look at Lily, who nodded. "Who in the world would do that to themselves?" asked Elwyn. "Seems just a little bit obsessive, right?" Mikoto nodded. "Obsessive is correct, and so would be mad. The original architect was Daedalus, who built the Labyrinth Street in Horario." Elwyn blinked in surprise. "Wow, so one man made all of that. Didn't he make Babel as well?" Haruheim shook her head. "He made Babel, but he only started Gnosis. For centuries, the project has been carried over by his descendants." She brought her hands together as if in prayer. "It's as if the madness of his obsession has carried forward, infecting everyone who came after him." "It's also where the Xenos were being held captive originally, back when we first met them," said Belle. The boy looked up, a fire in his eyes. "I don't know what it is, but something is telling me that they're being kept there again. Gnosis was almost refurbished into a monster-holding den, wasn't it?" Lily nodded. "My instincts are telling that you and Finn are right, Lily, so you can tell Finn that I'm on board with whatever plan he has." Belle nodded, more for himself than anyone else. "I want to save my friends." Lily clapped her hands together, excited for what came next. "Okay, so here's the plan." With the adventurers, a large crowd was gathering in front of the entrance to the dungeon. It had only been several days, but already the very idea that adventurers weren't allowed to go down into the depths was starting to cause unease throughout the city. Adventurers were supposed to do their job and go down in the dungeon. Ever since the guild had closed it off, all these powered individuals had nothing but time on their hands. It had only been a week, but street-side brawls had seen a significant uptick. Ganesha Familia was trying to do their best to keep the chaos to a bare minimum, but people were getting fed up. Already, the lack of magic stones was starting to cause disruptions in Horario's production and sales. Most high-end familias kept a repository of volleys in case of emergencies. Those same familias were now having to dip into their savings, and those would not last forever. And those familias that had no emergency funds were now suffering. They did what they could to get part-time work throughout the city, but the pay was different. Demeter had never seen so many volunteers work in her fields. There was a problem in Horario, and the Sunseekers were bringing it to light. For centuries, the city had been able to protect its monopoly from outside forces. The guild and its adventurers had gotten so complacent that they never even thought of the dungeon being taken away from within. The worst part was that with the guild's silence on the matter, all that was left was rumors. The survivors of the 18th floor did not help these rumors, even if the guild had sworn them to secrecy. After all, these vagabonds had been drinking just as much as everyone else, and their lips were loose. Unfortunately, none of them even knew a fraction of the truth. So, things were exaggerated and blown out of proportion, especially regarding Hestia Familia. People could be seen standing outside of Hearth Manor, demanding answers from Bel Cranel and his family. The city was on edge now, even more so than when there was trouble on Daedalus Street. Even when Freya had taken the city hostage over a year ago, people had known why it happened. The mysteries surrounding the problems now were ones that none of the citizens were used to. Fear ran rampant. This is why when low-key Familia took to the streets, led by their executives, people were quick to follow. One of Horario's strongest familias attracted quite the crowd, and it only grew when Bel Cranel joined them on one of the main boulevards. The whispers built into almost crushing sounds. Bel looked like he was trying his best to ignore them, and Ais was there standing close, trying to protect him. People did not notice, though, that the rest of his familia were nowhere to be found. He walked alone, but that wasn't on anyone's mind. After all, many still thought of Hestia Familia as only important because of Bel. They ignored the rest of its members. Even Freya, who was watching the proceedings of these silly, puny mortals, did not see the missing piece of the puzzle. Such was the strength of her obsession with Bel Cranel, and as she watched on, Freya smiled because all the players were in their proper places. Eventually, the demands of the citizenry would require the guild to storm the dungeon. The Sun Seekers would execute their prisoners, and Bel Cranel's soul would rage. He'd burn through the dungeon like a true war hero of legend. The battle would be long and costly, including the loss of one annoying sword princess, but Bel Cranel would return to her purified. His body might be broken, but Freya would be there to take care of him. She'd nurse him back to healthy, safe in Folkvanger, and the rest of the city would be too injured to do anything about it. Not to mention that if anyone did try to stop her, she'd just charm them. The only one who could stand in her way was Hestia, and as much as Freya respected the little goddess's love and devotion to her children, it wasn't worth much in the end. Freya would have her otter, with his pure transparent soul intact, and all would be right. And anyone who stood in her way would fall. She knew this to be accurate because she was a queen, and she got what she wanted. She motioned for Otter to do his work, ensuring that they would guard the city when the time came, and then kept her eyes focused on the hero named Bel Cranel. And watching her was the loyal attendant, Otter. For this woman who he admired with everything he had, he would go to the ends of the earth. But watching the obsession that built inside her, and how the rest of the world would burn to see her will fulfilled, he was reminded of what the boy Bel Cranel had said to him all those weeks ago. And one more question floated into his mind: why wasn't he enough? With the braver. In front of the dungeon, Finn Damney planted his feet and waited. His best guess was that someone would come. These Sunseekers seemed too wise not to have someone ready and waiting at the door. Negotiations were a vital part of a siege, after all, or a hostage situation. Whatever the historians would call this battle. That wasn't what was on Finn's mind, though, because he understood that the historians wouldn't be speaking about this part. Maybe in only brief passing. Yes, he had to hand it to the little Palom girl. She really was becoming a contender for the hero of his people. It was a shame that she refused his marriage. Oh well, maybe Tyone was right, and they could adopt some children. These rambling thoughts were cut short, because out of the shadows of the doorway strode a monster walking on two legs. It was a variant of the gargoyle monster, with white marble skin instead of the usual dark granite. The assembled crowds all gasped in shock and horror. Many began to back away slowly from the sight of a monster on the surface. "Do you have a name?" asked Finn. The monster paused. Then, to the astonishment of everyone around, it spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. "This one does not carry a name that disgusting humans should speak," it replied. Finn smirked. "I am not a human, though, I am a prum." The gargoyle let out a low, rumbling sound. "And I am more than a monster, but you would never call me as such." Finn nodded, conceding the point. Off to the side, Bel watched on. His whole body was trembling with nerves, but only Ais was paying enough attention to notice. She reached and took his hand, and she gave it a firm squeeze. Bel appreciated the gesture, which is why he held in his grimace of pain from when she crushed his bones a bit. He wasn't worried for anyone in the square, though. He was worried about everyone else. With Hestia Familia. In Daedalus Street, the rest of Hestia Familia, with Lulun and Aisha in tow, made their way to one of the doors to Knossos. They passed through buildings, all of them wearing one of Fels's invisibility cloaks. Lulun had one of the maps that had been drawn up from the last time a Familia had been in there, and Ryuu held a ring clutched in her fist. Lily had given the mission and the strategy, but with Bel not here, she was in charge. She felt her level 6 strength coursing through and felt like she could take on the world. Every minute, she made sure to take a couple of breaths to keep herself calm. Ryuu checked her back to find Mikoto and Ottoheim standing close behind. The three of them would be the spear to pierce Knossos as quickly as they could. In the middle were their mages, Lulun, Welf, and Lily. They were putting their faith in the Krazo magic swords to protect them. Finally, bringing up the rear were Urashima and Aisha. They were the rear guard. Their mission was simple. While all eyes were focused on the spectacle in front of the dungeon, Hestia Familia would break into Knossos and free the Xenos. The day before. "Wait, so Finn and the rest are going to be the distraction?" asked Bel. Lily had just finished explaining the plan. The others nodded a long while in slight confusion. They would probably need to ask some questions about the details, but it all made sense. "Not just Finn," added Lily. "You need to be there as well, Master Bel. Freya could be watching for us, so we need to guarantee that her eyes will be focused on the dungeon." She gave a roguish grin. "Then, when everyone underestimates us without Master Bel, we'll cut through Knossos, find our friends, and save the day." "Wait, I'm not going to be there," asked Bel. He was frowning. Lily shook her head. If we are going to have any chance of pulling this off, we need to keep everyone's eyes on the front of the dungeon. The best way to do that is with you, Master Bell. You are the city's hero and you catch everyone's eyes. Especially the women, and most importantly, Freya, she's the one we need to distract. Lily sighed. If she really is working with Sunseekers, then she could find us and report us missing to the Xenos. I see, said Bell. He was still frowning, though. He hated the idea that he was abandoning his allies, especially when it involved the Xenos. And it wasn't that he didn't trust his familia, but he didn't totally trust his familia with Lyd and the others' safety. Apparently, it showed on his face. The others looked a little hurt but didn't say anything. Don't trust us, trust the plan and our ability, said Lily. We want everyone as safe as possible. Bell took a moment. He felt everyone's eyes on him, and he felt the unease shiver through his body. None of them looked hopeful, but they did look pleading. So, not genuinely believing himself, he nodded along. He would go with their plan for now, but he was still unhappy about the situation. Inside the dungeon, Hestia Familia made their way through Gnosis. They took the smaller passages and did what they could to avoid any patrolling monsters. They hid behind corners and moved as quietly as possible. This was the other reason that those in the van and rearguard were picked. They moved with almost perfect stealth and precision. The only weak link was the middle. However, Haruheim was not even carrying a supporter sack for that very purpose, and Lily had only the bare essentials. And in those moments that they had to move quickly while still being quiet, the others would pick up the supporters on their shoulders to carry them. Haruheim went on Mikoto's, which they were both secretly happy about, and Lily went on Otoheim's. Welf and Elwyn were just good enough to keep quiet and take care of themselves with a bit of coaching from Urashima. Okay, so the map says that we just passed the 10th floor. If your hunch is right, Dauntless, then we need to probably get to the 24th floor, said Lulun. They had paused at a quiet intersection and listened to the dog girl talk. Her ears twitched back and forth, checking for incoming monsters. They had been careful not to be caught or kill anyone. If they killed one mind-controlled monster, then the Xenos controllers wouldn't be far behind. The hard part would be what comes after the liberation, but Ryuu wanted everyone's focus on what was in front of them. Any idea where on the 24th? Asked Ryuu. Lulun bent back down to the map, studying the hieroglyphs in front of her. She mumbled some words while tracing her finger over the page. Eventually, she stopped. Yeah, right here. This big room in the middle of the floor should have everything we need, she said. Ryuu nodded. All right then, let's keep moving. I want to be down here as little as possible. She looked over everyone. And if you see anything resembling a main base or settlement, let us all know. That is the #1 place we must avoid. The others nodded before they started their journey again. They dived deeper and deeper into the man-made dungeon, intent on freeing their friends. But more importantly, they wanted to survive the next battle. With the hero. On the surface, Bell stepped forward. He felt like he should know the monster gargoyle standing in front of him. He knew the odds of it being the gargoyle he once knew were low. Still, ever since Filvis and that moss-huge reincarnated, Bell couldn't be sure about anything regarding the way of the dungeon. Why did you come to talk to us? Asked the March Hare. His tone was not angry but curious. We knew you would come. Our king wanted to see what pathetic deal you would offer, came the raspy voice. But know this, the end is near. The safest thing you can do is take your people and leave this city. He raised his voice. Abandon your homes and abandon all hope, Horario. Your time of reckoning has come. His eyes homed in on Finn again. And there's nothing your precious little adventurers can do about it. Slowly, the crowd that had followed them to the front dispersed in the face of this significant threat. They had all backed away, even while many were still entranced by the vision in front of them. Many had only heard rumors of the talking monsters, and some had heard nothing at all. But here was undeniable proof. Not only were there monsters that could think, but they could talk just like humans. Bell flinched as he heard the terrifying gasps behind him. There was nothing to be done for it, though. In fact, they had to keep as much attention as possible. Why are you holding the dungeon hostage? Why not just try to trap us inside? Asked Bell Cranel. The gargoyle paused and considered the question. His head looked back at the dungeon as if he was in communication with another entity. Then he looked back. His eyes were on Bell. The boy heard someone try to step forward, probably Ais, but then he heard the angry whisperings of Reveria. Bell wanted to tune it out, though. Right now, he needed to focus on the monster so that the monster would focus on him. "We are not all strong enough," came the gargoyle's eventual reply. "Our king, in his wisdom, knows that we must be even stronger." "My, that's quite the weakness to reveal," chimed Finn, thrusting himself back into the conversation. There was a movement at the monster's shoulders, as if he was shrugging. "We are the Sun Seekers. We must live in reality and be honest about our positions," said the Xenos. "That doesn't stop the fact that we will destroy you soon. Our army will wash over this city like a great wave. So, I tell you again, run from here and never return." Finn shook his head. "No can do. I must become the savior of my people, and your dungeon is the best place for me to do it," said the braver. Apparently, that had struck a nerve. The monster growled and opened its mouth. It then began to lecture the Palom and the human. From the corner of his eye, Bell saw Finn wink. Apparently, things were still going according to plan. With the saviors. Back in the dungeon, things were going fast. Everyone seemed to understand that the deeper they went, the greater the chance they would die. They also knew that Bell could only keep the monsters distracted for so long. They all loved the captain dearly, but lying was probably one of his weakest points. So, they propelled themselves to the 24th floor at full speed. Typically, it would take longer, but with everyone at least level 3, minus Haruheim, who was carried, the floors blurred by. It also helped that Lulun knew all the shortcuts. "Okay, we're down here. Where do we go next?" asked Ottoheim, leaning her Bicento on her shoulder. Lulun looked down at the map and then up at one of the 3 passages in front of them. She glanced left and right before finally pointing down the far right passage. The others made to follow. But then the sound of pattering came down the left aisle. A small group of hellhounds, all with the telltale purple eyes, came trotting out. They stopped to look at Hestia Familia, and Hestia Familia stopped to look at them. The monsters opened their mouths to howl and alert the rest of the guards when a flash of purple cut right through them. The monsters exploded in a silent poof. Standing over the piles of ash was Ottoheim. "I'm guessing we don't have long," she said. "Now, it's time we got out of here." The others nodded, dazed by her speed and efficiency. Ryuu took particular notice of it. This was the second time that the usually loud and boisterous warrior got quiet and contemplative. The elf did not understand why the warrior was getting so extreme these days, but it was a little disconcerting. So, Ryuu left a reminder in the back of her brain to check on her Familia member after this mission. "Let's move everyone," ordered Ryuu. The others jumped to it, and they all took off down the right passage. All around them, the sounds of monsters began to ring in their ears. Things were going to be getting very complicated indeed. With the uneasiness. On the surface, the distractions seemed to be working. Finn quickly taunted the gargoyle Sunseeker whenever his rant slowed down, and so the monster kept going on and on. Bell was not doing so well, though. The dark thoughts in his head continued. He needed to see with his own eyes that the Xenos would be okay. His eyes darted away from the dungeon to the floor where Knossos sat and finally out towards Daedalus Street. And eventually, the gargoyle noticed. "What are you staring at, Bell Cranel?" it said. "Oh, nothing," replied Bell, jumping at the attention. He looked around wildly. "I was staring at those birds." Internally, Finn slapped Bell. The gargoyle growled. "Why are you here? Why are you listening to me?" He turned back to the dungeon. "What are you doing?" Then he roared. It was a loud, piercing sound that was then echoed back from the entrance to the dungeon. "The deception is your last," screamed the gargoyle before it took off back to the dungeon. Finn frowned. "We need to buy them more time." He looked back. "Everyone, forward, don't pursue too far, but don't let the Sunseekers and their pets escape." He looked back at Bell, shaking his head. "Well, you can go find your Familia, I suppose, but take Ais with you." He walked his Familia, who was now in combat, and Bell felt Ais approach more than heard her. She didn't say anything. "I know Ais," said Bell. "Now, let's go after my Familia." With the writer. While this all happened, the hostess of fertility shut its doors. Mia could hear the storm brewing, and she wanted to make sure that her place could be a sanctuary when it broke, which also meant that the waitresses and most of the other staff had the day off. Lunwar was trying to use that time to get her man to take her out for a date. Sorry, but I think I'm finally onto something, replied Dixon, scribbling in his book. I am quite literally lying in bed, waiting for you to ravage me, said Lenoir, falling backwards as she threw her arms in the air. At that, Dixon turned around. And while I do most certainly plan on that, I have a song I have to finish, he said. About what? What song could make you ignore your partner so much? Asked Lenoir, sitting up. She moved to take a peek, but Dixon anticipated it. He hid the song sheets in a large pile. Sorry, love, but I can't tell anyone. It's my familiar stuff. Lenoir huffed but left him alone. Her cuteness in that moment was too much for Dixon, who got no more work done that evening. Chapter 44. Ottoheim did not think that things were going well. They had made their way down the right passage, the sounds of monsters growing closer, and had almost broken down into a sprint. The level 2s and 3s had been scooped up by the level 4s and 5s, which had taken away access to their weapons. The only people who could fight were Ryuu up at the front and Ottoheim, who had dropped to the back. The Dragon Princess gladly took over as the rear guard, looking out for her fellows and quickly cutting through any monsters that got the drop on them. It just made sense to Ottoheim as well. Her Bicento had the most extended reach, and she was the strongest of the level 4s. Of the people in the party, the only one stronger than her was Aisha. And Aisha was busy carrying Lulun so the dog girl could focus on the map. So Ottoheim had dropped back and started killing monsters. She chose not to focus on how bad the situation was getting. Instead, she just focused on what she could. Her current mask fell away, and the old one slipped on. In a detached kind of way, she killed monsters and crushed magic stones. After the incident with Scipio, Lily had made it very clear to not leave any magic stones lying around. To do so meant letting the enemy get stronger. Magic stones were crushed, piles of dust blew away in the wind, and the Dragon Princess ran forward. She fought so hard and for so long, slowly losing track of her surroundings, that it wasn't until she felt a hand on her shoulder that she stopped. "Get your filthy hand off of me," screamed Ottoheim, Bicento at the ready. She was met with total silence and the blank stare of her vice-captain Ryuu. Ottoheim came to her senses to find everyone staring at her. "Oh, Ryuu, silly me haha," said Ottoheim, scrambling to cover. "We've reached the cells of the Xenos," replied Ryuu. "You should go sit while we break everyone out. I want you in the middle, protecting the others." Ryuu turned her head. "Elwyn, you will move to help Aisha in the rear guard." That was all the elf vice-captain had said before she turned back to the cells, and she was right. Without Ottoheim noticing, they had found the Xenos that were their friends and were now breaking them free from the cages that held them. The others pointedly ignored Ottoheim as she sat on a rock and hung her head in shame. As always, she was the embarrassment. She felt more than heard Urashima's presence. "You did nothing wrong," said Yura. "No, but I did manage to cause quite the scene," replied Odo, playing with the ends of her hair. "I will apologize to Ryuu when this is all over." There was a moment of silence. Odo dreaded what Yura would say. She looked up to find him looking at her. There was no judgment, just contemplation. "May I hug you?" asked Yura. Odo paused but eventually nodded. Next to her, Yura crouched down and wrapped his arms around her. She felt herself lean into him. "You don't want to fight a war, do you?" he asked. "You've seen enough of that." She nodded. "Things get so intense, and then I get so intense. You know I don't want to be like that, right? That I don't like to be angry." Urashima had to know this. Odo needed him to understand this part. Yura smiled, kissing the top of her head. "Of course, I know that. You're the kindest person I know, and it means so much more because you always have to fight to get there." Slowly, Yura pulled her up. "You literally have an inner demon to fight and repress. So, if you slip every once in a while, that's fine because me and everyone else will pull you back on your feet." While the two of them talked, the Xenos had been freed. Lyd had clasped arms with Welf, and now the large group of almost 50 fighters began to make their way back to the top. Ottoheim took up position in the middle, and since they had so many to protect going back, there was no carrying necessary. The real trouble was just how many monsters were attacking them. It was a constant barrage, going from floor to floor. In the middle, thankfully, Ottoheim was able to keep her head. This was a war, but she wasn't going to lose herself like earlier. The captured Xenos would falter every once in a while, days of captivity weakening them. In those moments, Odo would help them up and they would continue. Apparently, though, they could not go back the way they had come. The group stopped at one of the branching passages. "There are too many monsters coming back through the main passage," said Ryuu. "We'll need to go through the center hall." "Won't that take us in the middle of their camp?" asked Elwyn. "Where they'll have a horde of monsters waiting for us." Ryuu nodded. "That means that when we get there, we have to hit them hard and hit them fast. Anything less than a full-speed blow through means death." Ryuu looked at Odo. "Do you want to do it?" Odo shook her head. Ryuu nodded again. "Okay, so then I'll be taking the point. I'll use my magic to clear a path, and everyone else just has to focus on going forward." The others nodded, and then they resumed their run through Knossos. Monsters got in their way, monsters were killed, and the journey continued. But Odo knew that their pace couldn't last. Eventually, they'd get overwhelmed. That was the nature of small groups like theirs, but Ottoheim kept those thoughts to herself. Now was not the time for pessimism. With the vice captain. As Ryuu led the charge, she considered her options. With her new level 6 capabilities, she just might be able to blow through the main camp of the Sunseekers in Knossos. The only problem was that she didn't know if the other Xenos who were injured and recovering would make it through. For them, Ryuu would need to continue the distraction for much longer, and if that happened, she would run the risk of dying in the melee. In the end, though, it wasn't much of a choice. It came down to her life or the lives of others, and Ryuu chose the one that protected the most people. She just hoped Sir wouldn't be too angry with her. In the sky of a now-distant forest, chanted Ryuu. She would charge in to cover everyone else. That was the way it had to be. "I respectfully speak to you, my war god." "Wait, hold on a second," someone else was chanting. Ryuu looked over to find Mikoto staring right back. There was understanding in the young samurai's eyes and a challenge too. Ryuu saw the set of the Black Crow's jaw and knew it would be pointless to argue. When she charged, she would have a partner, all because Mikoto had predicted that Ryuu would throw herself away. While the thought made Ryuu happy, she had it to shove it down for the moment. They were just about to reach the main cavern. In a burst of light, they found their way into one of the larger rooms, and it was full of young Xenos. Freshly born, some of them looked on in shock. "Intruders!" shouted a siren soaring in the sky. "Quickly, get the little ones away from here. Warriors to your battle stations." Ryuu ignored the noise, though, as she continued her chant. Around her, older Sunseekers shepherded the young away into homes of a kind. And while they did that, more monsters poured in. The collars were now a familiar sight for everyone in Hestia Familia. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. When she finished, she held the spell back. She ducked and dodged around her enemies, waiting to see if her familia would make it to the other side. She saw them taking the Xenos around, going for the long way. Ryuu looked over at Lily and waited for the Palam's signal. Lily raised her fist, and then Ryuu let loose. "Luminous wind!" screamed Ryuu. There was a flash of light, and then an explosion of green wind blasted out. Monsters smashed into the wall, and cries of pain rang out through the cavern. Hestia Familia and their allies had to shield themselves from the brunt of the magic. It was a momentary reprieve, though. So, Ryuu readied her blades. She would fight off what she could. "Futsuna," declared Mikoto. A sizable purple circle glowed on the floor, and from the ceiling came a glowing purple sword. All around Ryuu, the monsters and the Sunseekers caught inside fell to the floor. They had been crushed and pinned in place. Ryuu stared over to where Mikoto stood in front of their friends and allies. The young samurai smiled through her apparent pain, struggling to keep the monsters in place. Ryuu smiled in return and realized that she was able to move. She could understand the most straightforward explanation that her higher status had made her immune. That, or Mikoto, was good enough now to shape the magic around her. Either way, Ryuu was grateful for the opportunity. The monsters were stuck in place, so she could go on a killing spree. "That's enough." The siren that had called out before burst from the magic, shrugging it off like it was nothing. Which meant that it was stronger than Mikoto. It could possibly rival Ryuu. So, it quickly became priority number 1. The elf switched directions, bunching her legs up beneath her. She flew over the ground and crashed into the siren with a great push. Ryuu's short swords clashed with its claws. "How dare you attack our home?" shouted the siren. "How dare you kidnap our friends?" retorted Ryuu with a quiet fury. Ryuu reversed the grip on one of her blades and brought it down into the siren's shoulder. The siren let out an ear-screeching rend, which made Ryuu let go of the Xenos in pain. She fell to the ground, clutching her ears and head. Around her, monsters and other Xenos did the same, clutching their heads. She watched as Mikoto barely held her spell in place, until the Liger Fang attacked her. He came from a tunnel swinging with a long sword and a dagger. Mikoto had to jump away, katana quick-drawn from her sheath. The spell broke, and the monsters went on the attack. "Everyone move now," shouted Lily. The Palam's voice carried over the cavern. The Xenos that were their friends moved first, practically sprinting out of the place. "This way," screamed Lid. "We'll head into the dungeon and then make for the surface." Hestia Familia and their allies moved to cover the Xenos' tracks. 4 main fights were going on. The Xenos were fighting the monsters, Mikoto was dueling with Shuriken, Hestia Familia covering the rearguard, and finally, Ryuu started fighting the siren independently. The elf had the tactical advantage and was more acrobatic and quicker on her feet. The siren was more robust, though, and had better defenses. Their speed was just about equal, but one thing Ryuu had over the siren was her magic. "Wind blade," shouted Ryuu. An arc of green shot out, slicing away at one of the siren's wings. The monster fell, spiraling out of control as it had been clipped. This gave Ryuu the space to breathe and plan her next move. What she needed most of all, though, was to buy time. This Xenos was obviously in charge and easily the best fighter here. If Ryuu kept her occupied, her friends would make it out. "What is your name?" asked Ryuu. "My name is Frey, and I am the den mother of these monsters," replied the siren. The name Frey set off all the bells in Ryuu's head. She only had a second to consider the possibilities, though, before the siren was upon her. Its claws came swinging at her head, and Ryuu responded with a quick duck. She was still using her short swords, which she swung into the beast's side. Careful to angle them away, her blades left a gash along Frey's sternum. The siren pulled away, flapping into the air, but that would not do. Ryuu needed to keep the monster's attention on her. So the elf launched herself into the air with her new level 6 strength. She hit the siren like an arrow, grappling with it in midair. While they fought, Ryuu tried to listen to the sounds of battle. By the sound of it, Welf and his magic swords were doing the heavy lifting. Most of the party was almost through the room while Mikoto dueled the enhanced Liger Fang. Ryuu's lack of focus cost her, though, as the Sun Seeker she fought threw her across the cavern, where she slammed into a wall. On the ground, Mikoto recognized this Liger Fang as her one-time opponent, Shuriken. Surprisingly, he had not grown stronger, but he was more skilled and ready for many of Mikoto's tricks. His defense was solid, and she had almost no opportunities to break through. Instead, the two of them danced around each other, causing quite the spectacle. Anyone who got in their way was removed. Neither wanted to be interrupted. As Mikoto brought her blade down in a driving slash, Shuriken caught it in one of his paws. It cut into his skin, but the Xenos just grimaced before giving his mighty hand a twist so strong that it yanked Mikoto's blade away. As the Black Crow tried to jump back and reassess the situation, Shuriken jumped forward, tackling her to the ground. Mikoto fell backwards, using the momentum to go into a roll where Shuriken was up in the air. Placing her hands on the floor, she gave a mighty kick that sent the beast flying away. Mikoto used the opportunity to check her surroundings. Ryuu had been thrown into a wall, but had recovered enough to resume her duel with the large golden siren. Something about how it moved sent a shiver down Mikoto's spine. Her brain was shouting that this was déjà vu and that she had seen it before. "Focus on me, human," shouted Shuriken. Mikoto screamed out in pain as one of his clawed paws tore into her back. She instinctively arched away, pivoting on her left foot so that she and the tiger were facing each other again. Mikoto had no katana, so she brought out her spear for the extra distance. "Oh, how wonderful, you brought a toothpick or me. I shall use it to clean my teeth of you," shouted Shuriken. "I hear much boasting, but see little to prove your power, Shuriken," replied Mikoto. The tiger monster growled before charging her again. But this time, Mikoto was ready, her spear caught him in the chest, and she was able to lift him over her head and slam him into the ground. As the great beast howled in pain and for help, Mikoto brought the butt end of her spear up and slammed it into Shuriken's temple. He crashed into unconsciousness. "Mikoto, we have to leave," shouted Haruheim over the battle. The Black Crow lifted the Liger Fang onto her shoulders before taking off in the direction of Haruheim and the others. She sprinted as fast as she could while still carrying a massive monster and joined her friends as they left the large cavern. Mikoto noticed that the Sunseeker Xenos were mostly only injured as she ran. Very few of them were dead. That said, there were still dozens of piles of monster dust. The Black Crow got some funny looks for the monster she carried on her back. "They took a prisoner of ours, we take one of theirs," she replied. The others just shrugged, while Welf ran over to take Shuriken off her shoulders. "Much appreciated, Sir Welf," said Mikoto. "Now, I must go and help Lady Ryuu." Before anyone could stop her, Mikoto turned around and ran back into the cavern, grabbing her katana off the ground as she went. The monsters on the floor were regrouping and began to chase her down. In response, she hopped and dodged around her opponents. She did everything in her ability not to get hit. While Mikoto was running, Ryuu was fighting. She and Frey had both scored their fair share of hits, with lines of red crisscrossing each other's torsos. "Lady Ryuu," shouted Mikoto, charging in. She ran to her mentor's side, and the two of them stared down the siren. Again, Mikoto was hit with a sense of déjà vu, as if she had seen this monster before. Then the siren took to the sky. Apparently, that was the hidden signal of the Sunseekers. They all backed off and started to retreat deeper into the man-made dungeon. Mikoto watched it fly away before Ryuu took her hand. "I believe that's our cue to leave," said the elf. The two of them raced after their comrades. Mikoto and Ryuu quickly fell into a guarding position. As they ran, Mikoto shoved a potion into Ryuu's hands. Ryuu shook her head. "I'll be fine, we should save this for someone who needs it." Mikoto narrowed her eyes in response and glared Ryuu into submission. The elf tossed the potion back and swallowed it whole with a shake of her head. The cuts and bruises on her body vanished. "We could have turned and fought," said Mikoto when Ryuu was done. "We had surprise on our side, and I'm sure Sir Bell and the others are on their way." She looked back at the room. "We could have taken it." Ryuu shook her head. "We don't know what's waiting in the dungeon, not to mention the wounded that we have with us. Better to get everyone out of here and retake Knossos and Rivera at the same time," replied Ryuu. "Besides, even with Bell on his way, we'd be most likely outnumbered." Mikoto sighed but nodded. She understood the plan, even if she disagreed with it, but decided that she would leave the tactics to the tacticians. As the party fled from Knossos, they ended up in the dungeon. "We're on the 10th floor," cried out Lily. "Everyone make for the exit." "I can hear echoes of fighting," added Lid. "Be ready to force your way through." The party burst upwards and almost crashed into the middle of a fight. Adventurers were fighting monsters. Sunseekers were there too. Ryuu recognized many of the adventurers to be from Loki Familia. "Everyone, ignore the fighting and keep going," said Lily. "We need to make it to the top and get Mr. Lid and the other Xenos out of here." "With the captain." While this was happening, Ais and Bell had worked together to get all the way into Knossos on their own. They entered a bit higher up, based on a map that Ais had borrowed from some members in their familia. The two of them cut down monsters like they had fought together their whole lives. In her head, Little Ais was ecstatic about the development. Outwardly, though, Ais was careful not to let her emotions interfere with the fighting. They did what they could to try and track down the rest of Hestia Familia. Of course, they didn't realize that most of Hestia Familia were on their way out. The way that Bell was doggedly pursuing his familia has Ais a little worried. It felt like they were just fighting to fight without having a real purpose in mind. "Where are we going, Bell?" asked Ais. "What's the goal right now?" "I have to make sure everyone's okay," replied Bell. The two stopped in a corridor, catching their breath and checking their weapons. Ais stopped when she heard Bell and frowned. "Do we need to take such a risk, though?" asked Ais. "Your familia is strong. Besides, we might just be messing things up." Now, Ais wasn't just saying this to say this. The Sword Princess spoke from years of experience as a problem child. She had run away from home, disappeared on her familia executives, and caused widespread mischief whenever she did what she wanted. She thought it was with good intentions whenever she did, but she later realized that it was really her being selfish. It was also Ais not trusting her familia to do right by her. She was being impatient and immature. Belle was not in the same situation, but she did see some similarities. Belle, I think we might need to think about this, said Ais. Maybe we should slow down. Belle shook his head. I need to make sure that everyone is okay, said Belle. I need to make sure that everyone is safe. Ais took his hand. They will be safe, Belle, but I think we might not be anymore, she replied. We should try and get back to the surface. Belle shook his head. I'm sorry, Ais, but I have to do this. You can leave if you want, but I need to make sure that everyone will be okay. Ais nodded. If Belle was going to keep moving forward, then she was too. That was the promise the Sword Princess had made. Come whatever happened, she would stand at Belle's side and keep him safe. Even if she disagreed and thought Belle was a dummy, she would still protect him. The two of them fought their way through Knossos, monsters being turned to dust in their path. Belle led the charge, which meant that it was Ais's duty to cover his weak spots. And it was then that she discovered that her bunny was entirely too reckless. He took too many risks and left too many openings. After this all finished, Ais would have to make some severe corrections to his technique, and possibly give him a lap pillow punishment. After they finally found their way to the depths of Knossos, they made the startling discovery that the man-made dungeon was, in fact, empty. The cages were open, and piles of monster dust were sitting everywhere. Even the magic stones had been crushed. Ais decided that the best way forward was to glare at Belle. She chose the path of silent judgment, and she gained a certain sense of satisfaction when she saw how Belle flinched away. Can we leave now? She asked. Belle nodded in shame. The two made to leave, but they found a gargoyle standing in their path when they turned around. Its white claws had a pale layer of blood, and it had little bits of flesh stuck in its teeth. The monster's marble skin seemed to shimmer in the pale artificial light of Knossos. Slowly, it stepped forward and began to spread its wings. What are you doing here, humans? It asked. Belle raised the Hestia knife in a ready position. Ais followed suit, placing one foot back and pointing desperate at the gargoyle's chest. I came to make sure my friends were safe, said Belle. And they are, so I can leave and so can you, and no one has to get hurt. You misunderstand, though, said the gargoyle. I want you to get hurt. I want you all to get hurt. It barreled forward, claws outstretched and looking to pierce the skulls of its enemies. Thankfully, Belle and Ais were alert and ready for the fight. Its large, rocky arms just barely missed them. Instead, it used its tail to help slow down to enough to turn in place. Ais and Belle, who had jumped up, were now stuck in mid-air free fall. There was nothing they could do to dodge. The gargoyle pushed off the ground, leaping at its enemies. It crashed into Belle, directing its anger towards him. The gargoyle had heard the stories from King Typhon and chose to focus itself on what it saw as the origin of its problems. Ais fell to the ground, heart pounding at the sight of Belle in danger. The two crashed to the ground and seemed to wrestle. The monster won. She dashed forward as the gargoyle used its enhanced strength to grab Belle by the head and slam him into the floor. Then it did it again. Before it could do anything worse, Ais lunged and stabbed desperate into the monster's shoulder. The gargoyle reared back in pain, its stony tail whipping around to hit Ais in the chest. The force was so great that she had to let go of her blade. Thankfully, that was enough time for Belle to get to his feet and back off. Who are you? He asked again. These monsters that he kept running into, these Sunseekers, they all felt important to him. Scipio, Hora, and now this gargoyle. What's your name? He asked. My name, said the gargoyle in a low, rumbling voice, is Gerse, and I will be the one to kill you, Belle Cranel. You can count on that. It focused its beady eyes on Belle, and he swore that he had felt the same stare before. The way that the monster held itself made one thing apparently clear: it hated Belle Cranel with all its being. But underneath all that, Belle sensed familiarity. The two of them knew each other, or had known each other once upon a time. Are you one of the reborn Sunseekers? Asked Belle. Did you have a life before? Gerse just growled. It will come back to you, Belle Cranel. Just remember what you did and what it cost us all. There was a sloshing sound as Ais finally snuck up on the gargoyle. Her sword came free of the Sunseeker's skin, blood dripping down the side of it. Gerse barely noticed the pain, though, and simply took flight. I'll be waiting for you, Belle Cranel, on the 18th floor. I'll be waiting for you in the ruins of that town you enjoyed spending time in. With that, Gerse vanished into the shadows of the ceiling. Ais and Belle watched them go as blood dripped down from its recent wound. Then, it stopped, and the two of them stared. There must have been a secret passage that Gerse used to vanish. "Are you all right, Belle?" asked Ais. "It thumped your head really badly." Ais walked over and examined his head. She ran her hands through his hair. While she usually enjoyed the feeling, this time she was worried. Thankfully, she felt no blood in his pretty snow-white hair, but she did feel a large, nasty bump which made her worry. So, Ais tried to push it back down, where it belonged. "Ais, Ais, ow, 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 ow," said Belle louder and louder. "Ais, please stop, AIS." Finally, the sword princess stopped pushing. She pouted as she looked away. "But the bump is still there, and it hurts you." Belle rubbed his head, which was now sore from all of Ais's pushing. He felt the large bump sticking from his head and half glared at Ais. The problem was that her face was contorted into an adorable pout. So, he could barely keep himself angry before he just sighed and said that they should leave. Ais smiled at him as they went. "Hey, Belle," said Ais. "Yes." "If you need to rest your head, my lap can be your pillow," finished Ais. Belle's face turned a cute shade of red that made the sword princess smile even more. The halls of Knossos were almost eerily quiet. They ran into small squads of monsters and the occasional weak Xenos, but the two of them avoided conflict. They weren't looking for a fight, and if Belle was being honest, his head was still kind of shaky. Gerse's attack had left him disoriented and with a massive headache. The last thing he wanted was to wander around underground for too long. Finally, they found one of the entrances onto Daedalus Street. Belle brought out one of the keys he had been given, replicated by Fells, and walked out onto the street. The sudden sunlight only made his headache worse and made the pain sharper. Thankfully, there was no one else around. So, the two of them hobbled onto the streets. "We should head to Babel," said Belle, "and make sure that the others are all right." Ais frowned. She wanted to rush him to the Diane sect clinic and strap him to the bed. She wanted to have Amid personally take care of the big bump. Unfortunately, she recognized the stubborn set to his jaw. She had seen it before in herself. There was nothing to do about it, so she just walked beside him and tried to shield him from the evil sunlight. About a half hour of walking later, they made their way to the center of the city. All around, members of the guild and other adventurers were running around. Belle was relieved to see his Xenos friends standing off to the side. They were one and all busy staring up the bright blue sky in wonder and awe. The guild had sectioned off the entire area and tried to corral the Xenos towards a building where they could hide. Adventurers from Loki Familia stood by to stop citizens from charging into the square and seeing the monsters in broad daylight. And up at the entrance to the dungeon was a different kind of chaos. "We must head back into the dungeon," said Ryuu, a look of fury on her face. "Master Bell is in there," added Lily. "He might be in trouble. Lily and the others need to make sure he's okay." "Are you asking us to just leave our captain in there on his own?" asked Welf, anger boiling on his face. The rest of Hestia Familia threw in their condemnations. Ais and Belle walked forward, and Belle felt increasingly horrible about what he did. Excuse me, everyone," he asked. No one heard him, so he said it a little louder. "Everyone, I'm right here," shouted Belle. The members of Hestia Familia all collectively stopped to turn and stare. The silence broke, and suddenly Belle was being crowded. Ais happily backed away and allowed Belle to face the full force of his familia's love. "Where were you, Master Bell?" asked Haruheim. "What the hell happened to you?" asked Welf. "Sir Bell, where did you get that bump?" added Mikoto, reaching out to feel his head. Slowly, the questions quieted down as everyone chose to wait for an answer. Bell shuffled his feet and kept his eyes trained on the ground. "Well, I followed you all into the dungeon to make sure that everyone was safe," he replied. Lily narrowed her eyes. "You followed us to keep us safe? That seems a little sudden." Lily appreciates the gesture, but Lily also thinks there was another part to it. Bell didn't respond right away, so Ais spoke up in his place. "He wanted to make sure everyone was safe, including the Xenos," she said. Bell looked at Ais, incredulous, while she just smiled back. He would thank her later for the truth. Deep down, Ais knew that Bell hated lying, so she helped him along. "So, you didn't trust us?" asked Ottoheim. "Did you think that we would fail?" "No, not at all," replied Belle, shaking his hands. I just wanted to make sure everything was done correctly, volunteered Urashima. So you thought we might mess up. Belle looked away, and Lily rolled her eyes. Well, we're gonna go take care of the Xenos we rescued. Master Belle, you should go to the Diane's sect clinic for the bump on your head, said the Dauntless. She looked behind him. Lady Wallenstein, can you take him there? Ais nodded happily, dragging Belle behind her. He watched his familia stare after him, feeling just a little horrible. Chapter 45. Iris walked around the giant encampment, looking for something to do. She thought with 3 familias all clustered together, there'd at least be something fun going on. But no, there were just more and more chores, which made sense in a way. They weren't the size of the Rakian army, but they were definitely packing more firepower. There were all those weird members of Hermes' familia for one, and then there was the contingent of battle mages from Hecate familia. Finally, there was Iris's familia, Poseidon. They were easily the strongest of the bunch, especially with the captain with them. He was just a monster. Thankfully, all the chaos that came from having such a large force meant that Iris had an easier time breaking the rules. Usually, she didn't like to do it, but there was nothing else to be done when she was this bored. So, the young 15-year-old snuck around the camp and was able to pilfer a couple bottles of the good stuff from a box. Next, she was off to find a drinking buddy. As she turned a corner, trying to tiptoe, she heard a voice that always sent a chill down her spine. Just what in the world do you think you're doing? Asked the vice-captain of Poseidon Familia. Oh, nothing, Auntie Callie, replied Iris. Just having a bit of fun. Do you want to tag along? I mean, drinking by oneself is never a good idea, right? Calypso, named the Sea Witch by the gods, walked over and plucked the bottles from Iris's hands. She shook her head at the young girl. I know you're bored and more than just a little bit anxious, but sneaking around ain't going to help no one, child, said Calypso. Iris looked down before Calypso smiled. Honestly, you're such a fool sometimes. Now, why don't we go find some friends to enjoy ourselves with? Iris whooped for joy and followed her adoptive aunt, who she often thought of as a mother. The two walked side by side, looking for fellow partygoers. The only problem was that no one from their familia seemed interested. The captain was busy making plans, the hounds were bickering, as usual, Calic was studying maps, and Rackham wasn't interested. The 2 women didn't even bother asking the elves, seeing as how their disposition meant that they usually never drank anyway. What if we asked Uncle Jack, said Iris. Calypso pulled a face. I want to have a good time, not start a riot, thank you very much. Besides, Uncle Jack might be leaving early tomorrow. I think my fool of a husband wants him to go on ahead. Like those 2 from the Far East, replied Iris with a tilt of her head. Calypso nodded. Exactly, except this time the departure will be planned, unlike how those 2 just ran off. Iris chuckled. Yeah, but they were funny while they were here. At least the woman was. Man, she was just a fucking hoot and a half. Calypso cuffed Iris around the head. I thought I told you to watch your mouth, she said. No, you told me not to swear so fucking much and watch my goddamn sailor mouth, replied Iris with a cheeky grin. And we both know that I am. I could have said the word fuck at least 100 more times today, not to mention all the other bad words I know. Calypso shook her head. I swear, child, you're going to be the death of me. Iris gave a dark chuckle. No, I'm going to be the death of me, remember. Calypso glared at her adoptive niece, who was more of a daughter at this point. Iris grimaced, prepared for the reprimand of her life, but was saved by one of their traveling guests. Oh, what do we have here? Came a melodic voice. I believe we've found people of a similar mind, Lyra. Iris looked over to find that crazy captain of Hecate Familia. Her long red hair, which looked scarlet in the moonlight, was tied up in a long ponytail. Behind her was the soft-spoken Lyra, who Iris thought must be a dryad given form. Honestly, there was something ethereal about the members of Hecate Familia. To Iris's eye, the way they carried themselves almost seemed to have some kind of spiritual quality. It was like they weren't entirely part of this world. Morgan, I swear to the goddess, replied Lyra in her mother voice. You need to stop interrupting things that are none of your business. Besides, shouldn't you be with the captain from Poseidon Familia trying to figure out what we're going to do to keep my son and his familia safe from the witch? Morgana Le Fay waved away the concerns. Bah, that's what having a vice-captain is for? She gave the two Poseidon Familia members a ghoulish grin. Besides, we can count this as bonding between our factions. I've already tied up that Andromeda girl in my tent. We can have a Familia meeting and talk about strategy and boys. Iris chuckled before responding. I'd rather talk about girls if that's okay with you. In response, Morgan snatched the bottle. Well, we'll talk about both then. Seems like a fun time to be had all around. The quartet walked off. With the prisoner. In Horario, Hestia Familia had taken their prisoner to be interrogated. For now, Loki Familia and the guild were taking care of the freed Xenos, providing them with a building to live in. Myach Familia was there, as well, to offer some healing relief and aid. Hestia Familia had wanted to join them, but realized they had the best shot to speak with their captive, the Fang, Shurkin. Welf grabbed some of his most robust chains, while Lily brought out a unique collar made by Fells. It was meant as a prototype to help at least partially suppress a status. It was the guild's newest bid to try and stop its rowdier adventurers. It wouldn't hold up to first-class adventurers, but second-class might just be in its reach. The strange thing was, though, that when Shurkin awoke, he didn't try to fight. He just sat there numbly. He was unmoving and did not speak. At the moment, it was just Mikoto and Haruheim watching over him. The two had volunteered for the first shift. Welf still had work to do, and Lily had to report to the guild. Yura, Odo, and Elwyn left to talk to Loki Familia, while Ryuu and Hestia checked on Belle. Now, Sir Shurkin, began Mikoto, crouching down to speak to him. We are not going to hurt you or kill you, but we do want to know what is happening. We would like to know the plans of your Xenos king. Shurkin did not respond, instead looking down at the floor. This was about the 5th time Mikoto had tried asking him questions, and he always looked away. Whenever Haruheim asked, he snarled and growled. But Mikoto just got silence, and he made no eye contact. The Black Crow had no idea what it meant. The Enchantenko seemed to understand, though. Haruheim felt something scratching at the back of her throat. It began rumbling out. The sound drew the attention of Shurkin and Mikoto. The raven-haired girl raised an eyebrow. Haruheim, are you growling? She asked. Haruheim ignored her, though, instead choosing to walk forward. When she was next to Mikoto, she glowered at Shurkin. Haruheim then poked Mikoto in the cheek, eyes still on Shurkin. Mine, said the Renard. Wait, what? Asked Mikoto. Mine. Shurkin's eyes seemed to almost pop open. He looked between the two, and then he appeared to blush. His face followed all the actions that were often associated with blushing maidens. Now, Mikoto was even more confused. She thought this was supposed to be a serious interrogation, not some kind of pantomime production. Haruheim finally turned to look at her partner. Shurkin has developed a crush on you. He has become smits, Haruheim nodded, and I can understand why he did. You are quite the wonderful figure after all. She turned back to Shurkin, eyes narrowed. But she's mine. Haruheim wrapped her arms around Mikoto protectively. Mine. Mikoto looked between the Renard and the Xenos. For his part, Shurkin seemed to be embarrassed and was really trying not to look in Mikoto's direction. The samurai was completely confused by the situation and was only just putting the pieces together. She pulled a face. Wait, Shurkin is into me, asked Mikoto. She stared at the Fang. You're into me? Why, though? Before Shurkin could speak, Haruheim spoke up. You have a lovely face, and hips and bosom. Haruheim. That's not why. I'm interested, whispered Shurkin. Wait, you are interested. What, are you saying that she isn't pretty enough? Mikoto frowned at her partner. Please, Haruheim, can you focus on the task at hand? She turned back to Shurkin. And can you please explain yourself? My head is hurting now. Well, I don't mind talking to you about that, began Shurkin. But you gave me mercy twice. You have a kind heart that I did not expect from a human. I do not completely understand, but... Haruheim nodded along. It is understandable. She is quite the wonderful human being. Her heart is one of the greatest parts about her. Mikoto sighed. Not the point right now. I mean more about what your friends are planning on doing. Shurkin shook his head. While I might be infatuated with you now, my dedication to the cause is greater than any bond. Mikoto crouched down to look Shurkin in the eye. You do realize that your plan is likely to fail and that there will be no martyrs. All people will remember is the terror and the fear. She reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. The longer this goes on, the more that you have to lose. Adventurers will keep coming to the dungeon. It is inevitable. Mikoto smiled. Help us, and you will have a choice on how things are fixed. You will have a voice. Shuriken frowned. How will I know that you will keep your word? I did not kill you because I dislike being violent, replied Mikoto. No one in my familia does. We are one and all sick and tired of fighting unnecessary battles. At the very least, I can promise that we will search for peace. Shuriken looked Mikoto in the eye. He seemed to have found whatever he was looking for because he nodded once. I will think on what you said, and I will get back to you later. Is that sufficient? Said the Liger Fang. Mikoto nodded. Of course, I will return at the end of the day. If you help us, I will see what can be done about getting those chains off of you. Does that suffice? Shuriken nodded, and Mikoto turned to walk out. Haruheim followed, taking the time to throw one last glare back at the Xenos. Mine. With the women. The many women of the gathered familias were sitting in the tent of Morgana Le Fay. The captain of Hecate Familia was already quite tipsy, with the vice-captain of Poseidon Familia trailing behind. Iris had already been cut off, with Lyra saying that people her age shouldn't be drinking in the first place. The kind healer was still totally sober, deciding to make herself the designated waiter. She looked over at the fifth member, the captain of Hermes Familia. The woman named Isfi sat there quietly, observing her future allies. So, what's it like in Horario? Asked Iris. Are adventurers really as bad as everyone says, all a bunch of greedy wannabes that are too busy looking out for themselves to look out for the people? That certainly got everyone in the tent to shut up. Just as Calypso was about to smack Iris over the head for her lack of sensitivity, Isfi broke out in laughter. She laughed for so long that tears started to form in the corners of her eyes. Eventually, she took off her glasses and brought out a cloth to clean them when she calmed down. As she did, the blue-haired item master started explaining things. Yes, I think it's safe to say that a majority of adventurers are only for themselves, said Isfi. Even in my familia, many of us have pretty selfish reasons for joining. Whether it was wealth, power, or glory, we all want something for ourselves. Even the greatest adventurers have something that they want for themselves. Isfi put back on her glasses. That said, I do believe there are still those that adventure for other reasons, for things beyond themselves. Like those people in Loki Familia, asked Iris. Isfi nodded. Yes, many of Loki Familia are the ones who would adventure for a reason beyond themselves. Just look at the braver. One Palom fighting for the sake of his entire race, or even that braggart Tgthegood. As far as I can tell, he fights so that others do not have to suffer. Isfi gave Iris a sly grin. But that's not who you really want to ask about, is it? You want to ask about the boy, Belcranel. Iris blushed and looked away. Calypso laughed at the response and reached over to ruffle the girl's hair. Feel free to ask, my child, said the older woman. We all know why you're really here, why Lord Poseidon agreed to let you tag along in this battle. Iris glared at her adoptive mother before looking over at Isfi. What does Bel fight for then, and what about the rest of his familia? She asked. Isfi shrugged. From what I've seen, Belcranel fights to be a hero. He just wants to be an adventurer and he wants to help people. Not for glory, but because he thinks that he can. Although I don't know if it started that way. In the beginning, it looked like there was something else. Isfi looked Iris up and down. But really, I think he's just like you. He wants to be stronger, so he fights to do so. Perseus frowned. By the way, why aren't you wearing the wig and contacts I made you? You need time to adjust to them. Iris pouted. I don't like the wig and contacts. They make my head itch and my eyes water. Can't you make them more comfortable? Isfi sneered. So much for the big bad adventurer looking to get stronger. Before Iris could retort, Morgana threw a dagger into the dirt floor. Everyone stopped to look at her. She was lounging back in her chair, much like a queen holding a court. In one hand was a goblet filled with wine. Morgana sloshed it around, eyeing the people in the tent. I won't have any fights happening in here, thank you very much. She looked over at Isfi. Doesn't speak well of you or adventurers if you're about to pick a fight with a child. Isfi looked embarrassed for all of a second, before Lyra coughed into her hand. Morgan, you used to pick fights with my little Elwyn all the time. I don't know if you're really one to talk, she said. Lyra looked over at Isfi. What about the rest of Hestia Familia, though, and how's my little boy fitting in? Isfi smiled. He's doing well, and the rest of Hestia Familia all seem to be fighting for each other. That is, they're fighting to protect the little family they have made. Quite the touching scene. Isfi looked over at Calypso. If you don't mind me asking a question myself, though, I must know about your Familia. Why come back now? Calypso shrugged. Apparently, Poseidon has always had a soft spot for Hestia. That, and with Iris involved and my husband being an idiot, we're on our way back. Isfi shook her head, and Morgana grinned like an animal. I must admit, I am quite excited to see how the famous Poseidon Familia fights. While you were never as strong as Zeus or Hera, your exploits are the things of legend. Morgana looked Calypso up and down. I mean, I imagine the title of the Sea Witch has some merit, and even I've heard of the famous Dogs of War. Isfi pushed her glasses up, not to mention Calic, the Kraken, Rackham, the Red, and Jack, the Drunken Sailor. And that's only naming a few of your Familia's more well-known members. Isfi looked out the tent. I don't even want to talk about your husband. Isfi shivered. The only person who scares me like him is the warlord of Horario Otter. Calypso snorted. My husband is quite the adventurer, but no need to be scared. He's also quite useless most of the time. After all, he's always chasing the next horizon. Isfi's eyebrows scrunched up. If he's chasing the next horizon, then why is he coming back to Horario? Calypso poured herself another drink. She tasted it and pulled a face. So, she lifted a hand over her cup and whispered some quiet words. The glass rippled and then started to give off chills. The Sea Witch took another sip and gave a much more satisfied smile. She looked up at Isfi, the smile still on her face. Because the next horizon is fighting the strongest, and right now the strongest is Otter. Calypso shrugged. But that fight is for another day. Besides, we all have our own tasks. She looked over at Morgana. And our own heroes. I mean, your Familia has its own share of impressive titles, do they not? Or is the Barbarian Queen someone else? Morgana smiled. Aye, that's me. Isfi looked over at Lyra. Do you have a title? I'm unfamiliar with how it works outside of Horario. She looked over at Morgana. From what I understand, this one's is more unofficial. Lyra nodded. The whole business of titles and such is still relatively new to the rest of the world, but we're slowly picking up on it. I was recently named Dryad. Are there any others? Asked Iris. She had been forbidden from taking a title, but she loved the idea of them. Lyra nodded. There's the vice captain, Shadow Walker, and then there's Inferno, Black Steel, and Gust, and then a smattering of others. Iris had a look of childlike innocence on her face now. If I got one, I'd want it to be something cool, like Man of War or maybe Hammerhead, she said, bouncing in her seat. Maybe I'd get something mysterious, Abyss Gazer. Unseen to Iris, Calypso's smile relaxed the most it had the whole evening. It was soft and gentle, and she reached to lay a hand on Iris's shoulder. Maybe one day, little one, she said, but for now, be happy being Iris. The night continued. With the boy. In the Diane Sect Familia Clinic, Belle lay in a cot. Amid had taken a look at his head and decided that he had received a concussion. The nurse's orders were to receive some healing magic from her, a magic potion to take the worst of it off, and then to try and rest for the next couple of hours. Belle had been able to sit still for all of half an hour before he was getting antsy and ready to get out of bed. Whenever he moved too much, though, it was like eyes would poke her head in from outside. The Sword Princess had taken up guard duty and would stare Belle down. Belle would relax back into the bed and stop moving whenever that happened. Eyes would nod and then continue her vigil. Eventually, though, Belle's boredom was alleviated when there was a knock at his door. Ryuu and Hestia walked in, smiling in his direction. Eyes followed them in. Hey there, Wallenwhatsit, anything we can do for you? Asked Hestia. Eyes shook her head, just here to keep an eye on things. Keep an eye on things? Asked Hestia. Do you think that we're going to do something to Belle? Eyes shook her head again. Not you, she pointed at Ryuu, but she's already kissed Belle twice. I don't want that to happen again. Ryuu stopped moving, her face slowly turning a very particular shade of scarlet. Hestia stopped to stare at her vice-captain and then switched her gaze over to her captain. She looked between the two multiple times. Eyes just stared at Belle as if she dared him to say anything back. And finally, Belle just lay back and closed his eyes. He prayed that today would soon be over and that he could forget that all of this had ever happened. Well, said Hestia finally, I don't think we have anything to worry about on that front anymore, especially since Ryuu has found someone else. Ais kept staring at Belle. So, I can trust her not to do anything, she frowned, and for him to behave. Hestia nodded. Yes, Ais, I think you can trust these two to behave. However, I might just have a bit of a conversation with them both later. She swung her gaze to Belle. But for now, the only one I want to talk to is Belle. Would you two mind stepping outside, please? Ryuu and Ais nodded, leaving the goddess and her first child alone. As soon as the door shut, Hestia switched over to what she called her goddess glare. She let her gaze bore into Belle Cranial and took a certain amount of pride in watching him squirm. She crossed her arms and walked over to stand at the foot of his bed. So, Ryuu told me about what happened, and she also told me about what you did. Tell me, Belle, when was any of that ever part of the plan? Asked Hestia. Belle looked away. It wasn't goddess. Okay, and what part of the plan involved you chasing after your familia, because you thought they couldn't do their jobs? There was no part like that, said Belle, shrinking into the bed. Huh, interesting. And what part of the plan involved you and Ais Wallenstein fighting down a Sunseeker general all on your own? No part, responded Belle. Hestia nodded. Well, isn't that quite the story to hear? It kind of makes me curious about what kind of issues this familia is facing. She reached out to place a hand on his shoulder. Now, if you don't mind me asking, what in the world possessed you to run off after everyone else? Belle visibly swallowed. Well, it's just that I have to. I have to save and protect everyone, and so I have to be there to make sure that everyone is safe. And who told you that? Asked Hestia. My grandfather did, responded Belle. He said that it was a hero's job to protect people and save women and... Belle trailed off as Hestia continued to stare him down. He watched the goddess's jaw clench and how her teeth ground together. I swear, sometimes I really want to punch that grandfather of yours in the face, said Hestia. I know that he raised you and that he taught you a lot of important stuff, but sometimes I really question his methods. She sighed. Honestly, it reminds me of what Zeus used to say up in Tenkai. Belle watched his goddess trail off. Just as he was about to ask if she was all right, Hestia facepalmed. She proceeded to almost rip her twin tails off as she tried to hold in a scream. Belle only caught the occasional phrase as she appeared to begin some kind of super tirade. That no good, son of a, playboy god, not a decent thought in his. Hestia continued like this. Finally, she looked at Belle again, and he did not enjoy the look in her eye. Belle, what did your grandfather look like? And more importantly, what else did he tell you? So Belle described his grandfather as he remembered him. Hestia nodded along the whole time. The frown on her face became more pronounced. Then, Belle told all the sage lessons that his grandfather had taught him. Some of them made Hestia smile, and others made her curl her lips in disgust. Okay, and can you remind me of what your mom and dad said in those messages they left? She asked afterwards, her face soft. Belle nodded, recounting everything that had been told to him. Hestia had some questions about that, mainly about the mentions of Zeus that his parents had said. Finally, Hestia asked about what Belle had found in the papers given to him by Ina at the winter celebration party. Well, I haven't really had a chance to look at them, said Belle. But I did read that Alfea, and by extension, my mama and papa. The way he said that made Hestia smile. Were all part of the most powerful familias of the time, Zeus and Hera. Hestia nodded along. Then the goddess stood and walked to the nearest wall. Slowly, she started to bang her head against it. Thump after thump, Hestia stood there. Ryuu and Ais rushed back in at the sound but stopped when they saw Hestia still going. The goddess paused, raised a single finger to them, and then started thumping again. After 5 minutes of this, she pulled away and looked at Ais. Can you get me your goddess, please? Asked Hestia. There's something I have to discuss with her. Ais ran out, leaving the 3 top-ranking members of Hestia Familia alone. The 2 mortals looked to their deity for an explanation. Hestia sighed, rubbing at her temples. Finally, she turned to her favorite child. Belle, I think I know who your grandfather was, she began. Now, I can either explain it to you now and then again when Loki arrives, or we can wait for her. Which do you want? Now please, said Belle meekly. Can Ryuu stay? Hestia nodded. Yes, I think it's best if Ryuu stayed. She sat down on Belle's hospital bed, careful to sit around him. Now, what you've been saying has finally started to make some sense to me, and it took me hearing the rest of it to put the pieces together. She took Belle's hands. Your grandfather wasn't really your grandfather, technically. How do you know? Asked Belle. Because I think your grandfather was actually my baby brother, replied Hestia, a god by the name of Zeus. Ryuu and Belle stared at the little goddess in total shock. Neither of them had anything to say at the moment. At their apparent confusion, Hestia nodded along. Remember how I told you about how I was on a council of 12 deities in my part of Tenkai? Well, Zeus was also on that council, and he was also my brother. All that to say, I actually knew him pretty well up in heaven, explained Hestia. Which meant that I also knew what he liked to say a lot of the time, and he liked to say a lot of the things that your grandfather said to you. Ryuu opened her mouth. But that doesn't mean that he was Belle's grandfather. It could just be that Belle was raised by a member of Zeus' familia, one of the ones still alive after the battle against the Black Dragon. Hestia nodded along, while Belle remained quiet. Yes, that is very true, but that one sentence Belle said back at the tournament. She turned to Belle. When you talked about heroes, Zeus used to say that exact thing, word for word. Hestia glowered. And you also learned some of his cruder lessons as well. A perfect combination of disgustingly horny mixed with heroic wisdom. A blend so special it could only be Zeus. Hestia put her hands on her hips. I swear, you'd think that having a familia would teach that stupid perv to get his act together. She looked at Ryuu. I tried to get him to clean up his act one point, you know. After all, I am his big sister, which makes it my job to teach him those things. Ryuu just blinked in astonishment. I guess that means that Hermes knows too, continued Hestia. She stood up and started pacing. The fact that those two were in on it the whole time, it all makes me want to bash my head in some more. Finally, Hestia looked over at Belle. I know that this is a lot for you to take in, but we don't have to talk about it too much more. In fact, I'm going to wait outside to tell Loki and Ais in peace. Hestia sighed. After all, it was Loki who helped me put all this together. When Belle didn't respond, Hestia turned to Ryuu. I want you to keep an eye on him. Can you do that for me? Ryuu nodded, and Hestia smiled. She gave Belle one more hug before walking out of the room. Ryuu took her spot, sitting on Belle's bed. So, this sounds like it could be a lot, began Ryuu. Which means that we can put your decisions from today on the back burner. I'll make sure the rest of the familia leaves you alone for a while, okay? Belle nodded dumbly. That said, I'm glad you're okay, Belle, replied Ryuu. She took his hands in her own. After all, these battles are certainly strange. Ryuu frowned. And I wanted to ask you about the gargoyle that met you all topside while we were invading. Finn said that it has marble-like skin. That was enough to shake Belle from his thoughts. Yes, the gargoyle said that its name was Gerse. The way it talked and the way it looked reminded me a lot of Gro's, explained Belle. Do you think that he could have come back? Ryuu nodded. I think so, especially since I ran into a Xenos that reminded me a lot of Ray. Belle felt another bout of surprise. You did? What did she look like, or how did she act? Was it a siren? Ryuu nodded along. At first, I wasn't sure, but then I talked to Makoto. She says that the comparison makes sense. I think we might be dealing with reincarnated monsters, like with Philvis. Ryuu's mouth became a thin line. That said, just like with Philvis, we cannot rely on these monsters remembering who they were. We must assume that they are not the same ones we once knew. If we cannot talk them down, we may have to fight. Belle nodded. I understand, Ryuu, but I don't want to kill anyone recklessly. Like I said, I want to save everyone that I can. Ryuu smiled. Of course you do. I wouldn't expect anything less from my hero. The elf leaned over to kiss him on the forehead in a fit of courage. Now, I want you to try and get some sleep. We still have a lot to do. When Hestia gets back, I will find Elwyn and talk to Philvis. She might know more about our reincarnated friends. Unfortunately, Ryuu's actions meant that Belle would not be able to sleep for a very long time now. With the strangers. At the city's eastern gate, two figures in robes walked through. They had waited in line all day, stopping to speak to the guards from Ganesha Familia. Thankfully, it was easy to get past them and explain their situation, or rather, lie about everything. They also had the letter from Hermes that they could use if all else failed. Now that we are here, said the first, any idea of where you want to spin your web? The second nodded. Yes, I believe that I want to find this place called Daedalus Street that I have heard so much about. And what about your daughter? The second shook her head. No, I will go to her when the time is ready. After all, the best attack is the one that no one can see coming. The figure looked up to the Tower of Babel. And here, the enemy has a chance to see everything. The first nodded, and the two began following street signs to Daedalus Street. As they walked, the second figure seemed to drop something. The way it shimmered in the light, it was almost like it wasn't there. Soft threads fell onto the streets of Horario. With the girl. The night was finished for the Allied forces outside Horario. Lyra had made an executive decision to cut off her captain and put Morgana Le Fay to bed. She waved goodbye to Calypso and Iris, the two of them walking back to their own part of the camp. I like them, said Iris. They're funny and nice and full of a lot of good stuff. Calypso smiled as she nodded. I'd have to agree with you on that one. We aren't just making trustworthy allies, but good friends as well. Her smile disappeared. And we're going to need all the help we can get for what comes next. Iris looked over at her mom. Is Freya Familia really that bad? I'm sure you and the captain and everyone else will be able to take care of it. Calypso let out a long breath. Maybe, maybe not, but my instincts are telling me that this is going to be a long and hard fight ahead. She walked forward, pausing to look back at Iris. Are you sure you're up for this? Iris nodded. After all, her name was Iris Cranel, and she had a twin brother to go and save. Chapter 46. The Twilight Manor was incredibly busy. Preparations were moving at full speed to enter the dungeon and wage war against the Sunseekers. Lily observed this all as she walked through the gates. Some members recognized her and waved her forward, telling her to find the captain. When Lily asked where he was, they told her that he would be in his office. So, Lily made her way up the stairs. She had to be careful a couple times because adventurers were just about running into her and knocking her on her ass. From what Lily could see, everyone was at work. Gareth was checking over equipment, and he was sending out notices with runners from Loki Familia. The large dwarf was starting to gather all the members of his vanguard unit. Across the manor, Riveria looked to be doing the same. Lily liked that they were doing this. The tanks and the mages were the two units that absolutely had to cooperate the best. If the defense couldn't work together, they would all fall apart. And the mages had to work together so that none of them would overexert themselves and that they wouldn't all suffer mine down at the same time. Hopefully, the other troop leaders that Lily and Finn had chosen would follow the same line of thought. But that wasn't Lily's focus right now. She was still fuming at Bell. His decision to chase them down into the dungeon meant that he didn't trust her or her plan. Lily was furious with him. She was supposed to be the strategist, but Bell just subverted her authority and acted on his own. Later, she would calm down enough to talk to him, but now was not the time. When she reached the door to Finn's office, Lily stopped to take a deep breath. She put aside her feelings for the moment and got ready to move to the next planning phase. She knocked at the door and heard a voice from inside telling her to come in. So she reached up and pushed the door open. Inside, there was a surprise. Finn was there, which she expected, but Anna Kitty Autumn was also there, sitting on the couch. The Catwoman's ears were twitching, and her tail lashed back and forth behind her. She saw Lily, and her eyes lit up in curiosity before turning back to Finn. "What's this about, Captain?" asked Aki. "I thought we were supposed to be reaching out to and assembling our units." Finn nodded. "Yes, that was the plan. But first, I want to make sure that you two are acquainted." Finn gestured to Lily. "The Dauntless is going to be my adjutant in this war, but I will not always be around." "What is Mr. Finn talking about?" asked Lily, moving to sit on the other side of the couch. Finn gave a dark grin. "At some point, me and all the other first-class adventurers in this little army of ours are going to have to go deeper than the rest of you can follow." He pointed to the table where a map of the 50th floor sat. "At this point, the rest of you will be setting up a base. And then me, Riveria, Gareth, and every other level 5 and 6 will be heading down deeper. Our mission will be to find the Sunseekers' king, Typhon." He looked the two women in the eye. "You must hold the line in our absence." Aki frowned. "You're taking all the level 5s. Finn chuckled. "No, I'm leaving you, Raoul, and Hippolyta." Finn looked to Lily. "But I will be taking Belle Cranel and your vice-captain, the fairies' princess." Lily nodded, studying the map. "So, there will be 8 from Loki Familia, The 11 members of Ganesha Familia, Master Bell and Miss Ryuu and Miss Tsubaki. That's 22 first-class adventurers, quite the fighting force. And I'm almost afraid that it won't be enough, replied Finn. Without proper intel, we don't know what's down there. Finn started to study the map. Not to mention that these floors are not well documented. Even with everything the guild has given us, we still know woefully little. Aki joined the study session, mentally planning how to set up camp. And I'm guessing Freya Familia is out of the question. Finn smirked. Naturally, in fact, Freya volunteered to guard the city while we are gone. Lily snorted. If that wasn't evidence of her working with the Sunseekers, Lily doesn't know what is. Aki nodded along. Still, though, if her familia is out here, then they can't make trouble for us down there. When Finn saw Lily, and Aki discussing the ramifications of Freya not participating in the war effort, he felt his lips twitch. The Palom watched the two in silence as they debated tactics before coughing into his fist. That made the two women stop, both going red in the face when they saw their leader staring. Finn shook his head. Nothing to worry about. Actually, I'm quite glad that the two of you are getting along, said the braver. It fits well with the plan for the 50th. Both women tilted their heads and narrowed their eyes. They were very familiar with Finn's so-called plans and the kind of trouble they could cause for others. And even though he was now a level 7, Finn felt a twinge of fear at that moment. His condolences went out to Ryuu and Bell both. It's nothing as sinister as what you two are thinking, explained Finn. I just plan to leave the two of you in charge of our punitive army when the rest of us leave for below the 50th. As if in slow motion, Aki and Lily's eyes both widened. The two opened their mouths in protest, but Finn raised his hand to stop any of their arguments. You've got the reputation to control everyone. Aki and Lily will be there to fill any of the holes you might miss while strategizing. He looked them both in the eye. I need you two to work together on this one. That's the only way we make it through all of this, you got that? Finn sighed. This is a war, and I can't be everywhere. I need people I can trust. Aki and Lily sat there in silence. The Catwoman had nothing to say, but eventually, the young Prum pulled her hair in frustration. Why is Lily stuck here? Her words turned unintelligible. With all these heroic you are our GGHH? Finally, Lily stopped and looked over at Finn. Fine, Lily will do it because Lily is the dauntless and Mr. Finn's rival. Finn smiled. All right, sounds fair to me. And you, Aki? The Catgirl frowned. I mean, not like there's much of choice, is there? It's do or die time, right? Finn let out a dark chuckle. Yes, I suppose so. That all said, can I count on you for help? Aki nodded. As long as Ryuu actually stays with me at camp, and you don't try and pull some sneaky trick. Finn faked hurt. Would you really think that I would do that? Yes. Both Aki and Lily replied in the affirmative, and Finn chuckled. You two are already in sync, wonderful. Well, I'm going to check on the state of things, including our supplies. Meanwhile, you two can continue to chat and get to know each other, said Finn, already heading out the door. Bye, Master Finn, replied Lily. When he was gone, the two adventurers sat in silence. They had no idea what to say to each other and chose to focus on what came next. Have you been in contact with your unit of adventurers? Asked Lily. Aki nodded. Everyone except my second in command. She's in your familia, isn't she? The one that turns into the dragon. Lily rolled her eyes. You're talking about Lady Ottoheim? Yeah, but don't let that part intimidate you. She's pretty calm most of the time. Lily's lips turned downwards. But something happened today when we were in the dungeon. I need to speak with her about it. Lily looked Anna Kitty in the eyes. But I think you should judge her for yourself. She's that kind of adventurer. Aki nodded along. She was the kind of adventurer that made it to first-class status. Someone like Tiona, Tyone, or even the Sword Princess. Anna Kitty was looking forward to meeting the Dragon Princess now. Something about her struck a chord in the more seasoned adventurer. What do you think we'll be doing on 50th? Asked Lily, musing aloud. I mean, besides stopping monsters from coming up, is there really a point? She looked at the maps. Unless we need to stop something from going down. Aki was pulled from her thoughts. Her cat ears twitched as her gaze focused upon the Palom. What do you mean, stop something from going down? She asked. Lily pointed to the floor entrance. The fact of the matter is, Why would Mr. Finn leave so many adventurers behind? Aki shrugged. Most of them wouldn't survive past floor 50 anyway. Safer for them to stay on a safe floor. But even with all those first-class adventurers, Mr. Finn is going to be massively outnumbered. She looked up at Aki. When you went to fight the demi-spirit, didn't he take a bunch of level 4s with him as supporters? Why leave us so much firepower if we were just dealing with stray monsters? Aki studied the Dauntless, not saying anything. Lily continued to ramble. Unless there was another attack, said Lily. After all, these are Xenos. They know how to move between dungeon floors better than us. If Mr. Finn and all the first-class adventurers are busy with the fight in front of them, then they'd be completely taken by surprise. He needs a rearguard, enough to stop an army. Lily then shuffled through the papers, lying on the ground. It would also make sense why all the units had level 4s for commanders. They would be able to continue leading without the others around, said Lily. All we would need is a couple heavy hitters of our own for the Sunseekers' captains. She traced a line on the map, her eyes reading the list of adventurers in their punitive army. Then, Mr. Finn gets to charge forward, unfettered from the problems that surround him, while we take care of the bulk of the Sunseekers' armies. Finally, she gave a feral grin. But that's only part of it, isn't it? That's not the actual strategy. Now Aki looked really confused. What's the actual strategy then? Asked Aki. Lily tapped the spot that Finn had marked for the adventurer camp. It was nestled among some rocks, as well as being high up. It was a solid defensive position, but with nowhere to retreat. They could be quickly surrounded. We're bait. Rather, we're a distraction, replied Lily. We're a hungry morsel for the Sunseekers to eat up. Aki couldn't fathom it. Her captain was using her as bait for a trap. Finn was going to sacrifice them all. Lily saw her face and chuckled. You misunderstand. Finn is playing to the monster's expectations. Lily sat back. To them, we're all just a bunch of disgusting, pathetic adventurers. We're not going to put up much of a fight. Obviously, Mr. Finn disagrees, so we offer ourselves up as a supposed treat. When really we're a poisonous meal, finished Aki. Lily nodded. The two women, now understanding their purpose, got to work. They had just been issued a challenge by the braver himself, and they weren't going to back down. With the aspiring hero. Back in his hospital room, Bell tried to absorb the information he had just received. His grandfather, apparently, was Zeus, the deity, which all seemed to match what he had been told beforehand. Still, that was a lot of information for a 15-year-old to process. Hestia was outside his room, waiting for Ais and Loki so he could tell them about this earth-shattering news. Finally, Ryuu was here, saying that two of the leaders of their enemies were actually the reincarnated versions of their old friends. The whole thing was enough to make Bell pull out his hair. Finally, there was still the fact that he knew that almost everyone was probably pissed at him since he ran off without trusting them about the mission. Things were definitely not going his way today. In fact, things were going so horribly that even the forehead kiss from Ryuu had done little to lift his spirits. Ryuu still remained in the room, looking over him, but she also stood off and allowed him to think on his own issues at the moment. That was when there was another knock at the door. Ryuu went to answer it, and after a minute of whispered words, a blushing Ottoheim poked her head in the doorframe. Hello there, am I interrupting anything? She asked. Ryuu shook her head. No, in fact, I think it's best if you come inside and that we all had a chat. Bell felt himself frown. Wait, did something happen? He looked to Ottoheim. Did you have to turn into the dragon? Is something wrong? Ottoheim shook her head. No, there was no dragon or anything malicious like that, but I, had an incident. Ryuu snorted. So that's what we're calling it then. Odo almost flinched a little, and Bell cocked his head. Short of them running into a dragon, he had no clue what would cause the usually sunny Ottoheim to be so bashful. I kind of slipped up and turned back into what I used to be, explained Ottoheim. It wasn't on purpose or anything, but it just kind of happened, and then I almost attacked Ryuu, but that was an accident too. She turned towards the elf. I'm sorry again. Ryuu gave her familia member a tiny smile. Then, surprising Odo and Bell, she reached up to ruffle the young woman's hair. It's all right. If I'm being frank, I've had the same kind of reaction in the dungeon. The elf frowned. But I do want to make sure that you are okay, and if that you can't continue, that you don't push yourself just to fight. Ryuu looked over to Bell. And it's also your call. After all, you are our captain. Bell tried to shift himself in his bed to sit up. He wanted to actually have a conversation right now and not just feel like he was trapped in some rinky-dink infirmary bed. So, he struggled to sit up, and the women in the room politely ignored his struggle. When he was finally sitting up, he looked over at Ryuu. "Okay, but I feel like I'm missing things. What actually happened?" asked Bell. Ryuu sighed before launching into an in-depth explanation of everything that had happened in Knossos. As the elf talked, Bell studied Ottoheim. The girl in question would occasionally flinch and twiddle her hands like a child who knew she was in trouble. When that finished, Ryuu looked over at Ottoheim, studying the girl. There was no accusation in her eyes, though, just worry and fear. Bell could understand it. By its sound, the girl Ryuu described was not the Ottoheim he knew. This was something much more violent and angry. But Bell also remembered how everyone had told him that he didn't realize Ottoheim as well as he thought he did. "How are you feeling now?" asked Bell. Ottoheim shrugged. "I'm fine now. It's not like it's an illness or something, it's more just that being in that situation with all the fighting brought up some bad memories." She frowned. "I don't like war. Even if this war is for a good reason, I don't want us to forget that it's still a war." Something flashed behind her eyes. War is war, and that's never good. Bell and Ryuu stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say next. Finally, Bell decided to probably take the reins on this conversation. He wanted to be more like a captain, after all. "Ryuu, can you give me and Ottoheim the room?" he asked. The elf nodded, saying something about checking up on the rest of the familia. She also left Bell a warning to rest, or she would be back, and she made a special note to tell Bell that she often took things too far. Ryuu left, and Ottoheim remained alone with Bell. "So we both messed up then?" asked Bell, giving a sheepish smile. Ottoheim snorted before nodding. She walked over to sit on the bed and lightly flicked Bell's nose. "At least I didn't have to go to the hospital for my stupidity," she sighed. "Bell, why did you run into Knossos? I can get going into the dungeon with low-key familia." Ode smirked. "You are a horrible liar after all." Bell looked away, letting out a puff of air. "Do you know why I work so hard to be an adventurer, and why I want to be a hero?" Ottoheim nodded. "I mean, originally, weren't you looking to pick up girls and start a harem?" Bell spluttered and turned red. "No, well, I mean, that was one of the reasons, but it's different now." Odo chuckled. I know, so what is it now then?" Bell looked at his hands. "I want to help people, and I want to save them. I don't like seeing people in pain." Bell turned towards the door. "Someone saved my life, and I've wanted to be like them ever since. They're the kind of person I want to be." Ottoheim nodded along. "So, you ran off to save us? Bell, we can look after ourselves, you know." Bell smiled. "I know that you can look after yourselves, but what if something happened and I wasn't there to help?" Ottoheim snorted again. "Not everything needs you to be there, Bell. Do you think that we can't look after ourselves? Don't you remember how your familia survived the water capital?" Ottoheim raised an eyebrow. "Or what if this wasn't about saving us and about saving the Xenos?" Ottoheim watched Bell stutter in his movement. "Oh, I think I get it now. You were afraid we wouldn't be able to save the Xenos, right? And you wanted to be there because you felt guilty about how they saved you last time," said Ottoheim. Bell's mouth dropped. "Of course I felt guilty. They died for me and I couldn't save them. How should I have reacted? Should I just let them die again?" Ottoheim shook her head. "No, but what about us, Bell? We were there to save them. And we did it too, but you didn't believe that it would happen." Bell didn't respond at first. "It isn't like that," he said eventually. I get so worried all the time for people." Bell's shoulders fell. "Being a hero and trying to save everyone, it's just so hard." His eyes became wet. "And I can't seem to do it. I can't save anyone." Ottoheim frowned. "Bell, haven't you saved a bunch of people? Like Lily, Hestia, Haruheim, Ryuu, and me? And a bunch of other people." Bell shook his head. "But you're all still in danger?" He looked up, tears in his eyes. "You're all in danger because Freya wants me." He raised a hand to rub his eyes. "I thought I did, but I was being stupid and naive. I haven't saved anyone because being near me puts you in danger." His hands clenched into fists. "I'm a failure of a hero." Ottoheim stared at him before erupting into a fit of laughter and giggles. Bell looked up, entirely confused about what was happening, and just watched the former princess laugh. Part of him was offended, but she waved a hand. No, I'm sorry, Belle. Ottoheim tried to compose herself. Still smiling, she reached out to ruffle Belle's hair. You are such a wonderful, sweet boy, you know that, right? Terribly naive and optimistic, but also incredibly sweet, with a heart the size of a mountain. She sat back and looked him in the eye. Maybe being around you means we're in danger, but that's our choice, Belle. We get to choose what we do with our lives. Just because we do that doesn't mean you're putting our lives in danger. She sighed. Belle, I want you to listen to me. I feel like we've all been telling you the same thing right now, but this is all Freya's fault. She's the one putting us in danger, not you. If something happens to us, or the Xenos from the Sunseekers. Belle's lips curled, but being a hero means keeping people safe. Ottoheim shrugged. Great, but you also can't do it all yourself. There's an old saying, Belle, no man is an island. She flicked him again. Stop trying to do this all on your own. She leveled him with a look, and Belle felt himself wither just a tiny bit. If I find you trying to protect me or save me, I want you to stab me instead. Belle nodded once, and then looked to the door. What do I tell the others? He asked. Ottoheim smiled. Belle, we're not actually angry. We get why you do these things. It all comes from a place of love, after all. We just wish you treated us as partners and familia, and not just people to protect and save. She giggled again. That said, I'm not gonna stand in Lily's way when she comes for you. Belle winced, already imagining the pain he was going to endure. Before the conversation could continue, there was a knock at the door. Hestia poked her head in, already with a frown on her face. Oi, Ryuu just told me what happened, said the tiny goddess. Ottoheim winced. Well, now I'm pretty sure that I'm in trouble. The goddess stomped over, grabbed Ottoheim by the ear, and then pulled. Ottoheim took it all in stride, and she allowed for herself to get hauled away. Behind Hestia was Loki, Ais, and Ryuu. The three followed the tiny goddess, and even the goddess of tricksters looked confused. All right, itty-bitty, just what in the world is going on here? Asked Loki. Hestia stopped her reprimand to Ottoheim. Then, the goddess of the hearth pointed at the dragon princess and looked over at Belle. Her first child nodded, and Hestia launched into her theory about Belle's grandpa. The whole time, Loki's face did not change. All she did was nod along. However, Ais's face took on a tone of surprise that no one had ever seen. Her eyes switched back and forth between Belle and Hestia. When Hestia was done, she looked at Loki. So, you were in Horario when Zeus was, does it check out? Asked the goddess. Loki shrugged. Honestly, I can't say. It sounds about right, but Zeus was only here for so long. Loki sighed. Honestly, the best person to ask is someone like Hermes. He would know better than me. She ground her teeth together. Doesn't help that the snake isn't here, though. We could always check with the guild, though. Ask that half-elf that we know. Belle smiled. That's right. Ina will know something, I'm sure. Ais pouted. She wanted to be the one that knew something. Well, I'll see what I can find out, replied Hestia. Ryuu, Ottoheim, would you mind coming with me and keeping me safe? The two nodded before Loki jumped on the opportunity. I'm coming too then, I want to know what's going on, said the trickster goddess. She looked back to Ais. You can stay and keep track of the rabbit. Ais felt her heart start thumping erratically. Spend a moment alone? With Belle, her mini-self was jumping with joy at the opportunity. I get to stay, with Belle? Asked Ais. Loki nodded, Hestia smiled. Yes, you get to stay with Belle and keep him safe. Her eyes narrowed. But no funny business, got that? Ais nodded seriously. There would be no funny business going on here, that was for sure. She was just going to stay with Belle, and when he went to sleep, she was going to lay his head in her lap. Then, she was going to run her hands through his hair. She looked over at his snowy white locks. Soon, they would be hers. The four women left, and Ais stood by his bed. Do you need to take a nap? She asked. With the maestro. Freya was in Folkvanger, for once. She chose to be around her familia today. She had not been expecting that plan from the braver. She had not been expecting anyone to outsmart the Sunseekers so quickly. But it left her with a smile on her face because of a certain elf's reactions. My plan was spot on, grumbled Hedin. Obviously, those lousy monsters are the reason it failed. I made the perfect plan for them. The white elf was pacing back and forth. The rest of the executives watched, and Freya was quite amused by the situation. I did my best to help them, but if they failed to execute my instructions to the letter, that's on them. Counterpoint, began Ulfrig. You were outsmarted. By that Palom. From Hestia Familia, finished the last Gulliver. Hedin turned to glare at the collected prums. He opened his mouth to retort, but stopped when he heard giggling. The rest of Freya Familia looked over to find their goddess sitting on her throne with a smile on her face. It was such a rare sight that they all stopped to look in wonder. Now, began Freya. Acting like a petulant child will get you nowhere, Hedin. Better just to admit that you lost and move on. She looked to the side. Isn't that right, Otter? The bows nodded. Yes, Lady Freya. Hedin frowned. Yes, of course, Lady Freya, but what are we supposed to do now? Those damnable adventurers are going to be on the attack much earlier than we had planned. He sat back at the table with the other executives. I doubt that the Sunseekers will be able to kill as many as we wanted. He frowned. This is going to make things much more complicated, especially since we're on guard duty now. The elf steepled his fingers. Finding a way to interfere will be that much more difficult. Are you blaming the goddess? Snarled Alan. Listen here, Trash, if Lady Freya wants us to guard the wall, then there's a good reason for it. There was more giggling from Freya. She waved Alan off his attack. The goddess did not seem to care that her plan was not panning out the way she had planned. If anything, she appeared to be even more delighted than before. It's all right, said Freya. All this proves is that my otter is even more remarkable than I first thought. No one pointed out how it had probably Finn and Lily that had caused the disruption. Besides, I have seen his soul. It has started to shine again just the way I want it to. Freya's eyes flashed. I will not interfere now, and neither will the rest of you. She looked out over her children. You are too strong. If you join this fight on either side, it will all be ruined. Freya looked at the wine in her glass. Besides, with everyone else down below, we can move forward with the next part. She looked at Hedin. We can start to even things out on the surface. Hedin and the rest of the executives listened to Freya's words. The only one who wasn't listening was Otter. His mind was elsewhere. He would follow Lady Freya till the day he died, but there was still one question on his mind. Maybe it was because of his simple-mindedness, but his brain could only ask why. Why was Freya so intent on putting so much into capturing Bel Cranel? The farthest she had gone before was for Hedin and Hogni, but that had been exceptional circumstances. Why was she doing so much for this boy, named Bel Cranel? However much he tried to dismiss it from his brain, though, the question was there, niggling away. Otter knew that there was no point in wondering, but he couldn't help himself, because there was a much more difficult question in his brain, one that he would never dare to speak aloud. The thought that kept him going was simple: why weren't any of them enough? Otter was shaken from his troublesome thoughts when the goddess's sharp voice cut through. I will make this clear. No harm comes to Ryuu Leon. Freya's eyes were slits. If I hear that one of you has harmed a single hair on her head, that will be the end of our time together. I will evict you from Horario. The rest of the executives leaned back, almost as if they had all been attacked at once. Otter found the situation curiouser and curiouser. Ever since Bel Cranel and the elf had left, the goddess had shown more and more emotion. More things seemed to frustrate her and set her off. It was a side that was new, even to him. Otter, began Freya, I believe it's time you started calling our allies together. If that trickster Loki wants a fight, then I'll give her one. And what about that tiny piece of trash? Asked Alan. Hestia, Freya tilted her head. I'd prefer for her not to die, but if she stands in my way, remove her. The goddess waved a hand in dismissal. I don't think she'll be a problem, though. And what about the rest of her familia? Asked Otter. They are growing. Freya smiled. They will be the first to go. Everyone else nodded except Otter. But enough of this. We will deal with them when the time comes. With the Wanderers. The pair of them had finally settled on an old house in Daedalus Street. It had been decided that it would be the perfect place for her to start spinning her web. The woman sat down and started chanting under her breath. As she did, a magic circle formed underneath. And as always, the old man stood watch. He would protect her till she was ready, and then she'd be able to defend him. They would be prepared to make a difference in the coming battle, just like Hermes had told them. The city. As the sun set over the dungeon city, people did not stop moving. The opening salvos had been fired from both sides. The braver decided that he would not sleep for the next couple of days, and his adjutant joined him. The final plans were in motion, and the prologue was over. The war was beginning in earnest. Chapter 47. Elwin sat patiently in his chair, and around him, his half-sister, girlfriend, and house guest lectured him about not being an idiot in the coming war. This had started right after the evacuation process in Knossos, with Filvis commenting that he had been too reckless again. As she had bombarded him about this, he had eventually cracked and started arguing with her out loud. At the time, he had been with Lefia. The two had been trying to find some alone time before they got squished into the dungeon, with the rest of the mage battalion. They had been sitting on a park bench, Lefia's head on his shoulder. They had been reveling in the peace and quiet, their hands intertwined. Unfortunately, Filvis had no patience for that. She kept poking at him, trying to tell him that he needed to set up a safety net. Her argument was that he needed someone close to him who understood what he was going through. Filvis suggested Lefia, which made sense. But then Elwin looked at her. The little elf was looking out over the park, her eyes focused on a family having a picnic. She seemed so peaceful and was cute as a button to boot. Elwin did not want to ruin it. But then he opened his mouth. He got into an out-loud argument with Filvis, and she startled off his shoulder. She tilted her head and watched him argue. "No, I ain't putting that kind of pressure on her," shouted Elwin. Now everyone in the park was looking at them. So, Lefia started tugging on his sleeve. "Elwin, you need to quiet down," said Lefia. "People are staring at us." Elwin looked down at her and blinked from behind his glasses. He sat down, sheepishly, and scratched at the back of his neck. Slowly, Lefia felt her eyes narrow more and more till they were thin slits. "What was Filvis telling to do?" asked Lefia. Elwin looked away. "Nothing important, she just wanted me to warn you about some stuff." Lefia, still clutching Elwin's hand, gave it a tight squeeze. "And what kind of stuff were you supposed to warn me about?" She used her free to grab his face and swing it her way. "I swear, if you're hiding secrets again, I will slap you silly." Instead of a response, Elwin just gave her a dopey grin. "What's so funny?" said Lefia, practically screeching. "You're just cute when you're angry, that's all," replied Elwin. Lefia felt the heat rise to her face, but she refused to get sidetracked. "Stop trying to change the subject," she said. "What did Filvis say?" So Elwin explained what was going on. He talked about his fear, or lack thereof, and how it made him feel. He spoke of the dangers that came with it and what he had been thinking about. Then, he talked about how Filvis had been taking care of him. "She's been a great help with just about everything," said Elwin, trying to look at his head. "Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without her." Elwin couldn't help the smile as waves of embarrassment and joy came rolling off of his inner inhabitant. Lefia smiled too, happy that the most important people in her life were in one easy place. She then reached up and placed a loving hand on Elwin's cheek. She waited till she could feel his muscles relax before her hand darted up and grabbed the not-so-pointy part of his ear. "Ow, ow, ow," screamed Elwin. "Lefia, what are you doing?" Lefia pulled him up and marched him out of the park with a sickly sweet smile. Elwin was bent over, getting dragged away. "Let's go talk to Lady Riveria, shall we?" After a humiliating march through the city, filled with whistling and people talking about how whipped the half-elf was, if Lefia was embarrassed, she ignored it. She had a stringent goal in mind, and she knew that she needed specific reinforcements to get it done. For his part, Elwin couldn't pay attention to what was happening because he was busy arguing and dealing with Filvis. The dead elf was laughing her head off and taunting him. He would retort that she was stuck following him, and the two continued to bicker. Eventually, they arrived at the Twilight Manor, and Elwin felt his nerves spike. 1 hour later, Elwin's nerves were validated as Riveria continued to lecture him. She had learned from Lefia what was happening and then had launched into her speech. There had been tiny breaks between the many choice words she said. At one point, Elwin had to raise his hand to ask to go to the bathroom, and Riveria had narrowed her eyes. It was like she was daring him to try and run away. Safe to say, Elwin did not run away. At the end of it, though, Riveria just sighed. The high elf crouched down, and she pulled her brother into a hug. She held him so close that Elwin could feel her heart beating in her chest. The rhythm was slow, steady, and comforting. "Honestly, you stupid boy," said Riveria, whispering in her ear. "You should be telling me these things. I mean, we're family, aren't we?" Elwin nodded and slowly hugged Riveria back. "You already died once, and I don't want that to happen again. Elwyn could feel the normally calm high elf shaking, something in that serene mask cracking, and the younger brother felt horrible for telling her sooner. After a minute, where brother and sister held tight to each other and Lefia looked away awkwardly, there was a knock at the door. Lefia, happy for something to do, opened it to find the Dauntless standing in the hall. "There you are," shouted Lily, pointing at Elwyn. "I've been wondering where you went this whole time. We have work to do, and I have questions to ask Miss Filvis." "Oi, I'm in the middle of an emotional moment here, if you don't mind," retorted Elwyn. "Emotional moment, my ass. You're just trying to be lazy." Lily stomped forward, bringing her forehead forward. She pushed it against Elwyn's. Elwyn returned the gesture, careful not to push too hard since he was a level above Lily. That was when he felt a glare settle on his skull. He turned to find Riveria, eyes narrow, staring at him. "Elwyn, to use me to avoid doing work brings shame to the both of us. You don't want to bring shame to me, do you?" asked Riveria with a raised brow. Elwyn pouted. "No, Riveria," he stood up. "I'll go with Lily." Lefia made to follow, but Riveria called for her to stay behind. "Wait, Lefia, we need to go over the formations for the mage battalion for this little war of ours," explained the high elf. "After all, you and Alicia are going to be my seconds. I need to make sure the two of you understand what that means." Lefia nodded, settling for giving Elwyn's hand a reassuring squeeze before he left. He smiled in return. Then, he was out the door following his fearless leader. In the past, Lily had settled into a kind of routine in Altina. She took classes, did work, played games, and climbed the board. She was now around the edge of the top 100, and her progress had stalled because of it. She had managed to find her current plateau and had suffered some losses because of it. So, she was now hovering around rank 100, currently at 95. The difference from where she was before was incredible, though. The resources she had access to, and books she could read, had significantly increased. Now, to be fair, it wasn't that Lily was dumb or not studying hard enough. It was just that the rest of the people around her were so good. Lily was indeed in the realm of first-class minds now. These people blew her away, but she had also made some important friends. There was Marcus, of course, but she had also befriended others like Joan and Boadicea. The two women had come to her after her big match against Augustus. "We wanted to thank you for shutting that pig up," said Joan. Boadicea had nodded. "We would have done it ourselves, but it would have just come to us being seen as bullies." Lily had smiled at the time. Slowly, she also started to make sense that they were testing her. Joan and Boadicea never gave her straight answers or advice. They let her make mistakes and learn from them, and they teased her endlessly when she messed up. For that, Lily was grateful, and it made her appreciate them even more. Eventually, though, they proved the real reason for their existence. Apparently, Lily was to meet with Alexander the Great. They assured Lily that they were, in fact, her friends, but they also thought that she needed to meet with Alex. Marcus had agreed with them. So Lily chose to skip her lecture today and then went with her friends to find this so-called great strategist. In the present, so there's Scipio the strategist, Gerse and Frey, who are most likely Groz and Ray. Then there's that big gorilla, Hora Bragi the troll, said Finn, counting it down on his fingers. And what was the last one again? Elwyn closed his eyes in an apparent conversation with Filvis. After a moment of quiet, he reopened them. "The last one's name is Nastro, a dragon Xenos." Elwyn frowned. "Filvis says that he was definitely one of the strongest, all the way up there with Typhon himself. Filvis also wants to say that she doesn't remember much of the plan, but she does know that it involved a lot around holding the safe zones and buying time." Finn nodded along. "That makes sense, unfortunately. The longer it takes for us to reach them, the stronger they get." The Palom steepled his hands. "Does Filvis remember any other things we should watch out for?" Elwyn closed his eyes again, making a low humming sound. He frowned, and then he chuckled. Finally, he opened his eyes and rolled them. "Besides some dumb insults, she says that they have some Valgang dragons as guards, the last of the Violas, and something called Cadmus. But I don't know much about that one," replied the half-elf. "She does say to be careful, though. Any of the Xenos with Typhon have really been stirred up to hate humans. Whatever is going on won't be easy." At the mention of Cadmus, Finn's eyes turned a dark shade. "Cadmus is a boss-level monster. To think that they have all of those, Finn sighed. Still, at least we won't have to worry about any of the other boss monsters. At Lily and Elwyn's questioning gaze, Finn smiled. The Sunseekers can't have them around either. If they are going to control the dungeon, they need to patrol even more than we did. Elwyn nodded. Okay, that's great and all, but how are we going to stop them? A two-pronged attack, began Lily. We have to retake Riviera and Knossos at the same time, so we'll be splitting up our forces from the get-go. She frowned. But we have to determine who goes where. Mr. Finn will probably lead the main force to Riviera, and Mr. Gareth will lead his vanguard with some others through Knossos. We'll probably send Mr. Bitet and the scouting unit along with him. After all, this is Knossos we're talking about. As Finn and Lily returned to their planning, Elwyn felt his headache start to come back. He also knew that Lefia and Riviera would be busy with their own preparations. So much for hanging out with them. He got up to leave, said his goodbyes, and excused himself before he got caught again. As he was leaving, he ran into the werewolf, Bitet Loga. So, I heard that you're causing problems, said Bitet. Is this something I'm going to have to train out of you again? Elwyn felt his soul leave his body. No, sir, I will be okay. He practically ran from the wolf. In the past, in Altina, Lily sat across from the #1 student and captain of Athena Familia, Alexander. There were no titles like in Horario, but some got titles simply by being that impressive. For example, Lily had heard of the great barbarian queen of Hecate Familia, but Alexander was only known by one title, the Great. And what did he want with little old Lily? Shall we play a game of chess? Asked Alex. Lily nodded, happy for the distraction. She watched Alex stand up and bring a masterfully crafted marble board. The pieces were lined with gold and silver and took the shapes of gods, goddesses, and other figures. How about you take the opening move? Asked Alexander. Lily nodded at the opportunity and opened by moving one of her pawns. A standard start, but the best when she didn't know who she was playing. So, what brings you all the way out here to Altina? Asked Alexander, also moving a pawn. I mean, why leave your precious dungeon? Lily snorted. You should already know the reason why, Mr. Alexander. In fact, Lily would prefer if you just asked what you really wanted to talk about. Alexander chortled. That's fair, but would you mind indulging me? After all, my spies can only give me the barest of bones. I want details. Lily nodded, moving a knight. Lily's familia, Hestia Familia, came under attack by the goddess Freya. Eventually, we were forced to leave and figure out what we could do to stop her. Alex moved a rook. Why not just keep running? It's a big world after all, and I'm sure you could go into hiding somewhere. Lily shook her head, studying the board. She started to understand the game he was playing, glimpsing the outer edges. Freya would have burned the world to the ground for Master Bell, she replied, contemplating moving a pawn again. Alexander nodded along. Sounds about right, from the reports that I heard. I also understand that little prum, Finn Damney, did nothing to help you. Lily sighed. No, he didn't, but Lily doesn't blame him. Oh, and who does Lily blame? Lily blames herself, said the prum. Lily failed to put the pieces together and uncover Freya's plot. Everything that happened afterwards is Lily's fault. Alexander continued to nod. I understand the sentiment. After all, when your plan fails, you take it to heart that much more. But why blame yourself? This was Freya that we're talking about. Her familia is a bunch of monsters in their own right. Was there anything you could have done? Lily rolled her eyes. Don't play coy. Lily figures that Mr. Alexander already has 10 plans in place for if Freya Familia ever attacked Altina. Well, it's actually 12, but you're still not far off the mark. But I don't expect everyone to be like me, replied Alexander. Honestly, the one I'm most disappointed in is the prum. He should have known better. Might have to lower him a rank or two because of that. Lily shrugged. Mr. Finn probably never considered just how batshit crazy Freya could be. For the first time in the conversation, Alex was caught off guard. In the stunned silence that followed, he broke out laughing. The others in the room, the other top 10 strategists, all looked on in amazement. But Alexander the Great laughed and laughed. He finally wiped the tears from his eyes and continued talking. Well, aren't you a special little girl? Not many people would be willing to talk about a goddess like that, especially one of the beauty ones, he replied. Lily shrugged, eyes on the board. Lily prefers to talk about things like they are. Freya is crazy, there are no two ways about it, especially when it comes to Master Bell. Still, I'd be blaming the Palom. He should have been there. After all, what girl doesn't want a gallant Prince Charming to come to save them? Asked Alexander. He moved another piece. Check, by the way, mate in 6. Lily got herself out of check. Then, she gave a smile so sad that it pierced even Alexander's cold and calculating heart. There is no such thing as Prince Charming, she said. If there was, he would already love Lily as much as she loves him. Alex blinked and reassessed who he was looking at. Before, Lilaruka Ard had seemed like an above-average curiosity. She would learn what she needed and go on her way. But now, he saw her and realized that much more was going on beneath her tiny frame. This was someone who could not be satisfied. This was someone who understood that what would make her happy, well and truly happy, was already beyond her grasp. But still, she struggled and fought to find new meaning. But more to the point, continued Lily. Lily wants to know why you care. After all, this is all just one big game, right? And again, Alexander was caught off guard for the briefest of seconds. He recovered quickly, though, and set back to the board. I don't know what you mean, replied Alexander. Lily rolled her eyes. This ranking system, all of you in this city, and even your studies, these are all just parts of one larger game, all of being pieces played by your goddess. Alexander smiled. So you figured it out. Lily shrugged. The one advantage of living in Horario is that one meets many types of deities. There are those looking to further perfect their craft, those who seek only their own amusement, and those who seek glory. She moved a rook. That said, deities are rather simple-minded in the end. Now, that's a rather insulting line of thought, don't you think? Replied Alexander. Lily frowned, eyes trained on the losing battle. This is just Lily's observation, but with every deity that she's met, they all want the same thing. They all yearn to be mortal, she replied. Marcus Agrippa blinked, but Alexander nodded sagely. He motioned his hand for Lily to continue. He sat back, the game on hold. Gods and goddesses alike will deny it, but then, if they didn't, why put on so many restrictions when they came down? Asked Lily. After all, sure, they might destroy the land, but they're deities. They could put it back together again just as easily. No, they want the land intact so that they can enjoy what's down here. But that begs the question, what's the difference between down here and up there? Lily gestured vaguely to the heavens. There's only one difference, us. Humanity, mortals, civilization, or whatever else you call it. What about those deities that prank their familia or only live off their whims? Asked Alexander. Lily shrugged. They are the ones who refuse to accept their fate. All their pranks, jokes, and mischievous acts are really just the jealous cries of tiny children. They want what they cannot have. And what makes our lives so valuable? Replied Marcus. The fact that we can lose it. Deities can blink and we can vanish. We love, laugh, and live even though it is apparently meaningless. Lily turned her eyes back to the board. In the end, we have the one thing they never can. And what would that be? Asked Alexander. We have the ability to die. Lily lost the match, but Alexander thanked her anyway. He said that he would be looking forward to more exciting conversations down the line. As Lily walked back to her private apartment, Marcus trailed behind a perk of being in the top 100. So, what does wanting an ability to die have to do with Lady Athena? Asked Marcus. Lily gestured to the city. With this system, and this game, Lady Athena has drawn the greatest minds in the world. Philosophers and scholars alike are rubbing up against each other, trying their best to become as bright can be. They're playing her game, hoping for the ultimate prize. Men and women are studying how to kill each other for her favor, and she's hoping that they succeed. Okay, but what's the prize? What's the point in having them study how to kill each other? Asked Marcus. Isn't it obvious? Lady Athena is looking for a way to die. In the present, the night passed and Belle was let out from the clinic. Ais was glued to his side as always, but now she seemed to be glancing at him. He couldn't blame her, though. After all, the revelations of yesterday were nothing to scoff at. Belle was still reeling himself. Loki had reacted the loudest, though, even if she had apparently had her own suspicions. Ais, don't we plan on meeting the rest of the Vanguard unit today? Asked Belle. Ais frowned, an adorable pout already creeping up on her face. Belle chuckled. which earned him a set of puppy dog eyes and a playful shove. "I don't know what it means. To lead people," said Ais. She looked over at him. "You're going to help me, right?" Belle nodded enthusiastically. "I promise that I'll help you as much as possible," he frowned. "Not that I know much about tactics either, though. After all, I mostly just do what Lily says." The March Hare hung his head. "That reminds me, I still have to talk to her. I have to apologize for what happened." Ais's pout deepened, and she poked Belle. "Where's my apology?" she asked. "You made me worry too." Belle ducked his head, scratching at the back of his neck. "You're right, I'm sorry, Ais. I should have listened to you more," he said. Ais shrugged, but Belle noticed that she seemed to be just a tad happier now. After walking to Hearth Manor, the two adventurers stopped outside. They watched some people already moving about on the front lawn. "What in the world?" said Belle. "Ah, Sir Belle, you're back," called Mikoto from the middle. The black-haired samurai quickly rushed around the crowd, stopping in front of him. Her black braids swayed behind her. "I apologize for all the people, but many of them insisted on meeting with their lieutenants and such from the Allied Adventurers' Army," she explained. "Is that what we're calling ourselves?" asked Belle. Mikoto shrugged. "That seems to be the consensus, but still, I believe that the name does have a certain ring to it." She looked over her shoulder before turning back to them. "Now, I believe that everyone from your unit is waiting for you. I wish you the best of luck." With that, the samurai ran off back to her own scouting unit. Apparently, many of them would instead meet with her over the angry Beteloga or the mysterious Urashima tarot. It also helped that Mikoto had apparently attracted a fan club because of her pretty features, which meant that Haruheim hovered close by, which only drew more infatuated gazes. The two young women were getting swamped by their new adoring fans. Belle walked through the yard, determined to meet who he would be leading. Hestia waved him down and brought him to the skirmisher unit. There were 36 adventurers in front of him and only some of the faces he vaguely recognized. He looked to Ais, hoping that she would say something, but the sword princess had a blank look on her face. So, Belle sighed and turned back to the crowd. "Thank you all for coming, and I apologize for not meeting with you all sooner," he said. "My name is Belle Cranel, and I will be your second in command." There were some muttered greetings. "Now, I know that many of you come from different familias, but we have to put those differences aside for now. Today, and for the days to come, there is only one enemy, and that is the dungeon." He frowned. "I know that some of you think that I'm a monster lover, and that others might even believe I'm in league with the Xenos. But I can assure you, I only want everyone to be safe. I want us all to come back alive." He tried for a smile. "Our adventure has only just begun." There was a smattering of applause and acknowledgement. After that, the group broke down into more logistical things. They talked about what skills and magics they would be bringing to the table. After all, everyone in this group was chosen because they were fast and could employ some form of hit-and-run tactics. Belle wrote down the details, and Ais spoke to each person one-on-one. This was easier for her and left a more significant impression on the people under her command. At the end of an hour, Belle and Ais had a list of names, as well as everyone's update sheets. In the beginning, Belle had only asked for the people willing to give him their update sheet, but most had assumed that it would be required anyway. Belle and Ais sent them on their way at the end of the day. Soon, the Sword Princess also went on her way. Tomorrow, they would begin their march down into the dungeon at the break of day. When she left, Belle walked her to the door. The two barely spoke, enjoying the other's company in peace. The one different thing was the light dusting of red on both their cheeks. When Ais left, she gave Belle an awkward hug goodbye. Then she held his hands, wished him well, and went on her way home. When Belle turned around, he found his supporter standing there waiting for him. "Oh, Lily," said Belle, "I see that you're home." Lily nodded, then she sighed and bowed her head. Lily was angry at Master Belle for his reckless behavior, and Lily would like to apologize for judging without knowing, said the Dauntless. Belle stared for a second before breaking down and waving his arms all about. "No, no, no," screamed Belle. "It's okay, Lily, you were right to be angry. I took your strategy and tossed it aside." The Palom shrugged. "Maybe, but still, Lily is your supporter. She should have done a better job of supporting you." She frowned. "That said, from tomorrow on, Lily is going to be your commander. That means that you have to listen and do exactly what Lily says. Is that understood?" Belle nodded, happy that she had forgiven him so easily. He sighed before checking to make sure that everything was okay. Then, he left for his room. Before he went through the door, he saw his goddess waiting for him. She smiled. I wanted to make sure that everything went okay today. Hestia's legs kicked the air since they didn't reach the ground. After all, I won't be able to do much once you leave, so I wanted to talk one more time. Belle gave her an awkward grin. I'm okay, I think. I mean, Miss Amid says that I've healed enough for tomorrow, I just have to be careful. I don't know about the rest of it, though. I mean, what am I supposed to do about my grandpa being Zeus? Hestia shook her head. Put it to the side, then. Focus on what's right in front of you now. She held up a finger. Think about it this way, does Zeus being your grandpa really change how you feel? Does it change your dream? Belle thought about it. There was part of him that felt angry at being manipulated, as if Zeus had been doing all of this on purpose to set him down a specific path. Another part of him didn't care, though. In the end, all Belle really wanted to do was help people. Maybe he bungled it sometimes and often put his foot in his mouth, but he well and truly just wanted to make people smile. And knowing that Zeus was his grandpa didn't change that simple dream. Hestia saw the decision on his face before patting the spot next to her on the bed. How about we give you one more status update before the big battle? I'm sure you jumped a bit now that your skill is back and running, she said. Belle nodded. Slowly, he took off his shirt and lay down on his bed. In the past, Lily was just about to leave Altina. After 6 months of work, she felt that her strategic knowledge had grown in leaps and bounds. She was ranked 52 now, one spot behind Marcus, and she was nipping at his heels. She was almost sad to leave the city, but Belle and Hestia had come for her, and they had brought 2 new members with them. A former princess named Otoheim Nakamura and her bodyguard, Urashima Taro. They seemed like good people, and Lily trusted Hestia and Belle's judgment. They would be leaving in a week, giving Makoto enough time to finish her gladiatorial training. Despite living in the same city, it would be the first time Lily had seen Makoto in the last 6 months. After all, it wouldn't really feel like training if the 2 of them were still communicating. They had to be totally separate to make this work, to ensure that they really did grow as much as possible. While Lily's familia was currently resting in her new villa, which she was told would be permanently hers now, she was wandering the main building of Athena Familia. After some quiet reflection, she found who she was looking for. Goddess Athena stood near a set of towering columns. Even with marble constructs looming above her, she imposed her will upon them and the city she watched over. The goddess made no comment as Lily approached, barely nodding her head in the Prum's direction. "Hello, Lily," she said. "I will be sad to see you go, but I understand that this is what was supposed to happen." Lily made a humming sound. "Alexander told me about the conversation that the 2 of you had," said Athena. "I'm sure you must be curious about my thoughts on the subject." Lily shrugged, not wanting to interrupt the goddess. "The fact of the matter is, you're only half right." Athena frowned, a far-off look in her eyes. "I don't want to die, Lily, but I need to know for my children. After all, what's to stop a vengeful deity from hunting my beloved children up in Tenkai? How would I stop them?" Lily noticed now how sad the goddess looked. "If some petty goddesses lay in waiting for a child of mine, I could never forgive myself. I need a permanent solution, just in case." Lily said nothing. "You know, this city used to be a place of magic and mages. Everyone knew of the famed magic of Altina, after all," began Athena, unprompted. "And I'm sure you could guess why I allowed them to stay and gave them free rein for their studies." Lily nodded. "I thought that magic might be the way, or maybe a magical item," explained Athena. "So I let them tinker to their heart's content so that they could find a way to kill a god." Here, Athena stumbled, but Hecate discovered what I was trying to do. She smiled. The most surprising part was that she wasn't angry about me wanting to kill deities. It was that I was using her children for my own selfish desire. She left, taking most of the mages with her. "What did you do next?" asked Lily, finally daring to speak. "I realized that if this was the task I set, then it was my burden alone to bear," responded Athena. "I formed a proper familia and began setting the task of encouraging their knowledge. They would study under my guidance. They learned to protect themselves and their people this way, and I created a society of learned killers. My hope is that one of them will one day answer my question." "How does one kill a god?" asked Lily. Athena nodded. In truth, I believe that you might be the missing piece. She gave Lily a dark grin. After all, what better place than the dungeon to find the end of deities? She turned to look Lily in the eyes. Will you help me in this endeavor? Lily thought of the atrocities of the world. The gods and goddesses played their games, and people were still getting hurt. Countries like Rakia waged constant war, gifted strength because of Ares. Freya did as she pleased, no one able to stop her or her pack of thuggish demigod adventurers. But there was also good, because Lily remembered a god of war who took in orphans in a land ravaged by horror. And she remembered the smiling elephant god who wished for people and monsters to live together. I don't know, came the eventual response. Athena smiled and turned to look out over her city once again. That's a good answer. I think I'll remember it. In the present, the sun had not risen, but Lily was already standing in front of the dungeon. She had barely slept and had finally given up attempting to. Instead, she had written a note telling her familia that she would be waiting for them at the entrance. Around her, guild workers set up marking zones for the allied adventurer army to form around. They also supplied wagons for the baggage train. Yes, the war was becoming a reality. Soon, though, Lily realized that she was not alone. Standing 10 feet away, staring up the many floors of the Tower of Babel, was the High Novice. She strolled over, hands clasped around the straps of her pack, not saying a word. I know this might seem like a dumb question, said Raoul, but we've all thought about what SHE's going to do while we're all down there, right? Lily nodded. Yes, and in the end, there's not much we can do. We just have to bank on her humanity. Raoul did not scoff at the answer. He just tilted his head. In silent contemplation, he mulled it over. Lily took the opportunity to study the city surrounding her. The morning mist hung like a veil, obscuring her vision. The people moved like ghosts, silent across the cobblestones. She could see the walls off in the distance, with the sun only just starting to crest their horizon. All was quiet and peaceful, and Lily felt herself relax. I guess that makes sense, was Raoul's eventual response. I mean, she is the goddess that lived as a human for the longest. That has to mean something. His gaze turned to the dungeon. But there's nothing to be done now, is there? We just have to face up to this trial and do what we can. That's all we can do, was Lily's reply. It was undoubtedly a strange conversation, and not one that she expected to be happening. After all, her previous interactions with Raoul Nord had not gone well. She had tricked him and humiliated him, after all. I'm happy we have people like the captain with us, though, said Raoul. He glanced at Lily. I think you're like me, someone who gets it. Lily raised an eyebrow. You're someone that knows they'll never be a hero, but you're happy to stand in the light they give off, even if it's just for a moment. Raoul stood quiet for a moment. After all, we can't all be the hero of the story, but we can all play our part. Lily nodded along. She did, in fact, agree with him. I'm happy there's someone like you up there, though, continued Raoul. Someone willing to remind those big heroes that there's a bunch of little people standing with them. He looked down, a nervous look in his eye. Sorry, that came out wrong. Lily barked a laugh. No, you're right. In fact, Lily believes that it'll be us little people that make the biggest difference, just you watch. Raoul turned his gaze back to the tower. Lily looked to the dungeon and considered Athena's question. Dawn had come, and the silent drums of war went off throughout the city. Chapter 48. The light of dawn was just beginning to peek over the walls of Horario. The air was crisp and clean, everything clear as the city gathered around its most important feature. Even the smallest of shopkeepers knew that the storm was breaking. Not to mention that the adventurers had taken the news of talking monsters well. The Xenos had been introduced to all the major familias, and many of them just sort of shrugged. Apparently, these things just kind of made sense. The pieces clicked together, and while many were not happy, they learned to accept it. After all, with the support of the top familias in Horario, Loki, Ganesha, Hephaestus, and Hestia, then they lived with it. These were all things that Bel explained to Ulfia's gravestone. He had come one last time to talk to his auntie. He sat in the dirt, slowly going through the events of the past weeks. But I got to hear from Mama, said Bel, and I got to hear from Papa. He felt his eyes moisten. How come I can get so sad, missing people that I never knew? I mean, I never met you either, Auntie, but I still miss you so much. His voice caught, and he was almost unable to continue. How come I never got to meet my family? His tears started to fall to the ground. I know this isn't very strong of me, but I want my mama and papa. As he started to cry, Ryuu walked forward. She knelt and placed a hand on Belle's shoulder. When he had come to her in the morning, asking her to come along to the gravesite, the elf had readily agreed. She understood how important this would be to him, but Ryuu had also kept her space, careful not to interfere. Ryuu couldn't empathize with Belle's troubles, though. She had left her family, leaving the forest behind. She had chosen to be alone. To never know one's parents or family seemed like a painful experience. So, Ryuu did her job and supported Belle. "How much longer do you want to stay?" she asked. Belle started to stand, taking the time to rub the tears away. "We should probably leave now," he replied, walking towards the gravestone. "I have to leave Auntie Alfea. Hopefully I can come back. I love you, Auntie." The two walked away, heading back into the city. They had brought their adventuring gear with them, and Lily was already handling everything else. So, they made their way down one of the boulevards towards the dungeon. They chatted amicably about odds and ends, catching up on everything they had missed about each other for the past couple of weeks. These talks left Ryuu feeling happy. Her new relationship with Belle wasn't quite what she envisioned, but she also felt even closer with him than before. The two felt like partners now, truly equals. Besides, there was something else for the elf. "Woohoo, over here, Ryuu," came a sing-song voice. Unseen to everyone except Belle, a smile blossomed on her face. Belle pretended not to notice. Instead, he walked over to the hostess, Ryuu following behind him. "Hello, sir," said Ryuu. "Anything I can do?" The gray-haired girl presented a box instead of an answer. "I made you lunch," replied Sir. "I know that you'll be gone for a while. Just remember that I'm waiting for you to come back, okay?" Ryuu nodded shyly. "Well, of course, and I have something that I want to tell you." Sir tilted her head, hair swishing. "What is it?" Ryuu, slowly turning redder, seemed to come to some decision. She leaned forward and gave Sir a peck on the cheek. Before she could escape, though, Sir grabbed her wrist. The girl had a mischievous smile on her face. "Oh, Ryuu, you missed," she sang. Ryuu frowned. "What do you mean I missed?" Sir tapped her lips. "You missed. You're supposed to aim for here." "People are watching," replied Ryuu. "I can't just. Do I look like Mikoto or Haruheim to you?" Sir pouted. "Well, I want one anyway, now pucker up." The waitress just about jumped the elf. Ryuu deftly avoided the attack, and the two danced around each other like that for a while, until Sir fell and seemed to scrape her knee. The silver-haired girl held her knee in, a look of pain on her face. Her hands covered where the wound would be, obscuring it from view. Ryuu was at her side in an instant, which was when Sir gave her a quick kiss on the lips. The girl popped up after that, not a single scratch on her. She dusted off her apron and smiled cheekily. "Teehee, I win," said Sir. Ryuu stood around like a gaping fish for a while before marching off. Sir laughed and bid goodbye to Belle as well. Finally, the waitress returned to the hostess, and the captain and vice-captain marched on. With the army. The Allied Adventurers' Army had many leaders. Anyone level 5 or high immediately qualified to lead a platoon cohort. The only one who was different was a mid-Tezenaire, leader of the medical unit. The level 2 was automatically put in charge of the medical team, and nobody questioned it. In all honesty, the Diane sect Familia made up most of the medical unit. There were only a couple from other familias scattered here and there, the most marked of them being Mirabilis from Myich Familia. When Amid was waiting outside the dungeon, going over her supplies one last time, she felt someone tap her shoulder. Turning, she found someone that she rarely saw, Naza. The Chinthrope was not part of the forces, citing previous injuries. Amid blinked in surprise, though, knowing how the dog woman seemingly felt about her. "If Cassandra comes to you and tries to warn you, listen," said Naza. Her message given, she turned to leave. However, she stopped when she felt Amid grab her metal arm. Naza turned to find the D-Saint frowning. The healer dropped her arm and looked to the ground. Feeling impatient, Naza started tapping her front, arms crossed across her chest. "Well, I'm waiting," said Naza, her droopy eyes hiding a vicious glare. Amid looked up, a deep frown on her face. "In case anything happens, I want you to know, I really am sorry about everything," said Amid, her voice small. "I know that it's meaningless, but I wanted to tell you, I've only ever wanted to be your friend." Amid's hesitation on the last word carried heavy tones, and to Naz's surprise, her tail started wagging without her knowing. She glared at it while it betrayed her true intentions, but then turned back to face Amid. She gave a sleepy smile. "We will talk when you return," said Naza. Now she walked away, and Amid felt her heart beating in her chest. In a different part, Daphne walked around her own platoon. She gave out orders, trying to get them organized and ready. "And has anyone seen our captain?" shouted Daphne. She received a bunch of no's in answer. That made the strict girl want to claw her hair out. She was hoping that the cohort leader would take over quickly so that she could check on Cassandra. It had taken a while, but the two had finally confessed and were going steady, and Daphne was worried. It was going to be the first time in a long time that she wouldn't be there to watch Cass's back in the dungeon. "Sorry I'm late," screamed a voice. Daphne whirled around to find the Amazon, Tiona Hyrute, running towards their group. Slowly, the pieces clicked together, and Daphne finally understood who would be leading them. Mentally, she cursed Lilaruka Ard and all the harebrained schemes that the little prum concocted. Daphne knew that it would be Lily's idea to put the two of them together. "So, I'm not very smart," said Tiona, "which means that I'm going to be relying on you a lot for strategy and stuff, okay?" For emphasis, Tiona slapped her on the back. Daphne stumbled in response and sighed. She settled down, resigning herself to her fate, and started giving out orders to the rest of her squad. Tiona nodded along, affirming all of Daphne's orders. She was only there to give the crimson-haired girl legitimacy. After all, these were the orders that the Dauntless had left with her. Tiona was only to be the group's muscle and make sure no one died, and Tiona would do it, too, with a smile on her face. Gareth was at the entrance to Knossos with his rather sizable heavy infantry unit, and behind him was his second-in-command, Raoul Nord. Behind them was the vanguard unit, led by Ais Wallenstein and her second, Belle Cranel. Finally, they had half of Reveria's mage brigade. The mages there would be left in the care of Alicia Forestlight. The mage had been summoning her courage before walking up to Belle Cranel. "That siren, her name is Frey, right?" asked Alicia. Belle nodded, an uncertain look on his face. "And you said that she's probably a reincarnated version of Ray, right?" questioned Alicia. Her grip on her weapons tightened. "Are we sure there isn't something we can do?" Belle's mouth tightened into a firm line, but he did not despair. Instead, he tried to give a reaffirming nod. He almost reached up to grip her shoulder for comfort, but then he remembered his place. "I don't know if I should be promising this, but we're going to do everything we can today. I don't want her to die either," replied Belle. Alicia nodded along. "She saved my life once, and I know that she isn't evil deep down, and I want to return the favor, especially after what happened last year." Belle grimaced, and the mood dropped. For Hestia and Loki Familia especially, this was a somber reminder of what everything had cost them. It was also a reminder that this war was partially their fault. Freya was still the one pulling the strings and orchestrating everything horrible that had happened with the Sunseekers, but it was their inaction that made everything so much worse. Finally, though, at a separate part of the square stood the scouting unit. It was one of the largest units, and so while it had its leaders, Bite and Ryuu, there were also several smaller sections within that unit. These were led by other second-class adventurers. One of those second-class adventurers was Urashima Taro. He had a unit and was busy relaying the last of his orders to them leading up to the beginning of the expedition. Thankfully, they had taken to him well and were not too worried about his missing arms causing them problems. However, his last orders were interrupted when he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. He turned around to find the High Smith, Tsubaki Kalbrand, smirking down at him. In her hands was a large wooden box. "Got something special for you, living weapon," she said. "A custom-order weapon just for you." She popped open the box, and there was a pair of gleaming white arms. "Their name is the Dragon's Wings, and they're Durandal weaponry." She winked. "So, there's no need to worry about them breaking like they did in the tournament." Yura blinked. Who in the world commissioned these? Tsubaki's one good eye rolled in its socket. "If I have to tell you who that was, then you're more hopeless than I thought." Yura's eyes drifted, finding her in the crowd. He always knew where she was, her presence always on his mind. She was chatting happily to Aki, going over tactics and squad formations. As if feeling his gaze, she turned and waved. He returned the wave, backing in her radiant smile for just another second. "You really do have someone special, you know that, right?" said Tsubaki. Before Yura could respond, someone else called out across the courtyard. Standing on a raised platform, spear in hand, was Finn Deemney. His battle attire seemed to shine in the light as it came over the wall. "All right, everyone, it's time to listen up," said the braver. "There is no pretty speech and no words of wisdom I can give you. All there is to do is listen to your captains and watch each other's backs. These monsters are threatening our very way of life, but this is their home we're entering. They will know it better than us, and we cannot underestimate how prepared they will be." His face shifted into a grin. "But we are adventurers. We cannot and will not step down. Some of us fight for glory, some of us fight for money, and some of us fight vengeance. But those reasons don't matter anymore. All that matters is what we do now. The reason why you're an adventurer doesn't matter, as long as you're ready to fight to protect it." A resounding cheer went up from everyone around. The gathered adventurers roared their defiance. They would fight. They would not let the Sun Seekers keep them from the dungeon. It was a place of death and destruction, but it was what made them. They stood as the strongest in the world because of the dungeon. "All right, you heard the commander, so let's get moving," commanded Iki. "We're heading to the 18th floor, and we will retake Riviera. Vice Captain Ottoheim, take point." "You got it," replied Ottoheim. She gave a signal, and a group of adventurers formed behind her. They waited for the scouting unit to head inside before following along. As she watched them run by, Ottoheim's eyes connected with Urashima's. She wished that he was by her side, but they both knew that they had different jobs that they had to take care of. Iki's squad soon followed when the scouts had disappeared into the dungeon. They were closer to the front of the formation, Finn wanting to give Anakitty as much experience on the front line as possible. He also trusted the firepower of that squadron since Ottoheim was there and could boost herself up to level 5 with her magic. The first levels were simple. In fact, the Sun Seekers hadn't even left guards. Apparently, the Knossos raid had already put a burden on their resources. "Honestly, Knossos is probably going to be the place that's more heavily guarded," said Ottoheim. The adventurers behind her exchanged looks. "Why do you say that?" one of them asked. "Knossos is man-made, so they have to put all the monsters in there. Not to mention, it looked like they were establishing some kind of settlement," explained Ottoheim. "Ryuu said that the place looked like a reprieve." Cracks on the wall signaled monsters being born. Ottoheim's Bicento was quick to dissect the goblins that fell out of the wall, though. "Meanwhile, down here, they get monsters for free. Weak monsters, to be sure, but monsters nonetheless," she said. "But if any of those weak monsters were able to attack our baggage train, they could inflict a fair amount of damage." The baggage train was more a long procession of supporters. That was where the majority of non-specialized level 2s were. They carried large packs, filled to the brim with supplies for the journey. There was no space for collecting magic stones, though. Finn had made it clear that all rocks were to be crushed. They couldn't bring the stones with them, but they couldn't leave them for the enemy to find. The Path of Dust became a tale told in the days to come. Meanwhile, in Knossos, Belle and Ais were doing their best to lead troops. They were the vanguard, and they were already thick in the middle of the fighting. "Cover the left flank," shouted Belle. 4 adventurers moved to answer Belle's call. He watched with trepidation, hoping that he was making the right calls. Lily had done what she could to drill the basics of strategy into Belle's head, but he knew that he wasn't anything special in this department, and unfortunately, neither was Ais. After all these years, she had learned from watching Riveria, Gareth, and Finn, but communication still wasn't her forte. Her biggest problem was having herself heard over the melee. After all, she was a relatively quiet girl by nature. Thankfully, she and Belle had worked something out ahead of time. They had created a straightforward set of signals so that the naturally quiet Ais didn't have to worry about trying to raise her voice. She would use her free hand to gesture and send the fighters where they needed to go. The system worked to a degree, so the adventurers' squads progressed through Knossos. Behind them, Gareth marched along. His shield was at the ready if he needed it. They mopped up the leftovers, and everything made Gareth worried. They used all the strategies they had made for Knossos before, and their maps were still accurate in this endless metal maze. But when things went well in Knossos, Gareth was only too aware that it wasn't for a good reason. Everyone, watch the shadows. If you hear anything going on behind you, I want to know about it, am I understood? Yes, sir. Alicia said the same to the mages in her unit. There was agreement there marching down the shadowy halls. The silence threatened to be overwhelming. All they could hear was the faint sounds of battle from the vanguard unit up ahead. In fact, not a single mage had actually cast a spell yet. There had been no need for them to do it, and that just made Alicia more worried. The battle was supposed to be fierce. If I were a bunch of monsters with heightened senses, what would I do? Asked the she-elf. Slowly, she stared up into the shadows. They seemed to dance around her, shifting around the dark ceiling of the man-made dungeon. Even those with enhanced senses found it hard to focus on the goings up there. Alicia also had a disturbing thought. The last time they were here, they fought humans. The members of Evelis that had called this place home thought and fought just like them. And even now, they had been told that the Sunseekers could reason and talk like them. Which meant that they had assumed they would use the same strategies that humans would use. They had been arrogant. Someone with light or fire magic cast a spell upwards, ordered Alicia. This caused a moment of general confusion, but soon enough, a couple mages chanted. Magic circles bloomed at their feet and pointed their magic staves upwards. Their spells launched, and as the orbs of light shot upward, Alicia could feel her heart freezing in her chest. She prayed that she was wrong, but then she saw the first glint of a feather, and her stomach dropped. "Watch out from above," she shouted as chaos descended. With the scouts. While progress within Gnosis was slow, the force in the dungeon made steady progress. The scouting unit had been so quick and efficient that they were currently just outside the 18th floor, and by that, they were just at the entrance to it. The only thing stopping them was the Goliath that had been waiting for them. "So much for the element of surprise," said Yura. "The bastards set up the perfect warning siren." "It doesn't matter, we push through," responded Ryuu, who had just landed at his side after giving some strong hits to the monster. "Rivera awaits us, and more importantly, this is our job." She leveled her wooden sword straight at the beast. "We are the ones that clear the way. We set the path that our comrades will follow, so cut through, charge." The collective scouting unit roared their approval, streaming forward like a river of violence and death. Ryuu watched them go, aware of Mikoto standing at her side. She turned to her apprentice to tell her to keep moving, but was met with the sight of Mikoto smiling, eyes wide. "You're so cool, Lady Ryuu," chanted Mikoto. "You're just such an inspiration." Ryuu felt her face heat up again. "Oi, now's not the time to turn into a fangirl. We have a monster to deal with." She tried to hide how pleased her apprentice's words made her feel. "She's right, no one in my unit is allowed to be any kind of weakling," shouted Tgthegood, already at the front. The werewolf had been the first to attack. He had jumped higher than anyone else and had swung his leg down like a hammer. His foot crushed in the Goliath's skull, bringing the beast down onto its back. Adventurers were quick to pile on and hack the beast to pieces. When the magic stone had been uncovered, it had been obliterated into dust. Tgthegood stood at the entrance to the 18th, peering into the darkness. He kept his sense open in case they would be attacked. "You weaklings get 5 minutes if you need it," he said. When there was no response, he turned his head to shout at them. The sight in front of him made him stop. Every adventurer stood at the ready, weapons still drawn. Some of them might have been tired or had suffered injuries, but none of them looked like they wanted to stop and rest. The sight of them made Tgtheg's blood pound. A feral grin overtook his face. "Well, all right then. Let's see if we mop up this place before Finn and the others get here." "Yeah." The alpha led his pack through the darkness, unafraid of what they would find on the other side. Dimly, he was aware of the 3 from Hestia Familia nipping at his heels. The 4 of them formed the tip of the spear of the scouting unit. His ears also heard mumbling, but he could not tell where it came from. He chose to ignore it, though. He focused on leading the charge with these 3. They were at the front of the expedition, which meant that they were the first to burst into the dungeon-made light of the 18th floor. Tgthegood's feet did not falter, but he did slow down. In front of him was a wide semicircle of open terrain. After that was a sea of monsters. All of them had the telltale purple eyes of those under the control of another. While he moved forward, he tried to find the best place to make an impact. No matter where he looked, though, he knew that the monsters would just close in around him and his fighters. his teeth tusked, and he almost howled his frustration. They need a path, or at least something that could buy them just a single moment. Descend from heaven, rule the earth, Shinobu Tensei, Futsunama Tama. An explosion of purple rocked all the monsters in front of Bite. The weaker monsters were instantly crushed by the intense gravity they were faced with. I will clear the way, declared Mikoto, standing firm. Now go forward and fight. Bite smiled. He didn't need to be told twice. He shouted for those with injuries or were tired to stay behind and protect the Black Crow. And don't you hold it longer than you have to, he ordered Mikoto. We'll still need you for the rest of this. Those were his last words to her as he crashed into a knot of monsters just outside the gravity spell's influence. He took to the right, and Ryuu took to the left. This adventure-created obstacle was just the thing they needed to establish themselves on the floor. Fairy Princess, go retake the town, ordered Bite. Living Weapon, go search for stragglers around the big tree. His wolf instincts howled. I'm going hunting for sun seekers. Understood. I'm on it. Ryuu and Yura took off, taking adventurers with them. Bite charged off on his own, hunting for the leader. From what he had been told, it would be either the siren or the gargoyle, both of whom had been one-time allies, but Bite pushed those feelings deep down. For once in his life, he wanted to protect everything he held dear. He would crush anyone that stood in the way of that dream. With the elf, Alicia shot off her ice magic into an incoming pack of kobolds. They all froze, snarls permanently etched on their faces. There's no end to them, she said. Indeed, ever since they had been discovered hiding in the shadows, the monsters and their Xenos leaders had been pouring out in a constant stream. It was going to be death by 1,000 cuts at this rate, and they had not spotted either of the potential leaders of the Xenos yet. Neither Frey nor Gerse had been found in the melee. Lass, we have a stampede of mammoth fools, called Gareth. Your mages need to do their job and take him out. Right away, Gareth, replied Alicia. Mages, ready your combat spells. In front of the heavy infantry, the vanguard unit stood in the thickest of the fighting. They had been making steady progress towards the possible Sun Seeker settlement, and the ferocity of their opponents had only increased. Why the hell are they fighting so hard? Asked one adventurer. We're close to their home, replied Bell, daggers in hand. He parried a hobgoblin's attack and then slashed into its stomach. It's like if we were fighting in the streets or in front of children. The following response was delayed. Can these things even have children? Bell didn't have the time to shrug, as he was too busy grappling with a harpy. He cut off one of its wings and shot off a firebolt into its face. Maybe, but there are Xenos that are more childlike than others, he responded eventually. He looked back. And if those little monsters surrender, no one is to harm them. I will not abide by cruelty. Again, a pause before the response came. There was less enthusiasm, but everyone understood the orders of one of their commanders. Not to mention, it didn't sit right with them. They called monsters, but none of them had the inclination to torture. Even something as soulless and violent as a monster was only cut down as a matter of business. We have to keep moving forward, called Bell. But the throng was too much for many. Adventurers around him started to get weighed down by the sheer number of opponents they faced. Their crushing weight started to drag adventurers down. Bell tried to help them, trying to ready an Argonaut charge. But everywhere he looked, he knew that his attack was just as likely to hit comrades. I can't save them all, thought Bell, despair creeping into his mind. Then, as if waking from a nightmare, a breeze passed by his cheek. Awaken, Tempest, came a voice like a spring wind. And what followed was a hurricane. Monsters were blown aside like leaves off a tree with uncanny precision that should not have been possible. Adventurers picked themselves up off the ground, only to be faced by the sight of her back. Her blonde hair flowed like a stream of pure gold. She looked back, eyes blazing in intensity. This is no place to die, were her words. Adventurers flocked to her, taking up her call. To the sword, princess, shouted Bell. Follow her blade. Aye. The vanguard continued forward, cutting a path for the rest to follow. And in the darkness, they were watched by a monster with wings of gold. After all, Frey did not think the same as the other Sunseekers. She had been curious when she was reborn, and she watched them with intent. Some part of her mind told her to do this. She saw how they argued amongst each other and how they seemed to delight in putting each other down. But she also saw how they stood up for each other. Watching them in the dungeon, she had seen how they would come together in times of crisis. To her, they were not evil. They committed acts of kindness and malice in equal share. Still though, she mused, I cannot allow them to attack the hatchlings. She flew through the darkness, eager to get ahead of these adventurers. That was when she heard the voice of her dreams. Ray. With the scouts. Mikoto had dropped her spell an hour past at this point. She instead sought to move forward and regroup with the others. While Ryuu reclaimed the town and Urashima the forest, Mikoto moved towards the springs. Part of her feared that she would run into Gerse, but another was hopeful. She reasoned that she would stand a better chance of reasoning with him than the others. After all, they had known each other at one point. As Mikoto's battle senses took hold, her subconscious took over where she was going. Behind her, adventurers followed with bated breath. They knew to protect their squad leader and knew that chances were better if they stuck together. But they could not quite understand the path that the Black Crow took. If Mikoto had seen the direction her feet had been taking, she would have stopped. But her mind knew that something was wrong. She knew that she had to check on this spot, this holy ground. And when she got there, her worst fears were confirmed. Her footsteps slowed, and her heart went with it. In front of her was a mound of dirt with a collection of weapons poking out of the ground. At any other time, the place would be serene and idyllic. The way the light bounced around the trees brought a sense of calm and peace over anyone there. However, that serenity was ruined by the large marble gargoyle standing atop the gravesite. He knocked over the weapons, the tombstones of Astrea Familia, without a care in the world. Each movement was filled with anger and hate. How dare you pathetic humans attempt to claim this place as your own, as if I would let this place stand, shouted Gerse. He finally swung his large rocky head around to stare at the adventurers. I will use your blood to cleanse this place of your filth. He saw the girl in the lead's face fill with fear, but it did not seem to be of him. She raised her hands placatingly, weapons still sheathed at her side. The adventurers behind seemed just as confused as Gerse was starting to be. I promise we can fight and kill each other as soon as you want, she said, her voice shaking. But please, for the love of anything you hold dear, move away from this place. We have to leave this place. The girl's voice was pathetic, thought Gerse. It was as if she had abandoned all her pride and was now begging. And what for? What made this place so important? Gerse knocked over a sword, sending it flying into a bush. The girl flinched as she did so, hands clasped together in prayer. Gerse opened his mouth to ask what so damn terrifying was, but then he felt it. His instincts screamed, and that primal urge that all creatures carried told him to run for his life. It was only his pride as a sun-seeker that kept him there. He turned from the opponents in front of him, opening himself up to attack, and faced in the direction of this new enemy. Out of the woods strode a woman clad in green. Her footsteps were silent, but it did not matter. Gerse, a battle-hardened monster whose heart had frozen over, trembled. Such was the strength of this adventurer's killing intent. Slowly, his monster senses picked up on 3 words. I'll kill you, said the she-elf. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. In slow motion, Mikoto watched Ryuu's attack. The burning hatred that had been rolling off her suddenly stopped. Then, like a flicker of wind, Ryuu vanished. She had moved too fast for even Mikoto's level 4 eyes to comprehend. The next thing the samurai knew, Ryuu's wooden blade was crashing into Gerse's face. The Sun-Seeker's head twisted, and he flew into the trees. You damn mongrel, shouted Ryuu. How dare you desecrate their graves? With rage-fueled blows, the gale wind came to the front. She pounded into this once terrible Sun-Seeker, who was forced to cower from the sheer ferocity he faced. I will wipe you clean from this plane. Gerse did the only thing he could do. He retreated from the onslaught. He sought to run and hide, but it did him little good. The second he thought he had lost the elf, she appeared in front of him, her eyes those of a killer. You're not allowed to leave, she shouted, swinging her blade down onto his shoulder. There was a cracking sound as the gargoyle's rocky skin splintered. He crashed through a tree and slammed into a boulder. Ryuu landed in front of him, and with her level 6 strength, she lifted him off the ground. Her hand pressed around his throat. Gerse took the opportunity to slam his claws into her body, hoping to have her shrink from the pain. In response, her vice grip around his neck tightened. "For your crime, you will not leave this place alive," said Ryuu, her voice cold. "Then kill me, human," snarled Gerse. "Prove to me how you're as much a monster as me." The two stood in silence like that. At that time, Gerse saw something he had not noticed before. The girl's piercing, frost-blue eyes, which were so filled with hate, had tears sitting in their corners. Her body, which he thought trembled with rage, appeared different. "I want to," came the whispered voice. Her grip was still firm, but her voice shook. Gerse was confused now. Humans were not supposed to act like this, showing regret like this. They were horrible creatures that killed without thinking. They were violent machines of destruction. "I want to snap your neck," said the human girl. "I want to crush your throat and turn you to ash." She looked up. "But people on the surface are waiting for me, and those people that you dishonored, whose graves you stepped on, wouldn't want to live like that anymore." Her grip loosened, and she dropped Gerse. His claws fell out of her, taking chunks of flesh with them. If she noticed, she did not mind, though. "Once upon a time, I would have done it. I would have killed you, a living creature that had a reason to hate my comrades and me, and I would have moved on without a thought." She blinked past her tears. "I am not that woman anymore." She raised her blade. "But you are my enemy, and I must defeat you." Gerse hobbled to his feet. He took a wide stance and then launched himself at his enemy. The two battled back and forth. Where rage had once fueled Ryuu's attacks, a desire to live and go back home drove her. In response to that, all Gerse had was his hate. He hated humans and their hypocrisy, standing there, claiming to have grown and changed when they still fought and killed each other. He had seen it with his own eyes, how these pathetic humans would attack each other for nothing but glory and greed. She could talk a big game, but Gerse had seen that same hatred in the eyes of his opponent. She was no better than the rest of them. "You damn hypocrite," he shouted. "And you're a blind fool who can't see past his own rage," countered Ryuu. "I'm sorry, Grows, I'm sorry, Belle." Ryuu's blade went for Gerse's neck, which had been left unprotected. "Some people can't be saved. If I thought you would stop or could be reasoned with." Her grin was bitter. "But I see the strength of your conviction, and I will not disgrace that." Wood met marble, and the stone shattered. The gargoyle lost his head, a sneer still on his face. "I will bear this sin just like I bear the rest," said Ryuu, "but I hope that you have another chance. No one deserves to suffer 3 lives in a row." That was the last thing Gerse heard. Slowly, his mind fell into a never-ending sea. Waiting for him was his mother, catching him in her warm embrace. As his eyes closed, his rage left him, and he found his peace. With the heroes, Ais and Belle stared at the sight in front of them. Tiny monsters, appearing like children, cowered in structures made of debris. It was a ramshackle thing that reminded Belle of the refugee camps he had seen in his stories and on his travels. People with no home who were forced to travel uncountable distances just to find a place to rest. "Ais, I don't want to fight these ones," said Belle. This was a sentiment shared by the entirety of the vanguard. They all stared on awkwardly, unable to stop comparing these fearful monsters with the orphans and destitute people of Horario. It was like an underground version of Daedalus Street. "I didn't sign up massacre children," said one adventurer. "Monster or not, that's just wrong." He looked to Belle and Ais. "That wouldn't be very heroic, would it?" Belle nodded. "You're right." He turned to the Sunseekers. "If you all stay here and don't poke your heads out, we'll leave you alone." He turned to Ais. "That's okay, right? At least until we talk with Mr. Finn." Ais nodded, her gaze passing over the scene in front of her. She put her blade back in its sheath, and everyone took a deep breath. She crouched down, though, to get a better look at the monsters. "Where's your leader?" she asked, head tilted. "We need them to surrender to stop the fighting." One of the braver ones, a young kobold, stood up. He placed his body in front of the others, glaring down at the Sword Princess. "Mother Frey is probably back there, attack your friends, and she's going to win too." Ais stood up, turning to her unit. "You all should stay here and secure the place. Me and Belle will find Gareth." She frowned. "If I hear that any of them were hurt, you answer to me." The adventurers nodded quickly. She seemed happy with that response and took off down the tunnel. Belle followed, smiling. "I'm happy that you're giving them a chance," said Belle. "They're just like I was," responded Ais. "When I was little, they're just like I was." Belle had nothing to say to that. Instead, he chose to continue running through the darkness. However, his progress was stopped by a large gathering of sun seekers and adventurers mixed together. "What in the world?" asked Belle. All the rank-and-file monsters had been killed, but the Xenos seemed to only be mildly injured. It was a strange sight to see. An adventurer turned back. Lady Forestlight challenged the leader to a duel. Belle and Ais hopped to it when they heard that, pushing and shoving their way through. Eventually, they found Gareth standing at the front of the circle. The dwarf seemed to not have a care in the world, slowly stroking his beard. He looked at the spectacle in front of him thoughtfully. Ais took a spot next to him. "What happened, Gareth?" "The lass said that she'd fight Frey herself, and that if Frey won, we'd leave Knossos to the Sunseekers," explained Gareth. "Caused a whole ceasefire and everything." Indeed, the Sunseekers stood by warily, watching adventurers from the corner of their eyes. The adventurers did the same, hands resting casually on their weapons. "This is insane," said Belle. "Frey was able to fight Ryuu, so she's at least a level 5. And Mr. Gareth, we found something." Gareth nodded. "I'm sure you did, but we'll talk more about that afterwards. And I think we all need to watch our lass as planned." Belle looked at him uneasily before turning his gaze to Ais. The blonde wasn't looking at him, though. She was focusing on what happened in front of her. Frey stood tall, wings spread out wide. Her whole body screamed that she was ready to fight. In response to that, Alicia stood by, deceptively calm. She held no weapons, and her body language was forcibly relaxed. "Take this seriously," screamed Frey. "Fight me, you filthy human." Alicia flinched, but soon resumed her calm posture. This was the final nail, aggravating the siren into action. She flew forward, piercing into the cold silence of Knossos. Belle felt himself tense up, ready to intervene and save the elf's life if need be, but he felt a hand latch onto his elbow. Ais shook her head slowly, and Belle felt his confusion mount. Watching in slow motion, he saw Frey slam into Alicia. Her wing pierced through the elf's abdominal. In response, Alicia did nothing except crumpled to the ground. Frey pulled back, watching the elf fall, confusion and frustration alight on her face. "Why didn't you fight back?" asked Frey. Alicia gave a shaky smile, her skin already starting to pale. "You have such beautiful feathers. I didn't want them to get dirty," she said. As adventurers were shaken from their stupor, rushing forward to help their comrade, the Sun Seekers watched on uneasily. They awaited orders from Frey, orders that would never come. Because the siren's brain was alight with memories. Her feathered hands reached up to clutch at her head. "No, no, no," she muttered. "This is wrong." She made a squawking sound. "You're not. You weren't supposed to be real. Typhon said it was all a dream, nothing but a fantasy." Tears fell to the ground. "That isn't true. You can't be real because it never happened." Alicia, supported by her comrades, struggled to stand. "It did happen. You saved my life. Whether you're Frey or Ray, you saved my life because you care." Alicia pushed her comrades away. "I never got to say it before, and I won't make that mistake again." She stumbled and fell forward, arms wrapping around the siren. "Thank you for saving me. I know this is a bit of an awkward time, but..." Alicia looked up with a smile that melted the siren's heart. "Would you be my friend?" Frey fell to her knees then. Alicia held tight through the pain, struggling to hold on. I think the battle's over for now," commented Gareth. "Now for the hard part. How are we going to explain this to Finn?" Chapter 49. "Well, this is certainly something," said Finn after getting into Knossos. On a makeshift cot lay Alicia, face still pale. Frey, the siren, was sitting beside her, who was holding onto the elf's hand. The siren looked worried for some reason, and no one dared disturb her from her spot. "She's been sitting there all day," replied Gareth, "and the rest of the Sun Seekers have just been sitting around and doing nothing." Finn rubbed his chin, looking down at his thumb. When he felt nothing happening, he frowned and turned back out into the rest of Knossos. Surprisingly, the Sun Seekers had actually organized themselves well. They had set aside places for homes and spots for sanitation. Finn also took the opportunity to stare at what monsters had been left behind. They were not extremely powerful or cunning. Many of them had been subdued by the adventurers quickly under his care. "These aren't warriors," mumbled Finn. "Whom would you say?" asked Gareth. "These aren't fighters. They look like children. Or even civilians, replied Finn. What was the situation like on the 18th? Have we gotten a report yet? The big gargoyle one, Gerse, was killed. The monsters are still being culled, but most sun seekers are retreating, explained Gareth. That was the last report from BT though. No idea what's happening now. Not much a loss for them, said Finn. In fact, with these sun seekers up here, we're going to need to leave people behind to watch them. He scowled. Our opponent is forcing us to split our forces. There was a second option Finn did not mention. If they took no prisoners, then they could move on without a care in the world. The problem was that they would lose Hestia Familia's support, not to mention anyone else who left with them. This Typhon and his general, Scipio, are much cleverer than I thought, commented Finn. But still, we can do nothing about it but keep moving forward. Gareth, ask one of the Ganesha Familia units to stay behind and send for the other Xenos on the surface, ordered Finn. They'll keep an eye on things here while we go deeper, but no one goes into the 18th. Rivera is still a hot spot, and I don't want anyone trying to get back into the dungeon. What about the upper floors? Asked Gareth, stroking his beard. The guild is going to want adventurers to start getting back to work, even if it's the level 1 scraps we left behind. Finn nodded. They should be okay down to floor 10, any lower is a no-go zone. Gareth nodded once more and lumbered off to send some messengers. Watching him go, Finn studied the rest of the area. In truth, it was a tiny town, with Xenos living in quiet peacefulness. He made sure to note the situation and everything happening within it. Ideas floated around his mind, and the braver knew he was onto something here. Finn called out a weak voice. The Palom turned to find Alicia awake, her eyes open. After emergency care had been administered, color was returning to her face slowly. Thank goodness you're awake, Alicia, said Finn, stepping close. The first thing I have to do is scold you for your recklessness. I don't know what was going through your head, but it was nothing smart, I'm sure. Alicia giggled. Oh, I knew I was going to be all right. After all, I knew Frey wasn't going to kill me. Frey blushed, looking away. What makes you say that? You've never met me before, have you? The elf shook her head. No, but I knew you in another life. You were a wonderfully kind person then, too. You would never have hurt anyone if you didn't have to. Alicia's smile got even brighter. Especially not your friends. I never said that we were friends, exclaimed Frey, stuttering. Alicia chuckled. No, of course not. We're just good acquaintances. I stabbed you, shouted Frey. Alicia tried to shrug while lying down. Yeah, but it's not like you hit anything important, she said. And it's not like you were trying to kill me. Before Frey could continue protesting, Alicia looked over at Finn. I'm going to need to stay here for a while, right? Asked Alicia. Finn nodded. Okay, so I want Elwyn to take over my unit. He's probably the best one for the job, she said. If nothing else, we know he'll listen to whatever Riveria and Leffia say. Finn kept nodding. These were plans that made sense, so I elected to follow them. After all, part of being a good leader was knowing when to listen to one's subordinates. Are you okay if I leave you here? Asked Finn. I have to go and check on the others. Alicia nodded. Go right ahead, I'll be fine. Finn bid his goodbyes before ducking back outside. He toured the Gnosis facilities, admiring how much the Sunseekers had cleaned everything up. He walked back towards the dungeon's 18th floor entrance when that was done. The operation there to remove all Sunseeker influence was taking longer than expected. Small pockets remained, and Finn was left scratching his head at just how many Xenos there were. The estimated numbers were a lot higher than expected. Thank God that none of them wanted to fight anymore. They just wanted to live a quiet life amongst themselves. The only problem was, Finn didn't know how to give that to them. With the princess. On the 18th floor, Ottoheim stood over a pile of dust that had once been a monster. The way they had fought told her that a Sunseeker was still around here somewhere. She used the butt end of her spear to crack down on the magic stones and stop anyone from harvesting the resources later. Where do we go next, Commander? Asked one of her subordinates. We should regroup with Aki. I don't like the idea of us all being spread out right now, responded Ottoheim. We've definitely found enough of them too. She turned to face the rest of her squad. We're pulling back. The group of adventurers meandered back to the main campsite, set up outside of Riviera, and went to their tent area. Finn wasn't letting any group separate and go back to their familia, at least during the day. They had to spend their free time within their units to build companionship and trust. Ottoheim had pouted because that meant that she couldn't spend time with Yura. However, she did appreciate the chance to make new friends, especially with how they looked at her when she first introduced herself. The average adventurer thought of her as a monster, a time bomb that could go off at any moment. And she couldn't find it in her heart to disagree, now with how she had behaved in the past, especially when she considered her past experiences. But thankfully, these other adventurers had taken the time to get to know her. They were still largely hesitant, but they were open to the idea that she wouldn't kill them in their sleep. "What's the food situation around here again?" asked Ottoheim. "The supporters said they would bring stuff around from the baggage train," replied an adventurer. "And where's Commander Anakitty?" Ottoheim shrugged. "She's talking to the other commanders. We're probably staying here for the night and then moving to the next safe zone when we know that Knossos is safe." An elf frowned. "Seems like pretty slow progress to me. Shouldn't we be trying to march deeper as quickly as we can?" Ottoheim rolled her eyes. "Yeah, but if we leave some strong monster of Zeno's soldier behind and they decide to go up to the surface, who's going to protect them?" That got everyone to shut up and focus on the task in front of them. That meant doing what little weapon maintenance they could and taking care of any minor injuries for many. After that, they swapped previous adventurer stories and talked about their respective abilities. "What about you, Vice Captain?" asked a Chinthrope. "You grew up in a posh mansion, right? So where'd you learn how to fight like that?" Ottoheim snorted, settling down on the ground. She reached up to remove the orchid she had tied there. The girl had taken the flower from Yura's garden that very morning, wanting to have a piece of him with her at all times. "In my home, there was a nesting ground for dragons. All nobility traveled there, even if you were a little girl," replied Ottoheim. "Not to mention, the Far East is quite a violent place, always in a state of upheaval. Even if I was the daughter of the Emperor, this isn't my first battlefield." Her words hung in the air. The others sat in silence, letting the information sink in. They had seen death before, and they had all seen friends and comrades die before them. But the thought of fighting and killing each other, killing real humans, was too much for them to stomach. "So did you ever have to, the elf trailed off. Ottoheim's eyes turned to him. "None of your fucking business," she replied. She looked back to the center of their little area. "I don't like thinking about everything that happened out there. I try to focus on the happy parts, but I did train with normal people too. In fact, my training was with normal people. The ancestral home of the dragons was only for level-up requirements." "Did you have your magic when you went there?" asked another adventurer, a human archer. Ottoheim shook her head. "No, I only got it when I hit level 4 a couple of years ago." "Any reason why you got that dangerous magic? Do you know how it happened?" Ottoheim shook her head and stood up. She brushed the dirt off of her battle garb. "That's enough of that. If we're going to continue telling stories, we should at least have a fire going. Now, why don't I try and track down some food and drink? After all, the baggage train is supplying the food, but we're still going to have to cook it," she said, walking off into the mass of tents. From the sounds of it, she heard her squadron rushing around to comply with her orders. That made her happy that they were bothering to listen to her. She continued along the path, ducking and dodging around the many different carts and packs they had with them. Much of this would be left behind or carried between a couple additional supporters. They had moved past the point of being able to lug around giant hunks of supplies and flatbed wooden carts. She tapped a cloaked adventurer on the shoulder. "Excuse me, where do I pick up dinner for my unit?" asked Ottoheim. The supporter stood and turned around, and Ottoheim was pleasantly surprised to find Haruheim smiling back at her. The Renard wore her priestess robes underneath, with the Goliath cloak peeking out from underneath her standard supporter cloak. "Lady Ottoheim, you're all right," shouted the Renard, popping to her feet. "Oh, I'm so happy that I was able to find one of you." She wrapped Ottoheim in a quick hug. "You're the first one I've seen all day. Even Lady Lily has been busy running around with the braver." Haruheim smirked. "Although I would have preferred that the first one I saw was Mikoto." Ottoheim scratched the back of her head. "Actually, I think she's already moved on. The scouting unit is already starting to push through the next floors. They have to make sure that there are no more traps waiting for us on our way down to the 50th floor. Haruheim pouted, her ears drooping. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. I will remain sad that I haven't seen her, though. Autoheim laughed, patting her friend on the shoulder. I'm sure you will see her again soon. In fact, at the very least, I know that Finn wants to gather everyone on the 50th before him, and the other executives head down to challenge Typhon and the other leaders of the Sunseekers. Haruheim nodded before gesturing for Autoheim to follow. The Renard led her to what was called the craft tent and saw that many supporters were handing out ration packs and the like. The Renard gave Autoheim a sack with enough packs for her squad before telling her that this would be enough for dinner, breakfast, and lunch the next day. So, be careful about how much your adventurers eat, explained Haruheim. Otherwise, they'll have to starve the next day. Autoheim nodded before giving her thanks. She also gave the Renard a hug and told her that she hoped everything would go well for her. The two parted ways, and Autoheim definitely felt a lot happier. Of course, there was someone else who could make her even more content, but she had no idea where he was. But Autoheim pushed him into a different part of his mind. Urashima would always be there, but she couldn't too much thinking about him. Otherwise, she would be standing around all day. When she returned to her campsite, she found the adventurers under her care done setting up the cooking fire. Eki was there, too, helping out with menial chores. She waved at Autoheim when the girl returned with all the dinner packets. How was the meeting with the Braver? She asked. The Catgirl shrugged. Honestly, it was everything we expected. Some adventurers are staying behind to start rebuilding Riviera and keep an eye on the Sunseekers still here. They're also going to be the ones handling cleanup from here on out, so we're not too swamped down here. Aki smiled. Thankfully, no one died. Some people definitely have to stay behind because of injuries, but that was mostly in the scouting and vanguard unit. Not to mention that Alicia's mage unit got mangled. Her tail twitched erratically at the mention of her friend's injury. But they'll be okay after a couple days of rest. How have things been over here? Autoheim shrugged. Nothing crazy going on. We've been swapping stories in the meantime. Aki nodded. Soon dinner was put out and everyone chowed down, happy to have something too much on. When they finished, Aki motioned for Autoheim to follow her. The girl did so happily. What's the issue? Asked Odo. Be careful with what's going on, replied Aki. I know you're not going to want to hear this, but Finn has been hearing nasty rumors. Some people think that we've been infiltrated by a spy. Hestia Familia is at the top of the list, and you're at the top of them. Autoheim sighed, because I turn into a monster. Anna Kitty nodded. Yeah, so you have to be careful. Some overly paranoid adventurers might come poking around, and they aren't going to be nice about it. The Dragon Princess shrugged in response. Tell me something new. This is what I've been dealing with my whole life. Is there anything else I should be on the lookout for? Aki shook her head. Just keep doing what you've been doing and you'll be fine. She patted the former princess on the shoulder. After all, you're a wonderful person. We just need everyone else to see it now. The two returned to their squad. With the smithing team, who were part of the baggage train, Welf sat on his own. He was reminded of his early days in Hephaestus Familia when no one wanted to be his friend because of his background and pride. They still kept themselves apart, but now it was because they were extremely jealous of his close relationship with their goddess. Welf ignored that part, though. Instead, he focused on repairing all the weapons that had come his way. The smithing squad's job was to maintain all weapons and keep them sharp. He was also checking on his special box of surprise weapons. He wouldn't be getting them out until the 50th, but he wanted to make sure that they survived until they were needed. Those sure are some pretty weapons, said a voice. Welf whirled his man bun, bouncing to find Tsubaki standing over his shoulder. She whistled in appreciation of the weapons in the box. Those two are probably the craziest, she said, pointing towards particular weapons. In fact, they have to be the only kind of their type in existence. Welf allowed himself a satisfied smile. You think you'll be able to break them as easily as you did my swords from over a year ago? Tsubaki shook her head. Nah, these things are a definite cut above. She patted him on the shoulder. Almost making your big sister here proud, you really are something else, Welfy boy. Welf tried not to let his happiness at the comment show, but he obviously did a lousy job hiding it. Welf's face got warm, and he wanted to brush it off. I don't know what you're talking about, you ain't my big sister, replied Welf. Of course I am, I'm your overly proud big sister, or you can call me your mentor and you're my young apprentice, added Tsubaki. Take your pick whenever you want. Welf pushed her away, a grin on his face. Why don't you quit it and go bother the people in your familia, huh? I'm sure that they need your help too. Tsubaki laughed, and the two of them continued joking for the rest of the night. The next day, everyone packed up their things and continued moving. Things were at the same pace as usual within the Great Tree Labyrinth. Slowly, they started to catch up with the scouting squadron. Apparently, they had been told to hang back because of the amphispina in the water capital. Finn wanted all hands on deck to deal with that particular boss. Minimizing casualties and maximizing damage was the name of the game in this war, and his reasoning was sound. The dungeon was such a solid natural deterrent that there was no need for the Sunseekers to risk weakening after the 18th floor and Gnosis. Their mother would do the job for them. Ottoheim let these thoughts mull in her head as she walked to the back of her squad. They were separated from the others due to the small corridors of the dungeon. The vanguard was fanned out in the front, dealing with any immediate threats. The heavy infantry adventurers were guarding the baggage train and mages, but that left the other squads in charge of patrolling the floors as they made their way down and looking for any traps. The progress was slow, but Ottoheim understood that it had to be that way. They had to be thorough and take their time, or else they would be caught with their pants down. She slashed out with a smooth movement to the right, decapitating a monster as it left its crack on the wall. Her squadmate that she had just saved blinked at how quick she was. He was able to see his own reflection in the blade head of her Bicento. Thanks for that, he said. That makes 10, right? Said another one. Good work, Lieutenant. You've really been covering our asses. Not her job, though, shouted Bakaki from the front. You lot need to get better at protecting yourselves. Ottoheim isn't always going to be there to keep you safe. Sorry, Captain, they shouted back. All these interactions had Ottoheim grinning from ear to ear. This was a special kind of camaraderie for her, an amiable and ordinary kind. Hestia Familia was her family, more like brothers and sisters than anything else, except Urashima. She would never even dream of thinking about her Yura like that. She's got that dumb smile on her face again, shouted a dog person. Ikki turned around and rolled her eyes. Ottoheim, stop thinking about your boy toy. Focus on the mission, please. Sorry, replied Ottoheim, jumping. Isn't that a little hypocritical, Captain? Asked a human with a spear. I mean, we all saw you making lovey-dovey eyes at the High Novice when we were heading out. Ikki's tail turned ramrod straight. That is none of your business. Now, double-time march so we don't fall behind. The cat girl took off at a jog. The rest of her under-leveled squadmates were forced to keep up with her. Ottoheim followed closely behind, whistling as she went. This was a lot more fun than the other war she fought. With the elf. On the first floor of the water capital area, Ryuu looked down at the large pools of water. At her side was Mikoto, hair pulled tight into a braid. The elf noticed that her apprentice seemed put out and had appeared tired. It had not affected the level 4's fighting ability, but Ryuu would be remiss if she did not check in on her protege. Did you sleep all right last night? Asked Ryuu. Mikoto shook her head, pouting. I have become accustomed to having Haruheim's tail draped over me while I slept. It is quite comforting, and she also helps keep calm by being near where I can keep an eye on her. I spent all my time lying awake in worry. Ryuu snorted, so I have 2 of you to deal with then. Mikoto arched an eyebrow. What do you mean 2 of us? Ryuu gestured towards the wall where Urashima was slumped. While they waited for the rest to catch up, the ninja occasionally rubbed at his eyes. Since he wasn't allowed to go check on his princess, he says he couldn't get a single minute of sleep, replied Ryuu. I swear, the 2 of you are so in love, it's almost comical. Don't you still have Sir's lunchbox? Ryuu blushed and turned away, checking on the tunnel that led to the Great Tree Labyrinth. As she walked by the rest of the scouting unit, she picked up murmurs. They were starting to get antsy while waiting for the rest of the adventurers' army. They hadn't run off because Ryuu and Bita were too intimidating when standing next to each other. No one wanted to get on their bad side. When we get to the 37th floor, I think I'm going to ask Welf for my new sword, said Ryuu offhandedly. She heard and felt Mikoto hop to her feet, her previous sadness forgotten at the moment. The young adventurer was bouncing on the balls of her feet. Really? That's incredible. Oh, I just know that sword is going to be amazing. After all, with what it's made from and the skill of Sir Welf, I'm sure you'll do incredibly, exclaimed Mikoto. Ryuu smiled, happy to bask in Mikoto's adoration. This feeling of being an older sister or a mentor was relatively new to her, but it was not unwelcome. In fact, she quite liked it. It would be an hour later that the other members of their expedition army would appear. They filed in and began setting themselves up based on Ryuu and Bte's instructions. And Ryuu and Bte were establishing their instructions on what Finn had told them to do. This included setting up specific squads in front of others and distributing protective wear. Not everyone would be wearing Undine cloth, but anyone involved with the main battle would be. Eventually, the Braver himself showed up, the Dauntless shadowing him. The two Palums lived up to their reputations and were quick to issue orders to everyone. After an hour of reshuffling, during which they had to stop and take time to kill monsters, Finn seemed satisfied with the current monster Rex formation. He nodded before giving the signal for the attack. Amphisbena went down in less than an hour, such as the firepower of the assembled Adventurer Army Alliance. And their original objective of sustaining no major injuries was also accomplished. Obviously, there were minor injuries with some of the adventurers, but nothing that a quick potion or healing couldn't fix. The whole affair took 3 hours to set up and complete. After that, it was a quick rest for everyone before they were on their way again. The only difference was that familia members who had been separated were allowed to meet up and say hi. At least, that's what most of them did. One unlucky, armless warrior was instead bowled over and knocked on his ass. Ottoheim didn't even bother saying anything. She just buried herself in his midsection and clung on tight. Urashima responded by running his cold metal hands through her hair. He knew that it made Ottoheim seem clingy, but that was who she was. She was someone who was more affectionate through touch than words. That was why her declaring her love never affected him as much as it should have. It didn't mean the same as when she reached out to grab him. Those were the moments where he could almost believe that he was ready to accept and honor her feelings. Eventually, though, Ottoheim had to leave. After all, she had responsibilities to tend to, and so did he. But still, no words were spoken. The former princess instead took a moment to touch foreheads with him. Her hands were pressed against his temples, and he could feel her breathing with how close she was. That sound was music to his ears. She stood up afterwards and waved goodbye, rejoining Anakitty. Yura soon did the same, walking over to where Ryuu stood. "Where is Miss Mikoto?" he asked. Ryuu jerked a thumb over her shoulder where Haruheim and Mikoto shared whispers. The two did not giggle or frown, but had quiet, contemplative expressions. Evidently, Mikoto could sense someone watching her, because she turned soon enough and found Ryuu and Yura waiting for her. She waved goodbye to Haruheim and jogged over to rejoin her compatriots. "Feeling better?" asked Ryuu. Mikoto nodded, a smile like sunshine piercing through clouds on her face. "Good, we still have work to do," replied Ryuu. "We don't stop till we get to the dessert." After that, it was a long trek, first through the swamp of the 28th floor and then through the first floor's desert dwelling. The sight of their previous misadventure cast a slight pall on Hestia Familia. Meanwhile, many other adventurers stared around in wonder. This was the deepest they had ever come for a large majority of them. "Do you think we'll keep walking all the way through?" asked Yura. Ryuu shook her head, glancing up at the artificial light. "What passes for nighttime in this hellscape is soon approaching. We should perform one last sweep before heading back to the others." The second day went like this, largely uneventful. The air was quiet and dry, and the sound was minimal. Ryuu hated it. She was jumping at shadows the entire time, her hand never far from her blade. And it was only when she saw the rest of the alliance that she realized that it was part of the plan. If the adventurers spent all their time jumping at shadows, their morale and energy would be on a constant drain. "Get some fires going," she said. "And I want everyone who's been this deep or deeper mingling with those who haven't. Start telling some funny stories from your time adventuring down here. Keep it lighthearted." The more experienced adventurers nodded before setting to work. Evidently, someone had told Lily or Finn about this, because the same orders were being passed around the entire army. Captains and lieutenants were made to entertain their troops. With the Kenki. While these campfires hosted any number of adventurers telling stories, Ais felt left out. She didn't feel like she had stories to contribute. Instead, she sat alone and kept watch for her vanguard unit. Eventually, the telltale sign of boots approached. Belle allowed himself to drop down next to her at the corner of her vision, legs crossed. Before Ais could ask him what he was doing, he drew a dagger from a sheath and handed it to her. Ais examined the blade. It was nothing special. The only thing that made it stand out was the inscription on the edge. To my Medi, it read. I found it down here with Ryuu, explained Belle. I think my father gave it to my mother as a gift, a token of his love or something. He dragged his hand through the sand. It really is amazing that I'm walking where they used to walk, that I get to connect to them like this, even if it's just a little bit. Ais nodded along. I understand the feeling. I feel the same about mother and father at times. As if in answer to her words, the wind in the dungeon picked up momentarily. It swirled and seemed to caress the sword princess. She smiled as it did so and tossed her hair. We will live up to what our parents left behind, declared Belle. Ais nodded from beside him. Are you excited to fight Yudos again? Asked Belle. It's been a while since you fought it, right? Ais frowned. It shouldn't have spawned again, though, not after Ryuu killed it. Belle shrugged. Lily thinks that it came back early. The dungeon will react to the presence of this many adventurers after all. Ooh, was Ais's response. Then it'll be killed again, and we will keep moving. Belle nodded. With the boy. The next day was much the same as before, except that everything was slower and hotter. Progress was hampered by the shifting state of the sand and the constant monster attacks from the air and land. There were also adventurers tasked with refilling water that got attacked by monsters from the Nile. All in all, an unpleasant experience that was more of a nuisance than anything else. After a quick lunchtime rest on the 34th floor, they continued ever deeper into the dungeon. They entered the true beginning of the deep floors, the White Palace. As soon as he stepped foot inside, Belle found it hard to breathe. His voice failed him and he started looking around at the walls. When had they left the main path? Why had they entered the labyrinth? Belle looked left and right, trying to find his way back. All around him, shadows threatened to consume his light. Something tried to touch him, but he shoved it away. Stay back, he shouted, Hestia knife at the ready. Stay away from me. The shapes around him just got more numerous. He thought he had re-entered the arena, and now he cursed himself. He was going to die here. Belle. A voice cut through the darkness. Belle. It was eerily familiar, and with it came a familiar shape. Belle. The shape struck a chord in his memory. He recognized those piercing blue eyes and long hair. He knew that green cloak and wooden blade. It was Ryuu, the one person he could trust in this depth of despair. Belle, you need to breathe, she said, blade raised. You need to breathe and put the knife away. No, what if the monsters come to get us, Ryuu? We have to defend ourselves, retorted Belle. He could feel his heart beating in his head. Ryuu relaxed her stance and put away her sword. She raised her hands slowly. One foot in front of the other, she moved towards Belle. He let her get close so that he could protect her. Belle, we made it back out, remember? She asked. And we're not alone this time. One of her hands reached out, palm up. It sat there, waiting to see if Belle would respond. Slowly, mimicking her movement, he put his knife away and grabbed her hand. He wasn't sure when it happened, but her glove had come off at some point. He could feel her fingers' warmth and felt his muscles lose some of the tension. Slowly, he became aware of others gathered around him. They were adventurers, just like him. They stared with wide eyes in fear, except for Ais, who just looked worried. He ignored them. Ryuu, can you stay with me, please? He asked, ashamed of how pathetic he sounded. Ryuu gave him one of those rare smiles and stepped up to his side. She didn't let go of his hand for a second. I'll be with you the whole way, she responded. The rest of the adventurers resumed their march then, eager to move past whatever episode had shaken one of their leaders and heroes. Ais moved forward to give the two some space, unsure how to respond. She reasoned that she would just have to talk to Belle later. I'm sorry about this, said Belle. I didn't think I would react like this. I thought I was strong enough. Ryuu shrugged. Maybe so, but it was still hard to go through. And I think that seeing you act so heroic and mature makes us all forget sometimes." "Forget what?" asked Belle. "You're young with barely a year of experience to your name. You haven't had to put up the same walls as the rest of us. The armor over your heart has not been forged yet," replied the elf. "But that's why we love you so much, I think." Belle didn't know what to say to that, so he focused on getting his bearings. After all, while he had been here once before, it was when he was fighting for his life. Much of this place remained a mystery to him, so he took in the sights and fought the occasional monster. The beasts came so fast that there wasn't much time for breaks, and evidently, Finn thought so too. He made everyone move as quickly as they could so that they could get off this floor as soon as possible. "But if everyone gets too tired from fighting, how will we deal with Yudos?" asked Belle. He wanted to try and talk about anything to get his attention off of where he was. If he wasn't careful, he knew he was liable to have another episode. The only reason that he wasn't totally breaking down was that Ryuu stood at his side. The elf smirked. "I think the plan is too sick, eyes on the beast again," said Ryuu, "and then rotate her out so that she can rest." "That's a lot to do alone," commented Belle with a frown. "She might need some kind of help." "Yes, I agree." In the throne room, the top fighters all gathered. They would take care of the monsters that Yudos would spawn. Then, the second stringers and supporters waited outside. They would use magic swords and spells to take care of the other monsters. Overall, it was a good plan, but not one that would hold up under pressure. They needed to be out of here quick. "Nothing flashy, Ais," said Finn. "Just kill the damn monster, and then we can all be on our way." Ais nodded, focused on where the monster Rex would crack out of the ground. As if on cue, a roar shook the room. Everyone turned towards the source to find the black skeleton crawling out of its hole. "You're up, Ais," shouted Finn. The sword princess dashed forward, blade at the ready. As she began to commit to her first strike, though, a flash of green darted by. It cracked against one of the monster's ribs, a deafening reverb filling the cavern for a moment. Where the crack formed stood an elf. "Well, try to keep up," taunted Ryuu. Ais frowned in annoyance. This was her monster. She wanted to kill it on her own to look good in front of Belle. She sped up to start fighting at the elf's side. She noticed that Ryuu's original wooden blade was no longer in her grasp when she got closer. Instead, the magic swordswoman wielded a black longsword. It only had an edge on one side. The blade was slightly longer than desperate, but Ais could tell from a glance that the quality of the elf's blade was much higher. This was a Tier 1 weapon, on the same level as anything that low-key Familia used. The most interesting part was the lines of silver running through the middle. They looked like the ancient runes of the gods. "It's mithril," commented Ryuu, "to help channel my magic." She gave the blade a few more test swings, seemingly happy with how it felt in her hands. With that completed, she jumped back into battle. Ais followed, and the two of them soon started beating down on the monster Rex. It went unspoken, but a challenge hung in the air. "Whoa," said Tiona at one point. "That elf girl is keeping up with Ais." Gareth snorted. "Of course she is. I mean, you do know who she is, right?" "No, should we?" asked Aki. "I mean, she looks familiar for sure," said Raoul. Gareth laughed. "We call her the fairy princess now, but she had a very different name once upon a time. She was the Gale Wind." "No way," replied Tiona. "You mean the adventurer that?" Gareth nodded, casually dissecting a sparkboy as he did so. "There's no telling where she would have ended up if Astrea Familia hadn't perished," said Gareth. "I only recognize her because of how she used to hang off their captain, but make no mistake, that elf is the real deal." As if answering Gareth's words, a green glow started to fill the cavern. It emanated from Ryuu's body. Despite performing concurrent chanting in the middle of a 2-versus-1 duel, though, her steps did not falter. Each move was poised and balanced as if it was a long-lost dance. "That's insane," said Tione. "I don't even think Reveria is that good at concurrent casting." "I'm not," said the High Elf, "which means that the girl is one of the truly talented." Luminous wind. An explosion of leaf green rocked the room for a second. The mighty boss Yudos staggered for a second, which allowed Ais to start hacking away. The two warriors traded time to deal blows, seemingly intent on one-upping the other. Around them, the alliance strengthened their resolve and continued moving forward. When the monster Rex was finally defeated, the two princesses were connected on stretchers and taken to a mid. They were exhausted from the fight and heavily injured. The whole time they were getting treated, the two bickered about who had gotten the last hit on the monster. To think that Ais would finally find herself a proper rival, commented Riveria. I'm happy for her. She needs someone outside the familia who she can test herself against. What about Belle? Asked Tiona. Riveria snorted. Please, Ais would never see him as a rival. He's the finish line. With the fighter. After that was another break. The expedition's progress continued to slow, but Finn was not letting anyone rush. They were going to take their time and do this correctly or not at all. So, the first week passed in the dungeon, and they finally made it to floor 50. The large safe zone stretched out in front of them, the other side barely visible. We'll be making camp nearby, declared Finn. Everyone needs to get moving now. They all set out, happy to finally be so close to their destination. But there was also a sense of dread because Sun Seekers were close too. The actual battles of this war were going to begin. Camp went up, and the different squads went about their usual routines. At one point, though, Belle walked off to the entrance to the 51st floor. The great dark hole stretched in front of him, and he had no idea where it went. He was scared of what would come. This Typhon did not feel like an enemy that would go down quickly, and something about his return to the 37th had set off all the warning bells in his head. Ah, I meant to find you, came a melodic voice. Belle turned to find Ottoheim approaching. She held her weapon casually, but her stance betrayed just how alert she really was. Is everything okay? Asked Belle. Did something happen? Ottoheim shook her head. No, nothing happened. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't getting cold feet is all. Belle chuckled. No, I think I'm okay. Actually, I wanted to make sure you were okay. He looked away. I heard that you've been a bit off lately. Ottoheim gave a dark chuckle. Well, being back in a war space is definitely not good for my head, but it will have to do. Not like I have many choices in the matter. She glanced over in Belle's direction. Have I ever really told you my life story? Why I am the way I am? Belle shook his head. Well, let's sit down then. I want to be comfortable if I'm telling this tale. She settled on the grass and looked around sadly. Ah, but my comfort Yura isn't here right now. Belle joined her, a little confused about what was happening. Ottoheim noticed this and started plucking at the grass. I just feel that you deserve to know. After everything we gave you for not telling us your secrets, I would feel bad if you didn't know mine. Besides, there are some I want to tell you that no one else knows, not even Yura. That last sentence caught Belle's attention. He sat there eagerly awaiting the story of someone he admired and cared for so much. Well, let's start at the beginning then. It is a Wednesday and this is Wandering. Welcome to a Wandering Wednesday, friends. I hope you enjoy. Chapter 50. Once upon a time, on the day of the summer solstice, a little girl was born in the land of the Far East. She did not come into the world with tears but with a gurgle. As the emperor's daughter, many took this as a blessed sign. The newborn was showered with praise for doing nothing but having a life. As she grew, she became known as the Sunshine Princess for her warm smile and contagious laughter, the sound of which became common within the imperial palace. As she grew, many commented on her beauty, predicting that she would stop the hearts of 1,000 princes. Men would fight over her, women would envy her, and she would become the most treasured gem of her family line. This had all been said when she was a baby, tiny, and in her formative years. However, life is not a fairy tale. When Ottoheim was a year old, she took her first steps. She walked the palace halls, curious and inquisitive. She looked for things that caught her attention, which eventually led her outside. Greeting her was a barrage of swaying colors that she had never seen before. She had found the gardens of the Far East, which were known throughout the world for their beauty and radiance. The little child took to them happily, often getting dirt on all the dresses they tried to stuff her into. Her mother had giggled at the event, no rage evident on her expression. The emperor did not know and really did not care. Ottoheim was one child of many, and even if she was currently third in line, he had a feeling that this life was not for her. So even if his advisors came running to him, complaining of a disgraceful ball of mud, he would always look the other way. Let the child have her fun, because it would only last for so long. After one such misadventure, Ottoheim's mother was helping her daughter wash all the mud off. Sure, the palace servants could have helped. Even her own household staff would have been well suited to the task. But Tsuchiyaka Nakamura wanted to show her daughter she would be there for her and take care of her when she needed it. The Spider of the East would prove to herself and her people that she could be kind and compassionate. "You're such a handful, you know that, right?" asked Tsuchiyaka fondly. Ottoheim could not respond. She just smiled and gurgled happily. The little one reached up for her mama for a hug, which Tsuchiyaka gladly gave. Even if her daughter was covered in mud and in the middle of a bath, she wanted Ottoheim to know that there would always be at least one person that loved her. When she was 5, she had gone to the gardens per usual. Although she was young, bodyguards were already flocking to her to keep her safe. Her mother had told her that she would be getting a personal bodyguard soon from one of the old clans. Ottoheim was not thrilled by that idea. She did not want a shadow trying to tell her what to do, even the ones she had now only paid the minimum attention to her. And when they did look at her, she could feel their jealousy pierce her body like needles stabbing into pincushions. This bodyguard would probably loathe her like everyone else seemed to do. But for now, she was in the gardens, admiring the flowers. Currently, she stood in a field of blooming purple orchids, slowly touching the soft petals with her hands. She was careful to never pick the flowers from the ground. Once upon a time, she had done that, hoping to make a bouquet for her mama, but the older woman had just shaken her head. "Ottoheim, if you rip those flowers from the ground, what will we do with them?" Mother had asked. "They might be pretty in a vase for a little while, but what will happen to them?" She had crouched down to look her daughter in the eye. Her face seemed stern, much of the usual joyous emotion gone, but Ottoheim still saw a deep well of kindness in her mother's eyes. Those flowers, which were still in the prime of their lives, would stop growing, and then they'd wither away. They would die just so that we would have something pretty to look at. "Please, do not do that to the flowers, my lovely dear," explained Tsuchiyaka. She reached up to rub her daughter's hair. So, Ottoheim returned to the gardens and asked to help the royal gardeners with their work. She tearfully apologized for killing their flowers and said she had wanted to make it up to them. The gardeners had looked at her strangely then, but they allowed her to stay and help. It took an hour for her to learn, but eventually, Ottoheim Nakamura could take care of the flowers independently. It became her favorite place to go on all the palace grounds. The air was fresh, the sun was bright, and the sky was always an excellent shade of blue. The wind passing over the plant life was a calming balm to her chaotic life. That all to say, the gardens were peaceful to a young girl. Especially when that little girl spent the rest of her time in lessons. She studied manners and dress. She learned how to properly greet every level of nobility and how to treat them. She studied family colors and crest, doing her best to differentiate them in her little 5-year-old mind. Every day the lessons of a princess were drilled into her head, including the fundamentals of combat. These were not lessons she was supposed to take, but her mother insisted on this anyway. Her instructors were not kind and were strict and punishing. They would beat her black and blue over the slightest mistake, and they would voice their disdain for her. After one such lesson, she chose to show her bruises off to the flowers. "Lady Ottoheim," called out a voice. Ottoheim Nakamura turned, and her instincts lit up. She did not recognize the guard in front of her. He was not a member of her mother's household staff, and he wasn't a member of the palace guard. "Who are you?" she asked simply. The man's smile beneath his helmet did not falter. He walked up to her quickly, his hand lightly gripping a spear. "My name is Iida," he said. "I am here to take you back to your mother. She says that it's time for dinner." Ottoheim frowned. "Okay, but what happened to the other guards?" "I took over for them. After all, you won't run off on me, right?" replied the guard claiming to be called Iida. "And they deserve a break, don't they? From what I've heard, you're quite the rambunctious child." Ottoheim stood up slowly, her hands curling into the sleeves of her dress. She stared up at the guard, unsure and afraid of what he was trying to do. "Who are you really?" she asked as only a child could. The smile dropped from the guard's face, and he sneered. "Well, I guess I can do it here and now," he said. "After all, the person who hired me said I'd be protected." He pulled a dagger out from the sash at his waist. "Sorry about this, little girl, it's nothing personal." Before he could bring it down, though, he let out a gasp of air. He noticed a stream of blood leaking out from his groin area. Inside of it was a long pin of metal. It could have been a hairpin, but it was a weapon right now. The girl behind it was grim-faced, but her hand was shaking. The long line of red snaked its way down her arm, mixing into her clothes. Her face held tears, but she chose not to cry. She might have only been 5 years old, but she understood what she was doing. Mama had talked with her a long time about this. In the end, you have to make a choice, she had said. Who will live and who will die? This is a choice that all people will have to face, whether they choose to help those in need or rob them of what time they have left. Her mother's face had been the most serious she had ever seen it. I am sorry, but this decision will come to you earlier and more often than most because of who you are. That was when she had pressed the steel stiletto into Ottoheim's palm. She had explained how it was used and where to hide it. Ottoheim had held on to it because her mother had told her so, but she had no plans to use it. She did not want to take a life, but she did not want to die either. In the gardens, where the orchids were in bloom and vibrant shades of purple, they suddenly gained flecks of red. And young Princess stared down at the body in the grass. She would stay there till her mother came to pick her up, carrying her back home. Once home, she would spend the night sick to her stomach. Ottoheim Nakamura was 5 years old when she killed for the first time. When she was 8, something good finally happened in this den of demons she called home. She met her new bodyguard, Urashima Taro. He was young, like her, and he was kind. He was a fighter who had trained to kill, but he seemed to loathe that training as much as the princess he was charged with protecting. Odo loved him because it meant that she wasn't alone anymore. The two of them were outcasts together, often taking their meals in Ottoheim's home in private. Such an action would usually be seen as improper, but her mother allowed this because she saw how much the young boy had come to care for her daughter. She saw the seeds of their relationship and worked to give Ottoheim an ally she could depend on. After all, Ottoheim needed someone else to take care of her, even after Tsuchiyaka could no longer do it herself. "You have come to care for my daughter, haven't you?" asked the mother to the bodyguard. The young boy looked at the ground, his pink fleshy hands wrung together. Obviously, the question was something that was on his mind. He knew his feelings were improper and that the relationship he had in mind would never come to pass, but he could not stop his heart beating when he saw her. "She is a wonderful person," replied the wise young boy. "It would be foolish of me not to care about someone as incredible as her." Tsuchiyaka reached down to ruffle his hair. "Good, then I need you to promise me something." She moved her hand to his chin and tilted it up. "I need you to always be there for her. Can you watch out for her, especially when I can't?" Urashima Taro tilted his little head. "What do you mean when you can't? Are you going somewhere?" The mother shook her head. "I'm not leaving, but I'm not certain that my daughter will always be here. No matter where she goes, will you be there too?" The young boy seemed to mull the words over. It was like he had a chunk of food in his mouth that he was pushing between his teeth. Seeing someone who was only 8 years of age take this much time and put this much thought into her question made Tsuchiyaka smile. This was a thoughtful boy, and his calmness would counter Ottoheim's more vibrant tendencies. "I will be there," said Urashima finally. "I will be there for your daughter." "Even if she does not return your feelings," replied Odo's mother. Yura frowned. "That does not matter. Even if she rejected me, I would still be her friend. The only thing that would make me leave her side was if she asked me to herself. Bar that, I will always be there to take care of your daughter." Tsuchiyaka Nakamura, the mistress of spiders, smiled happily. She thanked him for his kindness and then sent him on his way back to the princess. He did so with a bow, but then he paused. He seemed to consider something in his mind, but Tsuchiyaka didn't know what it was. Then, the young man rushed forward to wrap his arms around her midsection. "Please be there for your daughter," he said, his voice muffled. "Please, because I fear that I am too weak. I am not strong enough as I am now." The older woman smiled, patting him on the head. "I'll always be there for her. That's a mother's responsibility, after all." When she was 10, Ottoheim started taking combat lessons. Before, she had only learnt the basics of self-defense, and those lessons could hardly be called productive. Now, though, she trained in earnest. She had had a Falna for a couple of years, but the growth was slow. After all, she did not live in the mythical dungeon city. The exilia she could gain out here was limited. The only viable source was in the nesting grounds of the dragons that were close to her home, and that was only accessed for feats. That all said, she did get more than others. After all, assassination attempts required some kind of strength to fend off. "Which number was that last night?" asked Urashima. Ottoheim's eyes studied the dirt floor. "That was assassin number 30. Mama took him out." As the young princess got older, the assassins got more numerous. She didn't understand why, though. She was third in line as princess, and everyone else had made it very clear that her older brothers were more suited for the throne. Not to mention, Ottoheim had made it very clear that she didn't want it anyway. She hadn't renounced it all because she was afraid of what would happen to her mother and Yura. Even if her mother was a noble, rejecting her claim would not be taken well by the imperial court. And Yura would most likely be cast aside by the harsh rulers of the Taro clan. Being a princess kept everyone else safe. "Did you have to fight?" asked Urashima. Ottoheim nodded. "Then you should go see Lady Amaterasu. Even if it was a level 1 crook, there is growth there," he said. Ottoheim frowned. "If I see her every time I'm attacked, I'll be seeing her once a week." She felt more than saw Urashima roll his eyes. "You're just avoiding her because you think she looks at you weirdly." Ottoheim whirled. "She does, though. Every time she looks at me, she gives me a condescending smile and talks about how excited she is to see my future unfold. What's that even supposed to mean?" "It means you have to take your training seriously," came a new voice. Ottoheim turned and smiled. She hopped to her feet, running over to hug the man that walked into the courtyard. His hair was starting to gray, but he carried himself with the strength and confidence that only a younger-looking man would have. Across his back was a long piece of wood. "Uncle Kajiro." He rolled his eyes. "I'm not your uncle. Honestly, you're supposed to be nervous. I'm your weapons instructor after all." Sasaki Kajiro was not the imperial weapons master. In fact, he did not have a drop of noble blood in his veins, but he was an old family friend, and Ottoheim's mother trusted him much more than any other instructors. As she had explained to Ottoheim, this court was all politics. The instructors could purposefully teach her improperly just so that when it mattered most, Ottoheim would fail. They could put dangerous ideas in her head to send her off somewhere dangerous where she would die. Then, the jealous sons and daughters and their parents would move up in the imperial hierarchy. But Uncle Kajiro could be trusted. "What are we practicing with today?" asked Ottoheim. "Are we doing katanas again, or are we using daggers?" Due to Ottoheim's lithe body, she often trained with smaller weapons. She was often told that she would need to learn to use concealable weapons as a woman. The type of thing she could hide up her sleeves or strap to her legs. At least, that's what Mama had explained to her. "Neither," replied Kajiro. "I have something special in mind for you." He beckoned back into the shadows, and a couple of attendants walked out. In their arms was an extended package wrapped in cloth. "You don't want to be here, little one. That's a fair enough thing to say," he smirked. "Knowing you, I'd wager you dream of going on an adventure. I'm guessing to the Valley of Dragons or the Dungeon City." Ottoheim felt herself blush. She looked away and puffed up her cheeks. "So, what if I do want to get out of here? This place is mean and everyone here is a bully." There was a quiet second before she looked to the side, a look of horror on her face. "Ah, I didn't mean you, Yura, I meant everyone else." She looked forward. "Wait, but not you either, Uncle Kajiro. I mean, you bully me in training, but you're not mean about it." She held her head. "Oh, and there's Mother too, she's not a bully." "Well, not to me at least." Kajiro hit her on the top of her head with his training pole. Not hard enough to cause any pain, but just enough to catch her attention. "Will you please stop your worrying and listen?" he said. Ottoheim looked back up, still pouting. "Now, as I was saying, you will leave this place one day and you will start a new legend. The people will tell your story and remember you as a hero." Ottoheim frowned. She hated it when people talked like that, as if she was unique or different. It made her feel like they didn't want her around or only spoke to her because they wanted something. "Then I'll follow her," said a familiar voice. Sasaki Kajiro grinned like a wolf. "Wherever she goes, I'll follow her to ensure she stays safe," said Urashima Taro. The old man laughed. "Of course you will. After all, if you're not around, she's likely to forget her head somewhere." "I'm not that dumb." "Oh, but you're willing to admit that you're a little dumb." Ottoheim frowned. "What's the stupid weapon that you brought me?" Kajiro took the extended package and asked the attendants to leave. When they did, he unrolled the clothes to reveal a long pole. At the end of it was a blade that looked like a sword. It was taller than Odo. a weapon she would have to grow into. This strange curiosity is called a bicento. It is an old weapon wielded by only the most skilled of warriors. It combines the slashing power of a sword with the reach of a spear. This one's specific name is Same no Ha, explained Kajiro. A legendary weapon for a legendary girl. Otoheim took it slowly. As her hands wrapped around the metal pole, something clicked in her mind. Without anyone asking, she gave a few exploratory twirls. Already, her mind was thinking about how she would need to accommodate for her current height and how she wouldn't be able to use the weapon at its full potential as she was now. It was a weapon that would serve her well in the future. I take it you like it. Otoheim nodded, her eyes focused on the blade itself. Etched onto its side were words she could not read. She pointed to them. What does this mean? It is written in the language of the gods, replied Kajiro. It means, diligence conquers all. A fine sentiment, don't you think? Otoheim nodded again. She was about to ask for more help in her training when the doors opened again. A young man walked out, his face twisted into a sneer. Otoheim had met him before only briefly. His name was Nico Nakamura, the second prince of the Far East. He was her half-brother. I am sorry to interrupt your training, sister, he declared. I just wanted to invite you. I recently ranked up to level 2 and was planning on throwing a great celebratory feast. You will be there, won't you? In fact, since I'm in such a good mood, I'll even let you bring that pet of yours. He motioned towards Urashima. After all, even a mongrel deserves its scraps. Otoheim grit her teeth. She stepped forward, ready to release a tirade of insults on her arrogant piece of trash brother when Kajiro's long pole got in her way. I am sure she will be there, my prince, but I would be remiss not to finish her lesson. After all, neither of us would want to anger Lady Tsuchiyaka, he said. Nico laughed. No, I guess not. Best not to get caught in that spider's web just yet. He looked Otoheim up and down, and she felt a shiver go up her spine. But she won't be so terrifying forever. He turned to leave. I will leave the details with your people then, Princess Otoheim. When he was gone, Otoheim continued to stare at the doors. She was quiet for a moment before she turned toward her bodyguard. She held her arms out in front of Urashima. He sighed before he awkwardly stepped forward to reciprocate her hug. I hate him, she said. I hate the way he talks about people. You realize he might be emperor one day, replied Yura. You can't just say whatever you want, you'll get in trouble. Before Otoheim could reply, Kajiro spoke up. Not to mention, he's a gifted fighter who's already on the rise. In a land outside of the dungeon, every bit of Exilia matters, said the old man. If you want to stand up to him, you'll have to be just as strong. Which means I have to train, continued Otoheim. She smiled. Diligence conquers all. Just right, little one, said Kajiro. Now let's get to work. Otoheim was 12 now, and she was still training. She had reached level 2 not long after her conversation with Kajiro. A sneaking suspicion told her that she had to keep pace with her older brother as best she could. She did not have the influence he did, nor did she want to connect herself too closely to the court, but Falna was the great equalizer in this world of gods and goddesses. Now, though, she had much more significant troubles on her mind. She had taken one day to relax, one day to try and be the kid she knew she was, and now everything was broken. And it was all her fault. Urashima Taro, her bodyguard and only friend, had lost his arms to a boulder because of her. And now he was feverish and delusional, his life slipping from his fingers. She sat there for days, doing what she could with her modest power to take care of him, but everywhere she went, she was blocked. Someone did not want him to survive. It could have been her devilish brother or Urashima's father. She did not know, but she knew that she would do anything to ensure he would be okay. One night, while she did her best to tend to him, she heard a visitor approach the screen door. It slid open, and the sound of footfalls told her that she was not alone. However, she did not look to see who walked through. Why, dear sister, what are you doing here in the cold? Asked the vinegar-laced voice of her brother. Have you been sitting here all night? He crouched down next to her. Otoheim could feel his breath on her ear. What a shame that your pet is so injured. If only there was something that could be done about it. Otoheim was tired, and her emotions had ruined her brain. She would have negotiated if she was in a slightly better state of mind. As it stood, though, she said nothing. What do you want? She asked. No, replied Nico. It's about what you want. Would it happen to be medicine or a proper doctor? He placed his hands on her shoulders, digging his fingers into her skin. Perhaps I could be of some assistance to you. After all, we are siblings, aren't we? Ottoheim did not reply at first. When she finally did, it was with a shaky breath. What do you want? She asked. What do I have that I can give? Nico could feel the ooze that dripped from his smile. Why, your support, of course. After all, if you were backing me, the throne would be mine without a doubt, he said. Everyone loves the Sunshine Princess. He tucked a loose strand of hair away. It did little to change how disheveled she looked. So, if you swear your allegiance to me and my camp and promise to do whatever I say to help me become emperor, I will help you save your precious bodyguard. I don't think it's that bad of a price. It's not like you want the throne anyway, right? So, what do you say? Will you help your brother and your beloved? Silence hung in the room. The moon shone brightly up above. Outside, the only sound was the cicadas humming in the dark. I'll do it. She heard her brother lick his lips. Excellent. The following weeks were painful. Apparently, Nico's grand scheme did not involve having Ottoheim speak on her brother's behalf. No, instead, he had her putting down rebellions and squashing bandits. She was sent to fight battles for him, and then he would come afterwards to settle negotiations. Wherever she went, Ottoheim's Bicento cut down everyone in its path, and in between all of that, she continued to train. She would go days without sleeping, instead focusing on what she could do to better herself. She trained her body and her mind. Even if her brother wanted to make her his weapon, she would not draw blood unless she chose it. So, she learnt the art of the ambush and intimidation. She waged campaigns without taking a single life if she could. But that didn't stop the rumors from spreading. That didn't stop everyone from calling her a monster. The Sunshine Princess became a name of the past, and in its place, a rumor of a little tyrant that was merciless with a face like a cold rock. She did not care, though. The only thing that mattered to her was that Nico kept up his end of the bargain. After Urashima woke up and resumed their training, he joined her in the countryside. He was quiet, but his mood was foul. His armless image only added to her stained reputation, but she did not care. And as time went on, she came to hate her homeland. She hated the sight of the nobility that would crush the common people underfoot. The rebels that she fought were only looking for better lives, but she also hated the bandits that would take out their anger in an unjust world on others. She hated that she was 12 years old and forced to fight battles and wage wars. Most of all, she hated her despicable brother. But there was nothing he could do. Yura was not healed yet. His physical therapy was still ongoing, so she continued to dance like a puppet on strings. She knew that Urashima saw her. He knew what was happening and why. It filled a pit of loathing deep within her whenever he looked over, pity on his face, and she felt herself drowning in it. Even when she reached level 3 after only a couple of years, she felt no joy. It was just another marker of everything she had been forced to do and endure. There was little for her to laugh about now, just a grim determination and a dark resolve. Ottoheim was 14 years old when she bled for the first time. She was at home for once, sleeping a night before resuming her training. She noticed a disgustingly warm feeling down her legs when she woke up. She lifted the sheets, and then she screamed. That brought her mother, who quickly took all the information in. Tsuchiyaka helped her daughter change the sheets and threatened all the maids to say nothing to anyone. This was to be a secret for as long as possible. Unfortunately, that did not last long. Within the week, everyone knew of it, and things suddenly got much worse. Ottoheim was no longer a charming young girl, but a young lady blossoming into womanhood. Everyone that spoke to her spoke of marriage and asked for her hand. Engagement letters started to come in by the droves. Ottoheim ignored it all, though. Even now, there was only one person she would ever consider marrying. This is all happening because of me, isn't it? Asked the young man named Urashima Taro. All the fighting and training you do, all the horrible things you have done, you did it to protect me. She smiled and tried to ignore how his face seemed more pained. Of course I did. After all, I owe you my life, she replied. Yura frowned. I didn't ask for you to do that. She blinked. Was I supposed to let you die? Was I to watch the fever eat you from the inside out? Watch you wither into a husk? All because I decided to be a spoiled little girl. Yura said nothing. For one of the first times in their relationship, both were suddenly aware of the large and painful divide. They came from places that neither could ever fully understand, which scared them. Ottoheim dreaded what this would mean. She did not want to be alone again. "I have a dinner I must attend tonight," said Ottoheim eventually. "My brother has commanded my presence. You don't need to come, though. I can go alone." Urashima snorted, like I'd ever let that fucking happen. Ottoheim smiled despite herself. No matter the divide, they would stand across from each other and shout out their feelings. And even though she was a heartless monster, the kindness that he gave her always made her feel just a little bit better. At the party, Ottoheim squirmed in her dress. It was constricting and hard to breathe in. Not to mention that since she was considered a woman now, the dress showed more skin than she was comfortable with. The only solace in all of this was that Yura seemed to like the dress, but he was discreet with his staring, which was much appreciated. "Ah, sister," called Nico from across the room. "Come over here, I have friends that I want you to meet." Ottoheim walked over, begrudgingly, the people parting before her. Part of her wondered if it was because of her new bloody reputation or because Yura walked behind her without any arms. Either way, she did not mind the reasoning. Anything to keep these horrid people at bay. "Gentlemen," said Nico when she had walked close. He pulled her in, an arm around her waist. "I would like you to meet my dear little sister, Ottoheim Nakamura," he pointed at her. "She has recently become a woman and has been helping me with my campaign for quite some time." The men stared at her like starving dogs, and she suddenly felt dirty. She felt filthy, as if all the baths in the world wouldn't wash her skin. "Oh, she's quite the quiet and demure thing, isn't she?" commented one nobleman. "Yes, a woman who knows her place in the house. I could use one of those," said another. Now, I'm sure a beautiful doll like herself is already drowning in marriage proposals." Her brother laughed it off, and Ottoheim realized what was happening. Nico was getting ready to sell her. He would sell her and her hand in marriage like a bargaining chip. Deep down, where the little girl that played in the flowers resided, something burned. She had seen the loveless life of her mother and so many others. Women who had given up on the idea of love because they had no choice. How often those same women seemed to be sad, like birds with clipped wings. She refused to be like that. Somewhere deep inside, the little girl screamed. Her brain kicked into overdrive. She noted how the men spoke of her being quiet and complacent. "Ah, sorry, I just realized, should I be referring to you all as Grandpa?" asked Ottoheim, forcing her voice to be loud and bubbly. "Or no, should I be calling you all Great-Grandpa?" Her laughter was loud and cutting. "Ah, I'm so sorry for my manners." Ottoheim exaggerated her movements. The mask of the fool started to slip into place. She saw how her brother grew agitated at her performance, but that spurred her on more. For the rest of the night, and many nights to come, she built another reputation. She became an idiot, a foolish girl who caused too much disruption to marry. People saw her as an idiot that didn't know her place, and the engagement letters stopped coming. She acted that way for a year, and it became another wall around her. Past the cold that she felt from her campaigns and the self-hatred that welled up in her soul, she pushed forward the act of the fool, all to hide it away. And almost everyone bought it. There were only 3 major exceptions. There was Urashima, who knew her down to the marrow of her bones, her mother, who had nodded her approval of her daughter's cunning, and then there was her disgusting older brother. He came to visit some months later, after another failed party, but Ottoheim knew what it really was. It was an auction, and she was up for sale. Now closer to 16 years old, the young woman had left the party behind. She now stood in the gardens, basking in the moonlight. She did not see the flowers, though. She was too busy studying a spot on the ground. It was a place where a guard that called himself Ida had died, but she heard her brother approach anyway. "You know, that's quite an act you've put on," he said. "In fact, it's quite the clever move." He gave her a mocking clap. "Still, though, it all works out for me." Ottoheim, who was busy studying the gardens and the flowers, did not turn to look. "And how would you say that?" "Dear sister, you still haven't seen the whole board," replied Nico. "Allow me to explain some things. You have become the people's villain, a self-important brat that thinks they will bring order to the common rabble under their iron boot. I am the hero now, swooping in to tame your wildest impulses." He placed a hand on her shoulder. "And what better way to tame you than take you for myself?" Ottoheim shattered at his words. She felt her muscles tense up and her breathing stuttered to a stop. Her nerves screamed, but her body could not move. His fingers felt like they would melt off her skin, but she could do nothing to remove them. Her brain shut down, and she could feel the tears welling up. "Why are you doing this to me?" she asked, muted to the world around her. "Because I deserve this world and everything it offers," replied Nico. "And that means that I deserve the most beautiful bride." He left her then, but not before placing his disgusting lips on her cheek. She wanted to hit him. She tried to push him away and run. She would run off farther than he could follow and then keep running. His lips felt like a toad's, and Ottoheim felt like a stain had been left on her soul. She also thought that this was all her fault somehow, and she hated herself for allowing it to happen. After he left, Ottoheim fell to her knees and bawled at the night sky. She sobbed, her tears ruining what little makeup she had worn for the night. She cried for the little girl that had been forgotten amongst the flowers and all the damage she had caused. She cared not for the mess she made, she just wanted to find her peace. Yura found her shortly afterwards and helped to guide her home. After that night and a long discussion with her mother, Ottoheim made an important realization. The only way to stop her brother from taking her was to be stronger than him. Falna was the greatest equalizer in this world, and it was her only shot to save her body from Nico. She redoubled her training efforts. Kajiro lived in her home, drilling her relentlessly. Ottoheim had never been gifted and was actually quite clumsy, but at her core, beneath the layers she had constructed to keep herself safe, was a will that burned like dragon fire. It was how, when she was only 16 years old, she qualified for the level 4 trial of her homeland. She ventured into the mountains and saw that horrible beast that sat there. She ran down the mountain and received the curse of her magic. Then, she ran home to hide away from the world. Only when her goddess came to talk did she leave her room. "We should try it out at least once," said her mother to Amaterasu. "We have to understand just how extreme this all is." The goddess was there in her home, and she nodded. "But only if Ottoheim agrees to it," insisted Urashima. "This should be her choice." It was a small gathering in Tsuchiyaka's household. There was her, Sasaki Kajiro, her mother, Urashima Taro, and the goddess Amaterasu. Everyone looked at her and she nodded. This was something that needed to be done after all, but it would not be done on a whim. Kajiro stood by with his sword at the ready. Her mother had weaved a tight web around her daughter, ready to pull the strings if necessary. And Amaterasu stood far away for her own safety. When all was ready, Ottoheim focused on Urashima, and he nodded. The young woman began to chant. "Great destroyer, thou art the devourer of worlds. You who would cleanse the world of the pure and impure, I beseech you, give me a fraction of your form. Let me strike true terror into those who would look upon me. Let me be the one who would burn the world. Black wings, envelop me. Burn this sack of flesh and give me thine true scales. Harbinger of doom, give me your strength. Dracona forma." Ottoheim had blacked out afterward, but she did not know where she was when she finally came to. She could not recognize the charred remains of a village around her, and she did not see anyone to talk to. When her senses finally kicked in, she felt herself puke. The smell that invaded her nostrils made her sick to her stomach. It was like uncooked meat left out too long in the heat. She looked around, trying to find the source when she saw glimmers of white. She walked and saw that they were bones, fractured into tiny pieces. She puked again. When the sun was setting, Yura found her amongst the wreckage. He informed her that the bones were those of domestic animals. To this day, Ottoheim had never asked if it was a lie. Instead, she locked her spell away and only ever used it for emergencies. But still, the people knew of it. The monster of the Far East became a myth spoken of in hushed tones. The people turned away from her, and her brother used it to his advantage. There were more fights and more wars against peasants armed with pitchforks. More assassins came for her, in the dead of night. But Ottoheim ignored it all. She was a level 4 now, the same as Nico. There was only one thing left. She had to figure out how to escape. Getting to level 5 was out of the question. By imperial law, the only level 5 allowed in the Far East was the emperor or empress. It was this ironclad law that gave them the right to rule. Ottoheim was as strong as she was allowed to be in her homeland. Now, she had to find a way to leverage her strength as a means of escape. One day, while she was out putting down another peasant uprising, she stopped to visit the Sangiano residence. The family patriarch was a recluse these days after his daughter's disappearance, but Nico wanted her to see if he could be swayed to his side. However, she did not know that he was entertaining guests. A short woman that Ottoheim recognized as a goddess faced her, and standing at the goddess's back was a boy with snowy white hair and rubellite eyes. The goddess smiled, and Ottoheim felt her heart melt. "Hey there, my name is Hestia." The gears in the princess's brain continued to turn. Chapter 51. On the 50th floor that night, Belle stood in silence and watched Ottoheim. She had told her story to him, sparing no details about how she had grown up. In reality, Belle knew it was not the saddest story he had heard, and Ottoheim had said so herself. "People die every day, Belle," she had said when she finished. "Children die, and their parents weep while the rest of us are left to move on. How many of our friends have lost loved ones? But that doesn't make what happened to you any less horrible. For your brother, too. He was your family," said Belle. Odo had shrugged. "That just goes to show inconsequential something like blood is. Better to focus on the relationships that we've built for ourselves. That's my opinion anyway." She hadn't spoken after that, and Belle didn't know what to say. Instead, the two sat in silence in the clearing of the dungeon. Distantly, they could hear the other adventurers retiring for the night and finding solace around campfires. But the two adventurers sat in the dark, noiseless as they watched the time tick by. The sudden sound of rustling leaves had them jumping to draw their weapons, but Odo relaxed first. She smiled, and Belle noticed just how tired it was. An easy smile that she had constructed to ward off would-be suitors, but Belle also saw something real. There was genuine joy on her face, and even he could figure out why. "It's about time I found you," said Urashima Taro. "The others were worried about you." "Ah, sorry about that," replied Odo, scratching the back of her head. "I was just telling Belle some stories, and I guess the time got away from us." Yura looked between the two of them. He finally decided to step closer to Odo, who promptly dropped her head on his shoulder. She turned her face towards Belle, and he saw a smile that hid an abyss. "Belle, I feel a strong cry coming on right now. Would you mind leaving?" she asked, her wet eyes gleaming in the dark. "I'd hate to make you feel any worse." Belle nodded and walked off. He pretended not to hear the sounds of sniffles behind him, or the wailing that followed soon after. The elves. In a different part of the woods, Elwyn had no idea what was happening. Lefia had marched up to him, looking absolutely adorable per usual, and dragged him off by the hand into the dark. They had left the camp behind, with not a single person or sound to be felt. Even Philvis was confused and constantly checking to ensure that this wasn't a trap or that monsters were not hanging around. Can you please tell me where we're going?" asked Elwyn. Lefia remained quiet. The only sound she made was her stomping through the undergrowth. Elwyn would have tried to stop her, but she was a level 5, and he was only a new level 4. There was no way in hell that he was getting her to stop. "Listen, Lefia, I'd follow you just about anywhere, you know that, right? But I would like to know where I'm following you," said Elwyn. "SHHH, no talking please," said Lefia. After another 3 minutes of silent hiking, they came to a small break in the trees. On the grassy ground were a couple of blankets, pillows, and other bedroom items. Elwyn stared at the pile and then stared at the blushing Lefia, looking at the ground. She had her hands grasped in front of her and did not move. Elwyn's eyes returned to the pile to look at the lamps and cushions. Not to mention, there was a lovely sheet laid on the grass. Lefia, does this mean what I think it means?" asked Elwyn. Lefia did a little hop. "No, it certainly does not mean that," she exclaimed, her crimson cheeks betraying her anger. "I just thought that since you do not sleep well, we could sleep together," she blinked. "But not like that, I just meant that we would lay side by side to help you sleep." "Can we cuddle?" asked Elwyn, an impish grin on his face. "Absolutely not," retorted Lefia. The half-elf pouted. "Well, that's no fun. What am I supposed to do if I get a nightmare?" She rolled her eyes. "You don't get nightmares anymore, remember? You just have trouble sleeping in general." She pointed at the pillows. "Now lie down and go to bed." Elwyn rolled his eyes before lying down. Surprisingly, the floor of the dungeon was cushier than he thought. Not to mention, Lefia had picked all the suitable pillows, and the sheets had a faint floral scent to them as well. "Did you spritz these with perfume?" he asked. Lefia avoided eye contact. "Maybe." She followed him into the makeshift bed. Slowly, she settled into the grass, ensuring that her skirt did get into a mess. Then, she lay backwards, holding the sheets up to her face. Looking at her out of the corner of his eye, Elwyn saw that she seemed to turn redder and redder and that her muscles seemed to have stopped working. Slowly, he put a hand on her shoulder and shuffled closer. "What if we both held each other?" he suggested. Slowly and mechanically, Lefia nodded. She let herself be held, and Elwyn let out a slow breath. Philvis said that she would keep watch during the night. She also said that if he hurt Lefia, he would be a dead man again. He rolled his eyes and settled down for the night. Lefia's presence calmed him as he lay there, hoping to avoid the inevitable. The leaders. In one of the few tents doing actual work, Finn looked at a large map of the 50th floor. At his side were Reveria and Gareth, and scattered around the table were the different leaders of the many factions in this alliance. Amid, Shakti, Tsubaki, and Lily were all standing around the same table. Also present, but standing more in the background, were Ryuu and Helun. They all had spent the last couple of hours debating on what happened next. Everyone was in agreement that they would be attacked while the first-class adventurers were away. That meant that they had to hammer out the details of what happened next. Putting so many captains and strong personalities in one tent was not a great idea. They were all butting heads on where their focus should be and which units should be placed where. Tsubaki thought that the smiths and baggage train members needed to be right in the middle to take care of everyone in reach. But Amid had counter-argued that they would be too far from the healers who needed to make medicine and get the things they needed to take care of people. That discussion was one of 100. Lily was rubbing her temples because of the headache that was coming on. "Why do people who aren't going to be here have a say in all this?" asked Lily aloud. The rest of the tent was silent. Finn was grinning at her outburst, and he gave the most subtle of nods that only she saw. Shakti was not as amused. "Because this is our familia and our people you'll be leading," she replied. "Sorry that we care about them." Lily rolled her eyes, turning to face the captain of Ganesha Familia. "Except, you're going to need to be focused on everything happening down below." She pointed at a map of the dragon's urn. "If you're spending too much time thinking about what's happening up here, you're going to lose down there." She smirked. "Besides, if Lily doesn't like what you've done, she'll just change it after you leave." There was a pause before a small sound like chiming bells rang in the tent. Everyone looked to find the D-Saint giggling into her hand. She nodded along. "I will do the same if I am speaking honestly," she said. Gareth and Tsubaki started laughing soon afterwards. Shakti just sighed before looking at Finn. "Well, I guess we should all figure out what we're doing." She jerked her thumb at Lily. "We'll leave the youngsters here to figure out the rest." Finn nodded. "I have everything already set up in a separate tent." The rest of the room's occupants just stared at him as he walked away. Soon, those that would be heading down below followed him. The only one not amused by the situation was Shakti Varma. That left Lily, Aki, Raoul, and Amid standing around the table of maps and charts. Now, Lily has already sketched out the formation that she thinks is most appropriate, but that still leaves who will actually go where, explained the Dauntless. Her presence had shifted, and now the other three were leaning in to listen to her plan. "We have 3 level 5s with us." She looked up at the cat girl and her man. "There's you two and Hippolyta. Lily wants to put one of you on each flank, Raoul on the left, Aki on the right, and Miss Aisha in the middle. You will be the anchor that holds the line." "You talk like they aren't going to surround us," said Aki with a raised brow. Lily nodded, conceding the point. "That is a very possible thing. These Xenos know the dungeon better than us and could have possibly brought an army around the back of us." She tapped the dungeon map. "However, even if they attack from the back, the force they would bring to bear would be sizably smaller. They can only sneak so much behind is this fast." Her finger moved along the map. "Not to mention, but natural foundations will protect part of our position if we set ourselves up here. The rest can be protected by some of our tougher adventurers." Led by Otoheim Nakamura, asked Aki. Lily nodded. "That would be my suggestions, but Lily is open to suggestions of others." Aki shook her head. "She's capable enough, just have to make sure the people around can keep up." Lily nodded before turning Amid. "And what about you? Will this work for your healers? The smiths will be nearby with magic swords for protection, but that's it. Resources are going to be stretched thin as it is." Amid stopped to consider her options. She picked up one of the little wooden tokens they had made to represent troops. The one in her hand was the one for her unit. She turned it over, examining it in her hand. She put it back down and nodded once. As long as we're in a position to help everyone, then I'm okay with that, said the D-Saint. What do we do with the mages? Asked Raoul. Are we splitting them up or keeping them close together? Lily opened her mouth and started talking. A lengthy discussion began, and it would go throughout the night just until the early hours of what passed for a morning down in the bowels of the dungeon. But no matter how much they planned, nothing seemed to settle the horrible feeling that was creeping up on all of them. This was their final battle coming up. The heroes. And then, next to the mouth of the floor on the way down to 51st, stood a boy. He looked into the darkness, unsure what awaited him in this unknown. He had never been this deep in the dungeon. He was supposed to keep going, down to a depth that only the strongest familias in Horario had been to, and he was going to go deeper. He was on his way to going to the bounds of the known world. Part of his mind recognized that this was the depths for even Zeus and Hera Familia. From what Ina had found for him, his mom and dad hadn't probably gotten that deep. However, he was sure that his Aunt Althea had been down here. From the pictures he had been given, he could almost imagine her standing in the same spot he was. The thought comforted Belle Cranel. However, his reverie was disrupted when there came a rustling from the bushes behind him. Thankfully, the footsteps didn't sound like that of a monster, nor were they sneaky enough to be someone trying to get the drop on him. "Hi, Belle," said Ais in her monotone voice. "What are you doing?" Belle didn't even turn to look at her. "I'm just thinking about tomorrow and everything else that will happen," Belle replied. "I mean, I know that it's a war and that it's supposed to be horrible, but I'm also a little excited, you know." Ais smiled because she did know. A part of her was also always excited when they got to a new floor in the dungeon. The thrill of the unknown existed inside everyone, no matter how young or old they might be. "Don't let your excitement get the better of you, Belle," cautioned Ais. "Even if the Sunseekers were not here, we would be in trouble. These are the deepest floors of the dungeon, and everything is going very fast for you." She looked over, frowning. "You stay close to me, got that?" Belle nodded. He watched the gaping maw to the lower floors, not wanting to ruin the silence. But he suddenly felt something down at his side. Looking down to his left, he saw Ais reaching out to hold his hand. Her face was solemn. "Can I hold your hand?" she asked after the fact. Belle nodded, not trusting the words that would come out of his mouth. He looked at the floor, trying not to let his emotions overspill and overflow. He half expected his back to tingle from the effects of Lyris. But then he remembered that this was the Neo-Lyris, based on his ideals. He looked out of the corner of his eyes toward the girl of his affection. There was some comfort now since these feelings of his were real. "Are you going to be okay?" asked Ais. "I saw what happened on the 37th floor." She stopped speaking, her grip on his hand tightening. Finally, she spoke again. "Belle, you have to be careful. I don't want to lose you." Belle shook his head. "You won't lose me, I promise. What happened there? That was a lingering problem." He looked over. "Do you remember when I told you about how I fell down to the deep floors with Ryuu?" Ais nodded. "I think the experience left a mark on me." His free hand went to his chest, gripping at the fabric of his clothing. "Whenever I even think of what happened down there, my breaths get shallower and I find it hard to concentrate. But then I remember that I got out, and that I can get out again and again." Ais gave his hand a squeeze. They stood in silence. The lovers. Finally, two souls sat in a clearing. Otoheim had finished crying and was now on the ground, leaning on Urishima's shoulder. He held her close, pushing away his own distaste for his fake arms. Thankfully, Odo had become very quiet. He didn't want to disturb her and honestly hoped that she had fallen asleep. She would need her rest for the coming battles. "Hey, Yura." Well, there went that happy thought. "I know this might not be the right time, but I wanted to ask you something," asked Odo. She did not move. Instead, she kept her head on his shoulder. She appeared relaxed, but Urashima could feel the way her hand tightened around the metal. He was afraid that her level 4 strength would crush them, but then he remembered that the arms were as strong as his status was. "You may ask anything," he replied. "Why do you love me?" Yura sat there in silence. A minute passed, and then 5 minutes passed. He was not trying to avoid the answer. He just wanted to make sure he was giving it the thought it deserved. After all, this was no simple question, and it was being asked by the most important person in his world. and most importantly, he didn't even know where to start. Finally, though, the silence went on too long. The waves of fear rolling off Otoheim were almost palpable, and Urashima recognized that he had to start talking. "The honest answer is, I don't know," he began. "I can tell you the reasons that I tell everyone else, that I love you for your determination and spirit. I can tell you why many think you are a beauty that touches the realm of the gods. I can tell you these things and a myriad of other reasons, but at the end of the day, I love you because you are you, down to the marrow in your bones." There was silence then. Otoheim was quiet before speaking her piece. "That's why people like Dixon exist, I guess," she said. "Because we can't say why, we don't have the words to say it." She reached up a hand to turn his face towards her. "But when I look at you and see you standing at my side, I know what I feel." Slowly, he brought his forehead close. "And I feel the same. I know my answer is insufficient, but it is the only one I have. I love you because you are you, because of the million things you do and all the ways you behave. You are my light," finished Urashima. They sat there, and slowly the bodyguard felt something from his princess. Her body was shaking. He was afraid that it might be in anger or sadness, but when he pulled away, he found her smiling. She was trying to hold in laughter. "How foolish we have been," she screamed, throwing her hands in the air. "To think that all this time, the reason we were holding back was so stupid." Urashima tilted his head, totally lost. "We did not pursue our love, content with what we were, because we thought we only loved each other as master and servant," explained Otoheim. "And that was good. We needed time to figure out our new relationship. But then, why do we still hesitate?" She pointed into the blackness of the dungeon. "There is a chance we will die tomorrow. We might be devoured by monsters. I am tired of waiting, trying to determine if our love is true, because the truth is, I just have to have faith." Otoheim looked him in the eye. "Do you trust me?" Urashima Taro blinked. "I do." "Then, what are we waiting for?" "The fighters." Eventually, what passed for a morning deep in the pits of the dungeon came to pass. People started cooking their breakfasts, and the members of the baggage train handed out supplies. The night guards were relieved, and the subsequent shift took their place. The squadron leaders made sure that everything ran smoothly in all the units, with the first-tier members briefing their lieutenants about what was happening next. While this happened, a Renard was leaving back to her post. She got up from the tent she had shared, slipping her adventuring gear back on. She turned to find Mikoto doing the same. Haruheim took the time to admire her girlfriend's defined muscles, making a happy humming sound. That sound caught Mikoto's attention, and when she saw Haruheim staring, she blushed. "It really is not that impressive," she said. "Oh, but it is, and yours are my favorite," replied Haruheim. There was a comfortable silence as they finished getting ready. They did not need to speak because they knew exactly what the other would do. When all was said and done, Mikoto made to leave. Before she could, though, a hand grabbed at her sleeve. She turned to find a serious-looking Haruheim. "I need you to promise me something," said Haruheim. Mikoto smiled. "I will come back to you, I promise." The Renard shook her head. "That's not what I wanted. You have to promise me no losing control." Mikoto blinked. "What do you mean?" "No losing control and letting that other side take over," repeated Haruheim. "You have to promise that." Mikoto nodded. "I promise I will keep control." Haruheim smiled. "I love you." The samurai turned red. "I love you too." The wild children. On a different part of the floor, Elwyn felt himself wake up. He wanted to sit up, but an unfamiliar weight was on his chest. It was also quite warm. As he shifted on the grassy floor, something that was not his blanket rubbed up against him. He moved his hands against it and was met with something smooth. It was also squishy. He moved his hand again, and it got tangled in something. "Is that hair?" asked Elwyn. "Filvis, what's on top of me?" The ghost did not respond. Elwyn opened his eyes fully, searching for his companion. What was on top of him was hidden under the blankets, and his mind was too groggy to comprehend what was happening. When he found Filvis, the dead elf's eyes were trained on the ground. Her ghostly skin was also as red as her eyes. The weight on top of him shifted. It also let out a sigh. Slowly, the puzzle pieces came together. "Filvis, is Lefier on top of me?" She nodded. "Without any clothes?" Another nod. "Did we?" Nod. "And did you watch?" No, you animal. Her sudden shout made him jolt. That made Lefia suddenly wake up. When she first saw Elwyn's face, she smiled. But then her brain started working, and he could feel her hands on his torso. As she made sense of what had happened, Elwyn could feel her body freeze up. Her mouth hung open, and her face lost all of its color. Elwyn tried to figure out what to say to make her feel better, but she pulled backwards. You vagrant, seducer, you absolute lust-filled monster. Lefia gathered the blanket to try and cover herself. Except when she did that, Elwyn's body was in full view. She froze again, processing the sight of Elwyn in front of her. Philvis stopped to blink. Elwyn threw a pillow on his lap. Listen, I will agree with the fact that I was lustful, but this took two people, responded Elwyn. I did not hear you complaining at all. That is because, Lefia stumbled, remembering the experience of last night. Ah, I will not be able to be married now. I have sullied the sanctum of an elvish wedding. She buried her face in her hands. While she wallowed in her apparent shame, she forgot that she was holding a blanket, which meant that she didn't realize it had fallen to the floor. Philvis fell backwards, her ghost body passing through a tree. Elwyn just stared. You are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my life. Lefia's hands flew to her body. Stop staring. The adventurers. After everyone had woken up, Finn called a gathering of everyone. Smiths, supporters, adventurers, mages, and more gathered in front of a large rock. On top of it stood the braver, Gareth and Riveria stood at his side. The rest of the first-class adventurers were congregated around him. His spear shined in the artificial light of the dungeon. Listen up, everyone, he began. It's time you all understood what is going to happen next. Me and the other leaders will be diving even deeper. He gestured with his spear to everyone level 5 and 6. It will be our job to go down and find the king of the Sunseekers. We will kill him and any other leader we find along the way. Hopefully, without any of their leaders, the rest will retreat or fall apart. His eyes surveyed the adventurers. But make no mistake, you are all in just as much danger. You will be here to draw out the bulk of the Sunseeker forces. There were quiet mutters amongst the assembled troops. The words trap and bait were thrown around, and the terror set in. Finn slammed the butt of his spear on the stone, calling everyone's attention back to him. I will not sugarcoat it. This is a trap, answered Finn. But not one that I would not set if I did not have faith in your abilities. Once upon a time, 2 great familias led Horario in its greatest age yet. But is that the peak? There were a few muttered no's and shaking heads. Is that how far we can reach, all that we can aspire to? More no's, louder and more pronounced. Will we be complacent, or will we reach out to become even greater than ourselves? His hand stretched into the air. Will our bones rot here, in the bowels of the earth, or will we claw a place for ourselves amongst the heavens? The heavens. The roaring response shook the cavern. Finn smiled at this assembly of fools and dreamers. Each and every single one of them was an adventurer that he was willing to call an ally. I will not be with you here, but our battles and why we fight remain the same, shouted Finn Damney. And I swear that I will come back once I finish killing the mad King Typhon myself. He smiled. That is if you all haven't killed the Sunseekers on your own. The crowd laughed and Finn let them, but then his face regained its seriousness. He raised a hand for quiet, and it soon came. But do be cautious. Look out for one another and watch the back of the person standing at your side. There are no familia lines down here, just one group with a singular purpose. Now, go to your squad leaders, they will instruct you where to go next. Finn finished his speech and was met with a resounding aye from everyone involved. He hopped off the rock, the crowd dispersing around him. As he walked, adventurers fell in beside him. First were Riveria and Gareth, who had already squared away the last of their problems. The last thing the high elf did was pull her brother in for a hug. The 2 siblings stood there quietly before pulling back. They nodded at each other once. After Gareth and Riveria, the rest of the low-key familia executives fell into line. There was Tiona and Tyone first, the twins' energy making them vibrate on the spot. After that was Bete and Lefia. For whatever reason, the small elf mage couldn't look anyone in the eye. Next to join them were Shakti and Subaki, leading the contingent of Ganesha Familia members. By and large, the executives of Ganesha Familia would be supporters. It was the same way Riveria and Lefia would be both mages and healers. Tsubaki would care for equipment. They walked towards the empty maw to the 51st floor. Some wanted to look back towards their allies, but they all resisted. When they reached the passage to the next floor, they found the last members of their part waiting for them. It was Belle Cranel, Ryuu Leon, and Ais Wallenstein. The three had been more impatient than most, their gear already standing by. Their armor was polished, and their weapons had been seen to by Welf all of last night. He refused to let anyone else look at them. Finn stopped to look Belle Cranel in the eye. The young man nodded to him, and the braver nodded back. Belle fell in behind him, at a middle spot in the party. Ryuu and Ais flanked him, deciding their place in the formation. The Palom chose to say nothing to these adventurers. They knew what their job was and the responsibility on their shoulders. Instead, they marched into the dark. The strategist. Lily stood atop an outcrop of rocks, surveying the work of everyone around her. Adventurers from different familia worked hand in hand to set up a more defensive position. The mages discussed attack patterns amongst themselves, while the smiths and supporters set out the most essential supplies. Lily had done the numbers, and they had everything they needed to survive a prolonged battle. Even their position was more defendable than first thought. Lily had used her magic to scan the place and discovered many shelters. It was like a fort made in the bowels of the dungeon. Squads were taking up bottleneck positions, while the flank commanders planted themselves as anchor points. Aisha had made it very clear that she was not a strategist or leader. She would fight with everything she had, but someone else had to be ready to give orders, which was why Lily assigned Daphne to the front. On the left, Aki had taken charge with ease. The cat girl was good, probably the third best here after Finn and Lily. But then there was Raoul. The Dauntless wasn't ashamed to admit that the high novice worried her. But when she had voiced those concerns to Aki, she had just smiled. "He'll surprise you," she had said. Lily sure hoped so. As midday came and everyone ate their meal, there was silence over the battlefield. It was a held breath, and in answer to the quiet came a pounding roar. The Palom looked up, the words of Lady Athena and Alexander the Great thrumming through her ears. This was it, the moment Lily earned her place in their pantheon. The rival. And then, deep in the dungeon, a large black minotaur pulled itself together. It had been made a fool of by that horrid thing that called itself king. Asterius leaned on his axe, his breath snorting out his nose. His grip tightened as rage-filled thoughts clouded his brain. The giant bull roared and began running through the dungeon. This was a battle he was looking forward to. His roar echoed, bouncing off the walls, and a single thought responded. It could not speak or interact, it could only watch. It was stuck down here, too stubborn to be absorbed by the dungeon but too weak to find its way back home. It remembered a significant fall in its final moments. In the end, the spirit decided that a miserable existence down here in the deep floors would be its penance. It would pay for its sins this way, but having nothing better to do, it followed the Black Minotaur. It sensed that a miracle was needed. The Maestro. And finally, in the dungeon city, all was quiet. The guild sat in fear that Freya would make a move while its primary allies were away. As that happened, a little goddess did her best to prepare for the inevitable strike. She worked with Ghost of the Guild to make something that could give them an edge. Thankfully, no blow was forthcoming. At least, nothing directly. When all was a shadow, a blur could be spotted around the Twilight Manor in the night. It was too fast for Loki's remaining adventurers to notice and did not stay long enough to be caught. It was a flicker and nothing more. Watching it all was the director of this tragic farce. The maestro who had made these events to be the goddess stared at the soul of her otter. He would be purified because of her scheme, and he would thank her for it in time. After all, this war was not for the Xenos or the adventurers. Everything she had accomplished up to this moment was for her darling. It was all for Belle Cranel. Chapter 52. Running through the dragon's urn, Belle was forced to think and learn on his feet. His body moved automatically when Ryuu shouted orders at him. Technically, he was supposed to be the captain of Hestia Familia, but there was no way he could ever claim to know more than Ryuu, and even she looked out of her depth here. In fact, the only people that looked comfortable this deep were the members of Loc Familia. Only Lefia looked a little queasy. They were in a brick corridor now, and despite the lack of monsters around them, Belle could feel heat practically burning away here. It was just about to melt his clothing off. Unfortunately, it was also causing his brain not to function at its best capacity, so much so that Belle tripped on an errant flagstone sticking out of the ground. He stumbled a little, but managed to keep his footing and keep running. But he did fall a pace behind the party. Because of that, he felt Ais fall in step beside him as they ran. "You need to be more careful," she warned, frowning and threatening. Belle ducked his head. "I will. I'm sorry, the heat just got to me for a second." Ais nodded, adjust quickly. The two ran in silence, the rest of the party not saying much either. The labyrinth of the 51st floor stretched out in front. They eventually found their way into a large circular room with branching corridors. Finn called for a halt. "Don't we know the way down from here?" asked Tsubaki. "Hell, even I remember where we went the last time I came down here." "That's not the issue," said Ryuu, her long ears twitched. "There's something else around, it's coming from one of the tunnels." Just as the fairy princess finished speaking, an intensity burned the moisture from the air. A magic circle bloomed beneath everyone's feet. Its source was the strongest mage in Horario. Riveria was chanting something under her breath, which made everyone worry, but no one could pick up on the words. "While Riveria readies her shield, I want the rest of you to take up a circle position. Level 6s on the outside, mages and supporters in the middle," explained Finn. "Whatever comes from those tunnels, I need all of you to keep calm, understand?" The adventurers answered yes, moving to answer Finn's orders. As that happened, Riveria stopped talking. She held her spell at the ready and stood in silence. Leffia started working on her own magic, and all the while the sound got louder. Eventually, they realized the noise was coming from a tunnel on the right. It was a lumbering sound that gave off wet thumps. They waited with bated breath till it emerged, and Belle's vision tunneled. Standing in front of him was a mass of moss and undergrowth. It was Scipio, the general of the Sun Seekers and lead tactician. Overall, this was good, because if he was down here, he wasn't commanding the forces on the 50th, or if he wasn't able to do so effectively. The two sides didn't move. Neither of them said a word. Finn was the first to step forward. He had a grin on his face, opening his mouth to talk. As he was about to speak, probably a flippant remark, someone else beat him to it. "Burn them through, Sword of Surtur. My name is Alf. Raelavtnn." Before anyone could move, an explosion of flame and brimstone burst through the room. The adventurers jumped to get away from the backsplash of heat. Gareth stood in front of everyone doing his best to shield them. When the spell died down, Gareth turned to look back at Riveria. "What in the world was that, you damned hag?" shouted the dwarf. Everyone turned to look, their faces mixed with anger and astonishment, but they all froze. The sight of her face made everyone stop and pause. The usual grace and serenity were gone. Instead, a raging hatred was there. Her lips were like a sneer, and her eyes were like the slits of a devil. Her aura rolled off in waves, her body standing there like it was about to combust. Even Finn raised a brow. When the fire stopped burning and the rock ceased shifting, Scipio remained standing. The giant monster was singed and worse for wear but was not dead. It gave out great heaving breaths. Before it could speak, though, the 9 hells blazed. "You killed my brother," said Riveria, her face twisted. "You speared his heart from his chest and let him bleed out." Beneath the anger, tears started to fall. Someone else had to give their life for him. Her grip on her staff tightened. "You killed my brother, and for that, you will burn. I will set you ablaze till nothing remains but your magic stone. And then I will crush it beneath my boot. I will grind you into dust until you are nothing but a thought on the breeze." Her words flowed from her mouth, her mask cracking. "And even then, I will burn this place till not even your memory remains." There was a cracking sound, and people would only realize afterwards that it was the high elf's teeth grinding against each other. "You killed my brother, and for that, I will kill you." Finn looked between the two before looking at his thumb. He nodded once. "Gareth, you stay here and lend our fine vice-captain a hand," said Finn. "Give her time to fulfill her promise. The rest of us are going to keep going." The dwarf nodded. "Tsubaki, I'm going to need my good axe." It was tossed to him, and he caught it with one hand. The rest made to go around towards the tunnel that would lead them even deeper into the heart of the dungeon. Scipio let them go, never saying a word. Secretly, he was glad to watch the boy with snowy hair go. He still had nightmares of killer rabbits. As they left, Gareth took up the vanguard position in front of Riveria. In one hand was a great shield, and in the other was his axe. His eyes peered out from beneath his massive helmet. "I'll do all the protecting, and you take care of the monster," said Gareth. "Thankfully, it seems weak to fire." Riveria nodded before stretching her arms out. She began chanting, her magic circle blossoming under her feet. Recognizing the impending danger, Scipio lashed out to try and disrupt her. "Oh no, you don't," shouted Gareth, raising his shield defensively. The barbed vine slammed down and knocked him aside. Riveria jumped, only just being able to dodge out of the way. She had moved so fast that her spell had been disrupted. The vine slammed into the ground, sending bits of rock everywhere. Thankfully, it did not crack through into the floor below. Riveria clicked her teeth in agitation while Gareth sighed. This fight did not seem like it was going to be easy, but if they were not careful, it would definitely be short. Gareth moved back in front of Riveria, and the high elf raised her staff. They started the attack again, and Scipio raised a viney tendril to smack them down. With the strategist. On the 50th floor, the sounds of battle raged. Those that had been squad captains did their best to keep control of the situation, but it was like trying to drain a lake with their cupper hands. Orders were barely heard over the din of battle, and any formations were hardly maintained. Thankfully, though, the front line had held. Lily's prediction had been correct. While monsters did come down from the 49th floor, most of them did in fact come up. And even more surprising was their general lack of cohesion. The Palom was happy about that, though, because her intuition told her that meant that Scipio was not here or in charge of their forces. The Sun Seekers were relying on overwhelming force to take the day. That played to Lily's strengths because it meant she was working at a heavy disadvantage and being underestimated. These were two scenarios that she was used to. One of the lessons the top generals of Altina had drilled into her head was to get over the fact that people would have a higher status than her. There was nothing she could do about that. All she could do was plan around it and be better than she was before. From her position on the hilltops, overlooking the battle, Lily smiled. She knew that she could do it. The Dauntless took the time to scan the three fronts. Anakitty Autumn was holding the right easily enough. She switched between giving orders and fighting monsters with deft ease, her level 5 skills helping her lead from the front. The right side was also in danger due to its proximity to a water source. Aquatic monsters jumped out of the water, crawling on the land. The adventurers had to split their attention, with Aki putting a lot of trust and faith in her lieutenants. The most significant part of that was the adventurers from Tgthegood Familia. Their time on the island nation of the Far East gave them marine experience. Moving towards the middle, Lily saw that Aisha was not leading so much as being a natural powerhouse. She shouted warnings for comrades, but seemed to delegate the brunt of the work to Daphne. The level 4 adventurer seemed tired and exasperated, but did everything she could to keep the rest of the Alliance force safe. Not to mention, while Aisha Belka was a new level 5, she seemed to be fighting better than Aki or Raoul. Her natural ferocity and drive raised the spirit of everyone around her. Morale was high. Even if her fighters were largely disorganized, they had the right heart. This would be important, as the middle would be the hardest to hold long-term. Finally, on the left, Raoul Nord seemed to be holding the line. Lily could be honest about him. He was competent, gave good orders, and could keep an eye on multiple threats, but that was it. His orders were stammered, his weapon skill was average, and he wasn't that great overall. Whatever innate hidden qualities that Aki and the Braver thought he had, Lily couldn't see it. The one thing she could say was that seeing him in such a mess gave the rest of low-key Familia enough of a reason to shape up and really take charge. They solidified the left front in their effort to support Raoul. Lily took in all this knowledge while relaying orders through her messenger system. The supporter network had been put to work and became a personal chain of messengers for the Palom. They were seen sprinting back and forth under strict orders not to engage the enemy. After all, the Oculus would only go so far, and Lily didn't know if people would always be listening. Better to give them someone face-to-face who would shout out to them until she knew they had heard the order. These messengers also allowed people to tell her things. She knew when the first wave of mages was ready with their spells, Amid could tell her how their medical supplies storage was doing, and Haruheim let her know that the Renard was ready and on standby with her spells. Lady Lily, another contingent coming from the woods on the left flank. Finally, there was the final piece of the puzzle. Mikoto's magic let her have an eye in the sky and was able to shout down monster positions as needed. Obviously, she couldn't stay up there forever, her mind would run out, and Lily would need her level 4 strength and first-rate skills on the ground. But the Palom was determined to keep her up there for as long as it took. Lily needed to know where the 2 truly dangerous ones were. Philvis had been quite the helpful repository of information. She had told Lily that Typhon would probably send 2 generals up to the 50th. In the eyes of the Sunseekers, 2 horribly strong Xenos would be strong enough to take down the level 5s through sheer force of will. There were 3 possible Xenos he could send. Bragi, a reborn blood troll, Nastro, a bipedal dragon monster, and Hora, the reborn silverback. All 3 were dangerous and highly motivated to kill humans. Lily had asked why Typhon wouldn't send all 3. Philvis said he wouldn't have wanted to waste them on the small fry. His top monsters would be waiting for the ultimate tier adventurers. However, Lily needed to know which monsters were coming because whatever monster showed up would decide who faced them down. Personally, she was hoping for Hora and Bragi. Nastro was apparently one of the strongest of Typhon's generals, on the same level as Nissa the Banshee. Lily was happy to leave that battle to the first-class adventurers. Of course, Hora would instill the most fear, since people had already met him and seen or heard what he had done to boars. But the fact remains that Hora was objectively weaker than Nastro. "Have you seen them yet?" shouted Lily into the air. Mikoto shook her head. "I'm going to touch down and drink mind potions soon." Lily nodded, already switching her attention to her next orders. She signaled temporary withdrawal while also giving the mages their attack sign. There was a flash of color as elemental explosions rocked the battlefield. Amid and her healers let out their spells as the magic went off, removing cuts and bruises already sustained by those fighting. More heavily injured people were brought back to the medical tents for more extensive treatment. "Welf, I want the smiths and their magic swords to move forward," shouted Lily with her command call. "Also, bring replacement weapons to those that need them." Welf couldn't respond, but Lily could imagine him rolling her eyes. She watched the smiths do their job, half of them swinging magic swords, with the rest trading weapons and supplying arrows. As that happened, Lily told Elwyn to get the mages to fall back and start a rotation. In many ways, the strategy was just a larger and more expanded version of what she had done in the battle on the 34th. The difference was that Lily didn't know everything about the people around her. She knew of her familia and the most influential members of the other familias, but that left a lot of unknowns. Lily chanced a look over her shoulder. Just as she had predicted, the natural formations of the dungeon protect them from an attack at the rear, but some monsters were slipping through the cracks. Not to mention that there were flyers in the air, swooping and diving on the attack. Thankfully, Lily's last attacker took care of all those monsters in short order. Even as she looked back, metal flashes indicated monsters being reduced to dust. Ottoheim had finally found her rhythm in monster killing and was moving with a speed and dexterity that was stunning to behold. Then there was her spear work, her bicent practically singing in her hands with how fast it moved. And whenever a monster got too close, her shadow was a storm of blades. He spun in deft circles, the blades at his elbows turning monsters into mincemeat. The 2 danced in perfect harmony as if all doubt had been removed from their actions. Around them were the rest of their backline protection squad. Predominantly pulled from scouting and vanguard units, their high mobility helped to keep the backline safe. Ottoheim ordered as she fought, her shouts rising above the din of battle. Lily helped by pointing out and passing along where the next attacks were coming from. For now, the lines seemed to be holding. All of this going well made Lily worry. Something in her gut was telling her to be careful because when things were going this well, especially with an enemy that was supposed to be dangerous, they were hiding something. Lily's eyes could only search so much, but she didn't see any Sunseeker plots. And if they weren't throwing all their weight at the adventurers on the 50th, then they were throwing even more at the first-class adventurers chasing down Typhon. Lily could feel her brain starting to smoke from all the possibilities. "Calm down, Lilaruka," said the voice of Athena. "Think of what you can do and disregard anything you can't." Lily let out a long breath, imagining her frustrations going with it. She did her best to toss away her worries about Belle and the first-class adventurers. The only thing she could afford to focus on was what was right in front of her. "Someone find Welf," said Lily. "I want his new swords passed to all the lieutenants and captains. They don't have to use it, but I want them to be ready." A messenger ran off to pass the message. "Tell Amid to get a couple of her strong healers to head to the front lines. Not to heal immediately, but I want them to stand at the ready," ordered Lily. "Tell them something could be coming, and they need to be ready to act fast." Another runner took off to the healers. "Someone find the supporters and the Enchantenko. Tell her she needs to get ready. It doesn't matter who spots her. She'll know what it means," said Lily, waving an arm. A cloud of dust was the only indicator that someone had left. "Lady Mikoto, stay in the sky but fly closer to your girlfriend," shouted Lily for all to hear. There was a spluttering sound from the Black Crow. Before she could say anything else, Lily kept talking. "Don't land but be ready. Lily thinks that the monsters might be waiting for her," said Lily. "No one will touch her," replied Mikoto, already diving in Haruheim's direction. Lily didn't say it, but she knew she was making the first move. She could be walking into a trap for all she knew, but that didn't matter. This deep in the dungeon, the monsters would come at them from all angles. They would be incessant in their attacks, and the allied adventurers would die from attrition first and foremost. As Ryuu had said all those months ago, the dungeon would kill them with 1,000 cuts. So, Lily chose to walk into the trap head first without telling anyone. She couldn't cause panic, and she couldn't risk everyone losing morale. So, the Dauntless watched as she moved her pieces into play. And now, it was the Sun Seeker's turn. With the hero, Bell was falling. Dragon fire had lit up the stones at his feet, and the floor had exploded. Now, he was falling into the dragon's urn. The winged beasts were all around him. His knives were in his hands, and he was doing what he could to parry their attacks. But that didn't stop the fact that the floor was fast approaching, and he had no idea what to do. 2 green flashes were what saved him. Like a meteor, Ryuu crashed into the nearest Valgang dragon, knocking it into a wall. She used the dragon's skin as a way to push herself off into another crowd that was close by. Her attacks picked up speed as she jumped from dragon to dragon. She was a blur that left Bell breathless, but she was not helping him with his landing procedure. The March Hare had the idea of stabbing into a dragon to slow his fall, but the dagger wasn't the right length to hold in the flesh. Before he could worry any longer, the other green flash grabbed him. Her longer sword was able to pierce the monster's flesh, and her arm wrapped around her midriff. Bell could feel the wind buoying him up and slowing their descent. The two landed. "Thanks, Ais," began Bell. Before he could add to that, he was stopped by Ais's piercing gaze. The glare was lessened by her pouting face. "Be more careful," she said. With that warning, Ais turned back to the battle against the dragons. Bell joined her, dimly aware of the other young Loki Familia members joining them. Tayoni used a combination of martial arts with her kukri knives, a constant violent storm. Next to her, Urga gleamed in the light of the flames. Tiona's big sword cut dragons in half like they were paper. The whole time she did it, she wore a giant smile on her face. "This won't be like last time," screamed Beteloga, his foot caving a monster's rib cage. "The old man isn't here to keep an eye on us, but we'll make him proud anyway." "Don't even try to get ahead of us, Wolfie," shouted Tayoni, jumping to his side. The adventurers continued to fight, destroying the monsters around them. Finn and the level 5 members of Ganesha and Tsubaki were on their way down, trying to catch up. Ark's Ray. A beam of light blasted through multiple monsters, carving a path for the adventurers to follow. Lefia ran behind it, staff clutched in her hand. "There's an opening that way to a cave entrance," she shouted. "We can catch our breath in there." Bell nodded, falling behind her. A couple of wyverns got too close, so he fought around them, leaving deep gouges in their hides. Nobody wanted to say it, but this kind of place ran directly against Bell's style of fighting. His daggers weren't long enough to pierce into the underbellies of the monsters, and his firebolt would be next to worthless against dragons. He didn't have Tayoni or Bete's raw strength, which they used to compensate for any weaknesses. Thankfully, Bell had one trick left up his sleeve. A white light formed around his fist, lasting for only 5 seconds. Using that, he jumped forward to punch a dragon trying to sneak up on Lefia. He caved its skull in, the great beast crumpling in front of him. "How is your fist so tough?" asked Lefia, shock written on her face. Bel held up his left arm to show that it was not just covered in armor. He had also wrapped the Goliath scarf around it, making it even tougher. He couldn't use Argonaut too much, but it was a way for him to fight through these deep floors until they reached the glacial area, where Typhon was hopefully waiting for them. "Please be more careful next time, Bel," said Ryuu, touching down next to him. She smirked. "I don't believe me, and the Kenki want to make a habit of having to pull you out of danger. It should be the other way around, no." Bel blushed, looking away. "Sorry, Ryuu," he replied. "I guess my lack of experience down here is starting to show, huh?" Ryuu didn't bother with false compliments. Instead, she nodded. "This is true, so in the meantime, focus on protecting our mage and supporters. Watch what you can and acclimate as quickly as possible," she said in her matter-of-fact tone. "I know this won't matter, but try not to be too heroic. Let the rest of us help you, Bel." The boy smiled at his vice-captain, overjoyed that she stood at his side. "Always, Ryuu." "Oi, enough with the lovey-dovey bullshit," shouted Bete. "We need to clear a way to the glacial area." He pointed to a large cave opening. "Finn needs a way down, and we need to make it." The group of 7 started running. Ais ran at the point, the literal sword thrust into the crowd. Flanking her on either side were Tiona and Tyone, dedicated to protecting their sworn sister. Behind them, acting as the midguard, were Ryuu and Bete. Their quick action and terrifying intensity ensured that nothing slowed down the progress of the vanguard. Finally, there was Lefia and Bel. Lefia readied her magic, ensuring she could fire off a spell when needed, while Bel protected her and acted as the party's rearguard. The boy had to be careful since the more experienced adventurers threatened to leave him behind. Forget how strong his status might have been. The total lack of experience with monsters like this put him way behind everyone else. Ryuu was right. Any amount of experience was worth its weight in volleys. So, Bel studied their techniques and mannerisms while the others fought forward. He watched how Tiona and Tyone supported each other, silently taking care of wayward blows from monsters. He saw how Ryuu never overextended herself, carefully limiting the scope of her movements. Every thrust and swipe was careful and deliberate. Bete stayed near the pack and seemed to have activated all of his senses. His nose would twitch, sending him in one direction, then his ears would pull him somewhere else. Bel watched them all and kept his eyes on his idol, Ais Wallenstein. The way she moved took his breath away. Her feet were like breaths upon the ground, flowing from one stance to the next. Her blade was like a demon of metal, moving through monsters like they were nothing but grass. Every step she took was about moving forward, creating a new path for her comrades to follow. But the thing that impressed Bel the most was the mask of controlled rage hidden under her face. The anger flowed through her, but it did not control her. Every movement was like an explosion of pain deep inside her. The mere fact that she had any semblance of technique there was something for him to deeply admire. Eventually, the small adventuring party made their way to the entrance to the next floor. There was no sign of Finn or the others at the moment, but they knew that was okay. They would hold the line until he arrived, for he was the braver and their commander. With the sister. Above them, where the rooms were still a maze of corridors and the heat was kept at bay, Riveria and Gareth fought on. The two didn't want to admit it, but their opponent was strong. Scipio had learned from his previous mistakes and regained his lost power. He was a force of nature, crashing into everything around him. Piles of rubble and gouges in the wall showed how deep his destruction ran. That said, it hadn't been a free fight for him. She bore signs of wear and tear. Parts of his vines and barky exterior were ripped away. Riveria's breathing was haggard, coming in great pants. Her spells had only landed glancing blows upon her opponent, but more importantly was the fact that her anger was taking control. She wanted to kill the Moss Huge so bad that she had been blinded from tactics and reason. Gareth had tried his best to break through to her, but it was all for nothing. Riveria snarled, "You damned monster, you can try to run and hide as much as you want, but I will kill you." Scipio gave a semblance of smiling. "You talk as much as that other elf did. The other one with green hair, but he wore glasses. He talked a lot until I took his heart out." Riveria's scream was guttural, ripped from her throat. Gareth sighed, already moving his shield to block a lethal blow. He thought that after years of fighting together, he had seen everything there was to know about the High Elf. However, this rage was a new side he could never have dreamed of. It was so different from how she usually acted that it disturbed him a little. Everyone was allowed to have emotional outbursts, but what she did now was putting herself and the others in danger. The giant dwarf just didn't know what to do in response. But for now, he would watch her back. Just as he was considering the danger, a vine that Scipio had been sneaking around the back went to stab Riveria in the heart. Gareth shouted a warning, but Riveria didn't hear it. So, Gareth did the only thing he could. The old dwarf jumped in the way. His shield came to bear but got punched straight through. The tendril crashed against his skin, deflected so that it pierced into his side instead. Riveria saw it happen. The sight of one of her oldest companions taking a hit for her that she should have seen. The sight snapped everything into focus, but she could feel the rage about to overtake her again. "You damn hag, listen for once in your bloody life," shouted Gareth, hands clutched to his wound. "Now take a goddess-damned breath and think, why are you fighting?" Images of her daughter, her apprentice, and her brother flashed into her head. They were waiting for her. Riveria focused on them, drawing strength from that fact. People were counting on her, and she needed to be there to protect them. "There is still much to do," she said to herself, "and I will see it through." Just in time, she leapt out of the way of another snaking vine. Except for this time, she landed on top of it, stamping her foot down. "I have you now," she whispered. Scipio tried to pull away, but Gareth Landrock would not let this thing get away. He used his prodigious strength to grab the vine, holding it firmly. His face was grim, but he smiled anyway. Nodding at the dwarf, Riveria took the time to compose herself. She drew her feet together, raising one arm in the air. Her other hand rested loosely around her staff. Her hair seemed to float behind her as if by some divine power. She breathed in, eyes closed to the world. She exhaled, the air leaving her mouth. As it did so, a large magic circle blossomed at her feet. It was more significant than the room they stood in and bathed everything in burning orange light. Her eyes opened slowly, and she took in the world around her. The flame will soon be released. Creeping war, unavoidable destruction. Scipio tried to slam down on his opponents, but with a blur of movement, Riveria's staff intercepted him. She knocked it away, chanting her magic. Her focus was like a sword, and Gareth's tenacity kept him in place. "The horn of battle sounds aloud. The cruelty of conflict will envelop all." Scipio continued to try and fight his way free, but it was all for naught. The heat of Riveria's charging spell was so great that it was already burning everything around it. This was especially true closest to the High Elf. This was the power of the 9 hells. "Come, crimson flames, the ruthless inferno. You are the avatar of hellfire. Sweep completely, bring a close to the great war. Burn them through." Riveria took another breath. Her words were a whisper on the wind. "Sword of Surtur, my name is Alf." Her gaze focused, and Scipio saw it. A burning hatred for him and everything he had done sat in her eyes. Truthfully, he knew this was it. There would be no resurrection from this, just a continuous burning nightmare. In his mind, he saw his return to the world. Coming from the wall, living alone in the dark. Then he was found, Typhon coming to save him from a parade of monsters. Forced to live underground, unable to be free of the dungeon's terror, Scipio had run away. He had been happy to leave the fighting and thinking to true monsters like Typhon. But then the old guard had failed, and he had been alone. Typhon had said it himself that they were not strong enough. So, Scipio chose to study instead. He decided to think and learn. He watched parties of adventurers and learnt the way they fought and trained. Strategy became the way he contributed. And now, it did him no good. All that strategy and all that was left was his fear. His terror came back. It was the last thing he knew before it all burnt to ash. At the end, Finn finally made his way to the others, the level 5s arrayed behind him. They were all injured to varying degrees, but they were still alive. He didn't say anything, he just nodded and started down the tunnel. The others fell behind on their way to the glacial floors. Unseen to them were the monsters that followed behind. Dragons that were too intelligent to go unnoticed crawled on the ceiling, smart enough to keep their distance. All was going according to plan. And upon the 50th, things were taking a turn. Lily had acted, and the Sunseekers were reacting. The number of Xenos had grown, their high level of strength and skill on display for all to see. Lily moved as much as she could, coordinating assaults and reliefs for all 3 fronts. And still, the last two most powerful Sunseekers had yet to reveal themselves. Just as the thought entered her head, a roar echoed through the floor. There was a crashing sound, and Lily saw an adventurer sail through the air and slam into the trees. Otioichimi. The pained scream of Urashima Taro confirmed Lily's worst fears. Another chest-pounding roar caught her attention as she was about to order back up to the rear. Rocks crashed into the position next to her, almost flattening her messengers. Lily sighed but allowed herself to smile. This was what she had been waiting for. The enemy had played their hand, and she would respond in kind. Chapter 53. Raoul Nord was not a hero. He was an adventurer that had gotten an unbelievable number of lucky breaks. He knew it, the executives knew it, and Aki probably knew it too. Whatever they thought they saw in him, Raoul knew that it was something non-existent. It might have been selfish of him to lie and cheat his way forward, but every time he saw his friends working so hard, and every time he saw her doing everything she could to care for everyone else, he felt like he had to keep fighting. So, when the giant silverback came marching through the trees, tossing adventurers left and right, Raoul Nord stood his ground. Stay back, he stammered, holding his sword upright. You need to leave everyone alone. The silverback, Hora, paused its march before squatting down. It sniffed at Raoul, examining him with its beady red eyes. It was probably looking at how Raoul's legs shook, his knees knocking together. Or it noticed how much he was sweating from the monster's intense pressure. You are a funny little man, replied Hora, finishing its examination. Now die. The monster's great big paw came swinging down, and Raoul was only just able to jump out of the way. He tried to swing his sword and leave a gash as he dodged, but the big monkey was just so powerful that there was nothing he could do. His blade bounced off its thick, steel-like fur. He could probably leave a cut if it was a direct strike, where he was putting his full level 5 strength into it. However, a glancing blow was not going to do anything. So, Raoul continued to dodge instead. He was the only one with a high enough status to reliably get out of the way, and it gave everyone else the time they needed to retreat. Everyone, shouted Raoul. Fall back to the second position, we gotta do it just like the Dauntless told us. As his subordinates fell back, the high novice stood his ground and covered the rearguard. Then, to try and buy some time, he implemented one of the covering traps that Lilaruka Ard had made them set up. He cut a rope, causing a bunch of hardened spikes to pop out of the ground. The big one, Hora, would be able to get through them easily, but the rest of the monsters would hopefully be stuck for at least a couple minutes. It would be just enough time to regroup and get new instructions from their commander. In her dreams, Ottoheim sat up in a field of mist. She looked around, trying to remember what had happened. She had been fighting back-to-back with her Yura, the two of them covering for each other while their enemies fell around them. But then, a dark shadow descended upon their party, a bipedal dragon that had used its claws and overwhelming force to tear into them. Ottoheim had stood before the beast, but it swung its hand and sent her flying back into a tree. As usual, you fail, dear sister. Ottoheim felt her body freeze. Slowly, mechanically, she tried turning her head. She looked out into the sea of smoke, searching for her would-be tormentor. Nico seemed to drift out of the mist, tendrils of gray curling around him. He wore the robes of nobility and stood ramrod straight, looking down his nose at her. As always, your pathetic display of bravado has almost gotten you killed. He stopped to examine a manicured hand. You should give up and come home. Run back through the dungeon and the city until you get home, just like the weak little girl you are. Ottoheim wanted to deny him, say that he was wrong. She wanted to say that she had gotten stronger and wasn't afraid of him anymore. But the words would not come. They sat in her throat, dead and cold. In the face of her tormentor, she knew that he was right. She ran from everything. She had run from home. She had done everything she could to avoid her cursed magic. And any time she thought she had been courageous, deep down, she knew that it was false. Everything she was an illusion. She was a weak little monster that deserved to be put down like one. Except, that's not true. If her throat was closed, she would have laughed. Even in her dreams, he was here to try and comfort her. The only thing she could ever seem to do was depend on him. As always, you give yourself too little credit, replied Urashima, crouching down behind her. You cannot see yourself and all the things you do for others. You do not see how much stronger you inspire me and the others to be. His arms, which were flesh and blood in her dreams, encircled her. You do not know how much your kindness has done. Ottoheim could not relax in his grip. You are just a dream, what you say is not reality. Ask the real me then, watch as how he says the exact same thing, replied Dream Yura. Now, wake up, stand up and do what you do best. Stand up and fight, show them who you are and what you can do. In the past, just after Belle had left Horario, Ryuu Nord was left with little to do. He had been forced to stand by and watch as someone he respected, someone he wanted to call a friend, had been chased out of the city. Those Xenos that had helped save his familia had died, and he had stood by and watched. He felt weak and hopeless. Even winning that silly tournament had changed anything, not really. So, what if he was a level 5 now? Freya Familia were all level 6, and the king of Horario was 7. If Ryuu tried to fight them, he would die. All these evil thoughts continued to circulate as I lay in bed. Aki was purring quietly beside him, thankfully still asleep. She had been quite forward after Belle Cranel's departure, and it was the one bright spot in Raoul's life. He had to remind himself every day that she was choosing to be with him, that she wasn't doing it out of pity. He didn't want to stand in the way of his happiness, but it didn't stop the worry. The fear that something would happen to her, that he would lose the most important thing in his life. On a whim, he left his room that early morning and took a walk down the hall. He knew who to see and what they had to talk about. There was something he wanted to try and do to stop being his current weak self. Which was why he ended up at the door of Loki Familia's vice captain, Riveria Eljas Alf. He stood there awkwardly, wondering if what he was doing was right. His decision was taken from him by the swinging door. The high elf vice captain was facing him in her mourning, where, eyebrow raised. I heard someone approaching, but I didn't think it was going to be you, she said, sighing. I was hoping that foolish girl had finally gotten out of her room. Ever since Belle had left, Ais had sat in her room. Meals were brought to her, but she did not respond. Riveria had gained bags under her eyes from all the worrying she was doing. Lefia had paced ditches into the floor outside the Sword Princess's room. The other executives didn't know what to do, with Finn often lost in thought. The rest of Loki Familia was still trying to understand what was happening in the city and what Freya had done. The city's greatest Familia was lost and confused. I'm sorry, I want to get stronger, said Raoul. I want to be good at something, good enough to protect the people I care about. Riveria wiped at her face. When her hand dropped, she had a smile. Well, all right then. I guess it's time for us to get up off the floor. The two adventurers walked into the Loki Familia courtyard. Riveria was dressed in her robes, and Raoul had his training clothes. On his shoulder was his bow. Why did you grab your bow? Asked Riveria in the courtyard. Because I'm never going to catch up to the rest of you, replied Raoul. I'll never be able to stand in the same place as you or Finn, but I want to have a way to help. He shifted the bow. This will let me get to the front with the rest of you. Riveria smiled. And that's why you asked me. Raoul nodded. You once said that you had to learn how to shoot because of your upbringing in the Elven Forest. Will you help me? But of course, we must do something while we wait, the High Elf responded. With the commander. Lily watched the battle descend into chaos. The biggest problem was the giant dragon monster decimating her rear guard. Ottoheim had been slapped into the trees, and the Dauntless had had to shout Urashima down to keep him in place. Elwyn had joined him, and the two were dancing around and taunting the bipedal dragon monster. They were only alive because other adventurers had joined them. Haruheim needs to use her magic now, shouted Lily at a messenger. The level 5s and the level 4s as many as she can, starting with the ones from Hestia and Loki Familia. The messenger ran off. Just as he vanished, the trees shook. Lily waited for an onslaught but was met with adventurers in full retreat. Tell the middle and left flanks to pull back, she ordered. Get Aisha Belka and Anakitty Autumn here. The last level 5, Raoul Nord, soon came sprinting after his compatriots. He turned to fight off a couple monsters that had broken through the defenses before his unit reformed their defensive line. The High Novice looked up at where Lily was standing. He seemed to raise his hand, and Lily responded in kind. The adventurer ran up to join her. His level 5 speed made the journey quick and short, and when he got there, Aisha and Aki soon followed. The 3 first-tier adventurers were all bearing minor injuries of a kind. from scratches and scrapes to dark bruises the size of apples. Lily took in their appearance before turning towards the rear. "We need to send 2 of you to fight Nastro, the dragon, and 1 of you will go fight the big gorilla, Hora," said Lily. "You will get a level boost, but do not rely on it. Most of our strongest adventurers will be facing Nastro, as he has the potential of a level 7 monster." Aisha clicked her teeth. "That makes things complicated. No promises that we can win that fight." Lily nodded. "Well, you win, or we all die, so do your best." Aisha's eyes narrowed, but her lips twitched. "Cheeky brat." "I ran into Hora," said Raoul. "He's probably a level 6. I'll go and fight him." He looked at Iki and Aisha. "You 2 need to be the ones to fight Nastro. You're both stronger than me." He turned to Lily. "I'll have to fight him alone, I'm guessing, so that we can still maintain our 3 fronts." Lily blinked. "Yes, that is true. Can you do this?" The Palom watched this adventurer summon his courage. His legs still shook and his lips trembled, but she saw the conviction in his gaze. She nodded once. "Good luck then, please come back to us. We're going to need you," she said. Raoul nodded in return and turned to Iki. He opened his mouth to say something before she grabbed him. They kissed, and then she pulled away. Her tail wrapped around his hand, and she held his face. "I love you, so come back to me and I'll come back to you," said Anakitty. Raoul nodded one more time. Then, he turned and began running back to the forest. "You know, if you weren't around, I might just steal him for myself," said Aisha. "Don't you fucking dare," replied Iki. "All that is mine." The 2 turned towards the sounds of battle coming from behind. "Good luck, Dauntless," said Aisha. "Try to keep this battle going as long as you can." Lily nodded, eyes back on the battlefield. She called for the D-Saint, told Welf and the Smiths to move up, and had the Mage Squadron get to work. Their heavy hitters were about to get very busy, so her strategy was the only thing holding them together. Just like Alexander the Great had told her, she had to breathe deep, put her head down, and then put one foot in front of the other. That was how she'd win. With the lovers. Meanwhile, Haruheim was putting all her energy into her magic. She tried to summon as many tails as possible and could feel herself sweating. Black spots danced in her vision. Due to the nature of her magic, she could not afford to try and move or try concurrent chanting. She was a sitting duck, and that problem was made even worse because all of her magical energy was a kind of lure for a horde of monsters. Her fellow supporters were trying to protect her, but they were supporters. There was only so much they could do. "Lady Haruheim," shouted a supporter, "you must leave. Do the spell from a safe location." "But what location is safe on a battlefield?" thought Haruheim. "They all need me." She continued chanting, focusing her mind on a singular purpose. "Lady Haruheim, monsters." Haruheim opened her eyes and found a crowd of monsters that had snuck up on her. She felt her fear paralyze her, her feet stuck to the ground. But as always, she held faith, because she knew that she was never alone. She smiled as the monsters exploded into dust and ash. The other adventurers gasped as the attacking monsters seemed to just disappear. Landing on the ground in front of the golden renard was her black crow. Magical wings dissipating, Mikoto knelt on the floor. She slid her katana back into its sheath. "Please continue," she said. "I will protect you." Haruheim felt herself start to cry. Of course she would be here. Her great guardian, the wings at her back, and the love of her life. The Ancient Tenko smiled and finished casting. Pushing herself to her absolute limit, she summoned the greatest number of tails she could, 18. Golden, pulsating constructs of light swayed in the air before dispersing and flying through the dungeon. Haruheim's magic circle disappeared, and she could feel her body crumple. Before she hit the ground, Mikoto was there catching her. "My hero." Haruheim passed out as her partner looked down, a golden halo around her. She smiled because she knew that she would be safe. In the past, over a year ago, Raoul continued to train with the bow. His skills had been average before, but that was Raoul's skill level with any weapon. He wanted to train himself so that his bowmanship was on a level that went beyond the norm. He wanted to have something he was known for besides being a coward. As he trained with Reveria, he saw other people flocking to the courtyard. Loki Familia members were finally starting to come outside the house. Some of them were getting back into a routine. Even Tiona and Tyone had started sparring again. Raoul Nord took all this in while he was on a break. His eyes were trained on the target in front of him, studying his environment. His aim had been progressing, and now he was working on a type of speed shooting. Loki Familia was full of fighters known for their speed and ferocity. If Raoul tried to keep up with them, he had to shoot fast and well. Someone plopped down beside him, dropping their head onto his shoulder. He looked over to find Aki sitting on the grass. Her tail swayed contentedly behind her. Raoul reached up with a free hand to scratch behind her ears. The cat girl let out a long purr. When Raoul finally stopped, she lifted her head. "How's the bow training going?" asked Aki. Raoul looked away. "It's going okay. I feel self-conscious now, though, with everyone watching. Why did all these people show up, and what are you doing here?" Anna Kitty snorted. "We're here because you're here. You inspired the rest of us to pick ourselves off the dirt." She nudged him with her shoulder. "After all, if you can pick yourself up, so can the rest of us." Raoul sighed. "Not exactly what I want to be known for." Aki nodded. "Maybe so, but sometimes the only thing you can do is the best of what you got." She stood up and brushed the dirt off her skirt. "Now, I just came to make sure you were okay. I gotta leave and meet with Finn now." Raoul frowned. "Meet with Finn?" The cat girl nodded, bending down to kiss the human on the forehead. "I'm gonna try and work on my leadership and strategy skills. It seems to me that I keep getting into situations where I have to take charge." Raoul smiled. "So, gonna do the best with what you got?" Aki smiled in response. "Got it in one, mister." She started walking away, waving as she did. "I'll see you later." Raoul watched her go before picking himself up off the dirt. He walked back to where Riveria was standing and picked up his bow. He pulled back, sighting down the field, and started letting arrows fly. With the heroes. Down in the depths of the dungeon, on the 58th floor, the first-class adventuring party had been bogged down in their progress. Valgang dragons had swarmed them as they made their way to the 59th floor. The monsters had attacked from all sides and were indeed no pushovers. They had all the strength and power of a beast from the deepest floors, coupled with the intelligence and skill of the Xenos. Finn had called a stop, with the rest of the party circling around him. The level 5 members of Ganesha Familia sat in the middle, with the rest of the party on the outside. In the very middle were Lefia and Tsubaki. The mage was chanting, trying to keep her concentration, while Tsubaki was managing equipment. She used magic swords for covering fire while also tossing out new weapons if the others broke. "How long are we supposed to do this for, Finn?" shouted Bite. The werewolf's leg snapped around, clubbing into a dragon's skull. The monster fell back, only to be replaced by another. While that happened, Ryu's eyes darted around the area. She had been doing her best to keep track of the monsters and their whereabouts, and something was not adding up. "We haven't killed any of them," said the elf. Belle, who was at her side, glanced over. "Ryu, what are you talking about? Maybe they haven't turned to dust, but there's definitely less of them. I mean, none of them have the injuries from before." Ryu frowned. "They might have a way to heal themselves then. We just don't know what it is." An explosion rocked the tunnel, emanating from where the part had just come. The earth cracked and shook as rocks seemed to fly into the dragons. As that happened, a large roar echoed off the walls. Almost the entire party looked down the tunnel in terror. Everyone was scared except for a Prum, who smiled at the tunnel. He shook his head and muttered something about having to make a dramatic entrance. There was a rushing sound as something blasted through the wall of monsters. It held a large shield in one hand, with a body on its back. Its short stature and extreme velocity made it seem like a battering ram as it blew monsters aside. It slowed down as it got closer to the adventurers, who braced for impact. The more they saw it, the more they saw that it was not a monster like they feared. Instead, it was a huffing and puffing Gareth. The dwarf was carrying an exhausted-looking Riveria on his back. "Make some goddamned space, you young bastards," shouted Gareth over the din of battle. The adventurers quickly parted, allowing the dwarf in. They all cast a wary look at Riveria as she passed. As soon as she passed, the monsters started attacking again, and they had to shift their focus. As they worked, the trio of low-key executives gathered to talk. "I'm surprised these dragons aren't dead yet," said Gareth. Riveria, who was barely conscious, shook her head. "Saw a mermaid, in a bowl, they're healing themselves, off of her." Belle, who had fallen back to grab more potions, listened in on their conversation. His mind raced, and he realized that someone had been missing when his Xenos friends reached the surface. He had assumed that she had hidden in the Great Falls and kept her distance, but he seemed wrong. The boy joined the executives. "Her name is Marie," said Belle Cranel. "She's a mermaid, Xenos. They probably captured her and brought her down here." Finn frowned. "These dragons get to heal off her blood while we tire ourselves out. They aren't fighting to kill, but to waste time." "And what if we just killed the dragons and burst through the circle?" asked Gareth. "After all, we aren't pushovers." "Something big is waiting for us," said Finn. "The Sun Seekers have a lot of powerful monsters. There's another general around here, not to mention that Philvis's ghost told us that they have the Cadmus dragon under their control." "So what, we retreat?" asked Gareth. "No, have to. Keep fighting," said Reveria, still panting. "If we retreat, they'll attack the others, and then we'll never finish this." Finn nodded along. "She's right, we have to keep going. Those big brutish monsters aren't going to wait for us to regroup. Not to mention how the city will react. We have to finish this now." The Braver looked at the group's fourth member. "I'm going to send you an Eyes on ahead. My intuition is telling me that you'll make it." He gave a sardonic smile. "Something tells me he'll want you for himself, so I say let's give you to him, and Eyes will follow because." "Well, I don't think she'd stay behind, even if I ordered her to." Belle nodded. "I'll leave as long as you promise not to kill Marie, and I'm telling Ryuu that her safety is a top priority." Finn nodded. "You're thinking like a captain, I like it." He waved his hand. "Go tell her and Eyes and then get going. The faster this is done, the better." Belle ducked back into the melee, tracking down his vice captain. He whispered his information and new orders to her. She looked like she was going to argue but fought down the urge. She gave Belle a single nod before pulling him close. "Do not die on me, Belle Cranel," said Ryuu. The elf and human touched heads before splitting. The two of them returned to the battle. Ryuu kept an eye out for any signs of the mermaid, while Belle Cranel went to find his partner in this grand adventure. When he told Ais the plan, the Sword Princess had nodded once and joined him. The two rejoined Finn and the others. Reveria was on her feet and appeared steadier than she had before. "Belle Cranel, I thought you should know," said Reveria. "That disgusting piece of moss doesn't exist anymore. Now please, keep my daughter safe." "I will." He turned to his companion, whose face was set in grim determination. She made clear she was ready, so the two of them took off through the throng of monsters, down even further into the dungeon. Like Finn predicted, the monsters let them pass with only token resistance. When they left, Finn doubled down on his efforts to protect his people. With the average man. Raoul looked at the people he was leading. These adventurers had put their faith in him, and he had to do his best to respond in kind. He thought of everything Reveria had taught him and cursed that it was now essentially useless. There were no bows in sight, and if he was really going to distract this thing, he would have to get up close and personal with it. He had the sword Iki had bought him, but not much else. Thankfully, many adventurers had dropped or lost their weapons in the fighting. "Big gorilla, guy," began Raoul. "I'm here to fight you." As Raoul stood amongst the trees of the dungeon, he could hear the leaves rustling. Following that was laughter. It shook the area around him. As his eyes drifted around the room, he saw a shadow emerging from the trees. The silverback towered in front of him. It had no weapons of its own and was totally bare of any armor or accessories. But the most terrifying part was its beady red eyes. They were the eyes of the cunning monster, an apex predator searching for its prey. Its lips parted into a gothic smile, its teeth red with adventurer's blood. "Another adventurer come to test your mettle," said Hora, its voice a low growl. "Here to prove the arrogance of your race, then." Raoul shook his head, trying to maintain his ground. "No, I'm just trying to stop you and protect the people I love." Hora laughed. "Oh, you'll be a fun one." The two started fighting, Hora with great big strikes of his gorilla paws and Raoul with nimble and quick blade swipes. They danced like that for what felt like hours. Finally, though, Hora got lucky. His big paw latched onto Raoul's blade. It yanked the sword from his grip and tossed it aside. It looked down on Raoul and its smile grew. "Now how will you fight without a weapon?" he asked. A golden glow began to envelop Raoul's body as if in answer. The great sparks made him shine like a hero of old. For just a fleeting second, Raoul felt himself become strong. He felt like he could do whatever he dreamed. And right now, that dream was to beat this monster and protect his beloved. Raoul ducked down, grabbing one of the many swords scattered on the forest floor. He began his dance again, this time invigorated. Hora swiped down and Raoul dodged to the side. He brought his sword up, stabbing into the monster's hand. His enhanced status helped him bite into the gorilla's steel-like fur and finally drew blood. Unfortunately, the sword caught in its flesh and he had to let it go. He dipped to grab a spear off the ground and start again. Hora continued to discard or destroy Raoul's weapons, but he didn't care. He just grabbed another one. Every time Hora knocked him down, he stood back up. He was Raoul Nord. His will was not a blazing fire like Tiona and Tyone. It was not an unstoppable gale like that of Ais or Bete. It wasn't even an immovable rock like Reveria, Gareth, or Finn. Raoul had the resolve of a willow tree. Storms would batter him, but his roots, the things he cared about, would hold him steady. The forces could bend him, sending him into fits of fear and despair, but the level 5 adventurer would not break. Raoul Nord was not a hero. He was just a man trying to do what he knew to be good and just. With the fighters. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight against Nastro was not going well. Anyone could tell that the bipedal dragon monster outclassed everyone, even with a level boost. He fought at the level of a level 7 beast, outclassing most monster Rexes. "Shit," said Aisha, jumping out of its reach. "We need to think of a better strategy because this isn't working." The boosted Aisha and Eki had taken the brunt of the work in this battle. Boosted, they were comparable to level 6 adventurers, meaning they did their best to avoid the creature's attacks. However, they knew that their boost would only last so long. Watching them was a half-elf who had his own method of surviving the dragon's formidable onslaught. "Left," said Filvis. Elwyn listened. "Go low and right," she ordered. Elwyn complied. The two had agreed that Filvis would make the decision this time around. She would process everything that was happening and then give orders. Elwyn's only job was to listen and do as commanded. It proved to be one of the benefits of his lack of fear. There was no hesitation in his decision-making. Filvis could speak, and he would listen. This was the power of two people working in sync. "You knew this guy better than the rest of us," thought Elwyn during a lull in the battle. "Any weaknesses we can exploit." Filvis grunted. "Unfortunately, not. In terms of power, he ranks up there with Typhon. He's that disgusting creature's ace in the hole, meant to wipe the rest of us out." Elwyn dodged another attack with Filvis's help. "If that dragon girl decides to wake up and unleash the beast, it might help," added Filvis. "After all, it could do to send a monster to fight a monster." Filvis was quiet. "She has the Dragon Slayer ability, right? Add that, her dragon form, and a level boost, we might just stand a fighting chance." "Hopefully, that pain in the ass princess wakes up soon then," replied Elwyn. With the rivals, Hora was getting frustrated. He had been trying to kill this stubborn adventurer for an hour. The silverback thought it was going to be simple. Adventurers all fell into the same pit, after all. They liked their preferred weapon. It gave them a false sense of comfort in the uncomfortable dungeon. So, Hora had thought he could rip this monster's weapon away, and then the fight would be over. But the human just kept picking up weapons. It was as if he had no preference whatsoever. Spears, short swords, daggers, and great swords flew into his hands from the ground. "You are a persistent one, I'll give you that," rumbled Hora. For all the human's talent, though, it had taken damage. It had a large gash above its brow, and one leg limped. The same could be said for Hora, though. One of its arms dangled uselessly at its side, while it could feel the sting on its back where a spear was jutting out. Their fight had taken them from the forest into the main combat area. Adventurers and monsters alike chose to duck out of their way, avoiding the deadly dance in front of them. The two left signs of total carnage. And out the corner of his eye, Raoul saw that the battle was not going well. The Sun Seekers that remained were obviously some of the best. They were strong, and they were fierce. The monsters themselves weren't the issue, disorganized as they were, but having to fight powerful Xenos on top of that was too much. "We will destroy you pathetic adventurers, and then we will destroy your city and the gods that live there," shouted Hora. "That pathetic deity named Freya signed her death warrant, giving you to us on a silver platter. King Typhon will crush her and everyone else." With the hero, Raoul watched the giant monster gloat and shout. He had heard of this before. It was in all the stories he had read growing up. The beast was monologuing, which was giving Raoul the opportunity he needed. The High Novice was the pupil of Fin Damney, the braver, Horario's greatest tactician. He could never dream of being as smart as his idol, but he had learned enough to think with his head. In this spot was the one thing he was looking for, what he had trained with this whole time. Raoul Nord jumped to where he had taken up a command position. His noble bow, his gift from Riveria, was lying nearby, and jammed into the ground were a couple of arrows that he had prepared. He grabbed one and drew back the string. It flew and bit into Hora's skin. The silverback looked over, growling. "You mongrel, you think your toothpicks will do me harm." The monster beat its chest before jumping at Raoul. The adventurer barely dodged out of the way. His level boost was fading fast, and pretty soon he would be at a significant disadvantage. He needed to act quickly. He studied his enemy, looking for weak spots. A lesson from Riveria uncovered itself in his brain. There is a reason it's called a bullseye. Raoul jumped, trying to get himself to an elevated position while dodging Hora's strikes. He jumped on rocks and broken trees. All around him, adventurers took heart from the sight of him. Raoul Nord was standing there, still fighting against all odds. From him, they drew courage and began to rally. And up on a cliff top, a Palom strategist finally understood. Raoul fired another arrow, leaving him with one. It sailed harmlessly by Hora's head. The silverback grinned because he knew that he had him. He was going to beat this measly little adventurer into a pulp and ruin any chances of hope they had. At that moment, Raoul knew what he had to do. He closed his eyes and he breathed. With the first breath, he thought of Bel Cranel, who he would not abandon this time. With the second, he thought of Loki Familia, the people who were his home. And with his third, he thought of Iki, who was the reason he stood at all. And then Raoul Nord took a leap of faith. He launched himself into the air, and in a single fluid motion, he drew back his bow. He pulled it taut against his skin, the fletching tickling his ear. He could hear his heart thrumming in his skull as time seemed to slow. He could feel the world narrow around him, down to this singular moment. He could only focus on the beady little eye staring back at him. It was filled with hatred that scared him, but he didn't stop. He had one moment, and Raoul Nord let go. The arrow zipped through the air and slammed right into Hora's eye. Its journey continued until nothing, but the feathers on the arrow's end remained outside the monster's skull. It had pierced right through the brain of the silverback, causing the whole monster to stop and shudder. It stood there, spasming. Then it flopped forward. Raoul landed on top of it in a heap. As he rolled off into the dirt, the High Novice heard a cheer taken up by the people around him. "Raoul, Raoul, Raoul." He closed his eyes. In the dungeon. At this exact moment, two things were making their way through the dungeon. They came from opposite directions but were working toward each other. One was a mass of fur and fangs, hoping it wasn't too late. The other was an aimless spirit, a ghost left without purpose, seeking its destiny. Chapter 54. Ottoheim knew that she was a monster, inside and out. Ever since her cursed magic had manifested, she knew it was a sign from the deities that she did not belong. Something inside of her was dark and broken that could not be fixed. But she knew that to give up was to lose, and she hated losing almost as much as she hated herself. So, the little girl fought and fought and fought. She bled men like stuck pigs and crushed the dreams of commoners under the orders of her bastard of a brother. She chose not to be cruel, but that didn't mean she was right. As she pushed herself to her feet, the dragon princess reflected on everything that had happened to her. All the journeys she had made, the people she had met, and the family she had forged bounced around in her memory. Standing up, she gazed around the battlefield. She remembered seeing that giant fucking dragon Xenos, how it had batted her aside like she was nothing. That creature was not going down quickly, and it would probably kill her and all her friends. For a second, she considered finding Yura and running. The monster Rexes were gone, and every dangerous monster was already here. They could run, but that thought existed for only a second, because she knew it was wrong. She knew that if she was going to die, she wanted it to be on her terms. She wanted to die fighting for the people she loved. I'm glad that you're awake." Ottoheim turned around and found the D-Saint standing in front of her. Her hair was unkempt, and a layer of sweat was on her usually clean skin. Amid took a deep breath. "We need you. That dragon Xenos Nastro is tearing through our forces," said the healer. "Aisha, Anakitty, and some others are doing their best to hold him off, but their level up won't last forever." She narrowed her eyes. "We need a dragon to fight a dragon." "I don't want to," replied Otoheim, looking at the floor. She knew she acted like a child but couldn't help it. Otoheim Nakamura didn't want to be a dragon. She didn't want to be a hero, princess, or any other big fancy words. She wanted to be an adventurer and live a life of her own choice and design. She had wanted to make friends, confess to the boy she loved, and be left alone afterwards. Otoheim Nakamura didn't want someone to come and rescue her. She just wanted friends and a family. "What we want doesn't matter right now," replied Amid, her voice stern. "Right now, for the people on this floor who are counting on us and everyone else, we need to do whatever it takes. And it's going to take a dragon." Just as Amid finished speaking, a golden glow came whispering through the woods. It enveloped the far eastern princess, and she received the familiar feeling of a level boost. Otoheim looked at her body in astonishment. "I thought Haruheim had already given out level boosts. If she did the max, she would have passed out," said Otoheim, almost to herself. "Yes, well, I'm sure she decided to push herself today because she knew," replied Amid. "She knew that you were our best chance." Otoheim's hands curled into fists. "She put her faith in me, eh? Then I'd best respond." She glanced at Amid. "You might want to get out of here. My last thought is about that monster. I can't have you distract my inner beast." Amid nodded, running off back to the battlefield. She was going to heal who she could and do what she could. "Great Destroyer, thou art the devourer of worlds." Otoheim reflected on when she received this power and the pain it had wrought. "You who would cleanse the world of the pure and impure, I beseech you, give me a fraction of your form." Looking back, she knew now that it was, in fact, the evilest thing on this mortal plane, and she carried a fraction of that within her. "Let me strike true terror into those who would look upon me." She was a monster, but she would do what she could to save the people she loved. "Let me be the one who would burn the world. Black wings envelop me." Most people said that they felt power using magic, but all Otoheim felt was pain, the way her skin and muscle tore themselves apart. "Burn this sack of flesh and give me thine true scales." She paid this price for being a monster, for trying to pretend that she could be anything else. "Harbinger of doom, give me your strength." One final thought filled her mind, to kill the dragon Xenos, Nastro, or die trying. Drsuane, Forma. With the top tiers. Ryuu was getting tired. Her sword arm was failing her, and these monsters just kept coming. She knew she had to rescue Marie, or everything else would be for nothing. Not to mention, Bel had trusted her to do this, and she didn't want to let him down. The elf dropped back for a second. Around her, the level 6s of Loki Familia were holding the line, but even they showed signs of fatigue. The level 5s from Ganesha Familia were also doing their part. This gave Ryuu the time to fall back. She put away her wooden sword and her twin short swords. Instead, she drew her Krazo blade of wind and the sword made from Udius. Together, they were storm and shadow, reflecting Ryu's personality's more violent and dangerous parts. "Hey Tsubaki, give me the big one," shouted Tiona over the noise. Tsubaki gave a manic grin, her face covered in sweat. She reached into the large bag of weapons she had trundled down onto the deepest floors. With a grunt, she brought out what at once looked like a massive blade, but then the handle continued on. Then, a second blade came out of the bag, attached to the first. Tiona spun her new urga above her head, which was nothing special on its own, but then sparks started to fly. Bolts of lightning ricocheted outwards and incinerated all the enemies around her. But then she touched one tip of her blade to the rocks, and the ground froze solid. The smiling Amazon seemed to take a special kind of excitement with her new blade and was able to decimate the monsters. This attack caused the Valgang dragons and the rest of the deep floor monsters to flinch back. Ryuu saw it happen, and the elf knew it would be her only shot. The fairy princess shot forward like a burst of wind. Storms sang, and the blades of wind sent her enemies flying. When they got too close, Shadow darted out and stabbed right into their hearts. The elf let all emotion drain from her. The only thing on her mind was the next kill, that and getting to her objective. After all, her captain had left her with an order. Wind blade. Ryuu swung Storm and Shadow in an X formation in front of her chest, twin slices of wind blasting outward. The smaller monsters were cut in half, but the more troubling dragons didn't seem to take any real damage. But they had been pushed back again. Ryuu sprinted forward, keeping her body low to the floor. Her skill, arrow mana, activated, and her weapons gained their special blue glow. When one dragon got too close, it was not Ryuu that had taken it out. A magical arrow raced out and pierced the beast. Ryuu glanced back to nod her thanks to Lefia before she resumed her charge. The wounded monster was the perfect opportunity. She followed it to the back lines, knowing it would lead her to Marie, the mermaid. After a couple close calls with monsters and some unlucky cuts and bruises, Ryuu finally saw what she was looking for. There was a sizable bowl-like structure that had been carved in stone. Water sloshed around in it, and jammed uncomfortably inside was Marie. The sight of her made Ryuu pause. The mermaid had more cuts on her than the elf, and each one was bloodier and rawer than the last. The poor little thing was crying as she sat there, her mouth gagged. And as Ryuu watched, the same dragon she had injured rumbled over to the mermaid and bit down on its arm. Marie threw her head back, trying to scream or wail, but nothing came out. The poor thing kept crying as the dragon sucked more of her blood. Honestly, Ryuu wasn't even sure how the Xenos was still alive. All the blood loss must be draining her, and she looked like she was about to collapse. How or why she was holding on, Ryuu couldn't fathom. But the elf didn't stay still for long. Before she knew it, her feet were moving across the floor. After all, at the end of the day, Marie was another person facing injustice. Just as the Valgang finished draining Marie of her healing blood, Ryuu's swords cut right through its head. The beast slumped over. One dragon was finally dead. In her next movement, Ryuu ripped the gag off the mermaid's mouth. The Xenos flinched in fear, trying to hide in her small stone bowl. The battle raged around her, but Ryuu lowered her weapons. "It's all right, I'm a friend of Belle. He sent me here to rescue you," she said. "You're Marie, right?" The mermaid nodded tentatively, allowing herself to look Ryuu in the eye. "You know Belle?" she asked. Ryuu nodded. "Do you promise not to hurt me?" Ryuu brought her hand to her heart. "I swear I will not harm you on the graves of closest friends." Marie slowly drew herself up. There was a tiny smile on her face, still uncertain if she could trust the elf. Ryuu looked around, blades back at the ready for combat. Unfortunately, she didn't know how she was supposed to get this big stone pot back to her allies on her own. The sheer number of monsters meant she couldn't carry it alone. "Looks like you could use a hand." A foot rocketed by Ryuu's face, slamming into a nearby monster. It caved its skull in, and Tyone Highroot drew back her leg, now covered in monster blood. "Me and you can carry this thing while my sister provides protection," said Tyone, gesturing to where Tyone stood nearby. The other Amazon was like a kid in a candy store with her new magical urga. She used it recklessly, unleashing short, small bouts of electrical and ice energy. Tyone moved to one side of the pot. "You grab the other side, and let's get this girl back to the captain," shouted Tyone, lifting it up. Marie fell over as the bowl tipped. Ryuu dashed over to grab her side, and the two began their awkward crawl back to their allies. Periodically, monsters too close would get hit by spells or ranged weapons. There were even a couple instances where Ryuu and Tyone themselves had to try and fight off monsters. Tyone ended up with gashes along her abdomen, and Ryuu had chunks of flesh ripped from her shoulders. Eventually, the two fighters made their way to the circle. They dragged Marie behind them while the other adventurers closed ranks. Tiona was the last one to slam into place. The two of them practically dropped the tub, slumping over in exhaustion. They took deep, ragged breaths, already drinking potions. Gareth, who had recovered enough from his fight with the mad monster Scipio, had taken to the front lines to fill the gap left by Ryuu and the twins. With Tiona back, things were looking up, but Finn did not look happy. "There's still one left," said the Palom. "We don't know where the troll is. What was its name again?" Ryuu let out a breath. "Its name is Bragi, and I am also worried about its lack of appearance. While not particularly intelligent or dangerous, it is apparently quite the brute." A rumbling moan echoed throughout the caverns and tunnel, as if speaking itself into existence. The adventurers braced themselves, while Marie offered some of her open wounds to Tyone and Ryuu. "Go ahead, I don't want to be captured again," said the mermaid. Ryuu and Tyone awkwardly and hesitantly suckled on the mermaid's arm. Instantly, they could feel the strength return to their limbs. It was just in time because the sounds of stomping feet got closer and closer. With the fighters, Elwyn didn't know how they were alive. Nastro towered over them, his dragonoid body a black monolith of power. Around it was plenty of cuts, to be sure, but the overall damage was minimal. The level-ups had worn off a while ago, so Aisha and Aki were the only fighters still able to be involved. By their estimation, Nastro was a solid level 7 for sure. Thankfully, with the time Aisha and Aki bought, more support came to join the fight. Mages, long-distance fighters, and healers all stood at the ready to help. "We need to take a break," said Aki. "If we keep going like this, we're going to tire out and that's it." Aisha snorted, the two of them having taken a step back. "That's great to say, but how do you think we're going to find the time?" asked the Amazon. "We gonna throw the others to their deaths?" Aki sighed. "No, but we have to figure out something." A great roar followed her words. It cascaded around the floor, causing many lower-level adventurers to cover their ears. Aisha and Aki raised their weapons in defensive positions, cursing their bad luck, but Urashima Taro, who had been thrown into a rock, was more concerned than anything else. "Everyone fall back," he shouted. The no-armed adventurer grabbed those that he could and pulled them aside. Elwyn did the same, and Aisha and Aki followed at a slower pace. They didn't fully understand what was happening, but trusted their allies' judgment. For his part, Nastro stood confused. He made no move to follow, just tentatively sniffed the air. To Aisha's eye, he looked like he was trying to decide if this new monster was a friend or foe. But that distraction was his downfall. Smashing into the giant dragon Xenos was another bipedal dragon. The two tumbled across the grassy plains, clawing and snapping at each other. Nastro was able to shove the other dragon away, using its superior strength, before taking to the air. "Is that who I think it is?" asked Aki. Urashima nodded, his face grim. "She is glowing golden, and add that to her dragon-based power boost, and she is fighting at a high level 6. Now is the time if we want to take a minute to regroup. I will stay and watch over her." Aisha and Aki grinned but nodded. They started herding adventurers, grouping those that were the most injured. Then, the healers got to work to stem the worst of the bleeding. Messengers were sent running to Lily. Aki sent someone to the front lines to check on the situation between Ryuu and Hora. The whole while, they kept one eye on the skies. The dragons flew in the air. Their great wings beating sent ripples across the floor. They parted for a second before both of them opened their gaping maws. The flames poured out and came crashing together in the air. The heat was intense, with many of the last airborne monsters seemingly melting on the spot. However, the Xenos monster proved to be the stronger beast. Its flames broke through Ottoheim's and then crashed into the dragon princess. She was blown away, cascading to the ground. The rocks shook when she landed. Nastro chased after her, zooming towards the ground. Ottoheim had the time to recover and hop out of the way. Her tail wrapped around Nastro's arm. While the Xenos was still shocked and surprised, Odo pulled the dragon's arm taut. Then, she chomped forward, tearing into the muscle of the monster. Shaking her mouth back and forth, the princess mangled it, but then Nastro used his free arm and backhanded Ottoheim to the side. She crashed into the trees. Nastro followed this up by jumping forward and stomping onto Ottoheim's chest. She let out a roar of pain, her dragonoid chest almost caving in from the pressure. "You pathetic imitation," roared Nastro. "You think that you could beat me? I am the king of dragons." His mangled arm hung limply at the side, so he used his better arm to grab her by the neck. Then, Nastro started to squeeze. The mighty roars of the dragon Ottoheim became weaker and weaker, more akin to wheezing than breathing. As hard as she struggled, there seemed to be nothing she could do to break out of this choke hold. "Get away from her." Like a ballista bolt, Urashima Taro slammed into the much more giant and more powerful dragon. It barely did anything, only relieving the smallest amount of pressure from Ottoheim's dragon throat. Thankfully, Ura's smaller size meant he could avoid many of the monster's attacks. His metal arms barely found purchase, but he was perfectly nestled into the small of Nastro's back. The dragon had to start to shake to try and get the adventurer off. This finally got to it, to step off the dragon princess's throat. "There's the opening," shouted Aisha. She and Aki had been trying to recuperate what strength they could. They had seen Ottoheim come plummeting to the ground, though, and they knew that meant they didn't have much time. "Mages, spells at the ready," roared Aki. Only a dozen or so mages could be spared from the battlefield. Elwyn was one of them. The rest had to deal with the unrelenting tide of monsters that never seemed to stop. Thankfully, Raoul had beaten Hora, and Iki had felt herself take a breath she hadn't realized she needed. The monsters' front lines were chaos, and they were attacking friends as much as foes. The front line of adventurers was buckling, more and more of them were falling, but Lily told them not to worry about that. Their focus had to be on taking on this monstrous creation called Nastro. "Living weapon, get clear," shouted Aisha. Urashima Taro did as he was told. He jumped off the monster's back, his years of training letting him avoid the blast radius and pushing Ottoheim to the side. She was still in her dragon form, which meant that she wouldn't be able to use any potions. "Fire!" At Iki's command, the mages let it rip. A cacophony of magical explosions rocked the floor, all focused on a single point. Yura was rocked onto the ground by the blast before dragging himself to his beloved. He stroked her dragon head. "You have to change back," said Yura. "We still need you, which means we need you to heal now." The dragon released a low rumble, pushing its scaly snout into his hand. She sounded frail, the fight obviously taking a lot out of her. "Please turn back, I have potions for you," pleaded Urashima Taro. "You took out one of its arms, you did your job." As he spoke, he was aware of footsteps. Ottoheim's growls got more intense, and Yura turned to find the D-Saint standing there. She was carrying Ottoheim's weapons. She nodded, dropped them a short distance away, and then returned to the battle. Yura turned back to his heart and tried to smile. He could feel how shaky it was. "I know people think we need the dragon, that the dragon is our best bet, but that's just not true." He stroked her muzzle. "The dragon gets beaten and it loses control, and it's only ever been a fraction of who you are." He kissed its snout. "I know this because you are my strength, Ottoheim Nakamura. You are my light in the dark spaces of the world. You carried me on your back and taught me how to fight. There is a ferocity in you that no one can take away. And I know now, more than any stupid spell, we need you. So please come back to me. Get rid of this stupid dragon, give me my princess, the greatest warrior the East has ever made." The scales started to recede. With the partners, Ais and Belle had met little resistance on their way down. Frankly, it was disconcerting. Ais thought that Typhon would have tried to weaken them in some way, not to mention she felt like she was forgetting something. "Belle, if something happens to me, keep going," she said. Belle stopped his headlong run to look back at her. "That monster needs to die, and you must do it," Ais replied. "This war needs to stop." As if on cue, a rumbling echoed through the corridor. Passing through the 59th floor, they had seen that the battle with the demi-spirit had changed it. The frozen tundra of old was gone, replaced by a jungle-like floor. This was where Ais and Belle had been searching for Typhon. Apparently, the Xenos king didn't want to draw them in too deep. Ais drew desperate from its sheath. The blade seemed to hum as if it anticipated the battle to come and was happy for it. Coming through the dense jungle trees, knocking them aside like twigs, was a dragon. It was a massive beast, easily the biggest Belle had ever seen. Ais breathed a single word. "Cadmus." The dragon that was the equivalent of a floor lumbered forward. Around its neck was a comically oversized monster inhibitor collar. Ais stepped forward, bringing her blade into a defensive position. "Belle, go," said Ais. "I'll meet you at Typhon." She saw him hesitate. He wanted to stay and fight. She had to prove that she would be okay, so she attacked first. "Awaken, Tempest." The words were a prayer to her mother. The wind, shining white, engulfed her. With it, she appeared like an angel in front of Belle. Her blade and body careened past Cadmus, leaving a deep and devastating gash. And that wasn't the end of it. With a whisper to the wind, Ariel invaded the monster's wound. It exploded outwards, causing even more damage. "Belle, I'll be all right," she said, smiling at her partner. The March Hare stared at her, his mouth agape in wonder. "Ais, I think I just fell in love with you." He turned on his heel and ran. His hunt was still on. Ais felt herself smile at his words. "He's always running from me." She turned back to the dragon. With the dragon. On the 50th floor, Nastro continued to wreak devastation on the Adventurers' Alliance. The magic attack had stunned it for a second, and it was now bleeding profusely, but it wasn't enough. Maybe they could bleed it to death if they had another 1,000 adventurers and a week's worth of time. As it stood, they would have to find a way to finish the damn thing. Aisha and Iki were up close, their blades dancing in their hands. Wherever Haruheim was, she somehow kept going. The level-ups kept returning to their targets. High in the sky, Elwin thought he saw Mikoto. The Black Crow must have been shouting out who was still in the fight. After the disappearance of Ottoheim and Urashima, the Cat Girl and Amazon were the only people left who could do any actual damage. The mages were preparing for another attack. The idea was to stun the fucker so Aisha or Iki could deal a lethal blow. With her magic, Elwin's money was on Hippolyta. Unfortunately, Nastro had picked up on this. It had sensed the mages starting their chant and had turned towards them. And in response to what must have been a pathetic attempt at a counterattack, it just roared. Its roar reverberated into their bones. Most of them fainted. A couple of them ran. Almost all of them shat their pants. Only one little half-elf stood his ground. "That all you got, shit-face?" asked Elwin with a cocky grin. The dragon seemed to take that as a personal offense. It roared again, and again Elwin stood his ground. The half-elf quite literally felt nothing at the moment. The dragon's roar had no effect on him. After all, the stargazer couldn't feel fear. The thing he thought was a curse had finally proven useful. "Don't get cocky," said Philvis. "It's about to charge at you." Elwin nodded. He crouched low, getting ready to jump. The dragon stretched out its wings. The next thing anyone knew, it was almost upon him. The half-elf's mind was clear, though, and he jumped out of the way. And thankfully, this had finally created an opportunity. The dragon's mad rush meant overextending itself. It needed time to recover after such a fast charge. That was when Iki and Aisha appeared. Their blades cleaved into the dragon's back with great, overhead, two-handed chops. They had cut at the base, right through its wings. Nastro bellowed in pain. It stood and stared at the two adventurers. Silence reigned over the battlefield. Iki and Aisha prepared to dodge, but it was already too late. Its tail and one good arm snatched them from the ground. The speed and ferocity at which the attack happened had left them paralyzed, and then they were being slammed into the ground. The Xenos just kept slamming these proud first-class adventurers into the dirt, and the rest of the Alliance was forced to watch. Eventually, it stopped. The two fell limply to the ground like a pair of dolls. Nastro lifted its head, and it seemed to laugh then. Its laughter filled the ears of everyone there. Their backbone was broken. Elwin knew that this was it. They had held the beast off as long as possible and done as much damage as possible, but it continued. It was bleeding from 1,001, but did not go down. "See how you fail, weaklings," shouted Nastro, speaking for the first time. The sound of its voice grated on Elwin's ears. "You are nothing. You are just pale imitations of greater beings. You are not but a shadow of bygone heroes." Elwin braced himself, staff in a defensive position, but he had no idea what he was supposed to do. With the strategist, Mikoto touched down on the knoll that was the commander's hill. The sounds of fighting were much louder than they had been at the start of the day. The enemy was getting close. In Mikoto's arms was Haruheim. The last level boost had utterly worn her out. There would be no more aid coming from the Enshin Tenko. "What can we do, Lady Lily?" asked Mikoto. The Black Crow had given her report of the rear front, and the Dauntless had almost given up there and then. The damn things were just too powerful. "Tell Welf to bring his magic swords to the front line. The smiths and supporters will buy time in the front so the last of the level 4s can go confront Nastro," said Lily. She started checking her arm-mounted ballista. Lily loaded in a magic bolt, another pouch of them at her hip. "Lily will join Welf and hold the line," commanded the Dauntless. "Tell the D-Saint that it's mind downtime. We need to get as many of our stronger adventurers up again as possible, and get them to start a retreat formation." Mikoto frowned. Retreat from all of this. She gestured to the carnage around her. Truthfully, it appalled Mikoto. She wanted to do nothing more than grab Haruheim and fly out of here, but she knew that to try it was certain doom. She was on the 50th floor, after all. To even attempt climbing back out on her own was suicide. Lily sighed. "Then tell the D-Saint to prepare for a final stand at the supporter carts. Circle the wagons and have the supporters make ready. They're likely to be the last of it." She looked towards the tunnel that led deeper into the dungeon. "We need to take as many of them as possible, and hopefully That means that big fucking dragon. Mikoto nodded, already getting ready to fly away. Do we have a chance? Asked Mikoto. And then, to her utter shock and amazement, Lily grinned. Of course we do. She looked over the battlefield. Horario is home to 3 princesses, and we've got one of them. With the hero. Belle hated the fact that he had abandoned Ais. It crushed his soul just as much as the fact that he had left Marie behind. A part of him screamed to turn around and go back, but he understood that it was folly. The only chance they had was to cut off the head of the snake, and they all knew it had to be him. He had made friends with the Xenos first. He was the one that had run to them for help and cover. Most importantly, they were his friends before anyone else. This war was a stage, Belle knew that now. Every fighter on either side was nothing more than an actor picked by Freya. They were all given a role and a script to follow. It was nothing but the plot of a madwoman, meant to make her beloved a hero again. Belle would kill this Typhon and redeem his soul or die in the trying. And for all that he grappled with it, Belle had no other choice but to go along with her machinations. This was his lot in life. His thoughts came to a sputtering stop when he almost ran headfirst into a large open clearing. And in this clearing was a throne that made him want to puke. In its entirety, it was made of the bones of adventurers and their weapons. They had all been crunched together and shaped into a mocking version of the throne of Oranos, and on it sat the king of monsters. And Belle understood now just what he was facing. Typhon was probably 8 feet tall, maybe even higher than that. At his base, he was a skeleton. He was coated in a swirling black miasma, dark fog rolling off him, and beneath that were bones the color of night. Everything seemed to get sucked towards him like nothing Belle had ever experienced. It was a crushing presence and weight, to say the least. So you must be Belle, said Typhon. His voice was like rich honey slathered over bread. It rolled over the March hare, making him raise his knives. Oh, come now, our first meeting, and you want to fight? Asked the king. We should at least catch up. After all, we're almost like old friends now. Belle blinked, unsure of his comment. But then details on Typhon's body began to add up. Some of his bones reminded him of blades, while others seemed to glow purple in the light. And then there were his pulsing red eyes. The Juggernaut, replied Belle. You're the Juggernaut. Typhon shrugged. You're half right. I'm also half Udius, specifically the one that your bitch of a girlfriend soloed. Apparently my 2 former halves didn't like the fact that you 2 soloed them. After all, they were supposed to be the most dangerous things ever birthed in the dungeon, and you destroyed them. He stood, and Belle had to fight the feeling of flinching. And from their well of hatred and malice, I was born. Typhon spread his arms, and Belle saw the razor-like appendages at their end. Then from his chest, the king of the Xenos drew a great black blade. And I shall be your killer, Belle Cranel. The rabbit then cursed himself a fool, trying to fight this beast himself. He should have waited for Ais, or even waited for Ryuu and Finn, anyone, but standing here alone, he was going to die. But then came the stamping of hooves. The monster and the adventurer stopped. As one, they turned towards the noise. The sound got louder and louder, and Belle gave a feral grin. Somehow, in some way, his prayer had been answered. Crashing through the trees was a black minotaur. He slammed into Typhon head first. The giant skeleton stabbed his blade into the ground for purchase, but he skidded backwards. The minotaur had not followed through, though. It simply stood back up and drew the battle axes that sat on its back. He is not yours to kill, said Asterius, and you will pay for ambushing me, you rotten bag of bones. The black minotaur didn't even bother looking back. Fight with me now, Belle Cranel, let's destroy this abomination. He let out a breath through his nose. After all, the only one allowed to kill you is me. Belle smiled like a madman. He moved up and stood by his rival. All right then, Asterius, let's take him out. With the dragons. Nastro was tearing into adventurers with glee at this point. There were pockets of resistance here and there, but nothing that could stand in his path. This was a feast, and he was delighting in it. He stamped an adventurer and made ready to cut down another when a loud, piercing whistle drew his attention. The dragon, still bleeding from his many wounds, turned to find a little woman standing before him. In her arms was a curious kind of spear with a bladed tip. I recognize you, said Nastro. The girl that tried to fight me first, it was fun smashing you aside. Have you come back for more? The girl stood her ground and shrugged. You threaten my beloved, so I will kill you. Nastro laughed. Oh, will you? Well, I welcome the challenge, a duel then. She tilted her head to consider her request before nodding. Okay then, just me and you. She shouted at her companions, who stared at her strangely. Then, the one with the green hair started to laugh. He nodded before gathering other adventurers and running off. The one at her side with the funny metal arms just rolled his eyes. The girl kissed him and caressed his face before sending him off with a pat on the butt. Oh, your allies are abandoning you? Asked Nastro. Typical pathetic humans. Again, the girl shrugged. That or they just have faith that I'll win. She twirled her spear. By the way, I thought you should know, my name is Otoheim Nakamura. Nastro nodded. What, no fancy titles? I thought you humans all loved those. Otoheim frowned. No, you may just call me Otoheim. Nastro flexed his arms, ripples of pain washing over him. In truth, this fight was closer than he had liked. These humans were more dangerous than he had given them credit, but that was going to end now. Fair enough, shall we begin? He asked. Otoheim nodded, and Nastro charged. Without his wings, he was stuck on the ground. Still, though, he was fast. Somehow the girl had seemed to anticipate this. She moved sideways onto his injured side and dodged the attack. However, that was not Nastro's only move. His whip-like tail went to wrap around her waist, but the girl called Otoheim just slid her feet along the ground, moving out of the way. Nastro stepped back, the distance closed, and reevaluated this little girl. You fight funny, he said. She shrugged. My uncle taught me funny. The two continued then. Nastro was all great lumbering attacks, slowed from his many wounds. In response, this Otoheim was graceful and meticulous. To Nastro's eye, she moved like a dancer. She was always one step ahead of his attacks, but never further. Fortunately, her graceful movement meant that her attacks were weak. She couldn't have been stronger than a level 4. And thankfully, that funny golden glow wasn't appearing anymore. It's time to end this, screamed Nastro. After Otoheim slid away from his tail again, he brought his bad arm down. She caught it on her spear, the blade cutting deep. Unfortunately, it got stuck in his flesh. Twisting away, Nastro wrenched it from her grasp. He had lost an arm but had just won the battle. He grabbed the spear with his good hand. Interesting thing, but ultimately useless, he said. Then he snapped it in two. Discarding the broken halves, he looked down at the defiant little girl scrambling in the dirt. Maybe she was trying to crawl away, but when she turned to face him again, he saw no signs of retreat. He still saw the fire of battle in her eyes. I'll give you this before you die, began Nastro. You've earned my respect today. Then his tail pierced her abdomen. It went in through the front and out the back. He lifted her off the ground. Too bad you won't be alive to savor it. With the princess. Otoheim emptied her mind. Some small part of her heard Elwyn making a joke, but all her focus was on this moment. As Nastro continued to grandstand, she slipped the blade of her bicento out from her sleeve. Watching it break had ripped her heart in half, but thankfully it was only in 2 pieces. And more importantly, the blade was still intact. Yes, she had been stabbed through the chest and was still bearing a dozen other wounds, but those did not matter at the moment. Otoheim breathed and closed her eyes. She focused on the feeling of the blade in her hand. Her mouth filled with blood, but she ignored it. Everything from her waist down hurt, but she pushed it aside. Slowly and deliberately, she brought both hands to the shattered hilt of her weapon. She opened her mouth, red cascading outwards. Nastro pulled her close. Oh, what's this? Some final words. He pulled her even closer. Otoheim could smell him now, his dragon stench threatening to overwhelm his senses. She coughed up blood before leaning forward. Got you. Both hands went up then before swinging down in a diagonal. She wielded her blade like a butcher did a cleaver. There was no graceful movement or technique at that moment. Instead, there was only rage. The dragon princess was angry. She was angry at her bastard of a brother, the bitch Freya, her no-good father who had done nothing to help her, and most of all at herself for being so weak. At that moment, all the years of anger that lived in Otoheim Nakamura found an escape. The mask of the goofy princess fell away, and all that was left was a little girl who was angry at the world. The blade slid into Nastro's neck like it was made of wood. The hit was choppy, but had disoriented the dragon, Xenos. Otoheim. The sound was as familiar to her as her heartbeat. She turned to find Urashima standing there. He said nothing, but she found a wellspring of strength in his eyes. Otoheim breathed and the anger vanished. She flexed her fingers around the blade and brought it back up. Nastro looked up at her, his eyes full of malice, and Otoheim felt nothing but pity. He would never know what she did, the wonder of being loved. The joy of having a partner that would stand at your side for eternity. "I'm sorry," she said. Then the blade came down again, slicing clean through the rest of Nastro's neck. And just like that, she let go. Dimly, she was aware of screaming, and the last thing she felt was her Yura's warm metal arms embracing her. Chapter 55. There came a time when Bel Cranel thought that he would never redeem himself in the eyes of the Xenos. They had given him their trust, and he had brought them only death and ruin. His year away might have taken him away from Horario, but his thoughts had always drifted back to Ween, Lyd, and the others. And even more depressingly, though, his thoughts would drift back to Ray and Groz. They had been his friends. They had taken him into their home at his greatest hour of need, and because of that they had died. Bel might not be able to redeem the past, but he knew that he could protect the future. Slicing down with the Hestia knife, Bel cut through the bone shard that Typhon had thrown at him like a knife. The large skeletal monster had all the speed of the Juggernaut, coupled with the strength of Yudo's. Thankfully, the one thing it seemed to lack was a solid defense. It had no shield or thick hide, just a skeleton and a black miasma that hid its insides. It supplemented that missing defense, though, with extremely polished technique. It was able to shoot out bone shards, while also wielding a large single-edged blade. The creature had an overwhelming might, and proved that its reputation as king of the Xenos was not for show. Thankfully, Bel was not alone. If Typhon could be described as a large spear, with an ability to thrust right through any obstacle, Asterius was a battering ram. He lacked the refined technique of the Xenos king, but had overwhelming force. Every strike from his great battle axes would cleave stone in two. Watching him, Bel knew that a single strike would cut him in half. And what did the March Hare bring to the field? Lightning-quick attacks that left his opponent reeling? No, Typhon parried the rabbit rush strikes easily. So, did Bel use his magic to provide strong support? Unfortunately, Bel's quick cast magic seemed to have very little effect on Typhon's bones. The only thing it had really done was show that the Xenos king lacked the magical armor that the Juggernaut had. But still, Bel Cranel needed something to do. He had tried to charge his Argonaut, but that had proven fruitless. Typhon had anticipated it and would stop him whenever he tried. The March Hare couldn't even kill auxiliary monsters because there weren't any. It was like the mere presence of these titanic forces had scared off everything else. So, Bel was stuck feeling as useful as a third tit. At best, he hoped he was at least being an annoyance and distraction. His only comfort was that he wasn't making things worse. Asterius twirled his axes around before pivoting on his feet and putting his whole might into a sideways slash. His waist twisted, and his back and arms followed on through. It was like he was chopping down a great tree. The action made Typhon bring his sword up in a two-handed block. That gave Bel an opening where he leapt in to try and land a couple slashes. Hakugen bounced off the bones, as usual, but the Hestia knife managed to cut into the spine of the monster. It leaned back and howled in pain. Bones popped out and shot off like the spines of an urchin. They practically peppered into Bel, faster than even the Iguazu. As he moved back, his daggers worked in a whirl to try and block them. Unfortunately, by his estimation, he only stopped half of them. The rest of them had stabbed into his arms and sides. Thankfully, they seemed to miss any of his vital organs and extremities. "Well, even the great Bel Cranel bleeds then," shouted Typhon, cackling in triumph. "I remember fighting you in my dreams, taking your arm off, but then that bitch mermaid came to save your life. This time, though, it's just you." "No." Asterius tried punching into Typhon's skull. The skeleton blocked it and jumped back. He looked over at Asterius before punching down. Just like Yudo's, he could make darky, spiny bones pop out of the ground like spikes of ice. They surrounded the Minotaur like a cage. Every time Asterius destroyed some, new ones popped up to take their place. "Your attacks betray you, Asterius," shouted Typhon. "You haven't recovered from my ambush down below. Now I will kill you both." Asterius started to try and hack his way out of the cage. As he did that, Typhon finally turned his full attention towards the boy named Bel Cranel. The young boy felt his legs shake. Suddenly, he was thrust back into an old memory, a minotaur that had brought him to his knees and a deep seed of fear that had taken root. That had been the beginning of Belle Cranel. Everything before that had just been existing, going from day to day without any clear purpose beyond, be a hero. But that chance encounter had sparked a long fight in the young boy to conquer his fears. It had been what pushed him, even after he had faced his original enemy. To his mind, Belle Cranel had been running from fights for so long and so far. He had been afraid for so long. And suddenly, he was tired of it. This was the new page of who he was. Everything up to this moment. His new skills, the truth of his family, and his relationship with Ais, they were a prologue to a new boy. As his feet shifted and his gaze sharpened, Belle Cranel took a breath. This fight was going to be the start of a new journey, culminating in a new way forward. And it was a not path he would take alone. Just as the two destined foes were to cross blades, the head of a dragon sailed through the air between them. It landed with a wet and meaty thunk, rolling over slightly. It was missing large chunks of flesh, one of its eyes was gone, and large gashes cut through its cheeks. Both fighters turned towards the projectile's origin, and standing there, bloody but only slightly beaten, was Ais Wallenstein. Even though her breathing was haggard, Belle Cranel felt his heart speed up. Her hair hung around her like a halo. The powerful way she held herself stole his breath away. Many years later, when he would tell his children and his children's children of how he fell back in love with this woman, he would always start with this moment. Her eyes shone with a golden intensity that brought its full focus onto the king of the Xenos. And to Belle's shock and awe, the great monster seemed to wither. "Don't touch him," growled Ais. She flicked her blade, casting of the blood of the formidable Cadmus dragon. And then, she vanished, her body flickered, and she was suddenly standing in front of Typhon. Desperate sang in the air as it pierced forward past the monster's defenses. It was only a slight shift on the monster's part that stopped it from being a fatal blow. Belle watched her back, but he no longer felt inferior. He no longer felt that he was chasing after her shadow. He felt safe, but he also finally understood what that meant. They would protect each other now. Asterius finally hacked his way through the bone cage and joined the two adventurers. Typhon's eyes swiveled between them before thrusting his sword into the dirt. It was like he was drawing power from the dungeon itself. His bones sharpened. Extraskeletal hands sprouted from his back and a tail slithered into existence. He looked like a true monstrosity, creaking and groaning like some haphazardly thrown together monster puppet, which he was, in retrospect. They all were dancing to Freya's tune after all. And for the first time in the last 2 years, Belle Cranel felt a burning flame of hatred for the goddess of beauty. After everything she had done, Belle finally felt well and truly angry, and he channeled that anger forward. Before he would fight the queen or Horario, he had to kill the king of the dungeon. He started rushing forward. With the soldiers, Yura cradled the love of his life in his metal arms as he ran through the battlefield. The gaping hole left in her body from Nastro's disintegrated body was bleeding too much. He knew that it was only a matter of time before she passed on to the heavens. Thankfully, everyone who had seen her fight seemed ready to give their lives for her protection. And even then, the only reason she was still alive at all was because of the potions he had stolen from the fallen adventurers around him. But they did nothing for the bleeding. A crimson trail dogged his every step, like the grains of sand in an hourglass. He would need a miracle to save Otoheim Nakamura. That was when he almost ran face first into the healer, Cassandra. She was wreathed in the familiar calm green glow of her magic. Her partner, Daphne, stood at her side. Her baton-like weapon was out, and her eyes drifted around the battlefield. But Yura's focus was on Cassandra. Soul light. The glow left Cassandra and descended onto Otoheim. The bleeding continued, but it started to slow. Cassandra eventually closed her eyes in concentration, focusing on channeling her magic into the gaping wound. "Leave her with Cass," said Daphne. "We need to get her to the supporters' defensive position. It looks like we're getting ready for our last stand." Urashima frowned, not wanting to relinquish his beloved to anyone else. At Cassandra's pleading look, though, he relented. He gave her up slowly and made sure to fix the healer with the most withering glare he could muster. The message was clear: drop her and suffer the consequences. Only when she was safely secured in the healer's arms did his eyes soften. I thank you for the prompt spell, but how did you know? He asked. Cassandra looked away, so Daphne piped up. The redhead wore a proud smile on her face. She saw it coming in one of her dreams. We knew we had to watch out for it so that we'd be ready to save the little pain in the ass princess, she replied, patting her girlfriend on the back. Now let's get moving. The trio started at a light jog. Around them, signs of battle ebbed and flowed, but it seemed like everyone was making for the same destination. There was a solitary hill, wagons drawn in a large circle around it. The higher-level adventurers were shepherding the weaker inside. Nearby were high smiths with magic swords. As they passed through, Urashima saw Elwyn and Mikoto standing at one of the breaks. They both smiled at the sight of him. "You scrawny bastard," shouted Elwyn, grappling Yura into a hug. Surprisingly, the bodyguard felt himself reciprocate it. He did the same when Mikoto hugged him, and then they saw the state of their dragon princess. "I feared the worst when I saw her fall from the sky," said Mikoto, "but reports claim that she got back up and took a mortal wound to kill the dragon Xenos." She looked up with a faint grin, a tale worthy of a song. She looked around, her black hair a bouncing mess. "If only we survive long enough to sing it." Elwyn ushered him and the others in. "Go take her to the makeshift medical area." Thankfully, the supporters were able to hold onto most of their supplies. Urashima, Cassandra, and Daphne did as they were told. Eventually, they found the D-Saint apparently standing on her last legs. No one had ever seen the greatest healer in Horario so out of sorts. She looked like she was ready to be toppled by a stray leaf. But then she saw Ottoheim. She pointed at Cassandra. "Put her with the other first-class adventurers. They're getting priority treatment." Cassandra hustled off, depositing Ottoheim on a cot next to Anakitty Autumn and Raoul Nord. Although they were unconscious from the fighting, the two of them had seemed to gravitate towards each other. Their bodies had twisted so that they were face to face. "Where's Hippolyta?" asked Daphne. Amid let out a long breath from her nose. "Despite my strong advice against it, that Amazon mad woman has chosen to resume her position on the front lines," reported the healer commander. Daphne arched a brow. "You let her?" Amid's eyes narrowed. "Have you ever tried telling an Amazon what to do?" Daphne nodded, conceding the point. While that happened, Cassandra continued to pour magical energy into Otto's wound. The bleeding had slowed enough for other healers and surgeons to jump in and assist. Even if they were about to pass out from exhaustion, they all understood the truth. None of them would be standing here now if not for Ottoheim Nakamura. Daphne placed a hand on Yura's shoulder. "We should go find the Dauntless," she said. "She'll need us more than they do." Yura nodded, his face already resuming a businesslike impassivity. Daphne knew, though, that he was barely hiding a deep concern. After all, she felt the same way. As they made their way through the camp, they finally took in just how disparate and chaotic things were. Many adventurers had a hollow look in their eyes, as if acknowledging that this was the end. Many of them, except for the captain of Hestia Familia. Lilaruka Ard's eyes blazed with the fire of her goddess. When adventurers became listless, she snapped orders at them, jolting them back into action. Even now, Yura knew that she was single-handedly keeping this army alive. "Orders, Commander," he asked. Lily smiled at him. "At the southern position, go help the members of Tgthegood Familia. And Miss Daphne, go to the mages and help them organize their spellcasting. We don't have any mages commanders left with us." They both saluted. This battle was far from over. The spirit. The spirit had wandered up through the floors with the large black minotaur. It had done so because it had felt a calling, but also because it was curious. There was some kind of longing deep within itself that it thought might be answered. Memories from when it was alive were hazy, and the only reason it remained on this mortal plane was because of the dungeon and its own former strength. So, it rose up to the 59th floor, and what it saw gave it pause. Because in front of the unseen spirit was a boy. He was not the strongest there, nor the most experienced. In fact, his contribution to the battle was minimal. But still, the spirit, she felt drawn to him. Yes, that was who she was. The sight of the boy triggered memories buried deep within, the dream she had wished for before she pledged herself to her mission. And it was all for him. But now she could do nothing but witness this boy and his struggle. The fighters. The Sword Princess was helping to turn the tide of this battle. Even if she was battered and bruised from her fight with the Cadmus dragon, her skill with the blade remained at peak form. She was dueling Typhon, her one-handed blade clashing with lightning-quick strikes against his two-handed great sword. Happening at the opposite side of the clearing, jutting black spikes worked to try and impale Asterius. The black minotaur kept getting pushed back by the sheer volume of them. However, it also made it so that Typhon had to keep standing in one place, his extra arms plunged into the ground. So, while he was on the offensive against Asterius, he was full-on defensive against the Sword Princess. And then there was Bel Cranel. He decided that he would be most useful helping Asterius, so he wasted time hacking away at those black crystals. Ais's movement were too fast, and she honestly didn't seem to be in any danger. Asterius, however, couldn't escape every attack. The bone-like structures had already left a crisscrossing patchwork of cuts on his black hide. The Minotaur seemed displeased with his arrival. "Why are you so timid, Bel Cranel?" asked the Black Bull. "When did my rival grow so cautious?" Bel frowned. I'm just choosing the best places to attack." There was a snout that could conceivably be a snort. "That's an excuse, Bel Cranel, and such a thing is beneath you," replied Asterius. With a great swing, magical axe singed into life. Arcs of lightning spread out like the web of a spider. They crystals were obliterated, and an open space was left. More spikes would come soon, but for now there was peace. "I'll be fine, now go and face your great monster and kill him," said the Black Bull. "I want to fight with my rival. Do not let that pretender steal it from me." Bel turned back towards the duel between Typhon and Ais. He took a deep breath and launched himself forward. As if sensing his approach, Ais let herself fall back. It broke the trance of their duel, and Typhon's sword crashed into the ground, lodged into the dirt. As the massive monster tried to pull it free, Bel got in close. As he had been running, he had charged Argonaut into his blade. It was a short charge, only 5 seconds, but it would be better than nothing. When the Hestia knife stabbed into Typhon's rib, it exploded outwards. The black miasma that seemed to exist in a permanent shroud around the monster shimmered for a second. Underneath, Bel saw that this king of the monsters did in fact have a body. It had a massive magic stone with more bones than could be counted surrounding it, but as soon as the rib exploded, it started to grow back. It was the kind of regeneration that Bel had only seen on the Black Goliath. These things just kept getting worse. "We have to destroy the stone," said Bel, jumping back to Ais. "Any other damage we make isn't going to stick." Ais frowned. "But to get to the stone, we have to open a space. How are we supposed to do that if the injuries always heal?" Bel felt his eyes dart over his opponent. He tried to find and analyze any weaknesses, but none were forthcoming. Then he looked at Ais and the way her blade hung at her side. And by his goddess, he couldn't believe what he was looking at. "I want you to know you're beautiful," he blurted out, "and probably the strongest person I know. If I make an opening, can you pierce the stone?" Ais glanced over, her face a shade of red. But then she smiled, and Bel felt that he could die happy in that moment. "We can do it." Bel brought his knives back into a defensive position. The heroes. Back with the other first-class adventurers, the big troll Bragi was proving to be a problem. The Valgang dragons had proven easy to kill after taking away their mermaid. But as soon as they had fallen, the blood troll had appeared, wielding a massive metal mace. Obviously, the weapon had been specially made for him, only strengthening the suspicion that Freya was involved in supplying this Xeno's army. The monster had already laid down 5 of the Ganesha contingent. If they could have thrown all their might at him, Ryuu knew that he'd be dead by now. But there were just so many monsters this deep in the dungeon that it felt impossible. She jumped backwards, storm and shadow dripping from monster blood. Her teeth were clenched in frustration, and she was forced to watch as the monster appeared almost unscathed. Tiona, Tayoni, and Shakti stood beside her. All of them were bloodied and sweating, their weapons hanging limply by their side. Even Tiona's magical urga had to be tossed aside after a while. She was too low on mind. From her exhaustion, Bragi had almost landed a hit on her, but then Betel Loga had taken it instead. The wolf man was now unconscious, and the Amazons had sworn bloody vengeance and violence. It was around that time that Fin Damney had had enough. The change in the atmosphere was almost missed, but every hardened adventurer felt it. The air felt thicker in that moment. Ryuu felt her hair shift, and then the great troll was stumbling backwards. The braver landed in a crouch at their feet, the head of his spear dripping red. "Go help the others," he said, "and kill the rest of these monsters because this one is mine." He flickered again, disappearing and reappearing behind the beast. With a sweep of the Forsha spear, Bragi was forced onto his back. Ryuu stood there in shock and awe. This was the skill of the braver, Horario's only other level 7. "He's incredible," said Tayoni, breath hitched. "We should listen to him," said Shakti. "If anyone can handle this beast, it's the braver." The four split then, reinforcing the other positions of the circle. And while they fought, Ryuu kept one eye on Finn's battle. With his small size juxtaposed against the large troll, Ryuu was reminded of the tale of David and Goliath. Except in this instance, the roles were backwards. The Palom was the Goliath. His technique was poetry in motion, every thrust and sweep perfectly timed. For sure, Finn was fast. But unlike Alan, whose main asset was his speed with the spear, Finn's strength lied in his perfection. Every thrust of the weapon's bladed end was perfectly timed. Every smack with the polearm's butt was perfectly placed. And Finn himself seemed to be exactly where he needed to be, when he needed to be. He was an artist, his spear a brush, and his paint was blood. As she watched him, Ottoheim's voice came to the elf. "You know, people always assume that since the spear is the easiest to learn, it's the worst weapon out there. But they don't realize what it means to use one of these things. Sure, anyone can be good with a spear, but only the great know how to get the most out of it." Finn extended himself, standing upright into a full stab. He twisted with his waist, his feet pivoting along the floor. Bragi was forced to raise his mace into a blocking motion, but the large troll still stumbled backwards. There was a moment of silence, and Ryuu was able to watch as what must have been a first-class weapon break in two. An unseeable crack blossomed outward, and like a thin plank of wood when faced with a bright axe, it shattered, split into two. The troll looked down dumbly, its face in muted shock. "And to think I haven't had to use any magic," said Finn, cocksure grin on his face. Standing nearby, Tayoni squealed. The diplomat, the monster that had been running itself, ragged through the dungeon, knew that it was getting close. It had only survived this long because it had faced no obstacles. The war raging below had practically drained the dungeon of all monsters. All that was left were its leftovers. So, the Xenos was able to continue its mission. It had not broken free from its restraints on the surface. Instead, it had been let go by a little dragon. She had smiled at him and said that he would do what was right. Unfortunately, she and the other Xenos said that they couldn't go with him, that they were working on a special project for Fells, but that was okay. This would be his responsibility. It was something only he could do. Shurkin had shifted into running on all fours, his liger paws helping him zoom through the tunnel at a breakneck speed. The dungeon's natural obstacles did little to slow him down, and soon he saw his destination in sight. It was the tunnel to the 50th floor. He barreled on through, and his enhanced senses were already starting to pick up the signs of battle. The smell of blood, the sounds of screams, and the feeling of the earth. The vibrations of mortals and monsters clashing against each other, stuck in some horrible dirge. Alone, there was not much Shurkin could do, but he had to try something. It was a human that had saved his life, and he was not going to look away in the face of such kindness. His eyes searched for the highest peak in the cavern. With a moment's glance, he saw a cliff towering over the others. The remains of some kind of defensive fortification sat in its place, but it had been abandoned. As he reached the top, he tried to find where the adventurers were. That was when he saw their small and feeble surviving base camp. They fought fiercely, but Shurkin knew that it would soon be over for them. The attacks from the mind-controlled monsters were too great, and all the strongest adventurers had probably been taken out by the Sunseekers' executives. Thankfully, Shurkin didn't see the executives around either, so it must have been an equal trade. Shurkin also saw the other Sunseekers, scattered about. While many still lived, there were some faces he did not see. However, this only served to strengthen his resolve. He had to do something to protect his people. Shurkin drew himself up to his full height, and he roared. It was the kind of sound that only a great cat like himself could make. It reverberated around the cavern of the 50th floor. The Sunseekers paused in their assault, and so did the monsters that they controlled. Many of them recognized Shurkin, shouting in joy at his apparent survival. The adventurers also paused, many of them running around and trying to do what they could to reinforce their position. "All of you listen to me," shouted Shurkin. He jumped from his perch on the cliff. With as much confidence as he could muster, he strode through the sea of Xenos-controlled monsters towards his people. "This has to stop," said Shurkin. "If we kill them all today, that makes us no better than them." "They killed us first," shouted a Xenos he could not see. "Then they came marching down here to exterminate us." "Was it us they wanted to kill, or the masters that we serve?" asked Shurkin. "We serve no masters," shouted another. "Why do we call Typhon our king? Why do we continue to do as he commands, fighting his battles when he can't even seem to show up?" replied the Liger. He looked toward the adventurers. "I cannot say that I like these people, but I can say that I am tired of fighting." For a brief moment, his eyes met with a pair of amethyst. "And I can say that I have met those that are merciful and as tired of fighting as I am." He turned back to his people. "I say that both sides have been too quick to fighting. We have been too quick to point fingers without realizing that nothing has changed." He reached out a hand in either direction. "So, I say that we talk." He looked uneasily at increasingly restless sea of monsters. "But first, we deal with these monsters that do not belong." The other Xenos seemed hesitant, but open to the proposal. Their control collars shined, and the great horde of monsters turned in on itself. Within minutes, almost all of them were dead. The rest were quickly disposed of by Xenos and adventurers alike. Soon, both sides were left staring at each other across the battle-hacked plain. A Prum walked forward, flanked on either side by adventurers. Shurkin recognized the ones that walked with her. One was the smith with the easy smile, and the other was the warrior he had faced before. She nodded slightly, an acknowledgement of her thanks and gratitude. He was also aware of the fox girl's eyes on him, slightly narrowed. "You want to talk, that's fair," said the Prum. "Lily can't speak for everyone and all of Horario, but Lily can speak for Lily's captain, and Lily knows that he would want to hear you out." The Sun Seekers looked uneasy, with most of them only just realizing that they had gotten rid of the large wall of monsters between them and the adventurers. "We've killed some of you today, and you've killed some of us," added the smith. "Now, none of these things make it equal, but we can all agree that things won't get better if we get back to that. I can personally promise that if anyone from our side that breaks this truce, they are going to regret it, right, Hippolyta?" Shurkin followed the smith's gaze to where a dark-skinned woman with a massive sword stood. Her face held a hidden anger as she nodded. Even as she stood there, covered in wounds, Shurkin recognized her as the most dangerous thing here. No one would cross her. "Break the truce and you deal with me," she said. She gave a dark grin. "And then you'll have to deal with Belcranel and his elven companion." All the rebellious adventurers became sufficiently quelled. Shurkin looked back at his own people. He saw that some of them were definitely still angry. "As far as I'm aware, all our leaders are dead, captured, or soon to be dead. Which means that there's nothing to stop Lyd from coming down here to smack some sense into the lot of you," he roared. That caused the Sun Seekers to settle. After all, Lyd was still a well-known and respected figure. Even if they had sided with Typhon, the lizardmen held influence over these people. Seeing their calm, Shurkin turned back to the adventurers. Slowly, he lowered himself onto the grass. "Now, what conditions would you put forward?" he asked. The Palom followed suit. Even if she seemed small, she held herself well, and Shurkin respected her for that. "Typhon has to die, and it's already happening, there's nothing to be done about it," she said. Shurkin shrugged. He was a bit of an ass anyway. "Personally, I followed the others like Frey and Hora. But you have to promise that the rest of us are free to go and be left alone. We won't cause trouble for you, but you can't cause trouble for us." The Palom considered it before sighing. "I can promise that now, but what happens in a generation, in 3 or 4 lifetimes? Eventually, new adventurers will come and they will not know who you are, and then we'll start killing each other again, and that would defeat the purpose of this." She slapped the turf. "We have to make something permanent." She grinned ruefully. "But for that to happen, we'll have to wait for the others." Shurkin nodded. "So, for now, my kin will go elsewhere, ready to hide and go deeper. I will stay and bargain with you, little one." The Palom nodded. "The leaders." Bragi was dead. Findamni had broken the monster, killed it, and then proceeded to kill everything else. After that was done, the party decided that it was time to start making their way deeper. Well, that was the plan for some of them at least. "I'll be taking my familia's fighters back to camp," said Shakti. "We'll probably be needed for the fighting, and most of us need some kind of healing." She nodded at Tgthegood. "We'll take him too." She looked at Tsubaki and narrowed her eyes. "And I'll drag you back if I have to, you damn smith. No going down further to hunt for precious metals, you're injured enough as it is." Tsubaki just grinned and gave her a roguish wink. The captain of Ganesha Familia rolled her eyes, but blushed all the same. Riveria walked forward. "I'll come with you. After all, I'm afraid that I'm in no position to fight." She looked down the tunnel to where Ais had gone. "Even if I worry for her, I'm afraid that there isn't much that I can do." She turned her head back towards the way up. "And I worry what my idiot brother has gotten up to in my absence." Gareth nodded, pulling on his beard. "Aye, there's some truth to that." He looked to his captain. "It'll be up to you and the young uns to save the lad and the lass." "I'm going with Finn," declared Tayoni, surprising no one. "I go where she goes," shouted Tiona, face serious. "I dare any of you to try and keep me from my friend," said Ryuu. Gareth let out a boisterous laugh. He slapped the elf on the back, making her stumble forward. Mirth danced in his eyes. "You have Elisa's fire," he said, "and you carry her spirit, and that is good." Lefia stood in the middle of the two groups, torn about who to go with. On the one hand, her closest friend was probably fighting for her life, not to mention that annoying boy who she had grown fond of over these past months. But on the other hand, there was Elwyn, and it was no certain thing that he wouldn't die. After all, he had done it before. Sensing her troubles, Riveria smiled. "Go with the others, I think they'll need a mage with them. I'll look after Elwyn," said the high elf. Lefia said her thanks. She walked to Finn and the others. With a nod, they started making their way down to the next floor. They were going to bring Ais Wallenstein and Belle Cranel back with them, or die trying. As the sound of their footsteps disappeared, Gareth turned towards Riveria. "You know, if that damn Palom could have killed all those monsters so quickly, why he didn't do it when this all started?" he asked. Riveria snorted. "He probably thought that we wouldn't know where to place our feet without his tactical brilliance telling us how to do it." She smiled. "Or he was waiting in reserve for when we would need him the most." She turned to Shakti. "Lead the way, Captain." The group of first-class adventurers began their climb back up. The boy. Belle had been feeling fine until Ais had been hit. The two of them had been trading spots the entire duel. They hadn't found an opening yet, but Belle was confident that they were close. And since Asterius had broken the bone pillars, he had been able to join them. The three were a constant onslaught of movement and force. Unfortunately, Typhon knew how to target the weakest link. Belle's inexperience meant that his battle sense was not as strong as the others. He was aware of the battlefield for sure, but not in the same way that a hardened adventurer like Ais was. So, when Typhon used his black crystals to launch an attack from the back, Belle didn't feel it coming. But Ais did. The sword princess shoved him out of the way, taking the hit herself. Her body was pierced multiple times. Ariel exploded outwards in response. The black spikes obliterated into dust, but the damage was done. Ais's body fell to the ground, bloody and mangled. Belle grabbed her, cradling her head. Her breathing was faint, but she was still alive. Still awake, she tried to smile for him. "You can finish this, Belle, and then you'll take me home," she said. "This time, you'll get to save me." She passed out in the next moment. Belle was left staring at her body. A sense of horror crept up on him. For a year, Belle had thought that he had fallen out of love with Ais Wallenstein. He pretended that her betrayal had crushed his feelings for her, and that he would not love her again. But then he had come back, and he had gotten to know true Ais Wallenstein. The embers of his feelings had kindled into life again, but it was seeing her like this, hurt because of his mistake, that it finally snapped into place. He loved Ais Wallenstein. And seeing this great adventurer brought low in the depths of this hell because of his weakness was a blow that would break him. His vision turned blurry, and tears fell to the ground. Around him, Typhon and Asterius continued their dull, but that faded from senses. The only thing in front of him was her, and the pain he had caused. "Please, Ais, please wake up." He lowered his head to hers. She was still alive, but unless he somehow made it all the way back to the others with her body, then she would die. and Typhon was not going to just let him go. "What am I supposed to do?" asked the boy, scared and alone. As Bel Cranel started to give in to despair, a warm breeze covered him like a blanket. It was like a pair of arms had encircled him. Faintly, as if it was a mirage, he saw a face. It was a pair of mismatched eyes, green and gold, and a smile deep from his memory. The face pulled itself close, kissing the crown of his head. The smell of perfume invaded his nostrils, and again a memory was tickled. He felt his body settle and took a deep breath, and he knew then that he was never alone. The feeling faded, but Bel felt his heartbeat calm. He put his thoughts in order. If Typhon would stop him from getting Ais to safety, he would just have to kill Typhon. Ais Wallenstein had saved him before, now he would save her. And then, when they were both healed, he would tell her how much she meant to them. The thought filled him with happiness. And down in the dungeon, deep in the heart of despair, the boy smiled and laughed. The ant. The spurt could feel itself fading. That seemingly small act of providing comfort had drained the rest of her strength. But she remembered now. Her name was Ulfia, and that boy was the nephew she abandoned so many years ago. Looking at him now, she felt a kind of pride. It was a feeling she had forgotten after the horrors she had committed. She could only wish that she had been around for him more, but these were the consequences of her life and actions. Slowly, her spirit began to drift back to the surface. "Meteria, your boy has grown into a remarkable man." She faded then, finally going to the heavens. Soon, she would be reunited with her sister. The goddess of the hearth felt it. Sitting in the twilight manor, she could feel the spirit of her first follower. Clutch at her heart, she smiled at her blessings. Hestia knew that there wasn't a deity alive as lucky as she was. No one else had a child like her. The hero. Bel began charging Argonaut again, and just like he anticipated, Typhon started to target him. More specifically, it targeted the Hestian knife, whose brilliant glow was filling the clearing of their battle. "Asterius," shouted Bel, "restrain him." The black bull jumped backwards and lowered himself to the ground. He pulled himself back, like an arrow on a bow. Then he charged. Each hoofbeat shook the land to its core, his horns shining with a splendor never before seen in the dungeon. He did not roar, he did not shout, but he let his rage and anger become a part of this great attack. He barreled towards his prey, and he reveled in the feeling of battle and an all-out attack. He drew close, and despite Typhon's best effort, Asterius's horns pierced the king of the Xenos, the two monsters pinned together. Arms reaching around him, Asterius grappled with the larger creature. Typhon tried to grow more bones, extending them outwards and stabbing into the great minotaur. Anything to escape this stranglehold, but Asterius only laughed in response. "You coward," shouted the minotaur. That was when Bel jumped forward, Hestian knife held aloft with his left hand. He stabbed downwards, and Typhon knew that he only had a second. The skeleton hardened the bones around his magic stone to a degree that rivaled orichalcum. The black knife came down, and a concussive explosion rang out, stunning every fighter. Looking down, though, Typhon saw that he was safe. The black knife had not pierced his stone. Moreover, the minotaur had been knocked aside, sprawled on the ground, and the boy. Typhon looked to where the boy had been blown, right into a rock. He was sitting there, slouched over, breathing hard. His knife was nowhere to be seen, and his left hand was a broken mess. The king of the Xenos pulled himself up and gave a horrible laugh. "I've won, boy, and now you die." He stumbled forward, so intent on killing his prey that he did not take the time to heal his shattered rib cage. In Typhon's mind, there was only one thing left to do: kill Bel Cranel. Then, he would kill Asterius and take both their corpses and parade them in front of those damnable adventurers. He would break their so-called alliance, and the world would be his. "And then, I will see the sun." He stood over Bel Cranel and raised his black sword high. "Any final words?" Slowly, Bel raised his head. "It's when your enemy thinks that they've won, that they're at their most vulnerable." With the speed of lightning, Bel Cranel drew his hidden dagger. It was the very same one that he had found in the desert, a gift from his father to his mother. And with that same speed, in a single motion, he stabbed Typhon right through the chest. There was a moment of quiet as the two stared at each other, both shocked at this outcome. But then the sound of cracking broke their peace. the magic stone exploded instantly, and the king of the Xenos staggered back. In the sockets of his eyes, Bell felt a rage that would go unparalleled in any lifetime, too. Standing still with his head held high, the king of the Xenos turned to dust. Bell Cranel turned to Ais Wallenstein and started crawling towards her with his one good arm. Chapter 56. When Bell woke up, the first thing he saw was Ais. The young woman was asleep, her mouth slightly open with only the tiniest puffs showing her breathing. For his part, Bell barely felt alive. His muscles burned, and one of his hands was completely unresponsive. A long groan escaped his lips as he rolled from his side to his back. That was the catalyst for getting everyone's attention. "Hey look, the March Hare is awake. Someone get the commander. Someone get the D-Saint. What about the Sword Princess?" The noises disturbed Bell. He was sure they would still be on the 59th floor, dead or dying. But as he shifted around on his back, he realized that he was, in fact, not bleeding out on the dungeon floor. Instead, he was lying in a slightly more comfortable adventurer's cot. Above him was the familiar green canvas that signified a healer's tent. Bell closed his eyes again and focused on his breathing. He drew inside himself and entered into a meditative state. It was a technique that Ryuu had taught him to help focus his mind. As he did so, he started taking stock of his thoughts. First and foremost was that he and Ais were not dead, which was his most important thing. And since they weren't dead, someone had rescued them. So, his friends were possibly still alive as well. Secondly, they were in the adventure base camp, which meant that the Allied forces were still functioning at some level. Finally, Bell took stock of his injuries. His left hand was absolutely mangled, and bones were broken in every way. He was also tired beyond belief. Even though he felt that he had not contributed much to the battle against Typhon, there was clearly more going on here than met the eye. After all, he had dealt the final blow. He opened his mouth to try and ask for some water, but all that escaped his lips was another groan. "It's okay, I've got some water right here." It was a voice as familiar to him as his heartbeat. A gentle hand lifted his head as Bell lay there, trying to blink the sleep away from his eyes. It wore no glove, the bare skin a testament to the camaraderie that these two shared. Ryuu lifted a ladle to his mouth. She only allowed him to take sips, though. He knew this was the smart choice, but damn it all if he didn't want to grab the ladle and start chugging. And Ryuu seemed to guess his intentions because her sky-blue eyes quickly took on a slight glare. This cowed Bell into dainty sips. When he finished, Ryuu adjusted his pillows so that he was sitting up in bed. "I'm sure you have many questions," she said. "First, let me put your mind at ease. Everyone in our familia made it, along with all our friends. That said, Ottoheim is still recovering from her injuries. She was probably the only person more injured than you and the Sword Princess." Bell still couldn't speak, but Ryuu picked up on the unspoken question. "You should be proud of her, Bell. She stood up to the strongest Xenos they threw at us and killed it," said Ryuu, eyes sparkling. "And most importantly, she did most of her fighting as herself." Ryuu glanced over to the other side of the tent. On another cot was a bandaged Ottoheim. Her stomach was absolutely covered in white gauze. "And I'm sure she'd be proud of you. To answer your next question, Urashima has to take care of organizing the rest of the adventurers." Ryuu's face turned dark. "We lost our fair share of good people down here, and Freya's going to pay for that." Internally, Bell smiled. It was one of the first times that Ryuu called her Freya, not Sir. The elf was slowly healing. And more importantly, she was making the distinction between the two. The real Sor had a chance now. "As for the war," Ryuu paused. "Honestly, it was an ending no one could expect. That Ligerfang Xenos shirkin, he escaped the guild and ran down here from Horario. He convinced the last of the Sunseekers to stand down and destroy their army of monsters. Then, he sat down with Lily to broker some kind of peace with him. In fact, she's out there right now." The elf frowned. "I don't even know if she's slept since the fighting started." Bell let out another unintelligible noise from his mouth. Ryuu leaned close to try and understand him. "Take me to them." Lily looked warily between Finn and Shirkin. She had sat in the middle ground between the two. The other Sunseekers were hiding elsewhere, waiting on the Liger's signal, but the rest of the adventurers were all standing around with nothing to do. This meant that Shirkin was sitting here, back straight with pride, even though he could die at any moment. Even if they had been enemies and he had tried to kill her friends, the Dauntless respected the hell out of the Xenos. In contrast to him, Finn seemed almost too relaxed. He bore the trademark injuries of everyone else, but his wounds seemed much less substantial than the others. His bruises weren't as dark, and his cuts weren't as deep. It was a testament to his status as a level 7. His head rested on his fist, and he had a lazy smile. "So, we are now faced with the monumental task of what comes next, correct?" asked Finn. The braver had only been back for a couple days, but he had worked non-stop as soon as he returned to camp. Lily was in awe of the way he seamlessly handled every problem put in front of him. It was a stark reminder that while she had come far, there was still much for her to learn. Shurkin nodded at Finn's question, but the tiger said nothing. "Before we go further, I wanted to express my appreciation for your waiting. There was much I had to settle and organize before we could have this chat," continued Finn. "As I'm sure you're aware, there's a lot of damage to fix here." The rest of the first-class adventurers that had traveled with Finn had returned with him, and with them, they carried the unconscious bodies of Bel, Ais, and even the minotaur Asterius. However, the large black bull had left as soon as he had woken up. It had apparently taken him no time at all to heal back to his full strength, or at least to be strong enough to resume his training. However, Ais and Bel were another story. The two of them had slept through a whole day and would probably continue to sleep some more. With the drop items that Finn's team had recovered, it was no wonder, though. To fight the Cadmus dragon and the king of the Xenos in one day was beyond comprehensible, but that was what made them heroes. Shurkin shrugged at Finn's comment. "There is little for me to do. After all, you are the ruling power here. We have lost our leaders, our army, and our spirit. If you wanted to hunt us down, you could do it." Finn shook his head, still smirking. "I could, but I won't. You and your people fought because you were angry and you were tricked." He glanced over at Lily. "That has happened to the best of us. Besides, if we killed you, this would all be more of the same." He shrugged. "Maybe it's naive of me to say so, but I think we can do better than that now." When he smiled this time, it seemed much more sincere. Shurkin felt inclined to agree. "I saw what was happening on the 18th floor. It seems that you did not kill our young, which is good. There would be no turning back if that happened," said the Liger. "They are our future and our pride and joy." He frowned. "But I still wonder what you plan on doing with them and the Xenos that fled to the surface. Are you going to just let us back in the dungeon?" Finn shook his head. "No, because doing that would leave both sides vulnerable to attack. This war has made it painfully clear that just leaving Knossos abandoned for anyone to use is a bad idea. Any number of malcontents and dangerous folk could use it for their own personal gains." He looked Shurkin in the eye. "But your folk aren't like that. In fact, you and the other Xenos want nothing more than a home you can call yours, no? You want a place where you can live peacefully." Shurkin paused before nodding slowly. "Are you proposing what I think you're proposing?" Finn sat silently. "You would give that underground labyrinth to the Xenos. To do what? Be your caretakers." Finn shook his head. "No, I would have you live there and do with it as you see fit. The Xenos are growing in number and faster than we expected. Soon it will be too difficult for all of you to live in the dungeon. You need a more permanent solution." Shurkin tilted his head. "While I like the idea of a city for the Xenos, what guarantee do I have that your people and your guild won't eventually hunt us down like dogs?" Finn opened his mouth to answer, but a new voice entered the conversation before he could say anything. "You have my word," said Bel Cranel, hobbling towards them. Lily popped to her feet at the sight of him. He was leaning heavily on Ryuu, and his left arm was in a cast, but his eyes held his fiery spirit. The Palom quickly came to his open side and supported him as he walked. He smiled his thanks, and she smiled back. With Ryuu on his other side, the three of them eventually made their way to Shurkin and Finn. Soon, it was 5 sitting on the grass. "I heard what you were talking about," explained Bel, "and I agree with Finn. The Xenos should live in Knossos." He looked between the two leaders. "If the Xenos are ever going to have a chance of living with the rest of us, it isn't going to happen with them being stowed away in the dungeon. They need a way that lets them talk to us." The adventurer's smile was shy. "I want the rest of Horario to know the Xenos the same way I do." Bel looked at Finn. "And I think a good way of making the Xenos feel safe is giving them every last key to Knossos. We humans shouldn't have any of them, except for one Fells can carry for emergencies." Finn raised an eyebrow, looking like he was going to protest, but then he stopped. He studied Belle's face for a moment before smirking and shrugging. "Well, who am I to argue with the conquering hero?" Finn ran a hand through his hair. "Not to mention, Ais would kill me if I pissed you off." He looked at Shurkin, then at Belle. "Well, I want one more condition." He looked at the Liger. "We need ambassadors that can move freely between Gnosis and Horario, a Xenos and a human that can go where needed to keep the peace." He looked at Belle. "And it can't be anyone from Hestia Familia." Now it was Belle's turn to look like protesting, but it was Lily who stopped him. "That makes sense. Hestia Familia has been the most sympathetic to the Xenos' cause. If one of us was the diplomat, it would be seen as favoritism." Her eyes narrowed. "For this to work, it has to be a more neutral Familia, and it goes doubly with the Xenos. Your diplomat can't be someone like Mr. Lid or Miss Ween because they're both very pro-human, but it can't be someone totally against humans either. So, who did you have in mind, Mr. Finn?" Finn gave a much wider smile. "I think a certain elf and siren would be perfectly suited to the task." The adventurers stayed down there for another week. Part of them wanted to get home immediately to ensure everything was all right on the surface, but they also knew that doing so risked more significant injuries on the return trip. So, they wrapped up and stowed the corpses of their fallen comrades so they could be buried later. Those who were too injured to walk took the rest of the cart space, while certain adventurers received a hero's treatment and were almost carried on litters. Two of the most prominent were Raoul Nord and Ottoheim Nakamura. Songs were already composed about the battles they faced against the great Hora and Nastro, but they both also bore wounds that would never heal. Raoul had lost an ear, a wound mirrored by Anakitty Autumn. The sight of bandages where her once proud cat ear stood made him sad. She didn't seem to mind, though. If anything, she seemed happy that her wounds matched his. Meanwhile, Ottoheim had a massive scar that ran up from her hip, across her chest, and stopped just below her shoulder. It was wide and angry, and much of her body was still healing, but there was no sadness. If anything, she also seemed happy to be marred. She said that her porcelain skin was no longer perfect, and that it made her bad for marriage contracts. And when Urashima Taro had taken the time to kiss every inch of her new scar, telling her how beautiful she was, she almost exploded with joy. Of those lost, the heaviest casualties were those on the front lines. No first-class adventurers were lost, thank the gods, but Horario's level 2 and 3 population had most likely taken a significant blow. The only silver lining was that it would soon be replaced by a new avalanche of level-ups, but that was not a thing anyone wanted to say at that moment. Instead, they said nothing, remembering their fallen comrades in their own way. The climb back up was slow. Everyone was cautious beyond reason, so there was no chance of losing another soul. Thankfully, fortune seemed to favor them on their return home. Soon, they passed through the dungeon's desert, the water capital, and even the great tree labyrinth. 2 weeks after starting their journey up, they were coming onto the 18th floor. Unfortunately, Riviera was still in shambles. A reconstruction effort had been started, but the lack of adventurers that could do meaningful work meant progress could have been faster. Adding onto that was that any adventurers left behind also had to take time to keep an eye on the Xenos. Thankfully, Finn had the foresight to send Bite and a couple other scouts ahead of them. So, when they entered the dungeon town, the Sunseekers with them, there was not as much uproar as there could have been. However, that was not the only issue. The Sunseekers that were still alive in Gnosis, although they were also hostages, seemed ready to start a new war when they saw their brethren. They had assumed that they were all being rounded up for execution. That was when Shurkin stepped forward and explained the situation. His words calmed the rest of the Xenos. The adventurers' army stayed down on the 18th for another week. While they did, Fells came to visit and gave both his and Aranis's approval of the plan for Gnosis and the Xenos. The Sunseekers and the Guild Loyalists began slowly moving into their new home. When asked what such a place was to be called, it was Ween that had spoken up. The little dragon had walked into the middle of the talking leaders and thrown her arms up like an excitable child. "We'll call it Grosper, for grows and boars." That statement had settled it, and soon the rest of the Xenos finished moving in their meager possessions. Lid had stopped by at the time to give Belle a big hug, and Frey received an even bigger one. Amongst themselves, they had decided that the Xenos would be led by a combination of Lid, Frey, and Shurkin. The three of them would manage the affairs of Gnosis, keep in contact with the Guild, and handle any human-monster interactions. Alicia was unanimously picked as the human ambassador to Grosper. When the announcement was made, her eyes never left that of Frey's. "What will you do now?" asked Belle on the day they were leaving. Lyd used his reptilian claws to scratch at his chin. "I think we'll focus on making sure that all 24 floors are clear first," said Lyd. "After all, we don't want any surprise visitors coming down here. Frey already found us a couple of good spots to make homes in, so that'll be the second part." He swung his head over to where Alicia and Frey were standing, both faces flushed red. "Finally, we'll have to hammer out what kind of work we'll do for the guild." He nodded. "The general public is still unaware of our existence, and they probably won't take too kindly to us living right under their feet." He chuckled, his deep voice reverberating through the corridor. "But that's how these things work. It'll be our job to change their minds. Maybe we'll start some kind of exchange with Riviera, open a couple shops, and sell what we find in dungeon. I think I heard Let saying he was interested in developing an economy down here." Belle smiled. "I'm happy for you. I know this doesn't make up for everything else, but I feel like we're finally making progress on all this." He frowned. "Still, if anything happens, I want you to call for me." The March Hare stuck out his hand. "I'll keep doing everything I can to help." Lyd threw his head back and laughed even louder. Instead of shaking his hand, he grabbed Belle in a tight hug and swung him around. "Ha ha ha, there's no other human quite like you, Bilichi." He set Belle back down. "You will always be welcome down here." At another part of the cavern, Ween stood protectively in front of a very flustered Mikoto. And in front of the little dragon girl was an embarrassed Shurkin. "Bad Shurkin, Mikoto is Haruheim's, which makes her mine too. You aren't allowed to steal her away," shouted Ween. Off to the side, Haruheim nodded seriously. "I wasn't going to try and steal her," retorted Shurkin. "I was just coming by to say goodbye." "You were going to flirt with her," said Haruheim, her tail poofed. "Please, Haruheim, I doubt it's like that," responded Mikoto, waving her hands. "I'm sure Sir Shurkin has no interest in me." Shurkin seemed to deflate at that, which the Black Crow noticed. "Wait, what in the world?" she asked. "Mikoto, I'm sorry to be the last one to tell you, but you are quite the catch," said Haruheim. "Thankfully, I caught you first." She looked at Shurkin, who towered above her in height and raw power. "Which means that you are not allowed to steal her." Ween nodded beside her with puffed-up cheeks. Belle walked over to the bizarre scene with no idea what to do with it. Thankfully, as soon as she saw him, Ween seemed to forget she was angry. She ran over and tackled Belle, happy to hold him tight one more time before he left. He tousled her hair and said she could visit him and the others whenever she wanted. He made it clear that she was as much a part of their familia as anyone else. And so, the Allied adventurers' army returned to the surface. The public hailed them as triumphant heroes, but many didn't feel that way. All they felt was relief that it was over and sorrow for their fallen comrades. Many of them didn't even go home right away and instead traveled around to the Diane Sect Familia Clinic. Belle went with them. His arm had not fully healed after the battle with Typhon, and Amid wanted to ensure that everything was okay. As usual, Ais walked alongside him. She seemed drained, still recovering from her fight with Cadmus and Typhon. Whatever kind of skills or magic she had pulled upon had left her in a state of intense fatigue. It was like she was stuck in a sort of permanent mind-down. Amid hoped that there would be something in her clinic that could help, but the D-Saint had also run off saying that she wanted to get a second opinion. Instead, the two were taken to an office room by a nurse, where they sat on one of Amid's waiting tables. Belle tried to move his left hand but was having trouble with it. Not only was there pain every time he tried, but it was hard to fully grip anything. He looked over at Ais. Although the two of them had spent almost every waking moment together for the past weeks, Belle still hadn't confessed his feelings like he wanted to. The way Ais was walking around in a daze didn't feel right. He wasn't even sure his confession would go through. Amid bustled into the clinic, and surprisingly enough, Naza followed behind her. The dog girl walked around the D-Saint before patting Belle. She smiled at him, and it made Belle take a deep breath. Seeing something as comforting and familiar as Naza's droopy-eyed smile did a lot to ease the tension in him. Naza nodded once, then she started examining his arm. "Thankfully, I don't think you'll have to end up like me. You won't need an amputation," she said. "However, even with Amid and Ais' help, your hand will probably be stiff for the rest of your life." "Will it affect my fighting?" asked Belle. Naza shrugged. It's too soon to tell, but I imagine any problems it brings will be minimal. Belle looked disappointed at the loss, but Naza didn't say anything. However, Amid seemed to have something to say. She was poking at Ais before she turned towards Belle. I would remind you, Belle Cranel, that things could be much worse. Your injuries are minimal, and losing movement in your hand is better than losing the whole thing, said the healer. Belle blinked and then looked at Naza. He seemed to remember himself and where he was. I'm so sorry about that, replied Belle. I wasn't thinking and I'm worried about Freya. His shoulders slumped. She's still out there waiting for us. Naza shrugged. It's okay, I took no offense from it. She turned her head and gave Amid a droopy-eyed smile. But I am grateful for your defense, D-Saint. Amid's face turned a light shade of red. Instead of responding, she continued helping Ais. Apparently, Ais's magical core had been weakened due to constantly using Ariel for so long in her fights against the dragons, Cadmus, and Typhon. Naza gave her a concentrated dosage of mind potion, which seemed to elevate her spirit a bit. As long as she doesn't use her magic again for a week or so, and takes a couple more high-concentration doses, then she'll be fine, reported Naza. She wagged her finger in front of Ais. No fighting. Ais looked disappointed by that, but she nodded in acceptance. Thankfully, she seemed much more aware of her surroundings. The two left with instructions from Amid and Naza about what to do next. They split up to walk to their respective homes, but promised they would meet later. Feeling daring, Belle had even hugged Ais before they went their separate ways. Belle got home to find the others just lounging on the couches. Hestia was running around the room, getting tea, cakes, and other treats for her returning children. When she saw Belle, though, she dropped everything. It made a massive mess, but she didn't care. She grabbed Belle and pulled him close. He could feel the tears streaming down her face. The two sat on the couch, and everyone took turns recounting what happened. The different parts came together into something that resembled a cohesive narrative. When they finished, Hestia's smile grew wider. I'm so proud of all of you, and I'm even happier that you came back to me, said the goddess. I already talked with Loki about it, and we want to throw you guys a party. We reserved the hostess for you for tomorrow night. Until then, I order you to rest and do nothing. She looked over at Lily. Especially you, dealing with finances and supplies can come later, little Miss Supporter. She looked at Ottoheim. And you really need to take it easy. From what I've heard, your stitches might still come apart. She narrowed her eyes into slits. That means no nighttime activities. She turned the glare towards Yura. I expect you both to exercise some self-restraint here. The two blushed but did not respond. Apparently, Hestia's godly intuition extended to understanding relationship dynamics. Hestia seemed happy with their response and clapped her hands together. Now, the last thing on the agenda is status updates. You've all gone through a lot, so I'm sure you'll have some exciting updates. So one by one, the members of Hestia Familia went inside to get their statuses checked. Due to Belle's new area of effect skill, the results of their challenges spoke for themselves. While they definitely didn't match Belle's growth rate, it was much higher than average. Everyone leapt up by hundreds of points. Haruheim had hit the S range for her magical stat and eagerly took the level up it provided. There was no new magic or skills, but she did gain the development ability, Abnormal Resistance. Mikoto had hoisted her in the air when it happened, declaring her partner's greatness to the world. Lily and Welf were now in the F range, placing them in the middle of the level 3s. Added to that was Lily's newest skill. It was called Midnight Toll and gave Lily resistance to drowsiness and other mind-affecting debuffs. With it, she could stay awake and focused for much longer than before. Meanwhile, the level 4s achieved similar changes. Almost all of them had hit level 4 recently, with all their stats in the I range. Now, though, they each boasted stats in the middle of G. Even Ryuu, who had only recently hit level 6, had raised her basic abilities to at least H with this one adventure. Then there was Ottoheim Nakamura. Surprising absolutely no one except herself, the Dragon Princess qualified for a level up. She gained the development ability, Swordsman, and a new magic based on sunlight. Her final stats had all sat in the B to a range, with her dexterity boasting an impressive S rating. She had jumped for joy when it happened, even as Hestia cautioned her about her stitches. The rest of the Familia looked pridefully at what their Dragon Princess had accomplished. I'm as strong as the Emperor now, Ottoheim had shouted. My brother can't get to me anymore. She had swung Yura around as she shouted that. The two shared many kisses in celebration before Ottoheim took her goddess's advice and calmed down. All that was left was Belcranel. He walked into the room last, and in an almost trance-like state, he took off his shirt and lay down on the bed. Hestia climbed on top of him and pricked her finger one last time. The blood of the Dasuda brought his back to life, the symbol of the hearth seeming to give off a warm glow. Hestia went through the regular motions as she brought up his status. Then, she paused. "Well, I guess we should have expected this, but congratulations, Bel," said Hestia. "You're able to hit level 6 now." She put a sheet of paper on his back to show him his status one last time before he leveled up. Then, she climbed off and sat there, waiting for him to sit back up. When he was ready, she gave it to him to look at before they made it official. Belcranel. Level Fact. Status. Strength, S999 Endurance, S999 Dexterity, S999 Agility, S999 Magic, S999. Luck, E. Abnormal Resistance, E. Escape, G. Knife Fighter, F. Magic. Firebolt, Swift Strike Magic. Skills. Argonaut allows a charge for a counterattack. It requires 4 minutes, formerly 3, for a full charge and can either sound like a small chime or a grand bell, depending on the power needed. It can be used for any attack, but the effects dissipate when the user is attacked or loses focus. Ox Slayer heavily increases all abilities when fighting raging bull-type monsters, potentially making the user stronger than their actual level when fighting them. Neoliris Freeze, fast growth as long as ideals last. The strength of the effects corresponds with how tested the user is in their beliefs. Pleroma Euheroa. For those who share the user's beliefs, fast growth is extended to a lesser degree. "Not to be disappointed," began Bel, "but I'm surprised by the status cap." He looked at Hestia. "Why hasn't it grown past S like it usually does?" Maybe Bel was greedy, but if he was going to save everyone like he wanted to, he would need to be as strong as possible to do it. However, Hestia seemed to already have an answer. "I think it's the trade-off for that 4th skill," replied Hestia. "Your friends and familia siphoned off a bit of your growth for themselves, so you have a max now. Since you're sharing it with others, there's a ceiling to your growth now." She shrugged. "Or maybe your status reacted to the way you don't want to leave anyone behind. It put a limiter in place so you wouldn't outpace your friends. Now you and the others can go on limitless adventures together." She tousled his hair. "Whatever the reason, I like it." All those triple SS were honestly kind of intimidating. It made you feel like you were leaving us all behind. Like you would grow too big for any of us to be around. Bel blinked before grabbing his goddess and pulling her in for another hug. He tried to convey how much he loved her and all the other important feelings he had for her. He tried to tell her that he would never leave her, no matter how big he seemed to get. He pulled back, and they both wiped away some private tears. Then, Bel and Hestia updated his status, his level up now locked into place. Bel was officially a level 6, the same level as the Sword Princess. Surprisingly, he felt less satisfied than he thought he would. He left the room to find the rest of his friends waiting for him. Hestia followed suit, holding herself like a proper deity should. She made a sweeping motion with her free arm. Introducing Horario's newest level 6 fighter, Belcranel the March Hare. There was much cheering and whooping, followed by a fair amount of drinking. The small but mighty familia drank and danced the night away, content in the knowledge that they had each other. The next day, even if she wasn't supposed to, Lily began sorting the finances. After the monster army had been destroyed, Lily still ensured that all the monsters' drop items had been picked up and stowed away. She could only recover half the magic stones, but Finn told her it was for the best. Recovering too many high-grade stones at once ran the risk of ruining Horario's economy. The drop items were nothing special for the most part, but they were still distributed evenly among the allied familias. Following the deal previously struck, for their efforts in supporting and smithing, Diane's sect, Hephaestus, and Myach familia got most of the materials that could be used in item creation and weapon forging. Ganesha familia got the most considerable portion of items that could be sold off for a profit, with Loki familia right behind them. Hestia familia's take was more minor in quantity, but was of a much higher quality. It was important to note that every executive of the Sunseekers, when killed, had left something behind. Since most of them had died to members of Hestia Familia, that left them with most of the spoils. First among these was the high-quality scales left behind by Gerst the Gargoyle. They were Ryuu's to claim, and she immediately gave them to Welf. Apparently, she had asked for something that would help protect her head or neck. The second went to Elwyn. Although it had been Reveria that had killed Scipio, she claimed that Elwyn and Philvis deserved the spoils. The ghost had been honored by Reveria's thoughtfulness. The large pieces of moss and branch were already with a certain Renard in Daedalus, who was making the half-elf a new staff. Then there was Nastro. The massive dragon hybrid had left behind a veritable buffet of items. There were scales, fangs, a large bone, and even part of his tail. She and Welf spent most of a day sorting through it all. Apparently, some of it would become armor. The bone and tail would help mend and strengthen her bicento, while the fangs would become knives. They were to be gifts for her lovely Yura. "You brought me back and gave me the strength I needed to win that fight," said Ottoheim. "I wouldn't have one without you." Urashima insisted that she was a liar but accepted the gifts. They were a fantastic pair of daggers. They were as black as midnight, with hilts of mithril. They were aptly called Odo's Fangs. It was a name that led to much jeering and teasing. Now the other Xenos, Hora and Bragi, had been killed by Loki Familia, so those drops went to them and the people that had done the deed. Apparently, Raoul was getting Hora's left-behind fur fashioned into a cloak. Eki had swooned at the sight of him, saying that he cut quite the dashing figure. Meanwhile, Finn gifted Gareth a new axe made from Bragi's remains. It was a thank you for everything the stubborn old dwarf had done for him. Along with those, the team that had rescued Ais had also brought up the Cadmus hide for her. It was going to be sold to Diane's sect for a godly sum. Finally, that just left the remains of the Xenos king, Typhon. He had left behind 3 things. There was a rib bone, a giant claw, and some black liquid. The bone soon became a sword. After all, if Bel's hand was too stiff from its injury, he wouldn't be able to perform the kind of nimble movements that dagger fighting required. A sword required movement for sure, but it would be easier to manage. He would dual-wield the Hestia knife with his new blade. The claw was given to Welf by Hestia, and she whispered something into his ear. The smith had stood up, his normally calm face now a pale white. His mouth had opened and closed for over 3 minutes as he stood in terror of what Hestia had told him. The rest of the Familia had done the same when they had heard her plans. All that was left was the mysterious liquid. Hestia had taken one look at that before deciding it was best off in the hands of Fels. The skeleton had taken it and said that he would report his findings. Whatever kind of creation he made, Hestia Familia would be the first to get it. All in all, while the topic was quite macabre, the results were overwhelmingly positive. Almost every member of the Familia had gotten an upgrade of some kind, either in gear, status, or a full-blown level-up. With all this in mind, they left for their now traditional celebratory feast in high spirits. Maybe Freya was still out there, closer to striking than ever, but they had to enjoy the good times. And in her tower, Freya was upset. Her otter had undergone his trials, but his spirit remained tainted. His brilliant glow shone, but it still bore the stains of the previous years. Freya could feel her composure cracking now. Nothing was going as it should. Bel was supposed to be perfect. He was supposed to be perfect for her. She threw her glass of wine to the ground. It had been a red, easily costing hundreds of thousands of volleys, but Freya could care less. She pulled at her hair, stomped her feet, and even threw her beautiful chair at the wall. Why didn't it work? She looked down at the city and cursed at it. You were supposed to be perfect. You were supposed to be my otter. You were supposed to be fixed. Tears ran down her face as she sank to her knees. Her body trembled in agony. Why? She continued like this as the moon rose high in the sky. Behind her stood her eternal guardian, Otter. He said nothing, but his thoughts were racing. He wanted to do something, anything, to help his beloved Freya. She stopped crying just as he was about to reach forward with one of his massive paws. The sounds of her tears turned into a kind of perverse laugh. At some point, she had put her hands in the shards of glass of her broken cup. There were many minor cuts left behind, and her palms dyed red. Her bloody hands ran through her fine silver hair, leaving strands of crimson. She looked back, and the king of Horario shuddered. His mistress was smiling now, but it was no comfort. Deep in his soul, Otter trembled in fear for Freya. "I will fix him personally then," declared Freya, turning back to the city. "I will take him away from that filth, and then I will make him mine." She thrust her arms out. "I will break him and remake him until he is perfect again." She stood, her bloody hands leaving stains on everything she touched. She walked to Otter, who had to fight to not step back in fear. With a bloody handprint on his chest, Freya's smile grew beyond crazed into mania. "I will make Belcranel mine and kill anyone in my way." Status sheets. Belcranel. Level 6. Status. Strength I0 endurance, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I magic, I0. Luck, E. Abnormal resistance, E. Escape, G. Knife fighter, F. Magic resistance, I. Magic. Firebolt, swift strike magic. Skills. Argonaut allows a charge for a counterattack. It requires 4 minutes, formerly 3, for a full charge, and can either sound like a small chime or a grand bell depending on the power needed. It can be used for any type of attack, but the effects will dissipate when the user is attacked or they lose focus. Ox Slayer heavily increases all abilities when fighting Raging Bull-type monsters, potentially making the user stronger than their actual level when fighting them. Neoliris Freeze, fast growth as long as ideals last. The strength of the effects corresponds with how tested the user is in their beliefs. Pleroma Euheroa. For those who share the user's beliefs, fast growth is extended to a lesser degree. Autoheim Nekamura. Level 5. Status. Strength I defense, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I magic, I0. Abnormal resistance, E. Magic resistance, E. Spearman, E. Swordsman, I. Magic. Draconiforma turns the caster into a dragon-like monster. All stats are exponentially increased at the cost of total loss of mental faculties and mind down when the spell is ended. Magic must be actively ended by the user or else dragon form remains. Along with increased stats come the physical and magical traits of a dragon. Solar Strike, caster imbues a part of their body with light, enhancing its next strike and giving it a burning property. This spell can be charged and enhanced in direct sunlight. Skill. Devoted Heart. As long as a beloved one is kept in mind, the skill bearer cannot be charmed by people or monsters. Synthesis. User has a low-grade physical health regeneration when under direct sunlight. Sunshine. User has increased stats when in direct sunlight. Dragon Slayer. Heavily increases all abilities when fighting dragon-type monsters.